Chapter 1. The Super Saiyan. In the year 736 of the Age of the Universe, on the supergravity planet of Gastan, all intelligent life forms had been eradicated. A scion, adorned with a crab-like hairstyle, a scarred visage, and clad in the armor of Frieza's soldiers, sat cross-legged within a rudimentary stone cave, levitating gracefully, emanating a terrifying aura. As the scion's energy surged, the surrounding environment became increasingly agitated. Stones trembled, the cave quaked, resembling a cataclysmic earthquake. Soon, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck the cave where the scion resided. The violent vibrations caused fragments of rock to rain down, fracturing the mountainside. Yet as the debris approached the scion, it was utterly obliterated by the formidable energy radiating from him. The scene unfolded like an apocalyptic vision, the potent energy soaring into the heavens, stirring the tempest. This spectacle persisted for a full 2 days and nights. With a thunderous roar, everything seemed to reach a critical juncture. The scion's aura peaked, awakening him suddenly. Rising to his feet, he bent his arms slightly and, in an instant, unleashed an explosive burst of energy, his furious roar resonating throughout the skies, leveling everything in his vicinity. The scion's energy transformed into a resplendent gold as it intensified. His hair and eyebrows shimmered to a brilliant golden hue, and his pupils shifted to a pale green. The overwhelming energy pierced through the layers of dark clouds, instantly revealing a clear sky, bathing the entire land in a golden radiance akin to that of the sun. After nearly a decade of relentless effort, I have finally transcended this barrier and become a Super Saiyan. Upon observing his combat power soaring to an astonishing 250 million through his innate abilities, Bardock could not suppress his excitement and clenched his fists tightly. Though it was Bardock's physical form, it was not his soul. 10 years prior, the original Bardock had succumbed to grievous injuries and perished upon entering a medical pod. A soul, foreign to the Dragon Ball universe and yearning for a transcendental escape, merged with this body, becoming Bardock, the father of Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. However, it was also inaccurate to claim Bardock had returned. He had not been home for 5 or 6 years, and aside from his son Raditz, he had not sown any further seeds. Thus, by the timeline of the original narrative, Goku had yet to be born. After assuming the identity of Bardock, the soul, named Zhao Zhou, felt an exhilarating thrill, for in his memories, Bardock was seemingly the first to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, conveniently overlooking the progenitor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi. Reality, however, dealt a harsh blow to Zhao Zhou, as upon recovery, his control over this body was still quite limited. Moreover, Bardock's status as a so-called lower-class warrior led to contempt from the intermediate and elite fighters. Initially, Zhao Zhou, unfamiliar with the essence of this world, clung to the moral standards of his past life, leading to predictable consequences. During a meal, he witnessed a bald intermediate warrior coercing a petite female scion. The other scions laughed heartily, evidently accustomed to such behavior. Fueled by a surge of righteous indignation, Zhao Zhou approached and struck the intermediate warrior with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground, momentarily stunning the onlookers, who quickly activated their scouters to gauge Zhao Zhou's combat power. TCH, a measly power level of only 2,000, the gathered scions collectively mused, having expected the audacity to strike an intermediate warrior to indicate formidable strength. Instead, they discovered merely a weakling with a power level barely surpassing 2,000, prompting a chorus of jeers and derision. "How dare you, you pathetic lower-class warrior, attack me, you insolent fool. He'll show you what true power looks like." With that, the intermediate warrior retaliated, unleashing a ki blast toward Zhao Zhou. Caught off guard, Zhao Zhou was blasted out of the dining hall, swiftly incapacitated. Not satisfied, the warrior proceeded to shatter Zhao Zhou's limbs, ensuring his own satisfaction. While the other scions resumed their revelry, Zhao Zhou's actions were not without consequence. At least the female scion had managed to escape amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhou lay discarded on the street, akin to refuse, as passers-by mocked and pointed, none willing to offer assistance to the unconscious figure. As night fell, the initial group of scions departed the dining hall. A petite silhouette cautiously surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no sign of the vengeful warrior. She swiftly flew to Zhao Zhou's side, checking for signs of life, and upon sensing his pulse, her face lit up with joy. This female scion, standing at 1.6 meters, hoisted Zhao Zhou's injured form and rushed to the scion medical station. To ensure his recovery, she expended all her savings. After enduring severe injuries and undergoing treatment, Zhao Zhou emerged stronger, his combat power rising to 3,200, along with acquiring his unique ability, the all-knowing eye, which allowed him to perceive an individual's combat strength and ability, both trivial and directly useful. The female scion who saved Zhao Zhou was none other than Goku's mother, Shishi. This incident sparked a mutual affection between them, culminating in a bond of matrimony. Concurrently, this experience illuminated the reality for Zhao Zhou as he fully embraced his identity as a true Scion Bardock. From that moment forward, Zhao Zhou became Bardock. In the second year of their union, Raditz was born, his potential barely qualifying him as an elite warrior with a combat power of 101. He was spared from exile and afforded the so-called elite education of the Scions, all of which required payment. To provide a better life for Shishi and their child, Bardock began accepting invasion missions targeting planets, capitalizing on his burgeoning strength. When Raditz turned 3, Frieza, the nominal ruler of the Scions, made a sudden visit to Planet Vegeta. Upon seeing the infant carriage occupied by Frieza, Bardock's long-buried memories resurfaced, reminding him of the annihilation of the Scions at the hands of Frieza, causing him to break into a cold sweat. When Frieza eventually departed, Bardock remained in a daze. Upon returning home, Raditz, clad in battle armor, called out "Father," while Shishi cheerfully urged him to come eat. Only then did Bardock regain his composure. Observing the harmonious scene of his family at the dining table, he silently vowed to alter the course of fate and safeguard his loved ones. That very night, Bardock informed Shishi of his intent to undertake a higher-level mission that would require an extended absence, urging her to care for herself and Raditz. Though Shishi was unaware of her husband's motivations for pursuing such a perilous task, she refrained from probing further, choosing instead to silently support Bardock from the shadows. The following day, Bardock accepted an invasion mission concerning planet Gastan, assigned by Frieza's forces. In the mission hall, fellow Scions mocked Bardock, who possessed a mere combat power nearing 4,000, for daring to take on the task of invading Gastan. They scoffed at his ignorance of his own limitations. According to existing intelligence, Gastan was a high-level planet, boasting elite combatants with power levels around 50,000, while the average combat power across the planet hovered around 4,000. Bardock's decision was tantamount to courting death. Such missions were only feasible when undertaken in conjunction with elite warriors, let alone a solitary endeavor. However, the soldier responsible for task registration was not a Scion, and thus refrained from dissuading Bardock, as Scions revered martial prowess. These researchers, enduring a less than favorable existence on Planet Vegeta, were all too eager to see the Scions falter, harboring a desire for their extinction. In their eyes, the Scions, a malevolent race, had no place in the universe. Thus, Bardock embraced the mockery of his fellow Scions and the smug satisfaction of the alien researchers as he departed Planet Vegeta aboard a battle-class spaceship, en route to his perilous mission. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Planet. The estimated travel time from Planet Vegeta to Planet Gastan was approximately 3 months. According to the data, Gastan was rich in mineral resources and subterranean energy, and it was rumored to possess the universe's hardest metal, Kaken. This drew the attention of numerous cosmic developers, who offered substantial sums to acquire the planet. However, due to Gastan's status as a high-level planet, despite its primitive civilization, its gravitational force was about 5 times that of Planet Vegeta, rendering it exceedingly difficult for beings from other planets to acclimate to such inhumane gravity. Elite soldiers under Frieza's command found their combat strength diminished several-fold upon setting foot on this planet. Conversely, the native Gastanians, having evolved in this environment, possessed formidable physiques and exceptional combat prowess, discouraging Frieza's soldiers from proceeding and conveniently passing the burden to the battle-obsessed Scions. This was further compounded by Frieza's directives, aimed at depleting the Scion elite's combat strength to mitigate any potential uncontrollable factors, ensuring that the Scions remained dutifully subservient to Frieza himself. During these past 3 months, Bardock has not remained idle. With the intention of becoming stronger, he must learn to better perceive and utilize the energy within him, known as Chi. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he possesses a certain understanding of Chi, yet the pressures of reality have hindered his progress. Now, having arrived in the authentic Dragon Ball world, he is determined to conduct thorough experiments. To begin, the generation of Chi is fundamental. The basic Kamehameha wave is a skill that every Scion possesses. This may very well be the advantage of their inherently robust physique, for it is known that an ordinary Earthling might spend a lifetime in training without ever being able to manifest a Kamehameha. Gohan's method of teaching Piccolo revolves around the generation of Chi, a stage that Bardock naturally bypasses. Next comes the perception of Chi. Each race in the Dragon Ball universe possesses its own unique energy, and every individual's chi is distinct. Bardock wonders if there are any corresponding races in the cosmos that could allow him to experiment. However, with no other races available, he decides to focus on sensing his own chi while also attempting to exert some control over it. Finally, the cultivation of chi varies among different races. For instance, Namekians, blessed with innate mental acuity, can enhance their combat prowess solely through meditation. Although this method of training may yield gradual increases in strength, it is reliable. They can also boost their power through combat, yet compared to Scions, the enhancements are rather limited. If one seeks a shortcut, Namekians have a most straightforward route. They can rapidly increase their strength through a process of assimilation. A prime example is Piccolo, whose power surged from thousands to millions after assimilating with Nail on Namek, achieving an astonishing hundredfold increase, a truly remarkable feat. The most terrifying transformation occurs when he assimilates with the Grand Elder, catapulting his combat strength to approximately 700 million, enabling him to engage evenly with androids. Such an increase is nothing short of alarming. However, Bardock is uncertain whether meditation might cause his energy to spiral out of control, potentially damaging his spacecraft. If his meditation were to lead to the destruction of the ship, it would leave him with no option but to perish in the vastness of space, a scenario he finds unacceptable. After much contemplation, Bardock resolves to commence his exploration with the most prudent approach, the perception of chi. He recalls that Vegeta easily learned to control his chi after battling Goku and others. As a traveler from another universe, surely he should be capable of uncovering the nuances of chi perception and control. Yet, reality strikes as Bardock faces the harsh truth. The martial arts knowledge acquired over countless years cannot be grasped by Scion devoid of any foundational training in a mere instant. Some might suggest that he should travel to Earth or Namek to learn the application and perception of chi, thereby enhancing his martial arts foundation. Bardock can only scoff at such an idea. Every Scion spacecraft, along with their scouters, possess tracking and eavesdropping capabilities. Should Bardock suddenly vanish during a mission or divert to another planet, the technicians on Planet Vegeta would automatically categorize him as either missing or a defector. As for learning martial arts on planets with established martial foundations, that is merely a jest. Would Namekians welcome a notorious Scion? Moreover, Bardock has undertaken numerous missions to elevate the living conditions of Ginyu and their son, Raditz. His malevolent aura would likely lead to his immediate demise at the hands of the Namekians. Perhaps someone might propose the idea of transforming into a great ape. But, alas, lower-class Scions cannot create artificial moons, and Namek lacks a moon altogether. As for the planet Metamor, it is likely that its inhabitants possess combat strengths surpassing Bardock's great ape form. Let's not even entertain that notion. The inhabitants of planet Yardrat are even more formidable, boasting numerous secret techniques. Bardock may not stand a chance against them, especially considering that in Dragon Ball Super, the Yardratians from Universe 6 are participants in the tournament of Powerdo. You truly believe they are weak? If Bardock were to go missing, both Raditz and Ginyu would face even greater hardships. The young Raditz might be dispatched to other planets for missions, where he could potentially meet his demise, a fate Bardock wishes to avoid. Defection is out of the question. Ginyu and Raditz would be subjected to the immediate judgment of King Vegeta, leading to their execution. Ultimately, the most pressing issue is the notorious reputation of Scions in the 7th universe. They are, quite frankly, infamous. As for the notion of amicably interacting with others and declaring oneself a good person, the moment they sense the righteousness and purity emanating from him, it would be utterly ridiculous. Planets aware of the Scion aim would likely unleash their most potent weaponry upon him. Bardock experienced this firsthand during his initial invasion mission upon revealing his Scion identity. The opposition wasted no time before attacking, offering no explanations whatsoever. As Bardock embarked on more missions, he grew increasingly desensitized, realizing that the most effective means of persuasion was simply to eliminate the adversary. One is an aggressor, the other a protector. Such a scenario is inherently a life-or-death struggle. Moreover, with Raditz and Ginyu now weighing on his conscience, he reluctantly resorts to deadly measures. After all, human emotions are not universally comparable. Time passes swiftly, and after 3 months, Bardock's spacecraft descends upon planet Gastan. What should have been a routine landing transforms into a rapid descent, crashing heavily to the ground, causing Bardock great distress, as this is not a Scion single-pilot vessel meant for deployment. Upon exiting the spacecraft, Bardock immediately senses an overwhelming burden, as if he is laboring under a weight of 1,000 pounds, making movement arduous. Unfortunately, he finds himself in an uninhabited area devoid of formidable creatures otherwise. He might have been swiftly dispatched to the afterlife upon stepping out. Summoning all his strength to unleash his chi, Bardock finds some comfort, enabling him to move with relative speed comparable to an elderly individual jogging. Now, the foremost challenge Bardock must conquer on planet Gastan is overcoming the gravitational environment. As for the return journey, he can only leave the spacecraft where it is and relocate it to a safer spot when he possesses the capability to do so. During the ensuing time, Bardock engages in basic training under the oppressive gravity, and when hunger strikes, he must subsist on the nutritional supplies provided by the spacecraft. Considering the Scion's prodigious appetite, the developed nutritional provisions not only satisfy their hunger, but also boast a commendably high absorption rate, albeit with a rather unpalatable taste. However, with no alternative for normal activity on this planet, Bardock reluctantly accepts this sustenance. After enduring for half a month, Bardock finally achieves a level of comfort in the five-fold gravitational environment of Planet Vegeta, resulting in a tremendous increase in his combat strength, which now reaches 8 through Santa doubling of his previous capabilities, surpassing even the so-called elite warriors. With newfound agility and a significant boost in power, Bardock conceals his spacecraft in a relatively secure location and unleashes his chi to locate areas teeming with life. The creatures there boast formidable combat strengths nearing 3,000, and the scanner indicates that approximately 100 similar beings coexist, a truly daunting prospect. As for the more formidable location, Bardock dared not approach, for according to his all-seeing eye, this planet harbored beings with a staggering combat power of up to 120,000. Clearly, the information provided by the Frieza force was fraudulent. Fortunately, this planet was rather primitive and lacked any understanding of energy, or else it would have been Bardock who would need to flee. Chapter 3. The Transforming Gastan. The Gastans, characterized by a single eye, adorned in yellow and clad in animal skin skirts, bore a resemblance to goblins with their robust physiques. Their means of communication was limited to guttural roars, with varying pitches signifying different meanings. This conclusion was drawn by Bardock after his covert observations. Fearing that Frieza might glean information from his scanner, Bardock opted to leave it aboard the spacecraft. As for why he did not destroy it, Bardock had his own plans. He anticipated staying on this planet for 7 to 8 years, a timeline that coincided with the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. During his time on this planet, even if he could not amass the strength to defeat Frieza, he resolved to return, at the very least to rescue Raditz and Ginyu from Planet Vegeta. He cared not for his own demise, it was his duty and responsibility as a man. The adage that a gentleman takes his revenge a decade later was mere nonsense to him. In Bardock's eyes, there was only family. And he could hardly fathom what he would become without them, without Ginyu as his emotional anchor. Moreover, unforeseen changes might arise in the future. Perhaps the spacecraft would sustain damage, in which case the scanner would serve its purpose. It was crucial to note that Gastan was a planet of primitive civilization, implying that if communication were lost, he would be confined to this planet for life unless a fortuitous event occurred. The Gastans were equally unfriendly. Upon encountering an alien unlike themselves, they launched an immediate attack, showing no inclination for dialogue, embodying the essence of barbarism. In response, Bardock unleashed a shockwave, obliterating the Gastans who sought to attack him. Fortunately, this tribe was not particularly strong, with their highest combat power barely exceeding 3,000, allowing Bardock to dispatch them with ease. Bardock, having settled in this tribal territory, divided his daily life into 3 distinct segments. The first segment involved hunting. This tribe possessed relatively weak strength, and the surrounding beasts were similarly feeble, averaging a combat power of around 1,500, thus posing no life-threatening danger. It was no wonder that a tribe with an average combat power of approximately 2,000 could thrive here. The second segment focused on physical training. Given that the gravity on planet Vegeta was 5 times greater than that of Earth, any form of weight lifting imposed immense strain on the body. Bardock incorporated rigorous exercises into his regimen. However, he believed that the optimal training environment would be found in deep waters or the ocean. While weight training proved effective, it could not adequately develop all areas of the body, leading to an imbalance in physical growth. Training submerged in deep water not only strengthened the physique but also enhanced lung capacity, thus providing a holistic approach to self-improvement. The third segment consisted of Bardock's ongoing exploration of the perception and utilization of ki. In this regard, he found himself at a standstill, resorting to methodical meditation to clear his mind and attune to the ki surrounding him. As for training in practical combat, Bardock deemed it unwise. The stronger fighters were overwhelmingly powerful, while the weaker ones were far too feeble. The Gaskins, apart from the mightiest who boasted a million-level combat power, were merely tribal entities. In other words, they operated as a swarm rather than as individuals. This resulted in a scenario where a multitude would pursue him, rendering it impossible to enhance his combat skills. He concluded that it was more prudent to diligently train himself in hopes of defeating Frieza before Planet Vegeta met its cataclysmic fate. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Bardock's combat power escalated to 15,000, making him a formidable presence even on Planet Vegeta, with the potential to ascend to the rank of a Saiyan king. Nevertheless, he remained merely average on this planet, and the progress of his power enhancement fell short of his expectations. Following this systematic approach to training, even if Bardock's combat power continued to grow at the same rate, 7,000 per year, he would only reach 64,000 in another 7 years, still falling short of Frieza's first form combat power, leaving him with no chance of victory, even if he transformed into a great ape. Achieving 640,000 in combat power, Bardock would still be unable to fly, ultimately unable to escape the fate of destruction. However, after a year of meditation, Bardock had gained the ability to sense the ki of nearby powerful beings and could manipulate his own ki fluctuations with ease. This was a silver lining amidst many disappointments. After much contemplation, Bardock abandoned the most conservative training methods and opted for the Scion's most aggressive approach to enhancement through battle. By gauging the intensity of his ki, he sought out opponents with comparable power levels and soared toward his target. Upon arriving, Bardock felt a sense of bewilderment, according to his all-knowing eye. His adversary possessed a combat power of 28,000. Yet, based on his own perception, the Gascon's ki felt only slightly weaker than his own, estimated to be around 14,000. At this moment, Bardock began to doubt the reliability of his all-knowing eye. Disregarding the results of his eye's detection, he dove down and struck a powerful punch at the strongest Gascan in the vicinity. The Gascan, quick to react, likely due to instincts honed from battling fierce beasts, raised his arm to block Bardock's punch, staggering back a few steps. As word of the intruder spread throughout the tribe, warriors armed with weapons encircled Bardock without hesitation. Suddenly, the tribe's most formidable member issued a command, prompting the Gascons to swiftly retreat to a safe distance, intending to engage Bardock one-on-one. An intriguing opponent, Bardock mused. I shall allow your tribe to depart with dignity, sparing them any suffering, he proclaimed boldly, indifferent to whether or not his adversary could comprehend his words. With a fierce battle cry, Bardock charged at the Gascan, who retaliated with a left jab. Their fists collided, creating a gust of wind that toppled the tribe's rudimentary dwellings. The Gascan then swung a stone axe at Bardock, who responded with a ki blast that obliterated the crude weapon into dust. Seizing the Gascan's right arm with his left hand, Bardock gripped the opponent's left wrist with both hands and executed a throw, slamming him to the ground. Following this, Bardock unleashed a barrage of punches to the Gascan's head, causing the ground to crack beneath the weight of the onslaught. Ugh! The Gascan grunted, enduring the pain as he attempted to grab Bardock's fists with his own arms. Bardock deftly deflected the Gascan's arms with a punch from each side and then unleashed a ki blast aimed at the Gascan's head. Confident in his attack, Bardock believed victory was at hand. Yet, adhering to the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm, the Dragon Ball universe could not allow this encounter to conclude so simply. As the dust settled, the Gascan's furious roar echoed, his ki erupting violently as his body underwent a transformation Bardock had not anticipated, shifting from yellow to a vibrant pink. His height surged from 2 meters to 2.5, and his ki intensified tremendously, doubling his combat power. It was then that Bardock recalled the data his all-knowing eye had just revealed, leading him to a sudden realization. The readings indicated the Gascan's ultimate combat power. This meant that even if Frieza were in his first form, the data captured by the all-knowing eye would reflect Frieza's final transformation combat power, an astonishing 120 million. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps of the transformed Gascan resonated within Bardock's chest, and he felt a strange thrill at the surge of power emanating from his opponent. While most individuals would instinctively feel fear when confronted by an adversary with double their strength, Bardock's scion nature thrived on combat. Behold my dragon-destroying wave, he declared, unflinching before the transformed Gascan, and unleashed his newly devised technique. A ki blast rapidly compressed and hurled toward the Gascan's chest. Chapter 4. Life in Peril. A break through the Gascan unleashed his ki entirely, rendering Bardock's ultimate attack little more than a scratch. Bardock exclaimed in frustration. His damage was insufficient, and so he resorted to a relentless barrage of ki blasts, employing the prince's technique to bombard the transformed Gascan. A fierce gust of wind struck Bardock's cheek, followed by a powerful blow from the Gascan's other hand. Bardock hastily evaded, yet the Gascan's claws still grazed his face, leaving a cross-shaped scar alongside the previous wound. After narrowly dodging, Bardock felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Once more, I am Bardock, the first Super Saiyan in history. How could I possibly lose to you, a mere wretch? Though his body was severely battered, the instinctual desire for battle compelled Bardock to persevere, even in the face of death. The two adversaries resumed their fierce exchange. Bardock unleashed a series of direct punches, sweeping strikes, elbow blows, and kicks, intertwining their movements. With every retaliatory strike from the Gastan, Bardock felt as if he were an ordinary person enduring the crushing force of a metal rod. The pain intensifying only fueled his fighting spirit further. Moreover, after transforming, the Gastan's physique had become extraordinarily robust. While his strength was formidable, his speed had diminished significantly. Although Bardock was relatively weaker, his speed was several tiers above, resulting in a seemingly balanced confrontation. However, there exists a saying, a single force can surpass 10 skills. Bardock's 10 strikes might only equate to the damage inflicted by a single blow from the Gastan. Comet Crash? Dodging a powerful punch from the Gastan, Bardock gasped for breath, gathering a half-meter-wide energy sphere in midair. The Gastan, unable to fly, sensed the peril of the energy orb in Bardock's grasp. With wide-open jaws, he began to accumulate energy, astonishing Bardock, who had presumed the Gastan's attacks to be mere energy waves. Seizing the moment before the Gastan completed his energy accumulation, Bardock hurled his signature move, Comet Crash, directly into the Gastan's gaping mouth, intending to assist in the gathering of energy. Bardock smirked coldly, but that smile soon froze on his face. To his dismay, he observed his signature technique diminishing, while the energy wave being amassed by the Gastan began to assimilate his own energy. What was meant as assistance had turned into a grave mistake. With a mighty roar, the Gastan unleashed the accumulated energy wave towards Bardock, who, while retaliating with a ki blast, evaded the oncoming attack as it soared past him into the cosmos. This is absurd, Bardock cursed under his breath, diving downwards with his hands together, striking fiercely at the Gastan below. The Gastan crossed his arms defensively to shield his head, peering through the gaps with his solitary eye while silently gathering more energy. Unaware of the Gastan's actions, Bardock continued to assault him from the air. Understanding his disadvantage from their recent clash, the Gastan was multitasking, defending while preparing a decisive move, determined to end Bardock in one fell swoop. Curse be the moment. Why merely defend and not attack? Strike. Bardock thought as he delivered a flying knee, striking against the Gastan's protective arms. The Gastan, seemingly rational, parted his arms, leading Bardock to believe he had successfully breached the defense. What? Upon witnessing the energy wave emanating from the Gastan's mouth, Bardock's heart sank in terror. But the distance was too short to evade. He could only cross his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the Gastan's devastating attack. Boom. Bardock's figure vanished before the Gastan, and in the aftermath of that strike, the Gastan's transformation was undone, collapsing weakly to the ground. It appeared that such transformations placed a considerable strain on his body, imposing a time limit, and he had just reached his limits. Meanwhile, Bardock lay unconscious beside a small river, his battle suit torn with a gaping hole in the chest, his flesh charred and battered. After a day and night had passed, Bardock, with the Scion's formidable vitality and recovery abilities, finally regained consciousness. Feeling the extent of his injuries, he grimaced in pain. Thankful that he had not lost any limbs, an unfortunate fate averted. Dragging his injured body, Bardock wobbled through the air. After 7 or 8 hours of searching, he finally located his spaceship. Summoning the last vestiges of his will, he activated the medical pod and collapsed inside, losing consciousness once more. Detecting his presence, the medical pod automatically initiated its healing protocols. Bardock's spacecraft is unlike other single-soldier combat vessels. It is a medium-sized ship, resembling the one that Sun Wukong used to travel to Namek. Inside, it features a solitary medical pod, which Bardock had seized from a space pirate. While its performance is mediocre, the presence of the medical pod has proven invaluable during Bardock's previous missions. After a night of treatment, once the medical equipment detected that Bardock's vital signs had returned to normal, it began to withdraw the nutrient solution, slowly awakening. Bardock shook off the remnants of the nutrient solution from his hair and exited the medical pod. Through the all-seeing eye, Bardock's combat power has reached 20,000. A modest increase of 5,000 following a near-fatal battle, leaving him a bit disheartened. He wonders why the all-seeing eye does not display his combat power after transforming into a great ape, only showing his base combat power. With the countdown to the destruction of Planet Vegeta looming, anxiety gnaws at Bardock, yet he cannot conceive of a swift method to elevate his combat prowess. While combat can enhance strength more rapidly than systematic training, he realizes that he cannot rely on such luck every time to pull himself back from the brink of death. Resigned, Bardock began to explore the planet, reasoning that a life-bearing planet must harbor water, though not necessarily oceans. Previously preoccupied with training, he had no time to explore the planet in its entirety, so he decided to take the opportunity to investigate. Suppressing his energy, he soared swiftly above Gastan, now cautious not to underestimate the Gastans, who, despite their formidable energy, might lack the ability to wield it effectively. After a previous battle where he misjudged their capabilities, he dared not make any presumptions. Fortune smiled upon him. As he traversed the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, Bardock finally beheld a stretch of azure ocean, teeming with relatively weak creatures, the mightiest possessing a mere 1,000 combat power. A creature resembling a celestial dragon, over 200 meters long, surged from the depths, creating colossal waves. For Bardock, the safety of the ocean was a stark contrast to the land. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea, descending until he reached a depth of 20 meters, where he began to feel the weight of the water pressing upon him. To push his limits, he descended an additional 20 meters, feeling the heavy pressure that seemed to echo his body's limit. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. After an indeterminate period of enduring this pressure, he felt as though his lungs were about to burst, and with a surge of energy, he erupted from the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. At that moment, Bardock realized he had been naive. While training in the deep sea under pressure was indeed an effective method to enhance his strength, it was also contingent upon his oxygen supply. He pondered the potential time waste of such training. After a brief reflection, he returned to the hidden location of his spacecraft, steering it to a nameless island within the ocean. He again leaped into the sea, this time descending to a depth of 45 meters. Unleashing his full strength in a flurry of punches and kicks, the resistance of the seawater greatly slowed his movements. What would normally be lightning-fast punches now felt as languid as an elder practicing Tai Chi. The energy expenditure was considerable, but the benefit lay in the comprehensive training it provided, ensuring he did not become specialized in a single area. The downside was that the duration of his training relied heavily on how long he could hold his breath. With a new approach to enhancing his strength, Bardock embarked on a journey of exploration into the mysteries of energy, gradually refining his own methods. Drawing inspiration from the theories of cultivation he had encountered in his previous life, and combining that with an understanding of his own physical condition, Bardock experienced a qualitative leap in power over the span of merely 2 years, achieving an astonishing combat power of 200,000. Though this could not compare to the extraordinary potential of his future son, it was an impressive advancement by the standards of most races in the universe. As Bardock perfected his training system, his combat power increased at an accelerated pace. He adapted techniques from the supreme cultivation methods he had read about, gradually compressing and integrating his energy into his cellular structure, thereby enhancing each cell's capacity to contain energy. Considering the vast number of cells within a human body, if Bardock could maximize the energy in each cell, the amplification of his combat power would be monumental. Initially, Bardock's intention was to gather his energy into his dantian, forming it into liquid and then into a pill, embarking on a gradual exploration of his cultivation path. However, he soon realized the folly of his assumptions. Though scions might seem similar to Earthlings, with merely an additional tail, their bodily structures were profoundly different, particularly in the absence of a dantian. Perhaps due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, Bardock managed to achieve a state of internal vision after over a year of meditation. Scanning his body, he discovered no trace of the mythical dantian, but noted the remarkable resilience of his physical form, each cell possessing a subtle energy. Thus, the notion of allowing cells to replace the dantian was born. During his initial experiments, Bardock endured significant physical suffering. For the process of compressing and integrating energy was fraught with danger. A mistake could lead to catastrophic results. As he attempted to channel his energy into a cluster of cells, he sustained numerous injuries, with blood vessels bursting painfully. Fortunately, the medical pod aboard his spacecraft enabled him to recover swiftly after each ordeal, allowing him to return to full strength, often with an increase in combat power. As Bardock's method of integrating energy into his cells became more refined, the frequency of his injuries diminished, and his combat power soared. In the world of Dragon Ball, Earthlings typically trained by exhausting their potential to enhance their energy, a crude and explosive method that often led to hidden injuries and even shortened lifespans. Bardock, however, opted for a more sophisticated approach, amplifying his cell's energy from within, allowing for greater control over his power. Once the energy within his cells reached a limit, compressing it into a liquid form marked a new phase of enhancement. It is difficult to fathom the heights he might reach in the future. As for the Gastans on this planet, Bardock, upon achieving a combat power of 1 million, encountered the planet's formidable Gastans, engaging in a fierce battle that culminated in him obliterating the strongest among them with a single interstellar annihilation blast, vanquishing the remaining minions in the process. On this day in the year 736 of the age of the universe, Bardock finally felt an inexplicable force calling to him, as his energy surged to 5 million combat power. His body instinctively concentrated its energy at his back, facilitating his transformation into a Super Saiyan. In that moment, the haunting specter of Frieza was exorcised from his mind, his thoughts cleared, and the burdens within him dissipated, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. It was time to return. Wait for me, Vegeta and Raditz. Exiting his Super Saiyan state, Bardock opened the hatch of his spacecraft. Stepping into the moss-covered interior, he set a course for Planet Vegeta, activating the spacecraft before settling into a meditative posture within the control room. Ready to cultivate his powers further, Bardock was acutely aware that stronger foes would inevitably emerge in the future. Although he could not ascertain which timeline he belonged to, he understood that adversaries from every realm were formidable and not to be underestimated. To survive in this world, where cataclysmic destruction was commonplace, one could only rely on power that surpassed even that of the gods. A vessel, resembling a shooting star, sped away from Gastan's star towards Planet Vegeta. On Planet Vegeta, the personnel responsible for tracking mission data were startled when they received notice of Bardock's return. Upon reviewing Bardock's report of failure, they could not suppress a derisive laugh, as he had not provided a reason for his unsuccessful mission. Trash is just trash, they thought. How could a mere low-class warrior dare to undertake a high-level task? Has he lost his mind over the promise of riches? After their mockery, they promptly reposted the Gastan star mission while officially announcing Bardock's failure. Regardless of success or failure, Scion missions were publicly displayed in the mission hall for a period. serving as a form of motivation. Those who failed would be subjected to ridicule, disdain, and even humiliation from their peers. Thus, when news of Bardock's failure was made public, even though it was known that Gastan star was a high-level planet with hellish difficulty, the other Scions openly scoffed and derided him, hurling insults, particularly focusing on Bardock's status as a low-class warrior. In the mission hall, a long-haired Scion with a cold visage looked at the familiar name, feeling a surge of excitement. However, upon learning of Bardock's failure, he clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound, revealing his turbulent emotions. This Scion was none other than Bardock's son, Raditz, achieving a battle power of 800 at the age of 10. Raditz had been assigned by King Vegeta to accompany his son, Vegeta, alongside the elite warrior Nappa, essentially serving as a subordinate. Due to Bardock's low-class status, Vegeta and Nappa treated Raditz almost like a servant, and his battle power was primarily the result of injuries sustained during training sessions with Nappa. Otherwise, he would not have possessed nearly half of the combat power typical of a character from Dragon Ball Z at such a young age. How could I have such a worthless father? Raditz thought, not fully grasping the challenges posed by the conquest of Gastan star. His current feelings were emblematic of someone who had never truly faced hardship. Never mind. Even if you are a failure, Mother has been thinking of you all these years. I will inform her of your disgraceful news to lift her spirits. Perhaps due to his long association with Vegeta, Raditz had developed a sense of superiority as a high-class warrior, frequently vocalizing the distinction between high and low-class warriors. However, his bravado was only expressed in front of weaker Scions. At home, he behaved like a meek kitten in front of his mother, Ginyu. With mixed emotions, Raditz returned home and relayed the news of Bardock's return to Planet Vegeta to Ginyu. Upon hearing this, Ginyu's face lit up with happiness. Raditz, do you have any idea when your father will be back? She inquired, ignoring Raditz's conflicted expression, her voice filled with anticipation. Raditz stammered, realizing he had not inquired about the specifics. After seeing the news of Bardock's failure, he had been preoccupied with disdain. Mother, I learned from others that father has failed his mission and is returning to Planet Vegeta, but I do not know when he will arrive. Raditz felt a pang of shame as he uttered the word father. I see. In that case, I will go to the mission hall to find out, Ginyu remarked. Noticing Raditz's odd demeanor, understanding that her son was affected by Bardock's failure, she chose not to press him further and flew toward the mission base. Chapter 6. Raditz's fury. After Ginyu left, Raditz sat for a while, feeling uneasy about his mother's well-being, and decided to head to the mission hall. His concern stemmed from the years he spent with Vegeta, knowing the nature of the Scions. If the others discovered that Ginyu was the wife of a disgraced Scion, the repercussions could range from mockery to outright violence. Given Ginyu's low combat power of only 1,000, she could easily become a target for bullying. The scene shifted back to Ginyu, who, after 10 minutes of flight, arrived at the mission hall. Upon finding the announcement regarding Bardock's aborted mission and return, she felt a surge of joy and approached the mission desk. Excuse me, could you tell me how long it will take for Bardock to return to Planet Vegeta? She inquired politely. The staff member was taken aback by Ginyu's courteous demeanor, as most Scions were far less amiable when engaging in such matters. Esteemed Scion warrior, Bardock is expected to arrive on Planet Vegeta in 3 months. The staff member replied, trembling in fear that Ginyu might be a seemingly kind, yet ruthless Scion. Thank you. Ginyu beamed, bowing gratefully, nearly causing the staff member to collapse in astonishment. Well, if it isn't Bardock's worthless wife, Ginyu. I remember when you nearly became a plaything for my son Nappa. What brings you here to inquire about that good-for-nothing Bardock? Sneered a Scion named Nappa, accompanied by his son. Ginyu's face turned pale with fear as she attempted to leave quickly. Where do you think you're going? Nappa grasped her arm, incredulous that a lowly warrior would choose to marry another low-class warrior. Bardock is a fool, unaware of his own limitations, attempting an impossible task. As a Scion, shouldn't he die at his mission site? Haha, let me go, Ginyu shouted, raising her other arm to launch a ki blast at Nappa. Boom. Nappa's battle power exceeded 6,000, while Ginyu's ki blast, gathered from her 1,000 battle power, barely grazed Nappa's skin. Well, Ginyu, it seems your courage has grown. Nappa chuckled as he brushed off the dust from his clothing and called to his son. Nappa, I hear Bardock's worthless son is in your squad? Yes, father. His name is Raditz. He has just as much of a failure, only following behind me and Prince Vegeta during missions, never winning a single battle. It's an insult to the name of high-class warriors. Prince Vegeta's power has reached 5,000, and I've attained 2,000, while Raditz is merely at 800. Nappa boasted, eliciting a smug grin from Nappa. Indeed, the son of a failure is still a failure, even with the potential of a high-class warrior. Nappa declared. Nappa, make sure to treat Bardock's worthless son well. How infuriating. Let go of my mother. A figure suddenly appeared before Nappa, launching a punch directly at his face. Bang. A low rumble echoed through the air. Hey, kid, are you trying to tickle me? The formidable Broly let out a chilling laugh, then swiftly swung his arm, as robust as Raditz's own physique, towards him. With a staggering difference of nearly 5,000 in power levels, Raditz had no means of evasion. He was instantly sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times. Raditz! Kin cried out in concern, but her arm was firmly grasped by Nappa, preventing her from reaching him. Ha ha, Raditz, you worthless fool. It is an honor for my father to have chosen your mother, and yet you dare to strike at him? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Nappa, ever the sycophant, exuded arrogance. Despicable, despicable, despicable. Nappa, you wretched scum. In that moment, fueled by Kin's plight, all the resentment and rage Raditz had accumulated from his encounters with Vegeta's team erupted. He staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth as his aura surged. The watching Scions were astonished to see Raditz's power level soar to 1005. You worthless fool. How dare you insult the noble Nappa? On our next mission, I will make you eat dirt. Nappa, oblivious and without his scouter, continued to boast, while Broly, despite wearing one, dismissed Raditz's power as trivial. Yet, sometimes, the slap of reality comes swiftly. Nappa's thoughtless words drove Raditz's humiliation to a peak, igniting his fury once more. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Raditz's power level surged to 1009. With a furious roar, he appeared before Nappa in a flash. A powerful, enraged punch struck Nappa in the abdomen, silencing his boastful mouth. Taking advantage of the momentum, Raditz executed a swift spinning kick, sending Nappa sprawling. I am not worthless. You are the one who should eat dirt, you scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Raditz became a terrifying force, relentlessly pursuing Nappa after the blow, gathering energy for a ki blast aimed at him. Boom. Just as the ki blast was about to strike the howling Nappa, a towering figure appeared, effortlessly deflecting Raditz's attack. It was none other than Nappa's father, Broly. Kid, do you think I don't exist? Broly glared menacingly at Raditz, a chill creeping into his heart. Let go of my mother. Raditz coldly retorted, glaring at Kin, who was being held by Broly. What if I refuse? Broly remained arrogant, shaking Kin in his grasp. If you don't let go, then you will die. You and your father both shall perish. In that moment, Raditz was still consumed by rage, charging forward and throwing punches at Broly. Broly blocked each one effortlessly, a hint of mockery on his face. Finding no advantage in direct combat, Raditz retreated and began unleashing ki blasts. Broly smirked, positioning Kin in front of himself as a shield. No, the ki blast was already in motion. Raditz could not control it and helplessly watched as it struck his mother. An attack from a worthless fighter still packs a punch. Kin is on the verge of collapse. The scouter indicated Kin's power level plummeting to 2. Broly sneered, tossing the nearly lifeless Kin aside as if she were a rag. Mother, mother. Raditz rushed forward, catching Kin before she fell, desperately calling her name, but received no reply. Despicable, despicable, you all deserve to die. Anger is the source of a Scion's strength. And the reason why most Scions in the original story were not particularly strong was due to their cold and ruthless nature, devoid of emotional attachments. Once emotions are involved, a person becomes vulnerable, and that vulnerability fuels a Scion's rage. At that moment, Raditz's aura surged dramatically under the astonished gazes, reaching a power level of 4005, inducing a suffocating chill in Nappa, who had often bullied him. Broly, witnessing the data, was struck by a foreboding realization. Raditz, at merely 10 years old, could potentially reach 10,000 or more in power as an adult. A murderous intent surged within Broly. The thought of eliminating this potential rival flickered in his mind. Eliminating potential threats was a key reason why the noble Scions maintained their dominance on Planet Vegeta, a stark contrast to the behavior of King Vegeta. No wonder Nappa's family was loyal to the king. Their methods were remarkably similar. Chapter 7. The Way Vegeta Wins Hearts. I will slay you. Raditz glared viciously at Broly, and in the next instant, he was before him, delivering an uppercut aimed at Broly's chin. Broly smiled coldly, effortlessly seizing Raditz's fist. Seeing his attack thwarted, Raditz twisted his body, aiming a kick at Broly's side. Broly released Raditz's hand, blocking with his arm, then delivered a knee strike directly to Raditz's body, sending him rolling before regaining his stance. Raditz began compressing his ki blast once more. Beep, beep, beep. Observing Raditz's attack intensity increase from 4,000 to 5,000, Broly felt a chill in his heart, gathering energy between his fingers. He launched a sudden attack at the approaching Raditz. Raditz stood firm, allowing the attack to pierce his shoulder, his fierce gaze fixed on Broly. As he reached the limit of his energy, he accelerated, aiming his ki blast at Broly's head. You pathetic trash! Do you think such trivial skills can deceive me? I am Broly, of the noble family. As he spoke, he gathered an energy blast in his mouth and unleashed it at Raditz. Raditz's small frame was engulfed by the attack, yet he managed to fire his own ki blast, striking Broly in the chest. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the mission hall, turning the area where Raditz and Broly clashed into ruins. How is this possible? I am a 6,000 power level, a superior warrior. How could I be injured by a lowly warrior's attack? As the smoke cleared, a large hole was burned through Broly's battlesuit, blood seeping from the charred flesh, the pain jarring his nerves. In contrast, Raditz, despite his battlesuit being completely destroyed and his body charred, remained conscious, glaring fiercely at Nappa and his father. You despicable scum, A mere lower-class warrior dares to injure me, Broly. Gathering energy in his hand, Broly aimed a ki blast at the barely conscious Raditz. At that moment, Raditz felt his body reach its limits, unable to muster the strength to move a finger. Filled with rage and despair, suddenly, a small figure appeared before him, deflecting Broly's ki blast. Vegeta. Seeing his savior, Raditz felt a mix of emotions. Broly. My subordinate is not someone you can dispose of at will. Do you dare challenge my authority as Prince Vegeta? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Raditz before turning his cold gaze upon the now fearful Broly. Your Highness, I would never. Broly stammered. It is only because that little brat insulted my family that I acted. I did this to uphold my family's honor. Moreover, the offspring of a subordinate warrior is hardly worthy of your esteemed protection, Prince Vegeta. The audacity of that wretched fool to speak such blatant lies darkened Vegeta's expression further. My people understand. It is not your place to administer discipline. I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. I am taking Raditz with me. Should you have any grievances against this prince, you may address them with my father. Vegeta issued a stern warning, casually gesturing for a scion to carry Raditz on his shoulder. As for Raditz's mother, Giant, Vegeta had already arranged for her to be taken from the mission hall to the Scion medical facility. Raditz, too, was swiftly sent to the medical bay, where he was placed in a healing pod. In truth, Vegeta had witnessed the entirety of the incident. Had Raditz not unleashed an unprecedented surge of combat power fueled by his rage, nearly 5 times his usual strength, Vegeta would have remained indifferent to Raditz's fate. Even if both Raditz and his mother Giant were to be slain, it would not have stirred any significant commotion among the Saiyans. In the hierarchy of Saiyan belief, the weak are meant to be governed by the strong, with life firmly grasped in the hands of the powerful. However, upon witnessing Raditz's formidable outburst, Vegeta found himself contemplating the possibility of saving Raditz from that insufferable fool. Such an act of rescue required precise timing, ideally when hope could emerge from despair. It must be said that Vegeta's timing was indeed impeccable. Consequently, he earned a measure of loyalty from Raditz. As the future king of Vegeta, he had his own calculations to consider. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Raditz exhibited potential that could transform him into a valuable ally, thus making him a candidate for future servitude. The primary requisites for a servant are loyalty, followed closely by strength. To lead the Saiyans, one must not only possess immense power but also command loyal subordinates who surpass the majority in strength. It must be acknowledged that Raditz was fortunate. Unlike the cold-hearted character depicted in the original story, he had the nurturing influence of both Bardock and the gentle Giant, resulting in a profound shift in his destiny. The medical expenses for Giant and Raditz were deducted from Vegeta's commission account. Due to the severity of their injuries, they remained in the healing pod for 2 full days. Raditz was the first to awaken, and upon learning of his condition after losing consciousness, he felt immense gratitude towards Vegeta, albeit mixed with complex emotions, a contradiction of feelings. After waiting a while in the medical bay where Giant was, she too awakened and, upon seeing her son unharmed, embraced him with excitement, causing Raditz's cheeks to flush. Giant then inquired about the events that transpired while she was unconscious. Raditz recounted the truth, which only served to elevate Giant's perception of Vegeta, further complicating Raditz's inner turmoil. Once their treatment concluded, medical staff provided them with new battle attire and energy detectors. Mother, your combat power has reached 1,500. Raditz exclaimed, astonished to discover that his mother had gained 500 points in power through adversity. Wow, our Raditz's power has astonishingly reached 3,000. How impressive. Giant cheered, her joy for Raditz's enhancement unmarred by shock. I wonder how your father is faring. At your father's age, his power had barely hit 800. Bardock once mentioned it was only around 300. Giant could not help but boast, truly, you are my son, a genius. Lord Raditz, Prince Vegeta requests your presence in the training room upon your awakening. As Giant continued to celebrate with Raditz, a medical staff member conveyed Vegeta's command. All right, I understand, Raditz replied, suggesting to his mother that she return while he proceeded to Vegeta's training room. The so-called training room was, in fact, an arena for Saiyan combat. There was no foundational training, merely direct and brutal battles with the cultivation pods produced on their home planet, typically possessing combat power just above 1,000, suitable opponents for most lower-tier warriors. For Vegeta, whose power had reached 5,000, these skirmishes amounted to mere childish play, requiring 5 to 10 cultivation pods to engage simultaneously. This was merely a way to indulge in the thrill of combat, offering little in terms of actual growth. Upon entering Vegeta's exclusive training room, Raditz witnessed Vegeta effortlessly obliterating a cultivation pod from a distance. 6 cultivation pods then lunged at Vegeta, some unleashing energy blasts while others attempted to close in for self-detonation. Raditz recognized the peril as the approaching pods sought to self-destruct near Vegeta. With a wicked grin, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his fingertips, reducing any pod daring to approach into a grotesque mist of green blood. The remaining 3 pods displayed visible terror as Vegeta advanced, causing them to retreat until they found themselves cornered. Useless trash, Vegeta declared, finding the encounter tedious. 3 energy blasts swiftly followed, obliterating the remaining pods into dust. With a dismissive snort, he turned to see Raditz waiting outside the training room, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. "Raditz, engage me in combat," Vegeta commanded in an authoritative tone. Raditz furrowed his brow slightly. Recalling how Vegeta had once saved his life, he placed the detector on a nearby stand and stepped into the training room. Chapter 8. Bardock's return. At this moment, Vegeta was not wearing a detector. Given that Raditz's combat power was roughly equivalent to that of the wretched fool he had battled, Vegeta's aura surged as soon as Raditz entered the training room, reaching its peak. Had one been to observe with a detector, they would note that Vegeta's power had soared to 5,500 under this heightened state. "Raditz, I command you to fight me with all your might," Vegeta ordered with an air of undeniable authority. Although Raditz felt a twinge of discomfort, he complied. After all, Vegeta was a prince of high stature and a savior. "Huh!" With a fierce shout, Raditz unleashed his own aura, his combat power now registering at 4,000. This did not sit well with Vegeta, who intended to use Raditz as a sparring partner. Though Vegeta lacked the ability to sense opponent's strength through their energy, he could gauge their prowess through the pressure they exerted upon him. Clearly, Raditz had not reached the level of strength Vegeta desired. Mistaking Raditz's hesitance for a lack of effort, Vegeta's irritation boiled over, prompting him to unleash his frustration in their ensuing clash. Raditz was baffled by Vegeta's sudden fury. Thwack! Vegeta launched a flying kick aimed at Raditz's face. Raditz raised his arm to block, feeling the jolt reverberate through him. Vegeta followed up with a whirlwind kick, which Raditz narrowly evaded by flipping backward, creating distance as he unleashed energy blasts. However, Vegeta's hands moved with lightning speed, deflecting each of Raditz's attacks while closing the gap between them. Abandoning the energy blasts, Raditz engaged in close combat, throwing a straight punch at Vegeta's face. Vegeta deftly dodged, gathering energy in his left hand before striking Raditz squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall of the training room. Smoke billowed from the chest of Raditz's battle attire. Seizing the moment, Vegeta pressed his advantage, bringing his hands together and striking downward towards Raditz's head. Raditz barely managed to evade, with the force of Vegeta's blow creating a large crater where he had just stood. "Raditz, you had better unleash your full power, or prepare to meet your demise." Vegeta sought to provoke Raditz with words, while Raditz found himself engulfed in confusion. "Is this not my full strength? It seems I have been using it all along." Ignoring Raditz's self-questioning, Vegeta launched a spinning kick, his toes aimed directly at Raditz's temple. Raditz, startled, felt his hair stand on end and instinctively shielded his temple with the back of his hand, losing his balance and toppling over. Damn it! Raditz lamented his recent streak of misfortune. Not only had he been beaten, but he had also been on the receiving end of punishment. First, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of that pathetic old man, and now, under the guise of training, he was being struck by Vegeta. His anger boiled within him. "Vegeta, you wretched fool!" Raditz evaded Vegeta's elbow strike and shouted, momentarily stunning Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect by his kin, save for his father, King Vegeta. The audacity of Raditz's insult struck him with an unusual force. "Raditz, do not presume that a battle power of 4,500 makes you invincible. Arrogance comes at a price." Vegeta sneered, raising his fist to strike. Raditz, aware of his recent slip of the tongue, regretted it too late and steeled himself to face Vegeta. Their fists collided with thunderous roars, shaking the entire training room. Vegeta delivered an elbow strike, which Raditz blocked with his knee before countering with a punch. Vegeta caught it with a fist, spun around, and executed a whirlwind kick. Raditz parried with his elbow and retaliated with an energy wave aimed at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta swiftly retreated, using both hands to deflect Raditz's attack. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, and as the battle intensified, Raditz, momentarily forgetting Vegeta's esteemed status, began to adapt to Vegeta's fighting style. Initially on the defensive, he found himself engaging Vegeta more effectively, though he still endured significant punishment due to their considerable power disparity. In lower tiers of combat, a mere 500 or 600 points of difference could often dictate the outcome, while at higher levels exceeding 100 million, even millions in disparity became less definitive. Raditz, having been relegated to support roles during missions with Vegeta, had limited combat experience, primarily gleaned from rudimentary training imparted by Bardock. However, as their battles progressed, Raditz's fighting style increasingly mirrored Vegeta's, becoming ruthlessly aggressive. After an hour of relentless combat, Vegeta ultimately subdued Raditz with his final flash technique, albeit without unleashing its full potential. Panting heavily, Vegeta acknowledged the considerable energy expenditure required for the technique, coupled with the fatigue from their tussle. "Someone," Vegeta called out to the staff outside. "Your Highness." A subordinate, servile and submissive, rushed into the training room. "Take Raditz out for medical attention," Vegeta commanded, flicking sweat from his hair as he strode out of the training room with an air of superiority. In the ensuing days, Vegeta refrained from issuing any summons, and fearing Raditz's burgeoning power, Nappa kept his distance. Meanwhile, Raditz, recovering from his injuries, engaged in practical training sessions with the 5-year-old Vegeta. Each bout, followed by recuperation, resulted in incremental increases in Raditz's battle power, showcasing a notable evolution in his strength as he transitioned from being knocked unconscious to returning home with bruises. As Raditz's experience and power grew, Vegeta began to feel the pressure mounting. By the 3rd month, Vegeta bore numerous bruises and wounds, and upon witnessing Raditz's more severe injuries, he granted his training partner a few days of respite. After enduring a grueling period of both physical and mental strain, Bardock returned from Planet Gastan and approached the outer space inspection station of Planet Vegeta. Upon confirmation of his Scion ship's registration, Bardock was permitted to land at the Scion shipyard. Once landed, professionals conducted complimentary inspections of the vessel, recording Bardock's ship number and updating any changes in his personal information. The most critical aspect of this procedure was the strict registration of battle power, a peculiar regulation Bardock recognized as the handiwork of Frieza. Bardock suppressed his battle power to 9,000, already placing him among the elite within the Scion ranks. Such a remarkable disparity in power soon captured the attention of the staff, and after verifying Bardock's identity and age, they respectfully attributed the stringent measures to King Vegeta's orders. Bardock cast a cold glance at the beastly alien, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The staff, intimidated by Bardock's demeanor, cowered as he departed without a backward glance, their hearts racing with relief at surviving the encounter. After over 7 years of training, Bardock longed for the embrace of his beloved wife and son. He sped homeward, stirring up gusts that irked passing Saiyans, who, upon realizing his power, quickly transformed their contempt into reverence, some even slapping themselves in disbelief. Arriving at his long-absent home, Bardock hesitated before pushing open the door, only to find Kairatsu absorbed in preparing meat. Mistaking the sound of the door for Raditz's return, she casually called out, "Welcome back. Raditz, dinner will be ready shortly. I have your favorite, angel deer meat." Upon raising her gaze, she was met with the face she had yearned for. "Be Bardock," Kairatsu stammered, her voice trembling as she leapt into Bardock's embrace, burying her head against him, tears spilling from her eyes. "After 7 long years, you have finally returned." Chapter 9. Father and Son Reunion. "Yes, Kairatsu, I have returned," Bardock silently added. "At last, I possess the strength to protect you and Raditz from this wretched fate." They held each other tightly, savoring the warmth of their reunion. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Raditz, sporting dark rings under his eyes, stepped in to witness Bardock and Kairatsu sharing an intimate moment. Spotting a familiar yet foreign figure in his home, Raditz's guard immediately went up. Given Kairatsu's petite stature, Bardock's embrace concealed her from Raditz's view. "Who are you, and why are you in my home?" Raditz demanded, assuming a fighting stance and scanning the room anxiously for his mother. "Raditz has returned." A voice of surprise emanated from Jine as she broke free from Bardock's embrace, her petite figure emerging from the side to grasp his arm, prompting both to turn simultaneously. "Useless father," Raditz nearly exclaimed, upon seeing his mother's sweet smile directed at the man beside her. However, Bardock, ever perceptive, discerned Raditz's intended words. Generally, what one subconsciously wishes to say reflects their true sentiments, and Bardock did not consider this a mere slip of the tongue. After 7 long years apart, Raditz's immediate inclination was to insult him, which darkened Bardock's expression. "Jine, please prepare a meal. Raditz and I need to have a proper discussion," he said, a forced smile masking his irritation. "Let us also work on this boy's combat skills. Just look at the state he's in." Bardock urged Jine to continue her tasks, to which she cheerfully complied, unaware of his underlying tension. "By the way, prepare enough for 2, Bardock added suddenly. Jine was momentarily taken aback, presuming Bardock had already eaten on his way back, and she nodded in agreement. "Come, my dear son. I am quite pleased to see your combat power at 4,888. Yet the fact that you bear the marks of defeat suggests you are still too weak. Allow me to impart some wisdom on what it means to be a father." As Jine was instructed to prepare their meal, Raditz took the opportunity to gauge Bardock's power level, only to discover it had reached an astonishing 9,000. This revelation left him momentarily speechless. He was well aware of his father's origins as a low-tier warrior, yet he had inexplicably attained the strength of a superior warrior. During Raditz's moment of astonishment, Bardock coldly dragged him away from the house, soaring towards the distant woods. With the Scion population being sparse, totaling only around 80 or 90,000, much of Planet Vegeta remained undeveloped, leaving vast expanses of wilderness and forest, creating a natural hunting ground for the Saiyans. "Raditz, you were about to call me a useless father, weren't you?" Bardock said, unceremoniously tossing Raditz into a clearing. His expression was grave as he confronted his son. "Humph." Although Raditz was taken aback by his father's formidable 9,000 power level, he remained obstinate, clearly indicating his intention to label Bardock as a useless father. "Well, it seems 7 years apart has only sharpened your personality. Let us see if your strength matches your bravado." Bardock suppressed his energy to match Raditz, settling at 4,500. Beep, beep. The detector echoed Raditz's realization as Bardock's energy fluctuated, confirming his current combat power. This is impossible, Raditz exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he processed the drastic drop from 9,000 to 4,500. The shadow of doubt loomed larger in his heart. Indeed, the respect he had held for Bardock began to wane. Raditz, do not place your faith in the numbers displayed on that device. What your eyes perceive is not always the truth. Bardock swiftly dove down, launching an elbow strike at Raditz. Due to his deliberate control over the force, Raditz had ample time to react. Thud! Raditz caught Bardock's elbow with one hand, driving his knee upwards towards Bardock's chin. Unfazed, Bardock reached out with his right hand, pinning Raditz's knee, while unleashing two energy blasts that struck Raditz's battle suit. Raditz was sent sprawling, landing awkwardly on the ground. Bardock would not show mercy simply because Raditz was injured. He immediately executed a flying kick aimed directly at Raditz. Enduring the excruciating pain, Raditz clasped his hands together, channeling a powerful energy wave towards Bardock, who was suspended in midair. Observing Raditz's move, reminiscent of the Kamehameha, Bardock felt a tinge of embarrassment. Recalling the foolish antics of the real world, Raditz, witnessing Bardock standing still without evasion, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, this was his father, no matter how inept he might seem. Quick, dodge! Raditz shouted desperately. With a casual swipe, Bardock dismissed Raditz's proud attack as if swatting a fly, sending it careening into the distant mountains, creating a massive crater. What did you say? Bardock feigned interest, while Raditz stood dumbfounded. He knew his attack boasted a battle power nearing 5,500, yet it was effortlessly swatted away by his father, whose power was only 4,005. The incredulity was overwhelming. Foolish child, your experience is still too limited. Bardock sighed, shaking his head. He resolved to impart some valuable lessons to his foolish son before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, though this beating was unavoidable. Regardless of his shortcomings, he was still Raditz's father. It was one thing to criticize him behind his back, but quite another for Raditz to declare his father a failure to his face. Kamehameha. Mimicking Master Roshi's technique, an immense energy surged throughout the atmosphere. Foolish son, this is the true ultimate move. Yours is merely child's play. Raditz's scouter detected Bardock's attack power soaring from 4,005 to an astonishing 13,005, leaving him utterly astonished. With a furious roar, Bardock unleashed the energy wave, deliberately guiding his imitation Kamehameha past Raditz's scalp, obliterating vast stretches of forest behind him and stirring up a ferocious whirlwind. All right, the demonstration is complete. Now it's time to settle the score. Bardock felt compelled to symbolically critique Raditz's technique, as he couldn't deceive Ginyu, who believed he was merely guiding their son. Then, the forest echoed with Raditz's anguished cries for mercy. Father, I was wrong. Raditz, with a battle power nearing 5,000, felt as fragile as a fledgling chick in Bardock's hands, receiving a thorough thrashing. The fatherly lesson continued for an entire hour before Bardock, satisfied and wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, carried the unconscious Raditz by one leg towards the Scion medical facility. After ensuring Raditz was settled in the healing pod, Bardock returned home, where Ginyu had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting the return of father and son. Upon seeing only Bardock, Ginyu inquired in confusion, Bardock, where's Raditz? Why hasn't he returned? That boy said not to wait for him, as he had a mission. He'll probably be back in 2 or 3 days. Bardock, still unaware of Raditz's current condition, could only fabricate an excuse. Oh, then let us not worry about him. He is probably training with Prince Vegeta again. Honestly, he should at least have a proper meal first. Ginyu expressed her mild frustration before ushering Bardock to dine. The meal lasted a good half hour, and after satisfying their appetites, Bardock felt his heart, long sealed for 7 years, begin to stir as he watched Ginyu bustle about. He lifted her, bewildered, and carried her toward the bedroom. Chapter 10. Educating son and wife under Bardock's special care. Raditz had the privilege of lying in the medical pod for 2 days. Upon awakening, he found his battle power had risen to 5,003, nearly matching Vegeta's 5,004. Just as he finished changing, the scouter beeped with a message from Vegeta, informing him that Raditz's rest period was over and he was to gather at the mission hall the next day to receive new orders. For Raditz, who had finally managed to snag a few days of rest, this news was akin to a bolt from the blue. After enduring a beating and spending 2 days in the medical facility, he felt utterly worn out. Getting beaten by his archenemy, reprimanded by superiors, and now thrashed at home by his father. This life was becoming unbearable. Upon returning home, Raditz was greeted by the sight of his parents entangled in affectionate displays, causing his face to flush with discomfort. Raditz is back. Bardock beamed with joy, cheerfully addressing Raditz, noting the tension on his son's face, likely stemming from poor interactions with his teammates. Then, Raditz noticed the erratic fluctuations on his scouter, with his battle power fluctuating from 5 to 20,000, making his expression shift dramatically like a performance in a Sichuan opera. Father, I'm home. After the educational experience, Raditz realized his father was far more complex than he appeared, reconstructing his shattered worldview and growing curious about Bardock's ability to manipulate battle power. Good, very good, Bardock replied. This statement bearing dual meanings, satisfaction with Raditz's attitude and recognition of his son's breakthrough to 5003, placing him among the elite in his age group. Tasks within his capability should pose little danger. Raditz, I didn't know you were coming back today, so your father and I have already eaten. We didn't save you any food. John explained with a hint of regret. It's all right. I'm old enough to fend for myself. You've worked hard these past few days. You should rest while I teach Raditz a few things. Of course, if you wish to learn. You're welcome to join us. Bardock affectionately kissed Giant's cheek, speaking tenderly. Is it about combat? Giant inquired. Indeed. It pertains to combat techniques and ways to enhance battle power. Bardock straightforwardly explained, both parents overlooking Raditz's missed meal. It was evident. True love existed between parents, while children were merely incidental. Then I shall learn as well. My strength is too feeble. Even if I cannot assist you and Raditz, I must not be a hindrance. If I could grow stronger to protect you both, that would be even better. Giant felt a pang of inadequacy after recent events. Of course. Who else would I teach if not my wife? Bardock took Giant's hand, holding it firmly in his large palm, their affection palpable. Ahem, father. Where shall we learn these combat techniques you speak of? Raditz, unable to contain himself, politely inquired. Of course, to the usual place, Raditz. You know the way. You go ahead. Your mother's battle power is low and her flying speed is not fast. I will follow with her shortly, Bardock said with a smile, causing Raditz's heart to shiver as he stiffly nodded and departed for the location where his father had recently punished him. Bardock, why does Raditz seem a bit odd? Giant tilted her head in curiosity. Has he perhaps become a bit more obedient? Bardock speculated. It does seem so, Giant remarked, sensing something was off about Raditz compared to his usual demeanor, yet unable to articulate it, thus falling prey to Bardock's musings. Let us go. The combat techniques I'll teach are relatively simple for Scions. The Scions are inherently endowed with formidable physical strength, possessing abilities that ordinary races could never attain even through a lifetime of rigorous training. When Bardock and Giant arrived at the location to instruct Raditz, he had been waiting for quite some time. Raditz, has your team received any missions in recent days? Bardock inquired, prioritizing information about Raditz's schedule rather than immediately imparting techniques to enhance their combat prowess. Yes, father. Prince Vegeta has commanded us to assemble in the mission hall tomorrow. It seems we are to accept the task, Raditz replied, disclosing the plans for the following day. Very well then. I shall teach you the ultimate technique I demonstrated to Raditz the other day, the Kamehameha. Bardock decided to impart some skills that could swiftly enhance their destructive capabilities. Given Raditz's imminent mission, the Kamehameha was undoubtedly the most fitting technique. Observe closely as I demonstrate. Bardock positioned his palms together, channeling his energy to build up a powerful wave. Once charged, a massive energy beam erupted from his hands, carving a deep trench into the ground. Now, you both give it a try, Bardock encouraged. All right. Both Raditz and Giant, already possessing energy levels far surpassing that of Master Roshi, effortlessly began to gather energy. Mimicking Bardock's earlier display, the key to this technique lies in the compression of one's energy, akin to a spaceship launching from a planet with explosive force. This is the essence. Noticing some instability in the energy they were gathering, Bardock quickly added, focus. Ensure that the energy sphere between your palms is stable. Hearing Bardock's words, Giant and Raditz gritted their teeth, stabilizing the energy sphere between their palms. Once they sensed their energy had been compressed to its limit, they forcefully thrust their palms outward, unleashing two energy waves, one large and one small, which swiftly grazed the surface of Planet Vegeta. Excellent, Raditz. The Kamehameha you just executed was approximately 1.5 times your base combat power. Impressive. Even someone with a fighting power of 7,000 could be caught off guard and defeated by that technique, Bardock remarked. As for you, Giant, your output was about 1.3 times your base power. But fret not. With further training, you will grow stronger and gain better control over your ultimate technique. Raditz felt a pang of jealousy at the differing attitudes Bardock displayed towards his son and wife. I understand, Bardock. I will strive to be your strong support. Giant's resolute response moved Bardock, filling him with a sense of gratitude and guilt. It was clear that during his absence, something must have transpired to cause such a transformation in his gentle wife. I believe in you, Giant, Bardock said, tenderly resting his hand on her shoulder and gazing into her eyes. Ahem, father, do you have any further techniques to teach? Raditz interjected, oblivious to the moment between his parents. Bardock and Giant turned their gentle gazes toward Raditz, who felt an inexplicable chill, as if he were being scrutinized with the intent to strike. The next technique is somewhat trivial, yet incredibly practical. It involves the control and sensing of one's ki. Bardock set aside his earlier thoughts and began to explain earnestly. Ki control is akin to this. Bardock demonstrated, as Raditz's scouter fluctuated between single and 4-digit combat power readings. Chapter 11. Joining the Royal Guard. Everything in the universe possesses its own ki. Some beings are born with a lesser capacity for ki, while others have a greater inherent reserve, which establishes the disparity in their natural strength. Certain cosmic beings may start with minimal combat power but can attain thousands or even higher through diligent training, indicating that one's ki can indeed be enhanced through effort. First, you must learn to sense your own ki, like so. With that, Bardock brought his palms inward, slowly gathering his ki. Observing this, Ginyu and Raditz began to replicate the action. This rudimentary method of sensing ki was most suitable for them, and within a short time, they successfully gathered their respective energies. Bardock praised Ginyu and gave Raditz a nod before continuing. The combat power displayed on the scouter reflects the uncontrolled, unconscious release of ki. To alter your combat power and deceive the scouter is quite simple. You must retract your ki inward and gain proper control over it. Now you both try to sense your ki and draw it inward, avoiding any unnecessary release. Bardock instructed, guiding Ginyu while allowing Raditz to experiment on his own. Such a straightforward principle should be easily grasped, and if Raditz struggled to learn it under his father's guidance, it would suggest a severe lack of aptitude. An hour later, under Bardock's tutelage, Ginyu mastered the technique of ki retraction, successfully suppressing her combat power of 1500 down to around 200. Meanwhile, Raditz, despite Bardock's explanations, found himself unable to grasp the concept and felt a twinge of envy towards his mother, who benefited from her father's direct instruction. Bardock arrived to assess Raditz's progress, only to find that there had been no advancement. In frustration, he delivered a few sharp blows to Raditz's head to jolt him awake. My foolish son, can you not contain your rage? Why can you not restrain your energy? With this prompt, Raditz suddenly grasped the concept and attempted to suppress his aura. Bardock noticed the fluctuations in Raditz's energy, which soon diminished until it stabilized at 800 battle points. Truly, he is my son. He understands quickly. Bardock chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Raditz's hair, prompting an exasperated groan from Raditz, who recalled those particularly sharp blows. Next came the lesson on sensing energy. Having learned to restrain and feel their own ki, both Raditz and Kind quickly grasped the concept, finding it quite intriguing. They began to sense the energy of other scions around them. After several hours of enjoyable instruction, Bardock decided to send Kind back home to prepare a meal. Claiming he needed to bond with his son and impart some combat techniques, witnessing the heartwarming scene of father and son, Kind had no doubts and cheerfully went home. However, Raditz felt a chill at the sight of his father's devilish grin, as memories of the consequences of calling his father a worthless parent resurfaced in his mind. Father. Raditz stuttered as Bardock approached him. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't do anything foolish, I won't harm you. Bardock rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was not wrong to be happy. Come here. Since Raditz was intimidated by his smiling father, Bardock adopted a stern tone and called out to him. Yes, father. Raditz, thinking Bardock was angry, hurried over. Sit down. I have some questions for you. Bardock had spent the last few days with Kind and was unaware of certain matters, so he began to inquire about the events that transpired during his absence. What is it you wish to know? Raditz replied nervously. Has anything unpleasant happened while I was away? Bardock asked in a low voice. Your mother has changed quite a bit. After we were together, she lost interest in fighting and improving her battle power. But recently, she even expressed a desire to learn combat techniques. Bardock shared his concerns with Raditz. Yes, it was the day you requested to abort your mission and return home. Raditz, being youthful and unable to conceal the truth, immediately recounted the events that had transpired 3 months prior to Bardock's return. Upon hearing this, an unnamed fury ignited within Bardock. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his son, faced with an enemy nearly 9 times his power. Raditz had shown the courage to risk his life to protect his mother, thus meeting the basic criteria to become a Super Saiyan. Bardock was relieved that Raditz had not become the cruel, cowardly character from the original narrative. You did well, Raditz. I will personally confront that scoundrel. There is no longer a need for that so-called noble clan from Planet Vegeta. Bardock sneered coldly, clenching his fist as a chilling aura enveloped him, causing Raditz to struggle to breathe and feel an even greater reverence for his father. It's all right. Practice what you learned today diligently. When you return from your mission, I will teach you some new techniques. Bardock had only covered the basics, withholding his more advanced knowledge, as Raditz's scouter remained a potential risk. Even if Frieza learned about the techniques of energy sensing and suppression, he would only be able to grasp the sensing aspect. The notion of suppression was utterly laughable, for Frieza's immense natural power made it impossible for him to restrain his energy. Yes, father. Raditz felt more eager about what Bardock would teach upon his return. By the way, isn't there a scion named Nappa in your squad, a lackey of Vegeta? Bardock suddenly recalled the bald-headed Nappa. Yes, father. That guy has been flaunting his arrogance since I joined Vegeta's squad, treating me like I am nothing more than a punching bag. My status is only slightly above that of a training dummy. Raditz's anger flared as he spoke of his grievances. I have a task for you. I wouldn't bother dealing with a little brat with a power level of 2,000. Bardock said disdainfully, a plan forming in his mind. Father, I will do whatever it takes. Raditz declared, clenching his fist with determination. Nappa has hair, right? Bardock inquired, remembering that Nappa had hair when he first teamed up with Vegeta. Yes, but it's quite short, nowhere near as long or thick as mine. Raditz proudly tossed his Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle. Listen carefully, Bardock admonished as he playfully tapped Raditz on the head. Each time you go on a mission, deliberately provoke him. If he refuses to accept your challenge, you will demand that Nappa pull out a handful of his own hair. However, given the disparity in battle power, you should first suppress your energy then. After Bardock's detailed instructions, Raditz looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what peculiar obsession his father had with making Nappa lose his hair. Did this have some deeper significance? The thought of Nappa's father, the bald-headed scoundrel, crossed Raditz's mind. Was Bardock's intent to make the two fathers resemble each other more? With a heart full of questions, Raditz returned home with Bardock. Bardock, this is Aado, a guard of King Vegeta. He wishes to speak with you. Upon entering, Bardock encountered a tall, fierce-looking scion in his home. Raditz, go help your mother with dinner. Bardock instructed, dismissing the intrusive gaze of Aado, who was brazenly scrutinizing Kine. What business does King Vegeta's guard have with me? Bardock asked casually, cracking his knuckles. My king has heard that your battle power has reached 9,000 points. Hence he has sent an invitation for you to join his guard. I did not expect you to disregard my king's invitation. So I came to see for myself what a lowly warrior with a power level of 9,000 is capable of. Aado spoke condescendingly, still clinging to his status as a higher-ranking soldier. What can a lowly waste like you with a mere 9,500 battle power boast about? Bardock shot back, already marking Aado for retribution after his shameless behavior towards Kine. What did you say? I, a superior warrior, am here to invite you. It is your honor. Aado shouted angrily, pointing a finger at Bardock's head. To hell with you. Bardock interrupted rudely, and before Aado could react, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying and crashing through the roof of Bardock's home. Kine, I'll be right back. Bardock called out as he followed the hole to find Aado. To his surprise, Aado was still able to rise, glaring at Bardock with fierce intent. Bardock, you lowly scum. I will definitely report you to King Vegeta and ensure that you and your family are exiled. With the ability to still speak. It was evident that my previous strike had been far too gentle. Initially, I found your gaze utterly loathsome, but I soon realized that your mouth was equally repugnant, spewing forth your venomous words. Thus, I shall reluctantly perform a surgical operation on you. With that, I delivered a resounding slap that distorted your mouth. Channeling my energy, I conjured a short blade, swiftly severing your tongue in two. Following that, I plunged my fingers into your eyes, rendering your eyeballs utterly useless. How revolting. I sent you flying with a kick and returned home, casually dining while perusing the messages within my detector, where I discovered a transfer order from King Vegeta, which I promptly accepted. Chapter 12. The Annihilation of the Nappa clan. The following day, Raditz sought out Vegeta, while Bardock approached King Vegeta. Regarding the events of the previous day, Bardock acted as if nothing had transpired, seemingly indifferent to the death of the royal guard, Autop, as if it bore no relation to him. King Vegeta, too, appeared unconcerned about Autop's demise. However, Bardock recalled that Autop possessed a detector. Could it be that Autop transmitted a message to King Vegeta before I incapacitated him? Perhaps due to Bardock's acceptance of the transfer order the day before. King Vegeta was unusually eager to send a representative to escort him into the palace. The Saiyans, it seemed, had a rather mediocre aesthetic appreciation for architecture, as Bardock found the palace no different from a cold prison. Upon encountering King Vegeta, Bardock was left speechless by the latter's choice of attire, a red cloak and a gaudy gold chain around his neck, resembling a nouveau riche rather than a monarch. Through Bardock's all-seeing eye, he discerned that King Vegeta's combat power stood at 12,000, and he was not alone. Many Saiyans with combat power exceeding 6,000 had gathered, leaving Bardock puzzled about King Vegeta's intentions. Was he convening a meeting for elite warriors? Bardock mused. Just as Bardock was lost in thought, King Vegeta was alerted by his attendant, and upon noticing Bardock's wandering gaze, he called out, Bardock, to which Bardock promptly replied, neglecting the customary courtesies of nobility, causing King Vegeta to instinctively frown. You lowly warrior, do you not know to pay respects to King Vegeta? Do not presume that your 9,000 combat power grants you immunity. Though stronger than many so-called elite warriors, they continued to disregard Bardock, likely envious that a lower-class warrior possessed greater strength than an elite. How about a spar? The insolent Tauren, Bardock's rival, seized the opportunity to mock him, having instigated the earlier remarks. Bardock, this is the royal palace. Do not act recklessly. However, under Bardock's cold, toothy grin, Tauren was filled with trepidation. I am aware this is the royal palace, and I shall behave accordingly, he thought, yet inwardly planned to wreak havoc beyond its walls. By tonight, the entire Nappa clan shall be extinguished, and unless I am referred to as Bardock, I shall not bear that name. Due to his inability to control his emotions, Bardock inadvertently leaked a fraction of his energy, reaching a remarkable 10,000, which astonished all present. With Bardock's combat power now at 10,000, he was effectively the strongest below King Vegeta. The other Saiyans, who had previously looked down upon Bardock, now displayed respect, while Tauren's face paled at the recollection of past grievances with Bardock. Haha, splendid. Bardock's combat power has reached 10,000. My Vegeta planet gains another great general. Henceforth I, King Vegeta, declare Bardock the commander of the palace guard, leading 1,000 elite warriors. He shall possess the right to participate in royal matters and may approach me without bowing. To showcase his magnanimity, King Vegeta promptly announced Bardock's appointment. As for the former commander, Atop, he was currently being attended to in the medical bay, and King Vegeta had likely surmised the events of the previous day, yet remained indifferent, attributing Atop's fate to his own inadequacies. After all, for Bardock, a lower-class warrior with 9,000 combat power, to reach his potential was already remarkable. While King Vegeta, with his 12,000, held an insurmountable advantage. This was the genuine thought within King Vegeta's mind. Little did he expect Bardock's sudden rise in power. Upon their formal meeting, Bardock had surpassed 10,000. Despite his myriad frustrations, he had to swallow his pride and feign generosity. Thus, Bardock unwittingly became the commander of the Palace Guard, overseeing 1,000 warriors whose base power started at 4,000. Aware of the gravity of his new position, Bardock requested a delay in assuming command of the guard, to which King Vegeta readily acquiesced. After the so-called court meeting concluded, Bardock followed Tauren, who, keen to escape Bardock's presence, found it far from easy, as Bardock casually trailed behind. Tauren, in a state of panic, fled as if caught in a game of cat and mouse. They arrived at Tauren's estate, where Bardock grinned malevolently. Tauren, this is your day of reckoning. The seeds you sowed against me in kind shall now be repaid by the entire Nappa clan. With that, he conjured a basketball-sized energy sphere, kicking it towards Tauren as if it were a mere plaything. No, Bardock, you cannot do this. We Nappa are loyal vassals of King Vegeta. Annihilating our clan would lead to your execution. Tauren, now enraged, unleashed his own combat power of 7,500, desperately trying to resist the incoming energy sphere. You are but a dog. Should you perish, I shall find a better replacement. Do you truly believe King Vegeta lacks warriors like your family? Tauren's naivety was astounding. Off to hell you go. Bardock propelled the energy sphere towards Tauren, obliterating him into nothingness. Tauren's cries quickly attracted the attention of his kin and servants, who rushed from the estate towards Bardock. Bardock restrained his energy to 4,000, having noted that some members of the Nappa clan possessed combat power around 5,000, as he intended to remain on Vegeta planet for a while, to avoid unnecessary complications. Bardock could not reveal his full strength and thus played the role of a predator concealing his true capabilities. I recognize you. You are Bardock. Ah. So you are merely a worthless warrior with 4,000 combat power. Clearly, the data recorded about your 9,000 combat power must be erroneous. Where is our clan's master? You are nothing but a lowly warrior. The lead fool, who bore a resemblance to Tauren and possessed the highest combat power among them, spoke with a filthy mouth. Of course. Bardock raised his hand, unleashing a laser from his fingertip, which instantly pierced the chest of the insolent one, rendering him lifeless as he crumpled to the ground. A simple wave of energy vaporized the brash fool into ashes. That is how it ends. None of you shall escape. As Bardock unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, the events unfolded in a mere flash. Some individuals quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and began to flee, while others, still dazed, were reduced to mere ashes, vanishing like wisps of smoke. The elite warriors of the Na family were utterly annihilated by Bardock's formidable onslaught. He sensed the lingering energy signatures emanating from the Na estate, where several relatively weaker presences were desperately attempting to escape. Being present at the Na residence was not their fault, but their existence within its confines was indeed their error. Summoning a colossal sphere of energy, Bardock, with an expression devoid of emotion, hurled it into the heart of the Na estate. The ground trembled as if the very planet Vegeta were quaking in response. The inhabitants of Vegeta were startled by the thunderous explosion, witnessing a cloud of debris that signaled the obliteration of the Na family's legacy. Adhering to the principle of eradicating all threats, Bardock meticulously sensed the area once more, confirming that not a single member of the Na family had survived. With his presence concealed, he then departed leisurely, leaving behind the remnants of destruction. As soon as Bardock departed, the patrol fleet of Planet Vegeta arrived at the Nashi estate. Gazing upon the ashes of the Nashi family residence, the Saiyans and the patrol fleet were engulfed in shock. Although the Nashi family had a notorious reputation among lower-tier Saiyans, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable, with several elite warriors among them, who possessed the audacity to obliterate the Nashi clan in such a brief span of time. The warriors could scarcely fathom it. The captain then instructed the team to ascertain whether any members of the Nashi family had survived, while he himself reported this grave incident to his superiors, who would relay the information to King Vegeta. Chapter 13. King Vegeta's calculations. As Bardock hurried home to recount to his wife, Jine, about his recent appointment as the commander of King Vegeta's royal guard. Vegeta sensed a tremor on Planet Vegeta and urgently dispatched someone to investigate the cause. Soon, he received the alarming report from the patrol fleet leader, Jian. What? The Nashi family has been annihilated? King Vegeta exclaimed, utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a significant event occurring so soon after the personnel reshuffling. Were there any traces of the perpetrator at the scene? King Vegeta pressed anxiously. Reporting to you, my king. Not yet. The entire Nashi estate has been reduced to a sea of flames, and the investigation team has yet to locate any survivors from the Nashi clan. The clan leader, Nappa, is missing. Currently, only the eldest son, Nappa, who was on a mission, has escaped unharmed. To annihilate the entire Nashi family in such a short time frame, the assailant's power is terrifying to even contemplate. Investigate. Find out who dares challenge my authority. Do they not realize that the Nashi family are my vassals? King Vegeta's fury surged, his aura swelling as his battle power reached an unprecedented 14,000. Reporting to you, my king. I have a suspicion regarding the annihilator of the Nashi family. I beg you not to hold it against me. Ginyu stammered, his hesitation igniting King Vegeta's ire. Speak. He roared, I grant you clemency. It is highly likely to be the newly appointed commander of the royal guard, Bardock. Ginyu finally blurted out, trembling with fear. He understood that while he commanded nearly 5,000 patrol warriors, his power of merely 8,000 paled in comparison to Bardock's 10,000. If Bardock were indeed the culprit, his ruthless nature would surely turn against Ginyu if he discovered Ginyu had reported him. At this point, Ginyu could only pray for King Vegeta's protection, as the king was the only one capable of restraining Bardock. Please, grant me your protection, my king. Ginyu bowed deeply in supplication. Present your rationale. Upon hearing Jian's words, King Vegeta surprisingly regained his composure and coldly inquired, all the while contemplating his course of action should Bardock indeed be the perpetrator, whether to execute him on the spot or feign ignorance. He was torn between these two choices. For few Saiyans possessed a battle power of 10,000, only he and Bardock were among them. In the ensuing struggle against Frieza's tyranny, Bardock's support would be indispensable. Reporting to you, my king, not long ago, Bardock's son and wife were severely injured by Nappa. Had Prince Vegeta not intervened to drive off Nappa, Bardock's family would have perished as his subordinates. I boldly speculate that this is why Bardock exacted vengeance upon the Nashi family. Ginyu ventured, finally voicing his thoughts. Moreover, after this morning's elite warrior meeting, I observed Bardock trailing behind Nappa, who appeared quite flustered. I suspect that on his return to the estate, Nappa met with misfortune. Ginyu, you are astute and possess a keen mind. Keep this matter to yourself. Do not speak of it to anyone else, understood? King Vegeta, having gleaned the crux of the conflict between Bardock and Nappa from Jian's words, picked up on a fascinating detail. His son, Vegeta, had saved Bardock's wife and child. Instantly, he resolved his internal conflict and decisively opted for the latter course of action. Ginyu was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the implications. It means exactly what it says. There is no need for further elaboration. The truth of this matter benefits both you and me. Do you understand? Vegeta's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Ginyu, making his intentions abundantly clear. Yes, King Vegeta, Ginyu replied, overwhelmed with gratitude, secretly thinking that his loyalty had not gone unnoticed. By the way, what is Bardock's son's power level? As King Vegeta, he would prefer to utilize words rather than actions. Reporting to you, my king, Bardock's son, Raditz, has recently achieved a battle power of 5,300. At merely 10 years of age. As King Vegeta inquired, Ginyu promptly accessed Raditz's information via his scouter. 10 years old, 5,300 battle power? Has he already attained such prowess? King Vegeta mused. Reflecting on his own son, who had only reached 5,600, he decided to keep Raditz close to Vegeta to instill a sense of pressure. A father serving the king, while a son serves the prince, this arrangement seemed perfectly logical to King Vegeta. With the incident having transpired, the patrol fleet would subsequently declare that a massive meteorite had struck, obliterating the entire Nashi family. Aside from Nappa, who had been on a mission and thus escaped, all other members of the Nashi clan perished. You may leave now. As for Bardock's words to Nappa, King Vegeta had no concern for the insignificant Nashi family. His priority was ensuring that his loyal hound was sufficiently powerful and devoted. If the hound perished, he could simply procure another. Clearly, King Vegeta regarded Bardock as a potential future ferocious subordinate, oblivious to the fact that the beast he sought to tame was one that devoured its own. As for King Vegeta's hopes of winning Bardock's loyalty through the act of rescuing his family from Nappa's clutches, such aspirations were nothing short of folly. For in Bardock's worldview, the realm of Dragon Balls offered no sanctuary of loyalty or morality. True allegiance could only be secured through absolute power. Were Frieza's minions genuinely loyal to him? No. Their fealty lay solely with Frieza's overwhelming strength. Should Frieza fall, the empire he had constructed would crumble. My dear son, you have made a commendable choice. King Vegeta murmured to himself as he reclined upon his throne after Ginyu exited the Grand Hall. King Vegeta recognized that for a scion like Bardock, who valued familial bonds, there would be unwavering loyalty towards those who showed them kindness. Yet, in his calculations, he had overlooked a crucial detail, the existence of individuals known as travelers, who do not adhere to conventional norms. The following day, news of the Nashi family's estate being obliterated by a meteorite swiftly spread, reaching Nappa, who was far away on a mission on Planet Gain. He was left in disbelief, grappling with the reality that his family had vanished while he had merely stepped out. Is this some sort of jest? As for Vegeta, he remained expressionless while gnawing on a roasted prey. Raditz, upon hearing of the destruction wrought by the meteorite on the Nappa family, momentarily paused in his eating. His mind flooded with memories of his father Bardock's malevolent grin and the words he had spoken to him before departing. He was greatly astonished. In his imagination, his father would at most have left that wretched family severely damaged, but he never anticipated a complete annihilation. Meanwhile, Bardock of Planet Vegeta was on his way to officially assume his post. During an early morning meeting, he noticed the awestruck gazes of the superior warriors directed toward him, who dared not meet his eyes. He He surmised something amiss, and, once the meeting concluded, promptly returned to his station to summon 1,000 elite guards. Chapter 14. The Elite Guards Infiltration Plan. The emergence of Otto casting his gaze over the 1,000 elite guards, who appeared to be around 30 years of age. Bardock understood that their outward appearances could only serve as a rough reference. Their combat power began at 4,000, with the highest reaching 6,500. Among them was the vice captain, with short hair, seemingly unremarkable. He had heard of Bardock's recent heroic deeds and, as vice captain and a senior warrior, he speculated about the fate of the Nappa family. They were not fools and could quickly grasp the key details. Vegeta made no comments, instead spinning tales to the outside world, as none dared speak carelessly in light of his formidable strength. After all, Planet Vegeta valued combat prowess above all. Your strength is commendable, yet for some races it is merely average, Bardock stated bluntly. Considering my failed mission on planet Gastan, you would merely be a school of fish there. At this declaration, all present glared at Bardock in indignation, their teeth clenched in frustration, thinking, what qualifications does a failure have to insult us? Do not be hasty in your anger. Listen to what I have to say before you judge whether you are indeed fish, Bardock remarked disdainfully as he levitated cross-legged, a smirk gracing his face. On planet Gastan, the lowest combat power is 1,000, and those between 1,000 and 3,000 are the most insignificant. They dwell on the fringes of the Gastan territories. In the central regions, their power ranges from 4,000 to 10,000, while the inner circle starts at 10,000, with roughly 8,000 individuals. As for the king, supported by the Gastans, his strength is beyond detection by our scanners, but I estimate it begins at 100,000 or even 1,000,000. I could feel the overwhelming pressure from a distance, causing me to tremble. After hearing this, do you still think you are not insignificant? Bardock's revelations were so astonishing that the previously furious elite guards were momentarily silenced. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if the gravity on planet Gastan is 5 times that of planet Vegeta, it means that should you find yourselves unfortunate enough to fall into a Gastan tribe, you would become their lunch. With your starting combat power of 4,000, your operations on Gastan would be severely hindered. You wouldn't even stand a chance against the Gastans with a power level of 1,000. Bardock once again doused them with cold water. Bardock, I acknowledge we are insignificant, but after all you've said, what do you mean? A quick-witted soldier responded, representing the others in admitting their lowly status, only to receive a flurry of punches from his comrades for speaking out of turn. The implication was clear. While one could admit to being fish, no one else could take that liberty on their behalf. After the unfortunate soldier was left bruised, the others finally calmed down, standing ready to hear what Bardock had to say next. It is quite simple. The elite guards are too weak, and I am immensely concerned for the future safety of King Vegeta. Therefore, I propose that every day, 500 of you engage in paired training to enhance your combat abilities. Remember, only through battle can we Scions rapidly increase our strength. Of course, this was merely a spontaneous idea born from witnessing your pitiful combat levels, and I have yet to submit this proposal to King Vegeta. Shortly, I will approach him. Should it be approved, we shall proceed as I envision. If it is not, I will personally select 10 warriors from among you to train under my guidance to elevate your strength. The elite guards encompass nearly all mid-tier combatants of planet Vegeta. Bardock intended to gradually win over these elite warriors, bringing some of the most loyal among them into his ranks. He would teach them simple techniques regarding energy manipulation and, with the aid of Planet Vegeta's technology, create gravity devices to enhance the abilities of those loyal to him. Yes, Commander. A cacophony of voices erupted, filled with excitement, disdain, and a multitude of emotions etched upon their faces. Silence. Bardock's forehead pulsed with veins. He had never anticipated the so-called elite guards to be of such low caliber. Utterly devoid of discipline. With a single furious shout, his aura of 10,000 combat power enveloped the entire area, causing the 1,000 warriors to fall silent, cold sweat trickling down their brows. From now on, respond with more order. I loathe undisciplined individuals. Of course, should anyone wish to challenge my authority, I would not hesitate to send you to meet your demise. Bardock's icy gaze compelled the crowd to lower their heads involuntarily. Begone, fulfill your duties. Should I catch any of you slacking, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Once he retracted his overwhelming aura, the elite guards collectively breathed a sigh of relief and hastily vacated the assembly hall. Excuse me, Vice Captain, what is your name? Bardock called out to the Vice Captain who was attempting to slip away, scratching his head in inquiry. Sir, I am Maradona, the Vice Captain replied sternly. Maradona, such a distinctive name. Bardock's lips twitched in a smile. How did Otto manage the elite guards before? Were there no regulations or disciplinary measures? Sir, this has always been our way. We resolve issues with our fists. As for discipline or regulations, the elite guards have none. Only one requirement, to protect the royal palace of Vegeta from external threats. Maradona, thinking Bardock wished to inquire further, was caught off guard by the simplicity of the response. Very well, these matters shall be gradually improved. However, you must not remain so lax. I will devise some management regulations for the elite guards, and you shall implement them. I will conduct periodic inspections. And should I catch anyone neglecting their duties, prepare for punishment. The army must not lack the semblance of an army, The management is far too loose and casual. Yes, Lord Bardock. The deputy commander, accustomed to a lax management style, found himself at odds with Bardock's purported methods of governance, though he refrained from expressing his sentiments. One could only say that someone seasoned in the corridors of power is distinct from the average scion. Following the initial meeting with his subordinates, Bardock sought an audience with King Vegeta, articulating the existing flaws within the royal guard and proffering his personal ideas and suggestions. As King Vegeta absorbed Bardock's reform proposals, he became increasingly intrigued and began to find Bardock more and more agreeable. Bardock's suggestions were fundamentally aimed at enhancing the combat prowess of the royal guard and ensuring the security of the palace, which naturally led the king to believe Bardock was considering his own safety. This realization brought him great satisfaction, and with a sweeping gesture, he granted Bardock the liberty to implement his ideas as long as no lives were lost. Armed with the royal endorsement, Bardock approached the reform of the royal guard with renewed confidence, drafting an outline and making revisions based on the current state of the Saiyans. A week into the reforms, the former commander of the royal guard, Atop, unexpectedly confronted Bardock, his eyes filled with malice and an aura that sent shivers down the spines of the practicing soldiers. The soldiers, using their scouters, detected Atop's battle power, which had reached an astounding 1,200, matching that of King Vegeta's known strength. Oh, is that not the former commander Atop? I thought you had been carried off by beasts. To my surprise, you've returned alive and your strength has even surged to 12,000. I suppose my efforts to defeat you were not in vain. Bardock's nonchalant tone ignited Atop's fury. How dare you, you pathetic lower-class scum, injure me, Atop. You've blinded me and broken my limbs. Had I not fortuitously encountered King Vegeta, I would not have survived to this day. Today, I shall dismantle you, the one who usurped my position and harmed my body. Upon hearing this, the other guards quietly withdrew from the fray, exchanging glances that birthed a shared sentiment of despair. If Bardock, with his 10,000 battle power, was deemed worthless, then what did that make them? A profound melancholy settled over the 500 royal guards. Oh, I forgot to mention. The last person who boasted like you has been reduced to ashes. Bardock's gaze turned icy, and 2 beams of laser shot forth from his eyes. Atop, caught off guard, was rendered deaf as the lasers obliterated his ears and shattered the scouter that adorned his brow, rendering it useless. I had no intention of quarreling with you. But since you have come seeking me, I shall torment you thoroughly before sending you to your grave. Otherwise, others might think me soft-hearted and easy to bully. He cast a glance at the 500 soldiers, who trembled in fear. Curse you. You have injured my ears. This cannot be forgiven. I possess 2,000 more battle power than you. This time, I shall surely kill you. Atop shouted in rage, clutching his ears and gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack against Bardock. With blue energy waves surging from either side, Atop aimed to overwhelm Bardock. However, Bardock remained unmoved, effortlessly deflecting Atop's prideful assault with a mere flick of his hand. Impossible. This cannot be. I am a warrior of 12,000 battle power. How can you, a mere 10,000 lower-class warrior, so easily repel my attack? You must be pretending. Atop, undeterred, continued to unleash energy blasts toward Bardock. The barrage of energy orbs surged towards Bardock, yet it appeared as though an invisible shield enveloped him, rendering him untouched as the blasts failed to inflict any harm. In fact, Atop's energy began to wane as he expended more and more power. Hey, Atop, is that all you've got? If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, I shall retaliate. Bardock's languid voice pierced through the chaos, further igniting Atop's ire. Ceasing his assault, Atop concentrated all his energy into his hands, the force causing the scouters of the onlookers to register alarming spikes, peaking at 23,000, which ultimately caused the devices to explode. Haha, this is my full power. Prepare to be turned to dust on Planet Vegeta, you lower-class scum, Bardock. Atop, seemingly confident of his victory, gazed at Bardock with a twisted smile. After your demise, your son will accompany you to the afterlife, and as for your wife, Kin, I shall cherish her in your stead. Haha. With that, he hurled the orb of concentrated energy toward Bardock, who, to the astonishment of the onlookers, reached out with a single hand and effortlessly caught Atop's so-called full-force strike. The crowd gasped in disbelief. With a resounding crack, Bardock crushed the energy sphere in his grip, leaving everyone stunned. Your thirst for vengeance is palpable, but mine is no less intense. With that declaration, Bardock vanished from his position and appeared before the dazed Atop, swiftly piercing through his abdomen. Blood flowed from the wound as Atop's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Your battle power cannot be. It must be more than. Atop stammered, pointing a trembling finger, but his life force ebbed away, and his gaze grew vacant. Indeed, what you see may not be the whole truth. It could merely be a fragment of your perception, Atop. With the revelation dawning upon him, Atop's eyes lost all focus as Bardock withdrew his hand from the wound and casually discarded Atop's body. Maradona, at your service. Upon witnessing Bardock's might, Maradona no longer resisted Bardock's commands and promptly approached his side. This fellow is still alive. Take him to the Royal Guard's medical chamber, Bardock said, nonchalantly shaking the blood from his arm. Yes, my lord. Maradona complied without hesitation, turning to retrieve Autop's body. By the way, this incident must not be disclosed to anyone, including King Vegeta. Bardock casually discharged an energy blast behind him, creating a large crater where he had just stood. Understood. Maradona, perceiving Bardock's warning, quickly affirmed and promised to relay his instructions to others. Good. Publicly declare that Autop was severely injured after exhausting his energy to launch an attack that I evaded. And when Autop recovers, let him come to my residence to visit. Bardock contemplated the notion of recruiting Autop as an ally, but if that did not succeed, he would have no choice but to eliminate him. Yes, I shall take care of it at once. With a wave of his hand, Maradona swiftly departed, hastily retrieving Autop and making for the medical chamber at top speed. What are you all waiting for? Do you need me to personally invite you to practice? Bardock gazed at the elite guards who had just finished their meal, and with a thunderous roar, he commanded their attention, with the presence of Otto serving as a backdrop. The other guards regarded Bardock with a profound sense of reverence. They promptly returned to their stations, fervently engaging in rigorous training, unleashing a plethora of lethal moves. Within a mere 5 minutes, severe injuries began to manifest, and with Bardock's consent, the two combatants involved in the sparring were allowed to seek treatment in the elite guard's dedicated medical chamber. At that moment, the others began to comprehend the true nature of Bardock's concept of qualified training. They immediately turned upon each other in a fierce melee, every strike infused with malice, every move intent on lethal consequence. Were it not for the Scion's formidable constitution, Bardock mused that half of the elite guards would have perished by now. Only a Scion would dare to engage in such reckless abandon. Had Earthlings attempted the same, their demise would have been swift. An hour later, 498 elite guards were dispatched to the medical chamber, leaving only Maradona and his opponent. However, the disparity in their strengths was stark. Maradona possessed a combat power of 6,005, while his adversary Simba could muster only 5,000, rendering him incapable of inflicting any significant damage. Faced with this imbalance, Bardock had no choice but to intervene personally, methodically loosening the muscles and bones of both combatants until they could no longer withstand the toll of their exertions and succumb to unconsciousness. Only then did Bardock relent, unceremoniously depositing the two mangled figures into the medical chamber. Originally, the elite guards had a mere handful of medical chambers, fewer than 10, but with King Vegeta's approval, nearly 500 had been assembled in the span of just one day. Meanwhile, fewer than 20 medical chambers remained at the Scion medical base. As for the falsehood Bardock instructed Maradona to disseminate, it served a dual purpose: to mislead King Vegeta into believing that he still had control over Bardock, a lower-ranking warrior, and to continue to undermine the elite guards, gradually absorbing them for his own purposes. Today's event served as the perfect test. If King Vegeta inadvertently brought ruin upon himself, it would signal that these guards were not to be trusted. Conversely, if they remained tight-lipped and Bardock emerged unscathed, it would affirm the necessity of further infiltration. Bardock perceived that there were likely many whose strength or potential surpassed that of King Vegeta. Prior to Bardock's arrival, Vegeta was the only one on Planet Vegeta with a combat power exceeding 10,000, which raised considerable suspicion. Bardock felt compelled to exercise caution. Even though he had attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and was not particularly fearful of King Vegeta's underhanded tactics, he was determined to recruit genuinely loyal subordinates before Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta. If that dream of establishing his own Scion dynasty were to shatter, it would be a devastating blow. Currently, Bardock's strength was insufficient, and revealing his identity as a Super Saiyan would likely expedite the planet's destruction. The Frieza family was far from benign. Since the inception of Dragon Ball Z, Frieza had been the weakest link in his lineage. Yet Bardock was capable of contending with Frieza and even his father. As for Cooler, confronting him would be tantamount to seeking death in a cesspool. Bardock's ultimate goal was to take a portion of the Scions who supported him and, after disappearing from the universe for a time, re-emerge with sufficient power for the Scions to present themselves anew in the cosmic panorama. Regardless, Planet Vegeta, whether destroyed by Frieza or not, would inevitably face obliteration. It was merely a question of time. To maximize the benefits of his plan, Bardock intended to appear as a savior at the moment when Frieza was poised to annihilate Planet Vegeta, rescuing the Scions and calling forth those willing to follow him. Presently, however, the Scions remained foolishly oblivious, chanting Frieza's name while failing to realize that their so-called master would soon reward them with an interstellar annihilation bomb. As a testament to their misguided reverence, the next day, Bardock reported for duty. The 500 guards of the second rotation had already gathered at the training ground. Otto, who had previously fought Bardock fiercely, had recovered from his injuries, and his combat power had astonishingly reached 20,000. The tension from before had dissipated, and instead, the guards quietly observed Bardock as he focused on the training of others. Perhaps warned by Maladona or other guards, this group, who had not witnessed the battle between Otto and Bardock, trained with fervor akin to that of sworn enemies. Feeling uncomfortable under Otto's gaze, Bardock summoned Maladona, instructing him to keep an eye on Otto. Notably, after Bardock's guidance, Maladona had elevated his power to 7,500 and now treated Bardock with utmost respect. though whether his inner thoughts matched his outward demeanor remained uncertain. I'll step out for a moment. Keep an eye on them, Bardock commanded. Yes, my lord. Maladona responded eagerly. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. Leave the scouter behind. It's cumbersome. With a swift gesture, Bardock unleashed a powerful beam, shattering Otto's scouter. And then, under Otto's bewildered gaze, soared towards his residence, with Otto gritting his teeth in reluctant pursuit. Chapter 16. Submission, Acting. With a tumult of emotions, Otto trailed behind Bardock, his formidable combat prowess radiating like a small sun, and this information was soon relayed to King Vegeta, who promptly inquired with Maladona about the situation. Maladona embellished the tale as Bardock had instructed. Upon learning that Bardock had severely injured Otto and subsequently ordered Maladona to attend to him, King Vegeta unleashed a tirade of scorn upon Bardock, causing Maladona to break into a cold sweat. After rescuing Otto, King Vegeta grew anxious upon discovering that Otto had reached a power level of 12,000. Consequently, King Vegeta revealed his own power of 14,000 and expressed his desire to reclaim his former leadership position by challenging Bardock, who had assumed command of the guards. This strategy of surrounding the enemy while rescuing an ally was an astute maneuver, and fueled by Otto's hatred towards Bardock, he immediately sought vengeance. In King Vegeta's calculations, even if Bardock could not defeat Otto, he would surely inflict significant injury upon him, allowing King Vegeta to eliminate a potential threat while Otto was incapacitated. However, the events unfolded contrary to King Vegeta's expectations. Bardock had ambushed Otto, inflicting life-threatening injuries, and according to his latest scouter readings, Otto had ceased to show any life signs. How then could this fool Bardock have revived him with mere words? Furthermore, Otto's power had shockingly surged to 20,000, igniting an urge within King Vegeta to eliminate Bardock. Meanwhile, Bardock led Otto into an unusual structure outfitted with gravity prison equipment, causing Otto's heart to sink as he prepared for a confrontation. The reason I called you here is straightforward. Are you willing to submit to me? Bardock inquired directly. What did you say? Otto stammered, unsure if he had heard correctly. I will not repeat myself, Bardock declared, arms crossed, fixating on Otto. Should Otto dare to refuse, Bardock would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. Why would I? I possess strength that far surpasses King Vegeta's and your own. Why should I submit to a lowly subordinate warrior? Otto retorted, showing a modicum of civility by refraining from denouncing Bardock outright. I warned you yesterday before you lost consciousness. What you see may not always be the truth. It could merely be a facet of reality. Bardock's words struck deep, causing Otto's expression to shift to one of complexity. Can you demonstrate your true power? Otto requested, eager to ascertain Bardock's worthiness of his allegiance. As the first to witness my transformation, you are quite fortunate. Bardock smirked, and with a resounding roar, his energy surged dramatically, causing the scouters across Planet Vegeta to exceed their limits and explode, inciting considerable chaos. King Vegeta ordered an immediate investigation into the matter. What is happening? Otto gasped in astonishment as he beheld Bardock's transformation. Bardock then reverted to his normal state, raising a hand towards Otto. Indeed, this is the unique transformation of our scion race, the Super Saiyan, he declared, gathering energy in his palm, ready to strike Otto. A display of might was essential. If Otto did not submit, force would be necessary. I submit. Otto, feeling the palpable aura of menace emanating from Bardock, knelt without hesitation, recognizing that yielding to a Super Saiyan was not a disgrace, even if he was a subordinate warrior. Good. Should you betray me in the future, I shall ensure your demise, Bardock forewarned. Yes, Lord Bardock. Otto responded with unwavering acknowledgement. Very well, your energy now shines like the sun on Planet Vegeta. I shall teach you a technique to temper your energy. Afterward, I will assign you a task, Bardock instructed, indicating a nearby suite. This is a medical chamber. Should you sustain injuries from the gravity training, you may seek treatment within. Lord Bardock, will this gravity equipment truly enhance my strength? Otto queried, perplexed. For in the eyes of Saiyans, gravity devices were typically associated with imprisonment, not training. Do not underestimate these gravity devices. The gravity on Gastan is 5 times that of Planet Vegeta. After I acclimated to that gravity, my power surged from 4,000 to 8,000. Do you think it has no merit? Bardock asserted, delivering a punch to emphasize his point. Moreover, do not question my commands. I am not King Vegeta, who would lead you to ruin. Yes, Lord Bardock, I acknowledge my faults. Otto quickly conceded. This house is yours for the time being. As for sustenance, you shall manage that yourself. Do not let others discover your actions. With these words, he struck himself a few times, seeking to vent his injuries, but it proved insufficient. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon himself, creating the illusion of having emerged from a fierce battle. This display left Otto bewildered, unable to comprehend why Bardock would resort to such theatrics. Remember my words, Bardock declared as he activated the gravity chamber, swaying as he flew toward the Royal Guard training grounds. What should have been a journey of mere seconds was prolonged by Bardock's dramatic performance, taking over 10 minutes instead. Maradona, hurry, inform King Vegeta that Otto has fled. The message conveyed before his departure indicated intentions to seize the throne of the Scion King one day. Upon witnessing the wounded Bardock, Maradona rushed forward, pointing to a Scion at random, instructing him to relay the situation to King Vegeta. Meanwhile, in a display of loyalty, he supported Bardock as they made their way to the medical bay for treatment. On King Vegeta's end, recalling Otto's near brushes with death and the rapid increase in power, he had already devised a strategy during Bardock's teachings to Otto on concealing his energy. Soon after, the patrol unit leader, Jean, arrived, preparing for any eventuality. And after sustaining injuries himself, he was hastily placed into the medical bay. Thus, when the royal guard conveyed the message to King Vegeta, it was Jean who stood vigil, having only received the news without it reaching the king's ears. Upon hearing Bardock's fabricated tale, Jean felt a surge of anxiety. With a power level of 20,000, even 3 of him would be no match. Yet, he could not abandon his post, forcing himself to endure and hoping Bardock would recover swiftly to buy time for King Vegeta. Consequently, while Otto trained, King Vegeta endured blows to enhance his combat prowess, and Bardock feigned weakness to benefit from the medical bay's healing. Each harbored their own motives, and in the intricate game between Bardock and King Vegeta, Jean, the unfortunate soul, gathered half of the patrol team to ensure the king's safety. It was not until the following day, when King Vegeta awoke, that Jean finally exhaled in relief. Eagerly greeting the king and presenting him with a freshly developed scanner from the research department, Vegeta scanned his power level, feeling a tinge of disappointment as it registered at 18,000, still short of Otto's 20,000. Jean then relayed Bardock's fabricated story to King Vegeta, who feigned composure and commanded Jean to seek out Bardock, instructing him to summon Bardock to his presence upon recovery. Just as Jean turned to find Bardock, he witnessed Bardock anxiously entering through the main hall's doors. King Vegeta, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. I never imagined you possessed such strength to survive under the hands of that traitor Otto. Your power has indeed surpassed 18,000, Bardock exclaimed, wearing the latest scanner with excitement as he lavished praise upon the king. Due to Bardock's sudden transformation the previous day, all scanners on Planet Vegeta had been rendered inoperative, prompting the research team to tirelessly produce a new batch and equip the elite warriors first, which allowed Bardock to be assigned one immediately after recovering from his ruse. Bardock, your power level has reached 12,000, matching my former heights, King Vegeta remarked, a hint of joy emerging at Bardock's increase in strength, perhaps spurred on by the existence of the so-called traitor Otto. Ahem, Bardock, can I trust in your loyalty? Vegeta sought to divert from Bardock's earlier praise. For the king, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Bardock's fervent declaration stirred even the stoic heart of King Vegeta. Very well, you are indeed the leader of the royal guard. With such a pledge, I place my full trust in you. Vegeta pretended to be greatly moved, patting Bardock on the shoulder before continuing earnestly. Bardock, you should deeply understand that each time we Scions emerge from the brink of death, our strength experiences tremendous enhancement. Thus, Otto's rapid rise to 20,000 power is no mere coincidence. Bardock, for the future of our Scion race, for the future of Planet Vegeta, are you willing? Vegeta's words ignited a fervor within the seemingly loyal Bardock. My king, I am willing. Please, feel free to ravage me. The statement momentarily stunned Vegeta, nearly choking on his breath. Meanwhile, Bardock struggled to contain his amusement, his lips twitching. Bardock, you misunderstand. I intended for you to assist in bringing me to the brink of death, only to be healed afterwards. This way, I can enhance my strength to prepare for Otto's assault on my throne. Vegeta clarified after regaining his composure, speaking earnestly. But why not have Commander Jean do it instead? Bardock feigned ignorance. Jean lacks sufficient strength. When I was previously bested by him, I experienced the agony of a dull blade cutting flesh, unbearable both physically and mentally. To the point that I wished for death, Vegeta lamented. Yes, King Vegeta, however, before we proceed, I would like to make a request. Bardock cast a glance at Jean. Indeed, Bardock had taken notice of this esteemed scion. Due to his status and power, he had previously been unable to associate with the royal guard, instead having the most contact with the patrol unit. Thus, he was well aware of Jean's capability. In the future, allowing other races to lead the Scion forces would be untenable, hence, it was imperative that a Scion lead the Scion ranks. And Jean appeared to be the most suitable candidate. What condition do you propose? I shall consider it. King Vegeta responded, withholding immediate agreement. Commander Jean's strength is too weak, comparable to that of the deputy commander of the royal guard, to contribute to Planet Vegeta's defense. I propose that Commander Jean temporarily train with the royal guard warriors to enhance his abilities, thereby better serving the defense of Planet Vegeta. Observing Bardock's earnest demeanor, Vegeta assumed he had a significant request and readily agreed. What followed was Bardock's vigorous assault on King Vegeta, however, to minimize the king's suffering. Bardock first rendered him unconscious before proceeding with an extensive massage experience. Jean watched in horror as the king's life signs dwindled, only 10 points remaining, prompting him to urgently call out to Bardock to cease. Bardock felt that he had pushed Vegeta to his limits, and without hesitation, he seized the king by the neck and tossed him into the prepared medical pod. Initially, Bardock intended to drag Vegeta by one foot, but in the presence of others, he refrained from doing so. General Jian, rest assured, I will ensure your stay at the Royal Guard training grounds is comfortable, while you may stretch your limbs, Bardock remarked, instilling a sense of dread in Jian. Ah, that would be troublesome, Bardock. Jian stammered, contemplating the fate of the Tuffle clan, disregarding the matter of King Vegeta. After expressing his gratitude with a deep bow, he hurried to assemble at the Royal Guard training grounds. How amusing. Bardock chuckled as he observed Jian's hasty retreat. He then informed Maradona at the training grounds about Jian's temporary stay, urging him to provide excellent hospitality and to help him achieve a battle power surpassing 20,000 within a week. Due to the extensive damage to the scanners, communication on Planet Vegeta was severely disrupted. Matters requiring the King's attention were blocked by Bardock, who simply stated that King Vegeta was training and that any issues could wait until he was finished. Those who attempted to force their way in were swiftly deterred by Bardock's formidable power, retreating in defeat. The search for the source of the trembling power yielded no leads, and the lower-ranked Scions, fearful for their lives, were reluctant to pursue the mission. Consequently, upon learning Bardock's whereabouts, they bypassed his home entirely, not even entering the premises. Outside the gravity chamber, a sign reading Gravity Prison hung ominously, and the search party paid it no mind, unaware that Oda was inside, battling against 10 times the normal gravity and narrowly escaping disaster. As time passed, a month went by, and life on Planet Vegeta returned to its normal state. Yet, the palace guards remained vigilant, and the remarkable increase in the Royal Guard's battle power astonished the attending senior warriors, with levels reaching as high as 9,000, some even exceeding 10,000, and the vice commander boasting an astounding 15,000. This revelation instilled a profound sense of crisis among the self-assured senior warriors. Meanwhile, as the Scion King, Vegeta's battle power soared to 30,000 under Bardock's relentless training, showing no signs of further increase, prompting the cessation of his physical trials. Bardock appropriately elevated his energy to 18,000 points, still second only to King Vegeta. As for the current state of the Elite Guard, their foundational combat power had risen, with the lowest starting at 9,000 points due to intense training. Notably, through Bardock's judicious methods, the commander of the patrol squad, Jean, successfully became an undercover subordinate of Bardock, who subsequently taught Jean the art of concealing his energy. While Jean's official combat power was recorded at 14,000 points, in reality, it had reached an astounding 20,000. Similarly, under Bardock's scrutiny, the vice commander, Maradona, was also brought into his fold, learning the same skill of energy concealment. While Maradona's stated combat power was 15,000, his true strength soared to 23,000, marking significant progress. Bardock's hidden ace, O2, after a month of relentless training, finally overcame the challenge of 50 times gravity, achieving an unprecedented combat power of 200,000 points among Scions, resembling a minor boss figure. After completing his tasks for the day, Bardock hurriedly made his way to the gravity chamber, for he believed Oda was now strong enough to undertake the next phase of his plan. Chapter 18, Mission at Your Service, Lord Bardock. As Bardock entered the gravity chamber, Oda was recovering his strength. Upon seeing Bardock, Oda immediately rose respectfully. No need for such formalities. Bardock waved dismissively, finding a spot to sit casually. Your foundational combat power has now reached 200,000, barely qualifying for my next plan. However, for safety's sake, you must enhance your strength further. Before we proceed, let me outline the next phase of the plan. First, you are to seize a spaceship from Planet Vegeta and escape to Gastan. However, Lord Bardock isn't Gastan. Oda began, only to realize the foolishness of his words. Given Bardock's power as a Super Saiyan, how could he possibly fail to eliminate a native of Gastan? What's the matter? Bardock shot a glance at him. And nothing. Your first task is to abduct some scientists and personnel from technologically advanced planets to develop Gastan. Be mindful. These scientists are exceptionally clever. Do not let them outwit you. If necessary, offer them some promises. Also, refrain from unnecessary killings. We Scions are in dire need of researchers. Do not be like those foolish individuals who vent their frustrations on scientists. Understand? Bardock preemptively warned Oda to avoid becoming an obstacle to his plans. Yes, Lord Bardock. Oda scratched his head, nodding in agreement. The second task is to locate and retrieve the exiled Scion children from Planet Vegeta and provide them with re-education. While you undertake this second task, I will dispatch new personnel to oversee the scientists abducted to Gastan. At that time, you may proceed with the second task. Do you remember? Bardock observed Otu, who seemed momentarily lost in thought, and offered a gentle reminder. Understood, Lord Bardock. Oda replied hastily. Good. Now it is time for you to strengthen your abilities. But first, you must experience a near-death encounter. With that, he raised his fist menacingly and swiftly knocked Ota unconscious before tossing him into the medical chamber and departing. Considering Ota's potential attempt to escape, Bardock needed to arrange his spaceship accordingly. Each vessel was equipped with a tracking device, so Bardock's primary task was to disable these devices. Over the years, he had become adept at locating the tracking systems on small combat ships, making their destruction a simple task. Notably, it was revealed that Jine had recently discovered she was pregnant, which filled Bardock with joy. After disabling the tracking device, he planned to return and spend time with Ginyu. After completing this task, he unexpectedly encountered Raditz and his companions returning from their mission and decided to invite Raditz to accompany him home. Father. Raditz greeted as politely as ever, though he was more curious about Bardock's actions against the Nappa family. Oh, Raditz, your mother is waiting at home for you to dine. Let's go. Bardock casually waved to Vegeta and flashed a friendly smile at Nappa, causing the latter to break out in a cold sweat. Unsure whether it was Bardock's power or his smile that frightened him. Humph, you are Bardock, the new commander of the elite guard? Vegeta expressed his displeasure at Bardock's rudeness. Yet, upon detecting the opposing power level of 18,000, he was taken aback, maintaining a facade of composure. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, Bardock replied with interest. Observing the young Vegeta and contemplating whether to send the future Kakarot to Earth. You exterminated the Nappa family, did you not? Vegeta's remark was a bombshell, leaving Nappa and Raditz stunned. Indeed, Bardock admitted directly, gathering energy into a sphere directed at Nappa, the implication clear. Mind your behavior, Commander Bardock. Nappa is my subordinate. A retainer of the Vegeta royal family. Do you intend to rebel? Vegeta admonished Bardock with a hint of authority, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Haha. It was merely a jest, Prince Vegeta. No need to be so tense, Bardock said, dissipating the energy sphere. Come, Raditz, your mother will be pleased to see you. And you shall soon have a brother or sister. When we return, I shall train you well. You must protect your mother and your sibling. Bardock tousled Raditz's hair, smiling. Who needs protection? Raditz pouted, displaying a bit of pride, resembling the haughty Vegeta. Perhaps pride is indeed contagious, Bardock mused. By the way, Prince Vegeta. King Vegeta requests your presence at the palace for dinner. Bardock added casually as he pulled Raditz along, heading home. Damn it, this insolent fool. Just wait until I surpass him. I will teach Bardock a lesson. Nappa trembled, engulfed in fear. Upon returning to the palace, Vegeta was greeted by the sight of the elite guard, well-trained and in perfect unison. The guards, upon noticing Prince Vegeta, saluted without a glance askew. To his astonishment, he realized that the lowest combat power among them was 9,000, with many exceeding 10,000, even surpassing that of King Vegeta himself. A wave of panic washed over him, fearing that his home had been usurped. He darted into the grand hall of the palace, relieved to find King Vegeta safe and sound. However, upon assessing King Vegeta's power level, his scouter exploded with shock. Vegeta could not fathom what had transpired during his absence of a month. Previously, he was the only scion with a combat power of 10,000. Yet now he had spotted no fewer than 10 among the elite guard. What on earth has happened? Vegeta, you're back. You seem surprised. Come. Let me tell you about the events that have transpired during this time. After dispelling the shadows that loomed over his heart, King Vegeta's spirit soared, and he beckoned Vegeta to join him for a meal and conversation. Meanwhile, on Bardock's side, Ginyu had already prepared lunch for Bardock, entirely neglecting to account for Raditz's portion, resulting in their son going hungry while his father feasted merrily. The following day, Oat arrived at consciousness in the medical pod, and Bardock, having anticipated the moment, detected through his all-seeing eye that the opponent's combat power had reached 1 million. Though slightly disappointed, Bardock understood that each individual's potential for explosive growth varied and thus could not impose his expectations. Indeed, your combat power has reached 1 million, rendering you virtually invulnerable in the cosmos. It is now time to execute the mission I have assigned to you. The future of the Saiyans rests in your hands, Oat. Currently, there is nothing of note to present, so I can only offer you some motivational words. You must not fail in your mission. With a combat power of 1 million, Oat's loyalty remains unwavering. Without further delay, let us act swiftly. When seizing the spacecraft, remember to take this particular one. It is mine. The tracking device aboard has already been destroyed, so you can confidently proceed to Gastan Star. With a pat on Oat's shoulder, Bardock turned to leave. Soon, while Bardock entrusted the leadership duties to Maradona and engaged in systematic training with Raditz, the spaceship base on Planet Vegeta came under attack. The base commander, Elvia, boasting a power level of 9,700, was fatally struck by Oat's punch, piercing through his chest and resulting in his immediate demise. The other guards were no match for Oat's might. The concentrated energy blast severely injured the weaker Saiyans. Oat, in a display of cunning, obliterated the majority of the single-pilot combat ships and swiftly departed in Bardock's medium-sized vessel. The flight path had been preset, requiring only activation on Oat's part. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Ginyu forced the Bardock family, having mastered the art of sensing each other's ki, had no habit of using detectors. Thus, when Bardock and Raditz ventured out to train, they remained oblivious to King Vegeta's orders for Bardock to provide support, focusing instead on instructing Raditz in the rudimentary methods of enhancing one's own ki. Bardock observed that Saiyans, during their recovery from severe injuries, naturally absorbed the ambient ki in their surroundings to bolster their strength. However, the efficacy of this process varied among individuals, leading to differing increments in combat power. Bardock's teachings to Raditz were a simplified version of his own training, yet still perilous for Raditz, had Bardock not been there to guide him. Raditz would likely have faced catastrophic consequences while attempting to control and integrate his ki into his muscles and bones. On Frieza's planet, The tyrant was increasingly anxious about the legend of the Super Saiyan. Frieza's subordinates reported recent developments on Planet Vegeta, the first being that Bardock, a low-ranking warrior, had surpassed a combat power of 10,000, followed by the transformation of the elite guard under Bardock's command and the inexplicable explosion of all detectors on Planet Vegeta. How troublesome these Scion monkeys are. In just a month, over 100 warriors have emerged with combat powers exceeding 10,000. And King Vegeta's power has even surpassed 30,000. Dodoria, King Vegeta's current strength exceeds yours. Frieza's mocking tone was laced with a chilling edge, causing the rotund, pink-skinned Dodoria to break into a cold sweat. Lord Frieza, I shall train diligently to avoid bringing shame upon you. Dodoria immediately pledged. For now, it is unnecessary. The Scions can transform under the full moon, enhancing their power tenfold. No amount of training will suffice in such a short time. Consider this a warning, and you too. Champa. As two assistants to Frieza, their initial combat power of 20,000 was indeed lacking. Yes, Lord Frieza, we shall heed your words. Champa confidently replied, flicking his green hair. Since the Scion monkeys have developed some formidable warriors, let the Ginyu force pay them a visit. We must not allow them to think that Frieza lacks aces up his sleeve and that they can escape my control. Although the rapid increase in combat power on Planet Vegeta was astonishing, to Frieza, it was merely a fraction of his own strength, posing little concern. What truly preoccupied Frieza was the looming threat of the Super Saiyan, for at the slightest indication of its emergence, he would not hesitate to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Bardock, who was diligently training his son, King Vegeta was searching for him. After delegating matters to Maradona, King Vegeta was infuriated and berated Maradona before sending him to locate Bardock. Upon arriving at Bardock's home, Maradona was informed by Jine that Bardock had gone out to train Raditz, and she pointed him in the right direction. Following Bardock's key, Maradona soon found the father and son duo. As soon as they met, a laser beam struck, obliterating the detector. Do not wear such devices when meeting me again. I warned you last time. These things are for surveillance. Bardock's frosty voice reached Maradona's ears. Yes, I understand my mistake. Maradona quickly acknowledged. What is the matter? Bardock inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Raditz's transformations. Due to Otto's escape with the spaceship, King Vegeta is furious. Coincidentally, you were absent, so he sent me to find you. Maradona lowered his head as he spoke. Is that all? If he fled, then he fled. Does he expect to be retrieved? Is he concerned for his pride? Bardock spat dismissively. Understood. Keep an eye on Raditz. I will head to the palace. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona respectfully stood beside Raditz, guarding him as Bardock soared towards the palace. Damn Otto, hiding for so long and escaping with the spaceship. This scoundrel is a menace, a threat to my throne. Upon entering the inner hall, Bardock overheard King Vegeta's impotent rage. After adjusting his facial expression, Bardock hastily entered. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me, King Vegeta. Bardock's anxious demeanor softened King Vegeta's fury. Enough. Otto has escaped. Further debate is pointless. I summoned you primarily because the spaceship he took belonged to you. Unfortunately, the tracking device on your ship has been destroyed, likely by Otto. I need to know if you had set a predetermined course. King Vegeta rambled before finally addressing the matter at hand. I did not. After the repairs, my spaceship has not been used, and no course was set. Bardock shrugged, responding innocently. Very well, we must focus on enhancing the training of the elite guard. Bardock, this task falls to you. King Vegeta sighed in resignation. Even with a combat power exceeding 30,000, a vague sense of crisis lingered within him. Understood, King Vegeta. King Vegeta waved his hand casually, dismissing Bardock. In the following days, Bardock continued training while accompanying Jine, granting Maradona a break to train in the gravity chamber. As for Jean, he directly requested leave from King Vegeta, temporarily handing over his duties to the deputy commander of the patrol team, secretly joining Maradona in the gravity chamber. Half a month later, 5 individual combat spacecraft landed on Planet Vegeta, and 5 uniquely shaped aliens appeared at the spacecraft base. Over a decade had passed, yet Planet Vegeta remained unchanged. Is Frieza truly serious about the emergence of warriors with combat powers exceeding 10,000? These monkeys could never achieve such strength, exclaimed the Redskin Jisoo, brazenly scanning the combat power of those present. What nonsense! Frieza's subordinates seem utterly unreliable. These are merely warriors with combat powers of 4 to 5,000. Jisoo scoffed. According to intelligence, King Vegeta's power has surpassed 30,000, and many of the elite guards exceed 10,000. Those defending the so-called Saiyan King could not possibly be idling here. My memories indicate that King Vegeta's palace should be in that direction. Ginyu interrupted Jisoo, leading the charge towards King Vegeta's palace. The other 4 members of the special forces followed closely behind. The defense minister responsible for the spacecraft base immediately relayed the news to King Vegeta, who summoned the elite guards to welcome the Ginyu force. Bardock, as the commander of the elite guards, also took part in the mission, leading his troops to confront the Ginyu force outside the palace. Before long, the 5 uniquely shaped extraterrestrial beings descended at the palace gates. Indeed, it seems there are over 1,000 monkeys with combat powers above 10,000. Oh. The leader must be Bardock, boasting a combat power of 20,000. No wonder Frieza ordered us to give these monkeys a proper greeting. Raikam's foul mouth remained unchanged as he insulted the scions before them. Bardock, with his all-seeing eye, assessed the combat capabilities of 5 individuals. Leading the group was Ginyu, boasting a power level of 120,000. The red-skinned and blue-skinned individuals, Guys and Buddha, each had a power level of 60,000. The somewhat normal-looking Lycum, with his orange hair, had a power level of 50,000. As for the weakest among them, Good, his power level was a mere 15,000. One could easily mistake him for a mere filler in this lineup. Ginyu, what brings you here uninvited? King Vegeta, equipped with the latest scouter, felt a sense of relief as he gauged the Ginyu force's strength, realizing they were not as formidable as he had anticipated. With Ginyu's maximum power of 120,000, he was confident that his own transformed state as a great ape would yield a staggering 300,000. Indeed, your power has barely surpassed 30,000. Yet you remain nothing more than garbage. Ginyu scoffed dismissively, inciting a furious reaction from King Vegeta, whose anger caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Even young Vegeta felt an urge to retaliate against Ginyu's insolence. Of course, we received a command from Lord Frieza to pay you a visit. Lycum grinned wickedly, a laser beam shooting from his fingertip towards King Vegeta. Is he really that bold? King Vegeta had not anticipated Lycum's immediate assault. He barely managed to evade the attack, which obliterated the palace walls behind him. Bardock, initially a mere spectator, was taken aback by the sudden aggression towards King Vegeta. Lycum, being a brute, believed that incapacitating the mightiest scion, King Vegeta, would make their mission of visitation a mere formality. How dare you harm King Vegeta? You are courting death. Enraged, King Vegeta's subordinates unleashed artificial moons into the sky. Why didn't anyone warn us before unleashing such a powerful attack? Bardock felt the awakening of his primal instincts, struggling to maintain control as his reason was slowly consumed. In a desperate attempt, he severed half of his tail with an energy blade, halting his transformation and returning to his humanoid form. Meanwhile, the remaining royal guards and elite warriors transformed into great apes, exuding an overwhelming aura. Faced with the sight of over 100 great apes, each with power levels exceeding 100,000, and one individual reaching 300,000, the once arrogant Ginyu force felt an unprecedented fear. As other scions in different regions witnessed the artificial moons, they too transformed into great apes, the weakest among them still having power levels of 10,000. Unable to control their instincts, some scions wreaked havoc, breathing fire and destroying everything in their path. Captain Ginyu, what should we do? The timid Good trembled, his voice shaking as he spoke. Lycum, you fool. What were you thinking? Ginyu's face paled as he narrowly dodged a punch from a great ape and ascended into the sky, frantically launching energy blasts to destroy the artificial moons. The slightly more capable Buddha and his companions adeptly evaded the great ape's attacks, soaring into the air while simultaneously shattering the artificial moons. Good, the weakest, attempted to use his time-freezing ability but was ultimately consumed by a searing flame, reduced to ashes. Ginyu force, 1 down. Lycum, you are responsible for Frieza's impending failure. Under the onslaught of energy attacks from the great apes, Ginyu and his comrades sustained considerable injuries. Blaming Lycum's foolishness, he disregarded the others and hastened towards the designated landing area for their ship. Just then, a powerful energy wave struck, turning Lycum into ashes. Once the trio located their ships, they hastily initiated their departure from Planet Vegeta. The arriving great apes attempted to retaliate with energy waves, but it was too late. With the enemy in retreat, Bardock destroyed the remaining artificial moons. The awakened great apes followed suit, and the chaos began to subside. However, many scions, unable to control their instincts, had turned vast areas into ruins, resulting in numerous casualties among the scientific personnel. It was difficult to determine who had gained an advantage or suffered losses in this battle. Bardock speculated that his plans had been accelerated, perhaps Frieza, angered by the loss of 2 elite members, would hasten his destruction of Planet Vegeta. Unsure of which timeline he was in, Bardock resolved to prepare accordingly. Bardock, why did you not transform into a great ape during the battle, opting instead to sever your own tail? King Vegeta, after settling matters, confronted Bardock. Reporting to you. My king, have you forgotten that I am a lower-class warrior? I cannot control my instincts, and transforming would only escalate the chaos. The underlying fear of losing control and becoming a golden great ape, potentially annihilating his own race and thwarting his aspirations of creating a Super Saiyan army, was Bardock's true concern. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta realized Bardock's position as a lower-class warrior, contemplating the dire consequences had Bardock transformed without reason. He might have faced an adversary even more formidable than the Ginyu force, potentially allowing them to exploit the situation. Any animosity he held towards Bardock for not transforming dissipated instantly. It is my oversight, Bardock. You have done well. However, you must strive to control the power of the great ape. After all, the transformation is a vital asset for us scions. King Vegeta surprisingly acknowledged his mistake, prompting Bardock to silently commend him with a thumbs up. Yes, I shall obey. The unexpected turmoil had reduced Planet Vegeta to ruins, necessitating a complete reconstruction, with alien slaves becoming the most suitable labor force. At Bardock's home, there were no significant losses. Jean and Maradona remained in the gravity chamber, feigning ignorance of the approaching threat, while Jean peacefully carried their unborn child, thus avoiding her transformation into a great ape. Bardock breathed a sigh of relief upon returning home. At this moment, Bardock recognized his greatest flaw, losing control in his great ape state. Given his nature, achieving Super Saiyan 4 would be far simpler than mastering Super Saiyan God. The sooner he learned to control his instincts, the better. Waiting until he became overwhelmingly powerful to do so would be folly, as it would be akin to self-destruction. There was a real possibility that upon reverting to his humanoid form, he might find himself utterly alone on the planet. Having read various Dragon Ball fanfictions in his previous life, Bardock struggled to comprehend why protagonists, even with Super Saiyan 3 power, would contemplate transforming into great apes to control their reason, especially when no one stronger existed. In such a scenario, it was akin to preparing for world destruction, a puzzling strategy indeed. Meanwhile, the fleeing Ginyu trio promptly relayed the events of Planet Vegeta to Frieza. Upon hearing the news, Frieza crushed his wine glass to powder, a sinister smile gracing his lips, causing those operating the ship to tremble in fear. Champa, Frieza called out with a smile. Yes, Lord Frieza. Champa respectfully presented a goblet, pouring red wine into it. Send a message to King Vegeta, informing him that I shall arrive on Planet Vegeta in 1 month. After savoring a sip of wine, Frieza spoke with a smile. Understood, Lord Frieza. Champa obediently withdrew, using the scouter to send the message directly to King Vegeta. Frieza gazed at the vast expanse of the starry sky, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. In truth, King Vegeta, having eradicated Frieza's Ginyu force in a fit of fury, harbored a profound unease, fearing that Frieza might seek vengeance upon him. After all, according to his own records, Frieza possessed a staggering combat power of 530,000, while even in his great ape form, he remained no match for the tyrant. As young Vegeta observed his father's troubled countenance, the device on King Vegeta's wrist relayed a dire message from Frieza, announcing his impending arrival on Planet Vegeta in a month's time. Instantly, the king's face turned ashen, and upon glancing down at his son, a bold idea began to take root in his mind. If his own potential had reached its zenith, then surely Vegeta, as his most promising heir, must possess considerable potential as well. With this thought, he extended his ambitions towards the young prince. The royal guards patrolling the palace were suddenly startled by the pitiful cries of Prince Vegeta. A moment of confusion ensued. After all, they were within the royal palace. And who would dare lay hands on the prince? The only one capable of such an act would be King Vegeta himself. Assuming that the prince had merely been disciplined by his father for some mischief, they soon returned to their duties, deeming it a family affair beyond their jurisdiction. Within a minute, the unfortunate Vegeta lay gasping under the weight of his father's fierce blows. With a FAOD of concern, King Vegeta cast his son into the medical pod, anxiously awaiting a surge in Vegeta's latent power. To confront Frieza, Vegeta's combat strength needed to surpass 55,000. And the king could only pray that his son would rise to the occasion, otherwise, both his throne and the fate of the Scions would be perilously threatened. Chapter 21. A father's misguided love. After enduring days of brutal training, 3 days of intense combat followed by 5 days of lighter skirmishes, Vegeta's small frame bore the scars of his father's relentless discipline for over 20 days. By day, he was battered and bruised, and by night, he lay in the medical pod, suffering through painful treatments. At long last, his combat power broke through to 60,000, which brought tears of joy to King Vegeta's eyes. Had it not been for the king's explanations of the circumstances, one might have expected a touching scene of father-son reconciliation, wherein Vegeta would bestow a beating upon his father instead. The path to Vegeta's burgeoning strength was undeniably tortuous. Initially, King Vegeta's might could inflict near-fatal injuries upon his son. However, once Vegeta's power reached 40,000, the king's punches began to lose their lethality. Even after knocking Vegeta unconscious, the king's subsequent bombardments would merely rouse his son from the brink of despair. Ultimately, the rate of Vegeta's growth slowed significantly. And once he attained 60,000, the training yielded no further results. After spending 5 days imparting a simplified training regimen to Raditz, Bardock cast him into the gravity training chamber to undergo rigorous training alongside Jean and Maradona. In his pursuit of being an exemplary father, Bardock joined them in their endeavors. The most direct and effective method was to engage in combat within the gravity environment. Within a mere 15 days, Raditz quickly acclimated to 50 times the normal gravity, while Jean and Maradona, having already adjusted, saw their combat power rise to 180,000 and 190,000 respectively, without the substantial leaps typical of O2. Raditz, possibly hindered by his youth, only managed to elevate his combat power to 30,000, struggling to move freely under such immense gravity. Thus, a slight increase in his power was anticipated later. With Jean and Maradona no longer requiring further training, Bardock resolved to administer a thoughtful massage regimen akin to O2's for both. 2 days later, they emerged from the gravity chamber, having received special treatment, with Jean's power reaching 1,200,000 and Maradona's at 1,300,000. Bardock instructed them to maintain a facade of nearly 20,000 in combat power. 2 days later, After guiding Raditz, Bardock stepped out of the gravity room, intending to spend time with Ginyu, only to be confronted by the 5-year-old Vegeta. Utilizing his all-seeing eye, Bardock discovered that Vegeta's combat power had astonishingly surged to 60,000. Confounded by this development, Bardock was taken aback. "Bardock, I seek a duel with you. You shall pay for your previous disrespect," Vegeta declared, showcasing the Scion trait of holding grudges. Bardock had presumed this characteristic was unique to himself, but he soon realized that all proud Scions possess this innate tendency. "I have no time for such trivialities. Besides, what significance lies in battling someone with a mere combat power of 20,000? Tomorrow, I shall arrange for Raditz to spar with you, and I assure you, it will meet your expectations." Bardock made a rather dubious proposal concerning his son. "Raditz? That weakling with a combat power barely exceeding 5,000? He fails to pique my interest." Raditz felt a sting of offense at this remark. "Fear not. I shall not disappoint you, Prince Vegeta. It would be prudent for you to acclimate to your newfound strength to avoid unleashing less than half of your potential. Would it not? I have experienced this state myself. Thus, I implore you, do not disregard my counsel." Bardock, with a smile, regarded the irate Vegeta before retreating back into the gravity chamber. In the midst of Raditz's bewildered gaze, a formidable hand descended, plunging him into darkness. "Apologies, my son. I regret that I must utilize you as a shield." Outside the chamber, Vegeta heard the sounds of combat and the occasional explosive energy reactions, each strike possessing an attack power of at least 28,000. Vegeta, feeling exasperated, recalled that the elite guard had been trained solely by Bardock, and it was no surprise that Scions could rapidly enhance their combat power when near death. Casting a complex glance at Raditz, who was suffering within, Vegeta took flight, deciding to heed Bardock's advice and return the following day. Less than 30 seconds later, Bardock sensed Raditz's energy dwindling dramatically, prompting him to cease the rigorous training and bombardment. With a triumphant roar, he deftly tossed Raditz's unconscious form into the medical pod, which automatically sealed and began administering healing fluids. Bardock then hummed a tune as he sought out Ginyu, as he observed Ginyu tenderly caressing her belly. Thoughts of the offspring of Super Saiyans and their propensity to transform more easily into Super Saiyans surfaced in Bardock's mind, with Trunks and Goten serving as prime examples. Whether his presence would result in Kakarot being born with a higher combat power remained uncertain, yet it was likely that transforming into a Super Saiyan would prove less challenging. The prospect of Kakarot being born with exceptionally high power and the intriguing changes it might bring if sent to Earth captivated Bardock's imagination. The next day, Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, arrived at Bardock's residence, seated on the couch with an air of seriousness. Bardock, wearied by the early hour, was exasperated by Vegeta's urgency, who had knocked on doors at 5 in the morning seeking a duel. Bardock, still groggy from sleep, contemplated giving the impudent child a stern lesson in decorum. All right. I understand. Follow me. I shall take you to Raditz." Bardock yawned, tugging Vegeta along towards the gravity chamber. Vegeta, feeling humiliated, grasped Bardock's wrist with all his might, trying to inflict pain to compel him to release his grip, yet to no avail. Bardock remained unfazed, continuing to drag him to Raditz. "Wait here," Bardock instructed, setting Vegeta down before opening the gravity chamber door. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta activated his scouter to check Bardock's combat power, finding it still unimpressive at 20,000, leaving him incredulous as he glanced at his own hand, questioning the authenticity of his own 60,000 combat power. Raditz, are you still asleep? It's time to awaken," Bardock called, noticing that the medical pod indicated Raditz's vital signs had stabilized. Without hesitation, he unceremoniously extracted Raditz from the pod. "Father, what is it? It's still early," Raditz mumbled, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Early? Look at Prince Vegeta, who rose at this hour to seek you out for training. You claim it's early? Hurry and prepare yourself. Prince Vegeta awaits for your duel." Bardock scolded him playfully, instructing Raditz to suppress his combat power to 58,000. "Make sure to treat Prince Vegeta well. Do you understand?" Bardock added, casting a knowing glance at Raditz, who regarded Vegeta with a mixture of sympathy and trepidation. "Raditz, your combat power has remarkably reached 58,000. Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by Raditz's displayed strength, unaware that Raditz's true power had already soared to 200,000, revealing only a fraction of his potential. "Ah, this is all thanks to my unreliable father," Raditz replied with a wry smile, while Vegeta shared a glance of mutual understanding. Both having endured hardships, albeit in different capacities, Raditz needing only one trial, while Vegeta required many. Off you go. Prince Vegeta must show mercy to our Raditz." Bardock feigned concern. "Rest assured, Commander Bardock, Raditz is a member of my squad. This is merely a sparring session. I shall not take his life," Vegeta retorted coldly, prompting a shiver of gratitude to run through Raditz. "Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Now, Raditz, return promptly," Bardock instructed. After finishing his words, he turned around and went home for a nap. The combat prowess of the two exceeded 50,000, making it evident that a conventional training ground was no longer suitable for them. As the host, Raditz led Vegeta to a place where he often engaged in father-son bonding with Bardock. In Chapter 22, the almost defeated second male lead, the two distant adversaries simultaneously gathered energy in their palms, unleashing energy blasts towards each other. The smoke from the explosions effectively obscured their line of sight. While this proved advantageous for Vegeta, it was of no use to Raditz, who, after a brief period of Bardock's affectionate training, had learned to sense his opponent's movements through their energy. Raditz entirely abandoned the use of a scouter to detect his opponent's actions, and Vegeta, aware of Raditz's lack of a scouter, employed this tactic. Raditz believed that reliance on the scouter led to a slower reaction time compared to not using it. In a swift motion, as Raditz had anticipated, Vegeta utilized the smoke as cover to appear behind him and delivered a flying kick aimed at the back of Raditz's neck. Sensing Vegeta's energy shift, Raditz quickly turned, bending his arm to block the kick effortlessly. He then gathered energy in his other hand and struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters. Due to Raditz holding back, Vegeta's combat suit only emitted a wisp of smoke without any significant damage. Raditz, I didn't expect your combat instincts to be so sharp. It seems Bardock has taught you well in the art of battle. Allow me, Vegeta, to witness what you have learned during this time. Vegeta roared, his energy spiking to 65,000, while Raditz assumed a combat stance, feeling the new changes in his body. Raditz discovered that after barely acclimating to the 50-fold gravity of Vegeta's planet, his body felt remarkably light, even when suppressing his energy to 58,000. He could easily perceive Vegeta's movements and respond swiftly. The clash between the two was marked by sound rather than sight. The shockwaves of their battle even affecting the distant royal palace of Vegeta, over 100 kilometers away. The king, alerted by his scouter, was astonished to learn that it was Vegeta and Bardock's son, Raditz, engaged in combat. He had not expected the son of a lower-class warrior like Bardock to possess such immense potential, stirring worries about his own reign. However, upon thinking of his son Vegeta, the king regained his confidence, reasoning that his son possessed a combat power 2,000 points higher than Raditz's. Furthermore, Vegeta had saved Raditz and his mother, assuring him that Raditz would never harbor rebellious thoughts. Yet, while the king's thoughts were optimistic, Raditz held no rebellious intentions, but Bardock certainly did. Contemplating how to effectively undermine the king's elite forces, other scions detected the fierce battle between Raditz and Vegeta, sweating in fear, initially thinking there was an external invasion. However, they soon received word from King Vegeta that it was merely a sparring match among their own, prompting them to return to their duties. Returning to Raditz and Vegeta, Raditz effortlessly absorbed Vegeta's torrential onslaught, a relaxed expression adorning his face. Frustrated by Raditz's apparent ease, Vegeta intensified his attacks, but in his agitation, he left even more openings. Raditz became a veritable punching bag, tightening his defenses. Vegeta's strikes grew more forceful, and Raditz seized an opportunity, catching one of Vegeta's heavy punches with a single hand. Before another blow could be delivered, he concentrated energy and unleashed a wave that pierced between Vegeta's arms. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body was hurled to the ground. His combat suit significantly damaged at the chest, smoke rising from his skin. Damn it, how could I, the proud prince, lose to someone with a combat power barely reaching 60,000? At this moment, Vegeta's arrogance flared, his anger rising, and his calmness plummeting. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Raditz, who, with a leisurely demeanor, evaded each one, quickly closing the distance to Vegeta. With a decisive punch, he sent Vegeta flying once again. After tumbling several times on the ground, Vegeta arose in a disheveled state, beginning to doubt the readings on his scouter. Prince Vegeta, the scouter merely affects your judgment of the opponent's position. Machine calculations require time to process. In battles of lower-tier warriors, the scouter may hold some utility. But in high-level confrontations, it serves merely as a tool for data and communication, devoid of any real significance. Raditz advised kindly. Moreover, my father taught me to maintain absolute composure and judgment during combat. Do not let anger dictate your actions, or you risk only utilizing a fraction of your true combat potential. Although Vegeta bristled at Raditz's admonishment, he could not deny the wisdom in his words. Striving to temper his fury, Vegeta discarded his scouter and surged forward with increased speed, appearing at Raditz's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Raditz swiftly intercepted Vegeta's fist, raising his knee to target Vegeta's throat. Vegeta attempted to counter with his other hand, but the angle of the strike limited his strength. He watched helplessly as Raditz's knee pressed against his palm and neck, feeling a sharp pain in his throat, flipping in midair. Subsequently, Raditz positioned himself above Vegeta, delivering an energy blast to his abdomen, reminiscent of a unique technique from the Cloudbat Legion's arsenal. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay prone on the ground, his mind swirling with existential doubts. Bardock instructed Raditz to treat Vegeta with utmost care, and Raditz certainly did not forget. The recent high-speed battle was merely to acclimate to the gravitational environment. Now was the true moment to fulfill his father Bardock's directive. Vegeta, beware. Observing the prince sprawled on the ground, Raditz swiftly darted forward, delivering a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the prince's mouth. An indescribable sensation of agony. Yet, this was only the beginning. Raditz grasped Vegeta by the throat and dragged him across the ground for hundreds of meters before casting him into the air. Several energy blasts accurately struck the prince. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's form had vanished from the spot, only to reappear suddenly beneath Raditz, hands placed behind his waist, one hand supporting the other. As he began to gather his energy, Raditz recognized that Vegeta was preparing to unleash his signature move, the Final Flash, and without hesitation, he countered with a half-hearted Kamehameha. The combat data of both warriors surged dramatically, leaving King Vegeta, who had been keenly observing their fluctuating power levels, utterly astonished. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Their battle metrics continued to ascend in unison until they reached 120,000, at which point Vegeta's numbers plateaued, while Raditz continued to rise until it peaked at 150,000. The king was uncertain whose power level was the highest and swiftly darted from the palace towards the battleground. What chaos! Bardock, who was initially at home amusing himself, felt the intensity of their conflict escalating and decided to follow suit. Upon witnessing the clash between Raditz and Vegeta, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had underestimated the young warrior's competitive spirit. Raditz, did you not heed my words to treat Prince Vegeta well? Bardock, is this your hospitality? You are pushing me to my limits. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha. Two distinct energies collided, instantly stirring an 8th-degree tempest within the forest. With dust and debris swirling outward at an alarming pace, Vegeta's Ultimate Flash could be described as a powerful single strike, if the opponent is unable to withstand it. They are doomed. Its characteristic is explosive power, albeit lacking in sustainability. In contrast, the Kamehameha boasts exceptional endurance and formidable offensive capability, rendering it truly invincible against opponents of equal strength. As the energy of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash waned, Raditz's Kamehameha surged toward Vegeta once more. This time, Vegeta felt the chilling grip of fear, frozen in place and unsure of how to evade. In a moment of urgency, Raditz shouted at Vegeta to dodge. Yet Vegeta seemed oblivious, remaining stationary. Fortunately, Bardock decisively intervened, awkwardly rescuing Vegeta from the path of Raditz's Kamehameha, maneuvering him through the air in a series of rolls, while a massive energy wave detonated beneath them, creating an unfathomable pit. Chapter 23. The lethargic Raditz B. Bardock, thank you. Vegeta, his face flushed with embarrassment, expressed his gratitude upon recognizing his savior. Oh, it was nothing. As long as Prince Vegeta does not blame my disappointing son, I am content. Bardock observed Vegeta with amusement, finding his reddened face quite entertaining. How could I blame you? I acknowledge my inferiority in strength, but next time, I will surely defeat Raditz. The tone in Vegeta's voice indicated his acceptance of defeat. Well then, Prince Vegeta, you must diligently train. In return, allow me to share some fundamental training principles. Bardock harbored a fondness for Vegeta's character, both in his past life and the present. Speak. Vegeta replied, his brow furrowing. He despised receiving lectures from those weaker than himself. However, considering Raditz's combat skills and awareness far surpassed his own, he calmed himself and allowed Bardock to continue. It is true that Scions experience significant power boosts when facing death, but there are limits to this phenomenon. Thus, during the upcoming period, Prince Vegeta, you must commence basic training and cultivate your mastery over your own strength. Only through refined control can you fully unleash your combat potential. I observed only half of your battle with Raditz, and while Raditz's combat power stands at 58,000, he effectively utilized 80% of that, whereas you, Prince Vegeta, managed to harness less than 70%, equating to around 42,000. This is why you faced defeat. Of course, this is not the sole reason. The nature of your ultimate techniques plays a part as well. Would you like to hear more, Prince Vegeta? Bardock noticed Vegeta was engrossed in the discussion and deliberately paused to tease him. Raditz, drenched in sweat from fear, hurried over, hearing Bardock's playful tone. His mouth twitching at the thought of being under his father's thumb, and obediently fell silent, listening attentively. Speak. Vegeta responded immediately. Your Highness, the flaw in your ultimate technique lies in its explosive power, with insufficient emphasis on sustained energy output. In contrast, Raditz's technique balances both explosion and subsequent energy release, which is why you lost in the energy clash, Bardock concluded. Vegeta displayed a pensive expression, reflecting on the previous confrontation with Raditz, and found Bardock's analysis to be quite astute. Is there more? Vegeta inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Bardock hesitated, contemplating whether to share the technique of energy control with Vegeta. However, considering Vegeta's lineage, he feared that revealing too much might lead to suspicions about his hidden strength. Thus, he decisively replied, no more. Prince Vegeta, with your intelligence, you will undoubtedly create a technique surpassing Raditz. Bardock complimented with a smile. Indeed, however, I require Raditz to train with me regularly. Vegeta remained steadfast in his belief that practical combat was the finest teacher. Raditz is at your Highness's service. You need not seek my permission. Bardock playfully kicked Raditz, reminding him of his place. Yes, your Highness, I am always at your command. Though I sometimes leave my scouter at home, which may delay my responses. Please do not take offense. Raditz reluctantly acknowledged. Bardock found this arrangement favorable, with Vegeta pursuing Raditz. the latter would be compelled to train harder. This individual was notoriously lazy without supervision. Understood. I shall remember. Vegeta expressed his understanding of Bardock's family's peculiar behavior. Now, Raditz, let us resume our unfinished battle. We must fight again? Raditz internally protested, exhausted from their previous performance. He had nearly lost control earlier. And the thought of continuing was overwhelming. Your Highness has requested, so do not hesitate. Moreover, adapt to your newfound strength. That previous technique is no longer permissible. If you attempt it again, Planet Vegeta may be at risk. Though it seemed a reprimand aimed at Raditz, it was also a veiled jab at Vegeta, who flushed with irritation at the comment. At that moment, King Vegeta observed the trio together and finally felt a sense of relief. King Vegeta. Bardock approached with a casual greeting, standing shoulder to shoulder with the king as they watched the standoff between Vegeta and Raditz. Indeed, Bardock, your son possesses remarkable talent. King Vegeta offered a nonchalant compliment to Raditz. Moderately so, however, he cannot compare to Prince Vegeta's diligence. His current combat power is merely the result of my daily efforts to train him. He is far too indolent. It is only through the pressure exerted by a genius like Prince Vegeta that he can make progress. Otherwise, he will remain stagnant. Bardock spoke candidly, expressing his frustration with Raditz's lethargy while admiring Vegeta's industrious nature. To King Vegeta, this seemed like a roundabout praise for his son, and as a father, he felt a swell of happiness. Raditz is commendable, but his lazy tendencies must be addressed. I believe Prince Vegeta can have a positive influence in that regard. King Vegeta added, offering a bit of encouragement to Raditz. Let us hope for the best. Bardock mused inwardly, wishing for his youngest son to blossom. While believing Raditz could provide the necessary motivation, the uncertainty surrounding the situation is palpable. On Vegeta's side, Raditz initiates the assault with fierce punches. Unlike Vegeta, who aims to unleash his full power with each strike, Raditz, under Bardock's tutelage, adopts a strategy of attacking with 7 parts while reserving 3 for defense, allowing him to remain prepared for unforeseen counterattacks. Their movements are swift, with King Vegeta barely able to keep pace, while Bardock observes with keen interest. It becomes evident that in the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered insignificant. Their confrontations rely solely on the most direct forms of attack, devoid of any intricate strategies or finesse. The collision of fists generates a sonic boom, and the fierce winds from their blows shatter ordinary plants. Vegeta employs an elbow strike, while Raditz defends with his palm, swiftly following up with a knee strike aimed at Vegeta's midsection. Vegeta, with a single-handed thrust, utilizes his palm's force to separate himself from Raditz, causing Raditz's knee strike to miss. Raditz then lunges forward, delivering a series of kicks to Vegeta's sides. Vegeta remains composed, interweaving his arms to block, and as Raditz's relentless kicks begin to falter, he transitions from defense to offense, grasping Raditz's leg and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The sound of impact reverberates, and Raditz feigns pain, displaying an exaggerated expression of agony. Notably, both fighters agree to forego energy-based attacks, reverting to primitive combat techniques. After showcasing his feigned distress, Raditz spins to deliver a kick towards Vegeta's temple. Vegeta, forced to release Raditz's leg, ducks just in time, allowing Raditz's foot to narrowly miss his hair. The two engage again in a physical struggle, contesting strength and speed, one fighting earnestly while the other performs theatrically, suggesting a swift resolution is improbable. Ultimately, their bout stretches from dawn until dusk, concluding only when both are utterly exhausted. During their extended skirmish, Bardock resorts to hunting alone, inviting King Vegeta to join him for a meal, concerned that Jine might grow bored, and thus brings her along to watch for a while. As darkness falls, each returns home, carrying a small child. You little rascal, stop pretending. Vegeta and his father have left. Sensing their energy had dissipated, Bardock playfully taps Raditz's head, exposing his act. Left. The previously dazed Raditz suddenly lifts his head, prompting Bardock to release his grip. Ugh, I'm utterly exhausted, he exclaims, collapsing onto the ground, wearied and despondent. You need to step it up. If you're worn out from battling a Vegeta whose power is merely a third of yours, what would happen if he were your equal? You would be the one to falter. Bardock scolds, delivering a light kick to the worn-out Raditz. I understand, father. I will strive harder. Raditz responds nonchalantly, deepening Bardock's disappointment. Chapter 24. The arrival of Frieza on Planet Vegeta. The month-long period has concluded, and King Vegeta receives word from the Space Defense Department that Frieza's ship has arrived at the periphery of Planet Vegeta, poised for descent. King Vegeta hastily summons the elite forces to welcome Frieza and instructs his subordinates to remain vigilant for any sudden hostilities. As Bardock and the two young ones stood prominently, the atmosphere was thick with tension, ready to ignite. Under the gaze of the crowd, a donut-shaped spacecraft descended slowly, and as its hatch opened, alien soldiers of various forms emerged, each possessing a combat power of around 3,000. After they formed ranks, a vehicle resembling a baby stroller appeared, followed by a green-skinned man and an ugly, rotund individual with pink skin. Both boasted a combat power of approximately 25,000. However, Bardock was aware that the green-skinned fellow, named Shambo, could transform, amplifying his power to 32,000. Ho ho ho, King Vegeta. I am truly honored that so many elite warriors from the Scion race have come to greet me, Frieza exclaimed. Contrary to King Vegeta's expectations, Frieza did not instigate an immediate confrontation. Observing Vegeta and Raditz beside him, King Vegeta's confidence surged, believing Frieza had come out of fear. Frieza, what brings you to Planet Vegeta? Is it concerning the incident with the Ginyu Force that occurred a month ago? Vegeta boldly inquired. Ho ho ho. It seems that this matter has left quite an impression on you, King Vegeta. I merely heard of your increased strength and wish for the Ginyu members to express their apologies to you. Unfortunately, these 5 individuals misinterpreted my intentions and frightened you. As for the unfortunate demise of Riquelme and Goldo, they got what they deserved. Speak your mind, King Vegeta, Frieza said, unleashing his formidable power, instilling a sense of dread among the assembly, as if they were facing a terrifying beast. Frieza, do not take pride in your might. My son Vegeta's combat power has reached 60,000. Once he transforms into a great ape, his strength will multiply tenfold, and you will be no match for him. Vegeta shouted, trembling under Frieza's overwhelming pressure as he prepared to create an artificial moon. Goodness, here we go again. Bardock thought in alarm, hastily severing the tail he had recently regrown. Well, Vegeta-san, you may certainly try, Frieza said, with a half-smile directed at the confident King Vegeta, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. Though your son can transform into a great ape, Frieza continued, as he conjured a massive energy sphere at his fingertip, I can eliminate him before he completes his transformation. As he spoke, a chilling aura enveloped the area, causing young Vegeta to collapse in fear. See, your son acknowledges it. Vegeta-san. Frieza concluded his intimidation, dispersing the energy sphere while grinning at the Saiyans. Upon hearing that his son might be killed, King Vegeta abandoned his plan for the artificial moon. Frieza was correct. While the great ape transformation could amplify power tenfold, it required completion to take effect. Do not be anxious, Vegeta-san, Frieza said with a sinister smile. I have come because the Ginyu Force has 2 vacancies and wish to select candidates from Planet Vegeta. What do you think, King Vegeta? I find your son and the long-haired Scion boy beside him quite suitable, as their combat power is no less than 58,000. Perfectly meeting the Ginyu Force's standards. This would undoubtedly enhance the current special forces. Absolutely, absolutely not. Sending Vegeta to the Ginyu Force is tantamount to delivering him into Frieza's hands as a pawn. King Vegeta, I am not here to negotiate. The terrifying pressure bore down on King Vegeta once more, forcing him to kneel. Father, for the sake of the Scion race, I am willing to go, Vegeta declared, seemingly acquiescing while stealthily preparing the artificial moon behind his back. Subsequently, under Frieza's murderous gaze, he hurled the artificial moon into the sky. As the Scions beheld the moon, they instinctively began to transform. In mere moments, thousands of warriors with combat powers exceeding 100,000 surrounded Frieza, sending shivers down the spines of his minions. Vegeta-san, your son is much cleverer than you, but cleverness alone. Frieza remained unperturbed by the combat power of 600,000 from Prince Vegeta and 2 million from Raditz. Bardock recalled Raditz's strength, sensing it had indeed reached 2 million, though he seemed unable to control his power in the great ape state. Yet he had not lost his sanity. As for Maradona and Jean, their transformations into great apes saw their powers surge to 12 million and 13 million, respectively. A terrifying aura that even surprised Frieza. Roaring, all the great apes bellowed to the heavens, and then Vegeta struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Frieza and his minions. Frieza faced the flames head-on, refusing to flee. Unaware, Vegeta roared in excitement, believing he had vanquished Frieza. Ho ho ho, your son is rather impatient, Vegeta-san. I have not even transformed yet, and he has already begun his assault, quite ungentlemanly. When the flames dissipated, Frieza had transformed into his second stage, his octopus-like head and hunched body suggesting a somewhat comical appearance, with a combat power now reaching 1,350,000. Transformation is not a mere ability of you monkeys. I'll not hide it from you. My current transformation boasts a combat power of 1,350,000. Your son, Vegeta-san, should tread carefully. In the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished, reappearing before Vegeta, landing a devastating punch that sent the great ape flying. Then swiftly kicking King Vegeta aside. Bam! Frieza attempted to deliver a menacing remark, only to be struck into the ruins by Raditz's punch. What? Vegeta and his son could hardly believe that their combined powers of 600,000 and 300,000 could not withstand Frieza's transformed strength. Yet, Raditz alone had sent Frieza reeling. It was absurd. No, surely Frieza was not merely toying with them. Vegeta, reluctant to accept Raditz's superiority, began to seek excuses. Vegeta-san, I did not anticipate such a formidable fighter among your Scion ranks. I underestimated your cunning. Frieza thought, reflecting on the punch that had just been thrown, realizing that Raditz's base combat power was certainly above 58,000. The cautious Frieza began his second transformation. A flash of white light signaled his successful transition into a muscular form, albeit with a small head, creating a somewhat ridiculous appearance. My combat power has now reached 650,000. Little monkey, meet your demise. Excluding his father and brother Gula, Frieza had never been struck like this before. Today, He was determined to eliminate Raditz on the spot. Maradona! Bardock shouted, and Maradona unleashed an energy blast that struck Frieza directly, sending him hurtling back a considerable distance. Roaring with triumph, the unaware great apes celebrated, believing they had vanquished the evil Frieza. Meanwhile, those trained by Bardock remained solemn, their gaze fixed on the direction in which Frieza had been thrown. An overwhelming aura began to swell rapidly, soon surpassing even the great ape states of Ginyu and Maradona, both of whom instinctively turned to the composed Bardock. Whoosh! A petite figure soared from the distance, her tail swaying nonchalantly behind her, violet blood streaming from her body. Her face contorted in fury as she headed towards the revelry of the giant apes. Those detestable scion monkeys have injured the noble frost demon Frieza. I shall never forgive them, never. As she approached the gathering of Bardock and his companions, she conjured an interstellar annihilation orb at her fingertips and launched it towards the cheering giants. What is that? One of the apes foolishly inquired, staring at the purple energy sphere. Chapter 25, The Resolution of Frieza in the End. It falls upon me to take action. Bardock mused to himself, acknowledging that the narrative had begun to deviate since my arrival. With a casual strike, he obliterated the artificial moon in the sky, causing all the giant apes to revert to their humanoid forms. Jane, Maradona, head to the research base and prepare the spacecraft. Call upon any scions willing to join us. I shall follow shortly. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the scions directed at Bardock's enigmatic actions, he spoke to his two allies. Understood, Lord Bardock. Jane and Maradona, aware of Bardock's formidable power, speculated on the extent of his might, surmising that Planet Vegeta could no longer be their refuge. Immediately, recruitment began for those willing to accompany Bardock, as they sought to enlist others. Meanwhile, Bardock's gaze turned steely as he focused on the colossal energy sphere unleashed by Frieza. With a slight bend of his arms, he gathered his energy onto his back, unleashing a powerful roar that radiated a golden light, illuminating the entirety of Planet Vegeta. All detectors erupted in explosions as his overwhelming battle power suffocated the crowd. Super Saiyan. The golden-haired blaze of energy. This is the Super Saiyan. To think Bardock has attained such strength. The legendary Super Saiyan of our warrior race emerged from a lowly scion. King Vegeta gazed incredulously at Bardock, who resembled the son of the sun. Is this truly the power of my father? Raditz pondered, recognizing Bardock's might. Every time he grew stronger, his father had effortlessly subdued him, yet he never anticipated that his father was a Super Saiyan. The growth in battle power was still too slow. In 2 months, he had only gained 500,000 points. Indeed, Bardock's current base power stood at 5,500,000, soaring to 275 million upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. This was more than double that of King Frieza. With a fierce shout, Bardock single-handedly blocked the massive energy sphere, then kicked it into outer space, where it engulfed Frieza's fleet, reducing them to cosmic dust. King Frieza, ever the diminutive and adorable one, Bardock teased as Frieza barreled towards him at high speed. Are you not the scion named Bardock, who is close to Vegeta? How have you transformed into this? Frieza felt an oppressive aura emanating from Bardock, maintaining a facade of calm while a tempest brewed within. For Bardock's visage mirrored that of the Super Saiyan described by his ancestors. Ah, indeed, I intend to take your life. In the next instant, Bardock appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Frieza quickly donned a mask of agony. At that moment, the tyrant was only releasing 60 million in battle power, easily manipulated by Bardock, who sent him flying several dozen kilometers away. Bardock then closed the distance, relentlessly unleashing heavy blows. True to his reputation as one of the most resilient bosses in the Dragon Ball universe, Frieza, despite being unable to retaliate under Bardock's onslaught, felt his energy rising, as he was likely attempting to restore himself to peak condition. Thanks to Bardock's deliberate control, their battleground drifted further from the Scion gathering. But the shockwaves of their clash resonated with all Scions present. Many Scions who had witnessed Bardock's transformation still struggled to believe that an ordinary low-class warrior had ascended to become the strongest fighter in Scion legend. Unthinkable. As Jane and Maradona rallied those willing to follow Bardock off Planet Vegeta, nearly half of the elite guards responded first. Following their call, the guards spread the word and brought their families toward the spacecraft base. Observing this scene, King Vegeta reflected on the events of the past 2 months and quickly grasped the key point: Bardock. Witnessing his subjects being lured into Bardock's camp by Jane and Maradona, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness, while Vegeta coldly gazed towards the distant battle between Bardock and Frieza. The pride of the genius prince lay shattered, and he turned resentfully to the astonished Raditz. Raditz, you two have been concealing your strength. Vegeta fumed, gripping Raditz's collar in anger. Indeed, my true battle power is 200,000. Jane and Maradona surpass me. Based on their recent display, their power is likely around 1 million. So, Prince Vegeta, your strength is nothing exceptional. You are not the strongest. Having revealed his hand, Raditz decided it was time for a candid discussion with Vegeta. And what about the battles of the past few days? Vegeta asked, unwilling to accept the truth. It was merely a fade. A mutual struggle restrained to your level of power. As my father would say, it was all an act. Raditz's revelation struck deep, salt in the wound for Vegeta. As his confidence in his strength crumbled, Detestable, you deceivers. An enraged Vegeta lashed out with a punch at Raditz, who caught it effortlessly without flinching. Meanwhile, Bardock continued to pummel Frieza with relentless blows, yet the tyrant seemed barely wounded, only losing a considerable amount of violet blood, his eyes growing ever more ferocious and cold. Those detestable scion monkeys. I shall annihilate your race. Frieza's tail suddenly coiled around one of Bardock's legs, flinging him away. Die. A violet energy wave surged towards Bardock. Goodness. This is getting out of hand. Is this the trait of a purebred scion in their transformed state? Bardock crushed Frieza's energy wave with one hand, chastising himself for being caught off guard and flung away. Detestable scion monkeys, perish. Frieza had initially come to Planet Vegeta to recruit soldiers and to take Prince Vegeta as collateral. But now he found himself facing a formidable adversary within this throng of monkeys. His fury was palpable as he unleashed energy waves towards Bardock without restraint. Bardock unleashed a devastating energy wave, leaving destruction in his wake. Damn scion monkeys, I wonder if you can survive in an environment devoid of air? Frieza chuckled maliciously, soaring into the sky as the energy sphere in his hand expanded, emanating a terrifying pressure. I wonder if this so-called Super Saiyan of yours can endure the flames of this planet? Ah, ha ha ha. Become mere cosmic dust, you wretched scion monkeys. A colossal interstellar annihilation bomb hurtled towards Bardock. If no one could withstand Frieza's attack, Planet Vegeta would indeed become a mere spectacle in the universe. Do not celebrate too soon. While you may be formidable, Frieza, I am stronger. My battle power is twice yours. Do not overestimate your meager strength. Bardock thrust his hands against Frieza's annihilation bomb, redirecting it back towards him with his own energy. He then gathered his energy, initiating the Kamehameha stance. Frieza, unwilling to relent, attempted to push his bomb back, but Bardock had other intentions. A beam of white light surged into the bomb, and Frieza could no longer impede its trajectory. The overwhelming energy propelled Frieza beyond the atmosphere, consumed by his own power. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Bardock felt Frieza's presence vanish and reverted from his transformation. His mastery over the Super Saiyan form was still nascent, and the energy expenditure had been significant, leaving him slightly breathless. With his condition now exposed, there was no need for concealment. He could directly attempt a full-power Super Saiyan transformation. Chapter 26, Chaotic Narrative, Rebirth Bardock, Bardock, Bardock. It was as if the returning hero was being celebrated, as the supportive scions cheered his name. In the palace, King Vegeta and his son were filled with complex emotions as they watched Bardock surrounded by his kin. The once disdained ant had now risen to become the mightiest among the scions, a Super Saiyan. This was a truth that King Vegeta and his son found hard to accept. Gazing at Bardock, King Vegeta recalled another son he had exiled, solidifying his resolve to reclaim his eldest. Even if his son Rag were to usurp the throne, he would not hesitate. The Saiyan King must be of Vegeta blood. He believed that with Rag's inherent battle power of 50,000, he would soon achieve Super Saiyan status, reaffirming the Vegeta royal family's dominion over the Saiyans. The following day, Ginyu and Maradona successfully rallied 1,000 Saiyans, their battle powers varying. Most believed Frieza had been vanquished, and the North Galaxy would be a Saiyan domain, making relocation unnecessary. Many Saiyans felt a deep attachment to their homeland. Half remained loyal to King Vegeta, influenced by his long-standing authority. Given these reasons, Bardock commanded everyone to prepare their essentials for departure the next day. However, King Vegeta could not allow Bardock to take nearly 1/7 of the Saiyan populace. He spread the news of Rag's birth battle power of 50,000, fearing that the tale of his exile would circulate, and revealed that Rag was the legendary Super Saiyan. This revelation swayed the uncertain, dissuading them from following Bardock. For them, following any Super Saiyan was the same, as they were all kin. They believed that a Scion of royal blood transforming into a Super Saiyan would be far more powerful than an ordinary warrior. After all, the notion that one's future achievements could be gauged by their birth battle power had taken root in their minds. By the next day, the number of Scions wishing to accompany Bardock had halved, leaving less than 5,000 steadfast supporters. Bardock felt a surge of frustration towards Frieza for arriving too early. With more time, he could have garnered greater loyalty from the Scions. As for Rag, Bardock merely scoffed. Whether he could return was debatable. Moreover, Rag was merely a teenager and had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. That boy was no prodigy. How quickly could he progress while training on planet Benbi? Since Ginyu and Maradona occupied the Scion fleet base, those wishing to stay on planet Vegeta had no access to the ships. After organizing the women and children onto the large spacecraft, the remaining small combat ships were commandeered by the more powerful Scions. Bardock expertly dismantled the tracking devices on each ship and gathered the trustworthy leaders of the large ships to set their flight paths. The large ships departed first, followed closely by the smaller ones. Thus, the planned 3-year separation of their race was hastened. Watching Bardock's ships vanish into the distance, King Vegeta felt an urge to unleash a wave of energy to send these traitors into the void of space to perish. Yet he ultimately refrained, fearing that in his anger he might bring about his own demise instead, rendering the act futile. The crux of the matter was that Bardock had nearly taken 2/3 of the large ships and 1/3 of the small combat vessels, critical resources for the Scions in interstellar warfare. Losing nearly half their fleet caused King Vegeta immense anguish. With a wave of his hand, He commanded his son Vegeta to pilot a medium ship to planet Bimbi to retrieve his brother Rag, intending for him to become the stabilizing force for planet Vegeta. Vegeta, who had just learned of his brother's formidable birth battle power, felt a tumult of emotions. With a complex glance at King Vegeta, he nodded in acceptance of the task. At that moment, planet Vegeta indeed required a strong leader, and Rag, sharing the same bloodline, was the rightful choice. However, this was merely King Vegeta's one-sided desire. For Rag harbored deep resentment towards his father for the exile. As the shadowy figure of Bardock's agent, Ochuo, he found himself on an unknown planet, abducting a group of researchers and binding them before casting them aboard his spacecraft. This was during his journey towards Gastan Star. Completely unaware that in less than a month since his departure, his leader had fled with a group of their kin. Furthermore, Bardock's ship was an outdated model, its speed barely two-thirds that of the newer vessels, making Ochuo's journey exceedingly protracted. Thus, he begrudgingly accomplished Bardock's initial task while hastening towards Gastan Star. While it appeared that the matter concerning Frieza had reached a temporary conclusion, a far greater crisis loomed over planet Vegeta. Upon learning that Frieza's last known location was planet Vegeta, his most loyal followers stealthily approached the vicinity of Beta Star to gather intelligence about Vegeta. In an unexpected turn of events, they detected faint life signals in the depths of outer space. Upon docking their ship, they were astonished to discover the severed head of their king, along with his limbs and a small section of his tail, adrift in the void. The feeble life force emanated from the scattered remains of Frieza's body. Overjoyed, the loyalists carefully retrieved Frieza's dismembered parts, placing them within a life support apparatus to sustain his dwindling essence. With this unexpected boon, the subordinates dared not linger. Acutely aware that their once mighty king was reduced to such a pitiful state, helpless like ants, they hastily returned to Frieza's stronghold, where the most brilliant scientists and physicians within his realm congregated, fully capable of reconstructing a new body for their ailing ruler. The unfolding narrative now veered into uncharted territory. The Saiyans, due to Bardock's machinations, had been divided into two factions, and it was Bardock, not Goku, who had vanquished Frieza. Reg, influenced by Bardock, might ascend as the new king of planet Vegeta, or he could opt to eliminate King Vegeta on the spot and establish himself as the sovereign. Most significantly, the protagonist Goku had yet to be born, remaining in utero and departing from planet Vegeta. The fated encounter between him and Broly, born on the same day, was likely nullified, as Bardock's list of followers bore no mention of Broly's father, Paragus, nor any details about his mother. The reason the time traveler was deemed a traveler was due to their foreknowledge of forthcoming events. However, Bardock's interference had obliterated the familiar storyline, significantly undermining the advantages typically accorded to time travelers. As for the yet-to-be-born Goku, Bardock decided to observe the situation further. Should the infant's battle power register a mere 2 points at birth, he would send him to Earth. Conversely, if the power exceeded expectations, he would keep the child by his side, imparting training knowledge to mold him into a true scion, rather than allowing him to be subdued by a woman from Earth. Nevertheless, Bardock still planned to visit Earth, if only to exploit the temporal chamber's peculiarities. His current strength was insufficient for him to rest at ease. With the Ice Demon clan, besides Frieza, potentially harboring another formidable adversary, uncertainty reigned. The Dragon Ball universe had never elucidated the exact number of Frieza's race or their capabilities, rendering this knowledge tantamount to a death sentence for Bardock. Deep in contemplation, Bardock succumbed to a state of slumber within the confines of the cramped spacecraft, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 27. The arrival at Gastan Star. After 3 long months, Ochuo finally arrived at Gastan Star, escorting the abducted researchers. He herded the various scientists off the ship as if they were mere chickens, only to witness some fragile old souls collapsing under the immense gravity of Gastan Star, rendered immobile on the ground. Suddenly, a colossal creature charged towards the ship, only to be swiftly dispatched by Ochuo with a casual energy wave. Useless beings. I cannot fathom what Lord Bardock intends for you, considering you cannot even withstand the gravity of planet Vegeta. Ochuo spat disdainfully at the more than 20 aliens sprawled helplessly on the ground. My lord, our bodies simply cannot endure such intense gravity. We beseech you to allow us to return. The abducted researchers were on the verge of tears, every bone in their bodies lamenting under the strain. Only the Saiyans, with their beast-like resilience, could navigate this environment with relative ease. This task was delegated by Lord Bardock, and I cannot release you. However, you will adapt to this gravity over time. I do not expect immediate results, merely acclimatize to this planet's conditions. That creature over there will serve as your sustenance. When hunger strikes, find your way to it and eat. I shall ensure your safety. Through his sensors, Ochuo noted that the dinosaur-like creature possessed a battle power of 1,000. Those with battle powers of merely several hundred, lacking their own protection, would likely become prey for such beasts. No wonder Bardock had instructed him to oversee these researchers. He must be concerned for their safety. Ochuo's thoughts, however, ran contrary to Bardock's intentions, yet they were not entirely misplaced. The group, led by Bardock, arrived on Gastan Star aboard the most advanced spacecraft, which boasted a speed 1/3 faster than that of the O2. As O2 observed the researchers indicating the 10th day of their acclimatization to the gravitational environment of Gastan star, Bardock and his fellow Scions swiftly descended to the planet. This sudden appearance startled O2, who initially feared an invasion by extraterrestrial beings. However, upon sensing several familiar auras, he felt a mix of confusion and excitement, relieved to be free from the company of the relatively weak researchers. Who could it be? As they disembarked from their vessel, Jean and Maradona immediately detected a powerful energy approaching the landing site of the Scion spacecraft, prompting them to prepare for battle. Ha ha ha, Jean, Maradona. I never expected you two to grow so formidable, O2 exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward the wary duo, completely oblivious to his status as a wanted traitor on Planet Vegeta. Bardock also neglected to inform them that O2 was an ally. O2, he is actually on Gastan star. We should capture this traitor and present him to Lord Bardock. Jean proposed, and Maradona nodded in agreement. To prevent collateral damage to the weaker Scions, both charged forward. O2, caught off guard, received 2 powerful punches to his abdomen, causing him to slide helplessly through the air before managing to stabilize himself, gritting his teeth against the pain. Jean and Maradona simultaneously unleashed their energy blasts towards O2. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I'm one of you. O2 shouted, dodging their attacks while attempting to clarify. If you're one of us, then surrender. They retorted, continuing their relentless assault. O2, bewildered, realized they were truly aiming to harm him with such ferocity. He would surely be left battered, if not worse. Jean, Maradona, you rascals. I will definitely report you to Lord Bardock. Seeing their merciless approach, O2's anger flared as he charged at them. Yet, could a warrior with a battle power of 1 million contend against those with 120,000 and 130,000? It was sheer folly. In their coordinated effort, as O2 threw a punch towards Jean, Maradona landed a kick to O2's gut. In pain, O2 retaliated with an energy blast directed at Jean. But Maradona, cunning as ever, struck O2 from behind. Jean easily sent O2 soaring away with his energy blast, which obliterated a distant mountain peak. The two then executed a spinning kick from either side. Realizing he could not evade their assault, O2 attempted to block with both palms, but ultimately, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands, especially with their superior strength. O2 found himself caught in a vice-like grip, receiving a heavy blow to the head that left him dizzy. Jean and Maradona pressed their advantage, unleashing energy waves at O2. In his dazed state, O2 was struck by their combined might, crashing into the ground. Once the dust settled, O2's clothing lay in tatters, his body battered and bruised, with only a faint flicker of life remaining. You two, hurry and get O2 to the medical bay aboard the large ship. Bardock, the last to arrive on Gastan star, was taken aback by the scene. He realized too late that he had failed to inform Jean and Maradona about O2's identity. Had O2 been even slightly weaker, he might have been killed by them on the spot. Was he? Caught up in their excitement, they finally recalled O2's claim of being one of them, which they had disregarded. O2 is one of us. He was my subordinate before his defection. Quickly, take him to the ship for treatment, or he will truly perish. Bardock interjected urgently, interrupting their questioning. Jean and Maradona, not daring to delay, promptly lifted O2 and rushed towards the nearest large spacecraft. Bardock sensed the presence of numerous weak and unfamiliar energy signatures in another direction, prompting him to hasten towards it. Upon arrival, he witnessed the struggling researchers grappling with the effects of the gravitational environment. The researchers, upon realizing that an approaching scion was their savior, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Bardock expressed satisfaction with Ochoa's efficiency, yet noted a certain carelessness in his actions, as leaving the spacecraft here inadvertently provided these researchers with an opportunity to escape. After Bardock's descent, he inquired about the various fields of expertise among his peers, most of which revolved around weaponry and spacecraft manufacturing. Such responses left Bardock rather dissatisfied. What he truly required were engineers capable of effectively utilizing the existing resources to swiftly reconstruct their homeland. As for talents in spacecraft and weapon production, they were not an immediate necessity. Even if they became essential, that would only be a concern after the Scions had settled in. After gaining insight into the details of over 20 researchers, Bardock felt a sense of misplaced trust. He recognized that while Scions excelled in combat and aggression, they lacked fundamental strategic thinking and were merely executing orders without a grasp of the prevailing circumstances. In light of the deficiencies in the Autobot mission, Bardock resolved to reformulate the development plan for Gastan star. He intended to deploy competent Scions in batches to seize advanced civilization talents and equipment, thereby transforming Gastan star into a second home for the Scions. However, there was a prerequisite. Only those with combat power exceeding 200,000 would be permitted to undertake raiding missions, while warriors boasting a million-level combat power would remain on guard at Gastan star to protect their kin. As for the individuals abducted by Autobot, Bardock, under their terrified gazes, swiftly dispatched them with a key blast, deeming them unimportant to the Scions at this stage. Although the aerospace researchers were elite in their field, they were as plentiful as grains of sand in the universe, leading Bardock to conclude that retaining them would merely waste resources. After resolving the situation concerning Autobots' discarded remnants, Bardock shouldered the spacecraft and made his way to the gathering place of the Scions. Chapter 28. The Celestial Guards and the Terrestrial Guards. Apart from Bardock and his three companions, who adapted to Gastan star's gravity, 5 times that of Vegeta's, other Scions struggled to adjust. Reminiscent of Bardock's initial arrival, Jean and Maradona observed their fellow clansmen below, pointing and occasionally bursting into laughter, leaving one to wonder what amused them so. Suddenly, Bardock's heart raced upon seeing the unsteady movements of Jean, who was pregnant. Fearing for her safety, he hurriedly ushered her back into the spacecraft and into the medical pod for a thorough examination. Bardock, there's no need to be so anxious. It is common for Scion women to fight during pregnancy. They simply need to acclimate to the planet's gravity, Jean remarked, witnessing Bardock's flustered rush. They believed Bardock was overreacting by placing Jean in the medical pod. Jean, Maradona, come here. I have instructions for you, Bardock called out, exasperated with the two. What is it, Lord Bardock? Simple. Train the original 500 guards to reach a combat power of no less than 200,000 within 2 months. I have significant plans, Bardock instructed. Employ any means necessary to achieve this goal within the stipulated time frame. I have previously informed you about the methods of strengthening. Each large spaceship is equipped with a gravity chamber. You should know what to do. The 500 will not suffice, so you two will each lead 250 into the chambers. As for the explosive potential phase, tally the total number of medical pods available, and I will make further decisions based on that. We will only treat a portion of the warriors to enhance the Scion's current high-tier combat strength and prepare for unforeseen dangers. Yes, Lord Bardock, we will get to it. Following the transmission of life signs from the medical pod, Bardock sighed with relief, as Jean's health indicators were normal. Upon her exit from the pod, Jean shot Bardock a disapproving glance, to which he responded with an apologetic smile, assisting the stubborn Jean in acclimating to the gravity of Gastan star. Within a mere week, the Scions following Bardock successfully adapted to Gastan star's gravity, resulting in a slight increase in their combat power. Meanwhile, Autobot, having suffered greatly from their previous defeat, approached Bardock, lamenting like a child, causing Bardock to feel a wave of embarrassment. He promptly summoned Jean and Maradona, providing each with a medical pod for a day to appease the whimpering Autobot. Consequently, the task of training the 500 guards was assigned to Autobot for the day. The following day, a rejuvenated Jean and Maradona appeared, now the most formidable trio under Bardock, Jean, Maradona, and Autobot, with combat powers of 220,000, 210,000, and 200,000, respectively. Bardock chose not to allow Raditz to continue benefiting from the Scion potential explosion, but instead guided him to steadily enhance his combat power through the training methods he had imparted. Bardock was concerned about Raditz's youth and the potential negative impact of the Scion near-death bug on his future, as well as the risk of Raditz becoming reliant on exploiting bugs for power, ultimately squandering his potential and failing to achieve Super Saiyan status, an embarrassment for Bardock as a father. The Scion's remarkable adaptability bore fruit within a month, as they established a rudimentary living environment on Gastan star. However, lacking the necessary technical personnel, their existence appeared primitive. Young Scions, eager for strength, were led by Autobot and, with Bardock's permission, shared techniques related to key usage. During their leisure, they practiced, hunted, and engaged in practical combat scenarios, which proved beneficial given that many creatures on Gastan star surpassed ordinary Scion capabilities. Bardock, too, remained diligent, alternating between accompanying Jean and honing his skills. He compressed ki into his cellular structure, utilizing it to refine his bones and internal organs, achieving a harmonious balance of internal and external cultivation. This enhancement of his physical strength facilitated the storage of ki within his cells. Bardock's rate of combat power increased tripled. Previously, he had raised his strength by 500,000 over 2 months on Vegeta. Now, with his accelerated training, a wholehearted commitment could lead to a qualitative leap in his abilities. Soon enough, the 2-month period Bardock had set arrived. Under the rigorous training of the two fools, the guard's combat power predominantly began at 100,000, with the strongest reaching 200,000, just meeting Bardock's requirements for mission deployment. According to Jean's calculations, there were a total of 20 large ships, each equipped with 5 medical pods, yielding 100 available pods. Considering the limited supply of healing fluids, Bardock selected the strongest 108 Scions for the potential power explosion. The executioners, Bardock, Autobot, Maradona, Jean, and Raditz, began the task of each delivering 20 blows, akin to a gentle tap on a child. Those not selected were responsible for transporting the severely injured Scions to the medical pods in turn. Within 10 minutes, the 100 were dispatched, while the remaining 8 would be addressed after the others had healed. The 392 who had not fought did not envy their comrades in the pods. They trained and hunted as usual, unaffected in spirit. When the robust 100 appeared before Bardock, their combat power had reached a minimum standard of 90,000, a strength capable of effortlessly dominating a star domain. Subsequently, 100 individuals, harboring ill intentions, approached and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the remaining 8, before cheerfully escorting them to the medical chamber for treatment. Once all 108 individuals were accounted for, Bardock gazed with satisfaction upon his handiwork. The prowess of these warriors was merely ephemeral. He envisioned a scene where several hundred Super Saiyan emerged simultaneously. Through the omniscient eye's detection, he conferred the title of the 36 Celestial Guards upon the 36 most formidable warriors. Bardock, eschewing elaborate star-based nomenclature, simply designated them as Celestial Guard 1, Celestial Guard 2, and so forth. The remaining 72 were named the 72 Terrestrial Guards, following the same numerical order. One could say the titles were melodious, yet the names lacked gravitas. Though fortunately, the Scions were indifferent to such trivialities. Thus commenced Bardock's grand cosmic heist, characterized by theft rather than murder. Save for exceptional circumstances where the adversary posed a lethal threat, the Celestial Guards were tasked with pilfering essential supplies, under the leadership of Ginyu. The Terrestrial Guards were divided into two groups, each consisting of 36 members. One group, led by Maradona, was responsible for abducting individuals with skills in construction, gastronomy, and technology. The second group, under the command of Raditz, sought out technological experts to install gravity devices on every large and medium-sized spacecraft, with the aspiration of creating portable, miniature versions of these devices. Additionally, they aimed to acquire substantial quantities of fuel required for the spacecraft, lest the vessels on Gastan planet become mere relics over time. Naturally, these endeavors were not to be financed. Even if they wished to spend money, one might ponder whether the Scions possessed any wealth to begin with. Meanwhile, Bardock presided over operations on Gastan, endeavoring to cultivate Otto into a Super Saiyan. Otto's combat power had soared to 2 million, and Bardock opted to impart a simplified training method to him, utilizing energy to refine his physique, a gentler and more effective approach than straining oneself in a gravity-laden environment. Remarkably, after mastering the simplified training technique, Raditz experienced a combat power increase of 500,000 within a mere 3 months. Bardock had considered allowing Otto to experiment with concentrating his energy to transform, but it turned out that this method only slightly enhanced his combat power beyond that of his explosive state, without yielding any other significant changes, not even achieving the status of a Super Saiyan. Ultimately, Bardock concluded that Otto's foundational combat strength did not meet the criteria for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Thus, after Otto mastered the training methods, Bardock insisted that he dedicate himself to rigorous training, except for eating and sleeping, in hopes of reaching the standard for transforming into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Fusion Technique is for the remaining members of the former Elite Guard. They were temporarily assigned to the Gastan Star Defense Force. Bardock discreetly selected 50 individuals to form a covert unit, dividing them into 5 squads, each operating a medium-sized spacecraft to traverse the cosmos and retrieve the exiled Scions. Those unwilling to return would be disregarded. Before their departure, Bardock copied detailed information regarding the exiled from Planet Vegeta, which proved to be fortuitously useful. Once the operatives were dispatched, Bardock personally oversaw the training of the remaining 342 members of the Gastan Defense Force, sharing his insights on energy mastery with the Scions. The extent to which these rough warriors would comprehend was uncertain, and Bardock could do little if they struggled to grasp his teachings. He also communicated some basic physical conditioning methods, which involved gravity training, enduring harsh environments, and engaging in physical confrontations with nature to surpass their limits. For instance, enduring the force of a waterfall without relying on their energy or exerting themselves in the depths of the ocean until their stamina was exhausted, with the most perilous challenge being to push their limits within molten lava. The concept of breaking through in lava involved creating an energy shield to immerse oneself in the molten substance, igniting one's potential in such an extreme environment to rapidly enhance their abilities. However, upon hearing of this training method, the Scions exchanged apprehensive glances, as it was indeed a life-threatening endeavor that few would dare to undertake. To bolster the foundation of the defense force, Bardock paired individuals based on their combat prowess and introduced them to the unique fusion technique of the Metamorans. Following Bardock's demonstration of the entire fusion dance, laughter erupted among the onlookers, with his beloved wife, Ginyu, leading the mirth. The chuckles were contagious, and soon, the entire defense force joined in, creating a ripple effect of laughter. Bardock, however, glowered at the group, his expression stern, and carefully escorted Ginyu back to their modest dwelling. Returning to the training ground, Bardock's base combat power erupted to 6 million, emanating an overwhelming pressure that silenced the crowd, compelling them to stand at attention, the only sound being the wind rustling through the air. "Have you finished laughing?" Bardock inquired coldly. The audience remained utterly silent. "I ask again, have you finished laughing? Respond to me." His voice, infused with energy, resonated with a thunderous intensity that left the warriors' ears ringing. Realizing Bardock was genuinely angered, the defense force members shouted in unison, responding to his query, "Have I not been diligent in training you? Do you believe your combat prowess is sufficient to roam the universe unchallenged?" Bardock's frustration boiled over as he continued, "Do you think that with Frieza's demise, our Scion race faces no threats? Let me clarify, you are gravely mistaken. The Frost Demon lineage comprises more than just Frieza. I can assure you, Frieza has a brother and a father, and he is the weakest among them. With a combat power exceeding 120 million, the revelation stunned the audience into silence. 120 million combat power? This cannot be true, exclaimed one. Lord Bardock. Are you jesting with us? Another echoed. Indeed, how could such formidable beings exist? Speculation filled the air, with the warriors pondering the potential strength of Frieza's father and brother. What I speak is the truth, Bardock asserted. That is why I considered leading a faction of Scions away from Planet Vegeta to preserve our legacy. As for your recent conduct, I am deeply disappointed. In my view, enhancing one's strength and protecting our kin in critical moments should never elicit laughter. He glared at them, emphasizing, you are destined to be the backbone of our Scion second home, and your current complacency betrays my expectations. Do you truly believe your strength rivals even the weakest of the Frost Demons, Frieza? I will demonstrate the fusion dance once more. Observe closely. For this technique could turn the tide in critical moments. Once you have learned it, practice diligently with your assigned partners. You must master it within a day. For the next 2 days, other training can be neglected, but the fusion dance must be perfected. Bardock pointed at the warriors, who hung their heads in shame. Avoiding his gaze. After verbally reprimanding them, Bardock showcased the fusion dance again, meticulously explaining each step. The final moment required shouting the fusion chant. This technique, I learned from the Metamorans, enables 2 warriors of similar strength to merge into one, achieving a power greater than the sum of their parts. For example, 2 warriors with a combat strength of 200,000 could fuse to exceed 400,000, potentially reaching 1 million or more. I have yet to test this. So only through your trials will I know its efficacy. Now, practice diligently. I expect to see successful results by tomorrow. Those who do not succeed will be monitored by the successful groups until you achieve proficiency. Bardock's icy gaze swept across them before he departed. Once Bardock left, the warriors exhaled in relief, hastily gathering their teammates to find secluded spots to practice the fusion dance. Although they acknowledged Bardock's words, they still found the dance somewhat embarrassing and preferred not to perform it in public or in front of their families, as it would be a mortifying experience. Thus, as Scions returned from hunting, they occasionally heard elongated vocalizations of the fusion dance or playful exchanges among their comrades. However, since these were merely synchronized movements, genuine fusion was not taking place. This perplexed the younger Scions, who, upon peeking into the small grove, either found no one present or observed 2 individuals engaged in idle chatter, effectively avoiding genuine practice. Bardock, determined to educate his kin without resorting to memory indoctrination, opted for a foundational martial arts education supplemented by ideological teaching after reaching a certain age, aiming to normalize Scion thought processes and improve their reputation across the universe. After delegating this challenge to his subordinates, Bardock returned home, playfully pinching Jin's nose. Your laughter today has vexed me, Jin, he said with a wry smile. But the fusion dance truly is rather amusing. Upon mentioning this topic, Kine could not help but chuckle, finding amusement in the sight of the stern and formidable Bardock engaging in such an awkward display before everyone. Was it truly that embarrassing, this fusion dance? Bardock, in both his past and present lives, perceived the dance as rather ordinary, far from the hilarity that others attributed to it. Kine, however, seemed to unveil a new perspective, pondering whether her husband's taste diverged from that of the masses. Don't you feel that way? She inquired, to which Bardock shook his head in response. Oh dear. My love, please do not emulate your father, Kine subtly hinted, leaving Bardock momentarily speechless, as doubts crept into his mind regarding the awkwardness of the dance. The following day, Bardock gathered all the warriors of the defense team at the same hour, observing them as they employed the fusion technique. 342 Scions, divided into 171 pairs, were compelled to execute the fusion simultaneously to avoid embarrassment. To further test their resilience, Bardock summoned the wives and children of these Scions to witness the spectacle, secretly hoping to expose their shortcomings and validate his own unique aesthetic sensibilities. Look, that's Dad, exclaimed one child, while another muttered, sigh, that's my father, but why is he performing such a peculiar dance, resembling a monkey? Their whispers were not loud, yet easily discernible to those nearby. How pathetic, scoffed a cool and aloof child, observing the simultaneous performance of the guards. With Bardock's external provocations, many adept Scions faltered in their execution, their fingers misaligned at the crucial moment. Some failed to position their feet correctly, and others neglected to utter the word fusion in unison. Various mishaps ensued, resulting in fused forms that were either overweight, underweight, or missing limbs. Ultimately, under Bardock's deliberate provocations, only 20 pairs achieved a flawless fusion out of the 171. Curiously, these successfully fused warriors exhibited a combat power nearing 2 million. A remarkable increase, as the average power of fused warriors was approximately tenfold that of their individual strengths. However, this skill also revealed certain drawbacks. Those of you who fuse successfully pair up and attempt to fuse once more. Bardock yearned to uncover whether these warriors could undergo a second fusion. Wow, incredible power. I refuse to partake in such an embarrassing dance. I am invincible now. The Scion's inherent arrogance surged forth, declaring their newfound strength. I, Ishiro, will protect the future of the Scions. You should step down. Others who had successfully fused nodded in agreement. With a powerful surge of energy, 20 formidable auras soared. Each warrior's energy transforming as they ascended to a pseudo-Super Saiyan state, amplifying their power by approximately 20 times, elevating their average combat strength to 40 million. We are Super Saiyans, unafraid of the frozen demons. We, the warrior race of Saiyans, are the strongest, they proclaimed, with Bardock observing their rapid descent into arrogance. Do you truly believe that your current state embodies the true Super Saiyan? Bardock chuckled, the specter of fear he once instilled resurfacing in the minds of these fused warriors. As those who failed to fuse exited the arena, Bardock prepared to assert his dominance. Clenching his fists, he felt his energy surge, his hair transforming from black to golden, his eyes shifting to a light green hue. Upon sensing Bardock's overwhelming power, the fused warriors were taken aback, realizing their earlier bravado had been misguided. Prepare to face retribution. If you wish to band together against me, wait another 100 years. Bardock, relieved that he had refrained from imparting his rudimentary training methods to these individuals, contemplated the lessons they were about to learn. Attack together. With a rallying cry, the fused warriors charged at Bardock. It's been a while since I've had some exercise. It's just the right opportunity to hone my skills. Bardock smirked coldly, ready to confront them head-on. With a single punch, he sent the leading warrior hurtling away, while the others unleashed their energy blasts, only to be met by Bardock's energy shield that deflected their attacks. He moved with remarkable speed, dispatching each opponent effortlessly, their lack of resistance evident. Bardock, concerned for the safety of Kine and the other Scions in the residential area behind him, refrained from fully unleashing his defensive measures. More than 20 warriors were sent crashing into the depths of the forest, far from the Scion settlement. Meanwhile, the failed fusions lamented their unfortunate state, pondering whether they had rendered themselves entirely useless. Bardock intentionally refrained from informing these individuals that the fusion technique would automatically dissipate after 30 minutes. Perhaps driven by a slight desire for retribution. Without any reservations, Bardock unleashed his full strength against the 20 combatants, swiftly delivering kicks that sent them sprawling back. And within a mere 15 minutes, all the fused warriors were compelled to exit their assumed Super Saiyan forms, reverting to their normal base power of approximately 2 million. Trembling as they beheld Bardock, who loomed over them like a formidable demon. Attempt the fusion again, Bardock commanded, his arms crossed and the fiery aura of a Super Saiyan blazing around him. Yes, Lord Bardock. The defeated fusion warriors promptly conceded, commencing the fusion process anew. As they executed their flawless dance, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, doubling their numbers, yet the fusion technique was forcibly nullified, leaving the 40 members of the defense team in disbelief as they gazed at their own bodies. Have we failed? Or was the energy expenditure from the previous transformation into the assumed Super Saiyan too great? Bardock pondered, stroking his chin as he contemplated the crux of the matter. Theoretically, fusing after already having fused should be feasible, as the result is an independent entity. Thus, the possibility of further fusion cannot be entirely dismissed. The sole explanation lies in the excessive energy consumption from the earlier transformation, which ultimately led to the failure of subsequent fusion. After all, while there are no documented cases of fusion upon fusion in Dragon Ball GT, there exist instances where excessive energy depletion resulted in premature dissolution. Reflect on this, and tomorrow I expect a 10,000-word personal oral report. With a growing suspicion in his mind, Bardock ceased his musings and turned to return to the living quarters. Based on existing data, the power of two fused individuals is magnified tenfold. Therefore, if two warriors, each with a base power of 2 million, were to fuse again, their resultant power could potentially reach 40 million. Should that individual transform into a Super Saiyan, Bardock realized he would indeed be at a disadvantage. Thus, after a moment of calm contemplation, he relinquished the notion of permitting the fusion warriors to continue their fusions. As soon as Bardock descended, he found himself encircled by a multitude of assorted Scions, some stout, some slender, some limping, and others missing limbs. What is the matter? Bardock inquired, perplexed. Lord Bardock, does this mean that once we have fused, we can never separate again? One voice exclaimed. Indeed, if that is the case, I would rather perish, shouted an elderly warrior, coughing as if he might expel his lungs, venting his grievances. Did I not mention that the fusion would automatically dissolve after 30 minutes? What are you all worried about? Bardock replied, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, the failed fusion warriors erupted into cheers. Lord Bardock, you did not say that, declared a haughty young lad, who bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. Were it not for Bardock's awareness of his lack of romantic entanglements, he might have believed the boy was his own son. Is that so? Bardock asked again. Indeed, it is not. The young boy responded with unwavering conviction. Very well, it seems I was mistaken. But tell me, child, what is your name? You do not seem afraid of me. Bardock inquired with a smile. I am Dales, a man destined to become a Super Saiyan, the boy proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Then, to Bardock's astonishment, he bowed 3 times with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, Lord Bardock, please take me as your disciple. I will ensure that the glory of the Scions illuminates the entire universe. Chapter 31. The Despicable Inferior Scum Bardock. Dales, A scion low-class warrior mockingly referred to as Bardock's illegitimate child, was but 5 years old and had, after acclimatizing to the gravity of Gastan, elevated his combat power to 500. In his original world, he was a minor antagonist encountered by Son Goku in the films, having once surpassed 200,000 in combat power through the consumption of spirit fruits. To his surprise, rather than being exiled, he had accompanied Bardock to Gastan. And now he harbored aspirations of becoming his disciple. Bardock found himself in a state of disbelief. Although among the lower-ranked warriors there were several who bore a resemblance to one another, they were few. The majority of scions possessed distinct characteristics. He imagined bringing this young lad back and saying, "Look, Jine, this is my new apprentice." He suspected Jine would hardly believe it, her mind likely pondering whether this boy was the offspring of some secret affair during the years Bardock had been away on missions, as she had not seen him in person. Though Bardock knew Jine was not an unreasonable woman, the thought still filled him with unease. After a moment's contemplation, Bardock resolved to first test the character of this boy, while also attempting to correct Dale's mindset. The cold demeanor Dale's exhibited suggested he had undergone forced memory implantation, and his yearning for power was palpably intense. Bardock, sharing the experience of being a lower-ranked warrior, empathized with him. Even though the scions Bardock had brought along did not vocally emphasize the distinction between elite and lower warriors as dictated by Planet Vegeta, the traumas and humiliations they had endured due to their lower status could not be easily erased from memory. "Given your sincerity, I shall observe you for a time," Bardock declared, gazing at the miniature version of himself with a twinge of melancholy. "Yes, Lord Bardock," Dales replied, undeterred by the lack of immediate acceptance, his resolve unwavering. "By the way, Dales, you live alone, do you not?" Bardock inquired. "Indeed, Lord Bardock," Dales affirmed. "For now, stay by my side. Join our family," Bardock suggested. Recognizing that ideological correction need not solely rely on force, the bonds of kinship or love could also affect change. "Perhaps not, Lord Bardock. I have grown accustomed to solitude," Dales replied, his head bowed as he firmly rejected Bardock's proposal. "Dales, do you not wish to become a Super Saiyan? The secret to transformation lies therein." Bardock seized upon Dales's desire for strength. He was not mistaken. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was fundamentally linked to the release of emotion, with anger being the primal force, necessitating a profound emotional connection. Bardock's own seamless transformation was exceptional, a product of unique circumstances. Pure anger alone was ineffectual. Goku's transformation stemmed from friendship, while Vegeta's was fueled by pride and a rage against his own inadequacies. To cultivate an absolute fury, one needed the catalyst for that anger. Bardock's effortless accumulation of energy on his back during transformation had not involved the extreme anger typically required, a fact that perplexed him. He surmised that the differences in their training methods might account for his deviation from the conventional Super Saiyan transformation. "Is that true?" Dales inquired, meeting Bardock's gaze. "Indeed. Emotions will amplify your feelings exponentially. What you must now comprehend is the essence of emotion." Bardock extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Dales grasped it firmly. 15 minutes later, all the warriors who had failed to merge returned to their original forms, feeling a mix of relief and joy. As 4 months swiftly passed, Bardock's combat power soared to 10 million. Jine's due date approached, and Bardock remained ever vigilant. Under Bardock's firm leadership, the once arrogant defense team swiftly dispelled their hubris, engaging in rigorous training each day. The 3 teams Bardock had dispatched returned intermittently, bringing back a wealth of resources and skilled personnel. Maradona had seized a group of orcs with a baseline combat power of 500, perfect for labor in constructing homes. Jian's acquisition of supplies significantly elevated the quality of life for the Scions, swiftly pulling them from their primitive existence. Raditz, in addition to bringing back gravity equipment, also invited several researchers proficient in gravity technology, much to Bardock's delight, prompting him to reflect on his son's growing intelligence. After 2 successful missions, Raditz learned of his mother Jine's impending delivery and, with Bardock's consent, dispatched one of the strongest warriors, a member of the earthly warriors, to undertake a task. Meanwhile, the Shadow Warriors gradually returned with a number of young scions, their combat powers averaging around 200 and their ages roughly 10, adding a touch of vitality to Gastan. With personnel, resources, and materials at hand, the construction of the Scion's second home advanced vigorously. Bardock assured the abducted alien scientists that should they apply their knowledge to swiftly establish the new Scion settlement, they would be allowed to return. This promise stemmed from a fear that these scientists might incorporate incomprehensible programming into their creations. After all, if scientists from a low-tier planet like Earth could produce terrifying beings like androids, these alien scientists were likely capable of the same. A glimmer of hope was always welcome. On the other hand, after 4 months of arduous training, Oda's combat power finally reached 3,500,000. Under Bardock's tutelage, he had been gathering energy on his back, repeatedly shouting to enhance his power, despite boosting his strength by several 100,000. There were no signs of him transforming into a Super Saiyan, which frustrated Bardock greatly. "Father, could Uncle Oda's inability to transform into a Super Saiyan stem from the lack of the catalyst you mentioned?" Dale suggested. "Perhaps," Bardock mused. "In Dragon Ball Super, The Scions of Universe 6 could gather their energy effortlessly to transform into Super Saiyan, likely due to their base combat powers being in the millions. Transformation was an effortless feat for them, except for male Scions, who transformed out of anger. With this realization, Bardock suddenly grasped the key. Father, father. Mother is about to give birth. Dale shouted, soaring towards Bardock. I understand. I shall be there at once. Bardock responded, eager to leave, but then turned back to O2. O2, think of the thing that angers you the most. You must elevate your fury to its peak. Anger is the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan. With that, he vanished in an instant. Dale stood coolly, observing O2, hoping to glean inspiration from his successful transformation. Anger, anger, think of what infuriates you most. Oda scratched his head, struggling to pinpoint his greatest source of rage. Uncle O2, now is not the time for distractions. You must enter a meditative state, calm your heart, and delve into the memories of what angers you most. Dale's urged, having grasped the essence of Bardock's words about the catalyst for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Oda recognized the wisdom in Dale's advice. His eagerness to transform had destabilized his emotions. He promptly followed Dale's suggestion, sitting cross-legged to clear his mind and stabilize his feelings. Meanwhile, outside the newly constructed medical facility, Bardock anxiously listened to Jine's agonizing cries, deeply concerned. Was it truly so painful for female Saiyans? Bardock paced anxiously outside the delivery room, while Raditz watched him intently, his gaze unwavering for a full 15 minutes, until he felt a slight dizziness creeping in. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from within the room, accompanied by a thunderous roar from afar. Damn you, Bardock. I will surely end you, you worthless scum. A powerful aura surged across planet Gastan. Just as Bardock was about to rush in to check on Kine, he froze. Dark clouds gathering on his brow as he stared in the direction of the voice. Chapter 32, The Birth of a New Super Saiyan, The Crisis on Planet Vegeta Raditz. Eager to see his younger sibling, cast a glance at Bardock, who wore a scowl. What are you staring at? Your mother is more important. We will discuss Odo's matters later. After reprimanding Raditz, the delivery room door swung open and Kine emerged, cradling a child with a hairstyle identical to Bardock's. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Indeed, she had just given birth and had already walked out with the child. Even Bardock, who had witnessed Kine's resilience during Raditz's birth, felt a twinge of shock. Kine, how many times have I told you not to walk immediately after giving birth? It's too dangerous. Bardock struggled to find the right words, reflecting on the severity of injuries that could not be treated in a medical pod, let alone the after-effects of childbirth. Look, Bardock, it's a boy. He looks just like you. Kine presented the infant to Bardock, who took the child from her, gazing at the little one who was sucking on his fingers. Let us name him Son Goku. Raditz, it's your responsibility to look after your brother. Bardock called Raditz over, hastily placing Goku into his reluctant arms. Without further ado, Bardock scooped Kine into his arms and headed toward the medical room, where the medical pod awaited to treat any hidden injuries Kine might have. Ha ha ha, I have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, Odo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his overwhelming energy ravaged the surroundings. Uncle Odo, please rein in your energy. It's too powerful. I can barely handle it, Dale shouted, struggling to hold onto a massive tree. It's astonishingly strong. I feel that even the former Frieza would not stand a chance against me. Odo fought to temper his exhilaration, managing to control his aura. And as the environmental disturbances of his transformation subsided, Dales finally released the tree, his eyes filled with envy for Odo. Thank you for your earlier advice, little Dales. From now on, Odo, will personally train you to master the Super Saiyan transformation. Odo thumped his chest proudly. Uncle Odo, you need not worry about my training. With Raditz and Father Bardock around, I will catch up to you soon. However, when you transformed into a Super Saiyan, you mentioned Father S' name. You should consider how to handle his return. Your voice must have echoed throughout planet Gastan. Dales remarked, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Did I say that? Odo feigned ignorance, scratching his head. Yes, you did. Dales replied earnestly. What did I say? Odo attempted to trick Dales. No need to play coy. You know exactly what you said. Uncle Odo, all I know now is that you are in deep trouble. Dales turned and soared toward the medical base. Having grasped all he needed to know, now just focused on accumulating his base combat power. Dales referred to Bardock as his father because Kine felt pity for him, noticing his resemblance to Bardock, and thus she decided to have Bardock adopt Dales as his son. Upon arriving at the medical base, Dales easily located Raditz by sensing his energy and approached to see his younger brother. Raditz, has father named the baby yet? He inquired, gently poking the sleeping Goku's cheek. He has awakened. His name is Son Goku, a rather peculiar name. Raditz replied, looking bemused as he cradled Goku. It seemed their father was only concerned about their mother, as if they and their brother were merely foundlings. Son Goku? What a strange name. Dales couldn't resist pinching Goku's little face, perhaps too forcefully, causing the infant to wake. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, a child named Broly was born with a combat power of an astonishing 10,000. This news swiftly reached King Vegeta, who covertly ordered his subordinates to execute Broly on the spot. Even Broly's father, Paragus, was left near death, and both father and son were discarded into a refuse heap. At this moment, a unique situation unfolded. As King Vegeta sought out Reg from Planet Bimbi, the absence of Frieza, the real estate mogul, left the Scions with little to occupy their time. King Vegeta, we have detected a large contingent of Frieza soldiers in outer space, seemingly preparing to attack Planet Vegeta. The Sky Defense Department suddenly informed King Vegeta. What are we afraid of? Without Frieza, those soldiers are merely scattered remnants. King Vegeta responded disdainfully. Prepare for battle. I will be there shortly. After issuing his orders, King Vegeta commanded all Scions on Planet Vegeta to resist the invasion. Thousands of Scion warriors swiftly received the orders and charged into outer space to confront Frieza's forces. Although the Scions were outnumbered, their quality far surpassed that of Frieza's men. Roar! King Vegeta, where is that Scion named Bardock? I have come for revenge. Bring him forth. Frieza, now two-thirds machine, confronted the Scions, causing panic to ripple through their ranks. King Vegeta, cold sweat trickling down his brow, felt his previous arrogance vanish in an instant. Frieza, you are not dead. King Vegeta stammered, incredulity painted on his face, his finger trembling as he pointed at Frieza. Thanks to you, Scions, I have become even stronger. Now, bring forth that Scion monkey, or today shall mark the end of your race. Frieza demanded impatiently, thirsting for revenge. Bardock has betrayed the Scions and led a portion of them away from Planet Vegeta. I do not know where they have gone. King Vegeta cursed Bardock inwardly, lamenting that his actions had allowed Frieza to survive. Oh, that Scion monkey has fled? Then let us take your lives to vent my anger. Frieza's rage boiled over as he raised a finger, conjuring a small energy sphere the size of an asteroid, hurling it toward the desperate King Vegeta. No, Frieza, I am willing to lead the Scions of Planet Vegeta back under your command. Please, do not kill my subjects. No, Vegeta, the king. You to struggle once more. Chapter 33, The Destruction of Planet Vegeta and Reg's Escape from Planet Bimbi. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. Do you not think it is a tad too late to beg for mercy now? Had you wild monkeys not risen in rebellion against me, I might have allowed you to live a bit longer. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Vegeta, he said with a sinister expression, roaring madly. Let your Scion kin be reduced to cosmic dust. Until I locate that Scion named Bardock, let you serve as my outlet for rage. As Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed, a colossal energy sphere engulfed all the Scions orbiting in space. Subsequently, Planet Vegeta could not escape its fateful demise, becoming a firework to commemorate Frieza's rebirth. Frieza, you were too hasty. At the very least, you ought to glean from King Vegeta's database the whereabouts of the planet where that Super Saiyan fled. As long as my father and I join forces, no matter how powerful that Super Saiyan may be, he shall not be a match for us. While Frieza reveled in the spectacle of destruction, a being resembling him but significantly larger appeared behind him. This was his father, King Cold. My apologies for my recklessness, father, Frieza said courteously. At this point, there is no turning back. It is only natural to harbor resentment after that Scion injured you so grievously. Besides, those Scions cannot escape to other realms. We merely need our soldiers to scour our domain. King Cold lamented, observing Frieza's body, now partially mechanized. What a pity. Such potential wasted. With two-thirds of your physique transformed into machinery, you shall leave no legacy for future generations. We will find a way, father. Our priority is to locate the remaining Scions, Frieza muttered coldly, his mind consumed by the harrowing image of Bardock nearly defeating him, stoking his anger further. Despite the mechanical enhancements elevating his combat power to 150 million, he felt he still fell short against that Scion. Meanwhile, on Planet Bimbi, the 15-year-old Reg was mercilessly tormenting the young Vegeta, pouring forth his hatred for King Vegeta and jealousy towards the prince. Reg had no interest in returning to Planet Vegeta to assume command. He savored the pleasure of breaking Vegeta's bones beneath his feet, a wicked smile etched across his face. With an astonishing initial combat power of 50,000, Reg's strength had burgeoned to 400,000 by the age of 15, and thus Vegeta stood no chance against him. Brother, I implore you, return to Planet Vegeta. The Scions truly need you. I apologize on behalf of my father, Vegeta pleaded, veins bulging on his forehead as he endured excruciating pain. You say a Super Saiyan has emerged on Planet Vegeta? Reg's interest piqued at the mention of power. Why yes, brother. But he has already led a portion of our kin away from Planet Vegeta. Their exact whereabouts remain unknown, Vegeta explained. That is of little concern, since they have departed. They will inevitably return. I shall spare your life for bringing back a useful spaceship and intriguing news, Reg declared, his foot pressing down on Vegeta's head. Disgust and fury mingling on his face. Every time I utter your name, I feel a wave of revulsion. I hope someone arrives on this primitive planet in a spaceship. With that, he kicked Vegeta against a tree, striding towards the ship Vegeta had returned in. He sealed the door and pressed the return button, launching the vessel towards Planet Vegeta, leaving Vegeta unconscious against the tree. As for Reg's ship, which had been banished to Planet Bimbi, it possessed only one-way energy, leaving him trapped for over a decade in this uncivilized world. Now that Vegeta had unwittingly delivered himself, Reg would not squander this opportunity. He planned to make Vegeta endure all the suffering he had experienced on this planet. Meanwhile, on planet Gastan, Bardock accompanied Jine in her recovery, finally feeling at ease. Raditz and Dorez had been waiting outside for quite some time. Seeing that Jine was well, Bardock allowed the two to bring Goku inside. Only 2 points of combat power? Bardock mused upon scanning Goku's data. The rigidity of fate struck him. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan could not alter this child's base power. Could you not have at least achieved 20 points? Bardock, let me see Goku. I am fine now. You may proceed with your plans, Jine said, smiling as she took Goku from Raditz, who had been holding him at his side. Dorez, what are your thoughts on Uncle Odo's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired. Not rushing to depart. Anger is the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Each Saiyon's trigger differs. As for Uncle Odo's source of rage, father, you ought to know. However, I feel Uncle Odo is in dire straits, and in my perception, his transformation pales in comparison to yours. Dorez analyzed earnestly. Your conclusions are not incorrect. Allow me to share insights. The transformation into a Super Saiyan indeed amplifies combat power by 50 times, Bardock divulged. The two young faces reflected astonishment at such a terrifying multiplier. This means that the stronger a Saiyan is in their base form, the more formidable they become upon transformation. For instance, Odo's base power of 3.5 million would yield a staggering 175 million upon transformation, barely sufficient to contend with Frieza in his complete form. Moreover, regarding fusion techniques, the resultant power is approximately 10 times the combined combat power of the two individuals. As for those warriors who previously exhibited incomplete Super Saiyan transformations, I refer to them as pseudo-Super Saiyans with a multiplier of 20 times. Thus, both of you must diligently train, especially you, Raditz. Aim to transform into a Super Saiyan before you turn 18. Bardock set a small goal for Raditz. Father, can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Raditz asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Theoretically, every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. It ultimately depends on their dedication. Moreover, the transformation is not the end. Being a Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle of strength. The ultimate power lies in relentless self-improvement. To be frank, Frieza has a brother and a father. King Cold's strength remains unknown, but he is unlikely to be weaker than Frieza. As for his brother, Cooler, his combat power reaches an astounding 470 million. This is precisely why I led a portion of our kin away from Planet Vegeta. At that time, even with all my strength, I was no match for Cooler. Hearing Bardock's revelations, the two young ones were left in shock. All right, take your time to digest this information. Raditz, assist Dorez in his training. His strength is far too feeble. As for me, I shall now deal with Uncle Odo, this fool who knows no limits. With a mischievous grin and a clenched fist, he exited the hospital, parting the crowd in his wake. Chapter 34. Bardock transforms into a great ape. Out, come forth. I know you are hiding in there. Did you truly think your crude attempt at controlling your energy could deceive my eyes? Weren't you quite vocal during your transformation? Bardock bellowed at Otto, who was masterfully honing his skills. Not coming out? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, Bardock conjured a massive energy sphere, reminiscent of Frieza's supernova attack. Wait, don't attack, Lord Bardock. Otto blurted, emerging hastily from the shadows, gesturing frantically in an attempt to pacify Bardock. See? You could have just come out without hiding. I wouldn't harm you. Bardock grumbled, dissipating the enormous energy sphere and descending leisurely. This time, I won't strike you. I merely seek your assistance. Given his lineage, Bardock knew he would lose his rationality during the Great Ape transformation, thus he required Otto's help. While uncertain if he would transform into a golden Great Ape while unconscious, he contemplated that with a base combat power of merely 10 million. His Great Ape form would only yield a combat power of 100 million. However, if he triggered the golden Great Ape transformation, the power surge could reach 5 billion. As someone capable of becoming a Super Saiyan, Otto should be able to manage the situation adequately. Lord Bardock, what do you need? Otto greeted with a smile upon realizing Bardock was not there to cause trouble. I need to maintain my composure during the transformation, hence your assistance is essential. However, we cannot do this on Gastan Star. We must find a nearby uninhabited planet. The potential dangers of transforming into a great ape are too great. I fear we may destroy the home we have painstakingly built. Bardock elaborated. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Lord Bardock. Otto replied cheerfully, relieved as long as he wasn't being reprimanded. Otto, you mustn't be complacent. Do not assume that becoming a Super Saiyan renders you invincible. Remember that strength knows no bounds. Always prioritize the enhancement of your base combat power, and do not become overly enamored with the temporary strength that comes with transformation. Although Bardock could not read minds, he perceived Otto's current sense of pride and offered a word of caution. Your words are wise. Otto quickly acknowledged, resembling a servant in a harem. Prepare yourself. Our journey may be lengthy. We must stockpile ample provisions aboard the ship. Let us convene at the shipyard in half an hour. And we will use the vessel I previously employed, Bardock instructed before taking off into the sky. As Bardock departed, Otto exhaled in relief. After systematic training, he could clearly sense the disparity between his energy and Bardock's. In terms of base combat power, Bardock could easily overpower him. Reflecting on Bardock's instructions, Otto glanced back at his training ground before soaring into the sky toward the shipyard. Half an hour later, Bardock boarded the spaceship to find Otto waiting. After personally inspecting various supplies, he swiftly located a planet 50 light-years from Gastan star on the interstellar map. According to the spaceship's data, this planet was devoid of any life, making it an ideal training ground. Before departing, Bardock entrusted all matters to Raditz, the strongest scion warrior at present, whose combat power had reached 500,000, sufficient to suppress any scion who might grow arrogant after gaining strength. Bardock's intention was also to cultivate Raditz's leadership abilities. In the future, Bardock planned to spend little time managing the scions, likely retreating into seclusion for rigorous training. Consequently, someone must represent the scion affairs. Furthermore, Bardock resolved that aside from the leader being the only visible Super Saiyan, all future Super Saions must remain in the shadows, acting as a reserve force for Gastan star, continuously enhancing their strength to face unforeseen crises, while the ordinary scions would operate in the universe overly. As the spaceship ascended, Ginyu and others waved farewell to Bardock's vessel. After a brief day of travel, Bardock and Otto safely landed on the nameless planet, surrounded by a grayish expanse devoid of life. With oxygen levels far below those of Gastan star and gravity only 1/5 that of Gastan star, the environment bore a resemblance to Bardock's memories of the room of spirit and time. However, for a scion, the harsher the environment, the greater the potential for personal growth. To prevent the spaceship from being damaged, Bardock and Otto flew over 1,000 kilometers before halting. "Lord Bardock, shall we begin?" Otto inquired. "Yes, let us commence." Bardock nodded. 30 seconds later, the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Start. Where's the artificial moon?" Bardock demanded irritably. "Oh, I forgot. My apologies, Lord Bardock. As a lower-class warrior, you cannot create an artificial moon." Otto chuckled awkwardly, hastily gathering a special energy form in his hands. "Do not push me to strike you at a critical moment. Lower-class warrior, must we dwell on this endlessly?" Bardock glared menacingly at Otto, who then tossed the artificial moon into the sky, its silvery light illuminating the desolate planet. Fixating his gaze on the moon, Bardock felt his blood boiling, his heart racing uncontrollably, and an inexplicable power surged through his mind, leading him to lose consciousness. In Otto's view, Bardock's form rapidly enlarged, transforming into a ferocious giant ape in the blink of an eye, his 100 million combat power causing the entire planet to tremble. "Bardock! Bardock!" Otto called out repeatedly, but to no avail. As a superior warrior, Otto could easily control his great ape transformation. Under the moonlight, he had the choice to transform or not, and currently, he opted not to. Roaring with primal ferocity, the great ape Bardock spotted Otto, the only living being, and unleashed a devastating energy wave in his direction. "Ha!" With a resounding shout, Otto instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, using his hands to deflect Bardock's energy attack, redirecting it toward outer space. The great ape Bardock, treating Otto as a plaything, leapt forward, attempting to grasp him with both hands. Otto swiftly dodged, but the agility of the great ape exceeded his expectations, narrowly avoiding capture multiple times. In this game of cat and mouse, Otto could only call out Bardock's name while evading the rampaging beast. "Roar! Roar!" The colossal ape Bardock, frustrated after several failed attempts, pounded his chest with his fists, producing a dull thud, before launching another assault on Otto. Calling out Bardock's name, Otto responded with a punch, and the clash of their fists unleashed a formidable storm. Otto's fighting prowess prevailed, staggering the gigantic Bardock. Despite this, Bardock remained in a state of unreasoned fury, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy akin to a tempest, creating a 10-level sandstorm as he leapt forward, executing a move reminiscent of Mount Tai descending upon Otto. Unfazed, Otto adopted a kicking stance and delivered a powerful kick to Bardock's rear, sending the massive figure hurtling back hundreds of meters, causing minor seismic tremors beneath. Remarkably, Otto felt a sense of satisfaction in delivering such blows to the transformed Bardock. Roaring in frustration, the giant ape retaliated with a powerful energy wave. Otto, momentarily obscured by the dust, narrowly avoided the attack, feeling the rush of air as it grazed his forehead, causing beads of sweat to form. As Otto regained his composure, Bardock retaliated, landing a punch that sent Otto flying. Stunned but quickly stabilizing himself mid-air, Otto raced toward Bardock, delivering a decisive blow to the ape's face, causing Bardock to crash to the ground. Otto then unleashed a concentrated energy blast, the Super Destruction Bomb, which collided with Bardock, eliciting a much more anguished howl than before. When Bardock reemerged, tufts of his brown fur had fallen away, revealing a crimson wound from which blood oozed. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Bardock's rage intensified, and his aura swelled, causing Otto's expression to shift in alarm. The giant ape's energy rapidly exceeded that of Otto's Super Saiyan form, and soon his fur transformed to a brilliant gold. The sheer force of Bardock's presence sent Otto flying backward, leaving him in awe of the immense power displayed. This newfound strength dwarfed Otto's own Super Saiyan capabilities by several magnitudes, instilling a deep sense of dread. Realizing the imminent threat, Otto understood that such chaos could lead to the planet's obliteration. Observing the damage wrought upon the world by Bardock's rampage, he concentrated his energy and unleashed a wave that obliterated the artificial moon. With its destruction, Bardock paused, gradually reverting to his human form, gasping for breath as exhaustion washed over him. The aftermath of his transformation left him drained, and he recognized his failure to regain control during the training. "Are you all right, Lord Bardock?" Otto inquired, rushing to his side. "I'm merely fatigued. We shall discuss the specifics once aboard the spaceship," Bardock responded, feeling as though his consciousness had only just awakened from a slumber, unaware of the events that transpired during his transformation. "Understood," Otto replied, assisting Bardock toward the spacecraft. After a brief recuperation in the medical chamber, Bardock's wounds were mended within half an hour. "How could this be? You should have easily subdued me in your Super Saiyan form, yet upon regaining consciousness, I found you so far away," Bardock questioned, chewing on a piece of meat. "Lord Bardock, you initially remained within the standard giant ape parameters, but midway, you transformed into a golden great ape, enhancing your power 50-fold. I had no choice but to distance myself to avoid being obliterated," Otto explained, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "A golden great ape?" Bardock mused, astonished at the revelation of his transformation. It dawned on him that achieving this form did not necessitate a robust foundation of combat prowess. Merely the ability to shift into a Super Saiyan sufficed. However, he remained uncertain whether one could achieve Super Saiyan 4 by first transforming into a great ape and then into a golden great ape through energy compression. In Bardock's understanding, the subsequent transformations beyond Super Saiyan were merely developments of energy release rather than sequential requirements. If he could transform directly into a golden great ape from Super Saiyan 1, perhaps it was indeed possible to bypass the intermediate forms and ascend directly to Super Saiyan 4. Yet, at that moment, testing his hypothesis was beyond his capabilities. Leaving Otto, who maintained his Super Saiyan form while retaining his rationality in Great Ape mode, to explore those possibilities. Indeed, Lord Bardock, the power of the Golden Great Ape was unmatched, rendering my Super Saiyan form utterly incapable of confronting such terrifying strength. Otto exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. That unexpected transformation likely bestows an incredible 500-fold increase in strength. Otto, would you dare to attempt it? You may discover a new form that combines the powers of both the Great Ape and Super Saiyan. Bardock enticed, his voice laced with intrigue. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Otto readily agreed, leaving Bardock somewhat speechless. Had he known the acceptance would be so swift, he would not have resorted to coaxing Otto with such a tone. Once the arrangements were finalized, Bardock began to indulge in a frenzied feast, consuming an entire ton of food before finally feeling satiated, while Otto, pitiably, nibbled on the bland, flavorless nutritional liquid. Prior to boarding the spaceship, Bardock instructed Otto to prepare the necessary items for departure, but Otto had brought nothing, only able to subsist on the unpalatable nutritional liquid, whereas Bardock, aided by his son and wife, had amassed a substantial stockpile of meat, nearly overwhelming the ship's food storage. After Otto's torturous meal concluded, he followed Bardock to a new location. Bardock covered his eyes to shield them from the moonlight, for his eyes served as the receptors for Bruz's light, while his tail functioned as the braking mechanism. By obscuring his vision, Bardock ensured that Bruz's light would not penetrate, preventing him from transforming into a great ape. Once fully prepared, Otto, with Bardock's consent, crafted another artificial moon. As the moonlight graced his eyes, Otto's tail began to sway, and his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a brown-furred gorilla. After a brief period of losing control, his rationality returned. Have you transformed into a great ape? Bardock pondered, sensing Otto's immense energy, exceeding 30 million points. Otto, ascend to Super Saiyan upon your great ape form. I understand, Lord Bardock. Otto replied, unleashing a loud roar as his energy surged rapidly, a golden aura enveloping him, and in the next moment, he became a golden great ape. Lord Bardock, I have transformed into a golden great ape, though I have not triggered any special transformation. Otto remarked, his voice resonating with disbelief as he observed his new form. Attempt to condense your power, as if retracting your energy within, merging it into your very essence. Communicate the might of the great ape and the strength of Super Saiyan in the same manner I have taught you. Bardock instructed, sharing his insights with Otto for experimentation. Indeed, under Bardock's guidance, Otto's silhouette rapidly diminished, and amidst a flash of golden light, a super warrior with red fur, black hair, and crimson eyeshadow materialized in place. Lord Bardock, I have succeeded, Otto exclaimed, overwhelmed by the power coursing through him, scarcely able to believe that such a transformation existed among Saiyans. Have you truly succeeded? Bardock lifted his blindfold, preparing to obliterate the artificial moon with a single blow before witnessing a transformation akin to Super Saiyan 4 from the GT world. Excitement swelling within him. With a combat power of 1,750,000,000, Otto had achieved what could be deemed the weakest form of Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Just as Otto contemplated challenging Bardock's authority in this state, the Super Saiyan 4 form began to dissipate, leaving Otto bewildered as he gazed at his hands. It seems your training is still insufficient, Otto. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation requires immense strength to sustain. You maintained it for merely a few seconds, did you not? Bardock chuckled, his spirits lifted after validating his hypothesis, though he remained troubled by his inability to maintain rationality in great ape form. Thus, disregarding Otto's exhaustion from the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Bardock insisted he create another artificial moon, cautioning him to keep a safe distance to avoid harm. Otto complied, crafting the artificial moon under Bardock's watchful eye before swiftly retreating. The moment Bardock beheld the moon, his heart raced, and his mind incessantly urged him to maintain his composure, to remain rational, continually hypnotizing himself. Chapter 36. The Call of Kin. Perhaps due to this self-hypnosis, Bardock felt his perspective gradually expanding until, at the moment of transforming into a great ape, an indescribable power surged within his mind. Let us refer to it as the primal instinct that follows the metamorphosis into a great ape. Soon engulfed by this feral essence, Bardock instantaneously lost his reason, roaring madly, his fist striking against his chest with a resounding beat, sending invisible shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. After enduring injuries sustained during his previous transformation, Bardock's strength had slightly increased, reaching an approximate combat power of over 100,000. Now, transformed into a great ape, his power became even more formidable. Consumed by his primal instincts, Bardock began to wreak havoc, leaping about wildly, each casual strike producing mushroom clouds. Fortunately, he had not transformed into a golden great ape. This suggested that as long as his primal instincts did not provoke him, he would not involuntarily shift into that form, nor had the great ape instinctively adopted this transformation. Otherwise, this planet would have been utterly annihilated by Bardock, forcing Odo to eliminate the artificial moon and flee with him. Reluctantly, Odo, in an effort to prevent the planet's destruction, had no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan and contend with the rampaging Bardock, refraining from the previous aggressive approach. What if he inadvertently enraged the great ape into becoming a golden great ape and met his demise? Thus, Odo approached the task of restoring Bardock's rationality with exceptional caution, calling out his name while evading attacks, resorting to passive defense whenever necessary, striving to stabilize the great ape's emotions. In this manner, akin to soothing a child, Odo continued until the effects of the artificial moon faded. However, he failed to awaken Bardock's reason, leaving himself parched and exhausted. Bardock, too, appeared weary and disillusioned. Maintaining rationality in the great ape state proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. It was no wonder that there were so few records of lower-tier warriors achieving lucidity in that form. The endeavor to regain reason while in the great ape state would likely necessitate frequent renovations of Planet Vegeta. Bardock could only return to the spaceship in a state of frustration, seeking solace in slumber to restore his mental equilibrium. Over the next half-month, Bardock would continue to be consumed by primal instincts upon fully transforming into a great ape. Odo, adept in his own right, would effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan and engage Bardock in battle. Unfortunately, Bardock's attempts to regain his rationality showed little progress, while their combat skills had markedly improved. Odo's Super Saiyan transformation became increasingly proficient, elevating his base combat power to 4 million, which surged to 200 million upon transformation. Conversely, Bardock, hindered by Odo's occasional mischief, found that the injuries sustained in his great ape form would translate back to his physical body. After several treatments, his base combat power rose to 11 million. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power magnified 50-fold, reaching 550 million. Yet again, failure loomed. Upon reverting to his humanoid form, Bardock grasped his head in exasperation, while Odo bore numerous wounds as well. Lord Bardock, I believe your approach to regaining your senses may be flawed. Odo offered in consolation. Flawed? Bardock questioned, both of himself and Odo, believing that all instincts could be mastered through continuous adaptation, akin to the Super Saiyan transformation, which, with repetition, became effortless. Initially, the transformation elicited an overwhelming surge of excitement, but over time, it could be tamed. While certain skills could be honed through practice, others were inadvisable. Perhaps you could consider a different approach, such as involving another person, Odo suggested. Bardock found some merit in this notion, but upon hearing the latter part, he shot Odo a skeptical glance. Are you jesting, Odo? Change to another person? You are the strongest among the Scions. If I were to transform with someone else, I might slay them in my irrational state. A strong impulse surged within him to pry open the massive skull of this giant and uncover its contents. Lord Bardock, what I mean is that you could involve someone capable of awakening your rationality, such as Lady Jine. If all else fails, Raditz could suffice. Odo hastily clarified under Bardock's penetrating gaze. This. Bardock hesitated. He was reluctant to place Jine or Raditz in jeopardy, yet Odo's words stirred long-buried memories. He recalled how Goku had restored his senses in Dragon Ball GT, albeit with considerable danger. Even Goku's granddaughter, Pan, had nearly fallen victim to his golden grade 8 form. Lord Bardock, I understand your concerns, but perhaps it is feasible for the individual to be absent. I can utilize the spaceship's communication extension device, allowing Lady Jine to converse with you in your grade 8 form. I believe it could yield remarkable results. Odo proposed simply. Bardock's demeanor shifted. He recognized that his attitude towards Jine differed from that towards others. Even with his son, he maintained a stern yet somewhat cunning demeanor, but in Jine's presence, he exhibited an overwhelming tenderness, treating her like a princess. This notion was the fruit of Odo's contemplation over the past week. Excellent, Odo. You have struck upon a brilliant idea, Bardock exclaimed, finding merit in the suggestion and promptly began preparations. Upon returning to the spaceship, He utilized the communication equipment to contact Ginyu, who was far away on Planet Vegeta, explaining the situation before locating the external communication and amplification devices to ensure clear communication. With everything in place, he was filled with hope as he gazed at the artificial moon. The familiar sensation washed over him, his body swelling and expanding, until the last vestige of reason was engulfed by darkness. Lady Ginyu, Lord Bardock has transformed into a great ape. The next course of action rests upon you. Otto announced. Now ready to summon Ginyu. Leave it to me. I believe Bardock will harness the power of the great ape. Ginyu responded resolutely, cradling Goku in her arms. Very well. Lady Ginyu, I shall activate the external amplification. With that, Otto maximized the amplification device. Lady Ginyu, commence. Lord Bardock requires your assistance. Bardock. Bardock. It is I, Ginyu. As the rampaging great ape Bardock heard that familiar voice, he ceased his roar and calmed, turning towards the sound's origin, only to see a man carrying the amplifier, whose voice was distinctly feminine. This sight provoked a surge of agitation within him, and he retaliated with an immediate barrage of attacks aimed at Otto. What is happening? Why has Lord Bardock become even more agitated? Otto was taken aback, hastily evading the onslaught while protecting the amplification device. Bardock, do not succumb to external forces. Always remain steadfast in your heart. This is what you taught me. Raditz, Dales, and Goku are all rooting for you. We believe you can master the power of the great ape and reclaim your reason. Ginyu fervently called out, pouring her heart into her words. Bardock, awaken. Do not let power control you. Strive to control the might of the great ape. Father, you are the strongest, both in spirit and in strength. Well, Goku. You should refrain from chiming in if you cannot articulate. Chapter 37, Darkness and Light. Father, Bardock, awaken. Raditz, Dales, Ginyu, and a multitude of Goku's voices echoed, calling out to Bardock, yet the great ape's assault showed no signs of abating. Energy blasts erupted continuously from his maw, while Otto struggled to protect the amplification device, all the while dodging Bardock's furious attacks, leaving him in a state of dire frustration. As time passed, Bardock, within the confines of the great ape's consciousness, heard the voices of Ginyu and his sons. He opened his eyes, emerging from a sea of darkness, clad in scion battle armor, surrounded by radiant light. Rising to his feet, he listened intently to the voices around him, yet struggled to pinpoint their source, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Where is this? He pondered, gazing at the world illuminated as if in daylight, feeling utterly disoriented. Of course, this is our world. A voice resonated, and in an instant, the once bright world was split in twain by encroaching darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, strikingly similar to Bardock, yet appearing younger. Reminiscent of Bardock at 17 or 18 years of age. You look exactly like me. Bardock exclaimed, eyes wide as he braced for confrontation. That question should be directed at yourself, you thief. The youthful Bardock smirked, eyes glinting mischievously. You have stolen my body, leaving me to languish in this dark realm for over a decade. Do you not recognize who I am? The younger Bardock's words struck a chord, causing the older Bardock to instinctively take a step back. Disbelief etched across his features as he pointed at the grinning youth. You are not dead. How is your consciousness still present within this body? Death? How could it be death? I merely find my consciousness temporarily ensnared in slumber. It is only after you, this intruder, have occupied my vessel that my awareness has, for reasons unknown, been suppressed. It is only in these past few days that I am able to confront you. Your memories are quite fascinating. I never imagined the fate of the Scions to be so tragic, nor did I foresee that my son, Kakarot, who possesses a mere 2 points of combat power in the future, would transform into a Super Saiyan. And I am the inception of the legendary Super Saiyan. Though as a Scion, I must express my gratitude towards you. Through your perspective, I have witnessed the altered destiny of my people. Yet, as a warrior, I shall not relinquish my right to reclaim my body. Only one of us shall survive. Young Bardock gazed fiercely at the youthful Bardock. You are correct. I am indeed a shameless thief who has usurped your form. However, in the pursuit of survival, I have no alternative. Let us engage in battle. The youthful Bardock steadied his mind, accepting the presence of the original owner's soul. After a roar, the youthful Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura seemingly poised to illuminate the entirety of the consciousness space. Although as a soul I cannot cultivate, the power of darkness has granted me new insights. Behold the transformation that belongs to me, intruder. The same method of transformation, the same roar, yet. The surging black aura surrounding young Bardock instantaneously dissipated the golden energy of the youthful Bardock. The two distinct auras, one gold, one black, clearly delineated, each claiming half of the realm of consciousness. Is this your transformation as a Super Saiyan? The youthful Bardock gazed incredulously at the metamorphosis of young Bardock. Indeed. According to your memories, it is merely a difference in the color of the aura. I embody the utmost malevolence, the essence of darkness, while you represent the pinnacle of light and righteousness. But where in this world can one find darkness and evil? Power manifests as righteous or wicked. This is what your memories have conveyed to me. I must thank you for this power. As gratitude, once I reclaim my body, I shall obliterate everything you hold dear. Prepare yourself, intruder. With that, a barrage of black energy spheres surged towards the youthful Bardock. It is impossible for you to have your way. Even if you are the true Bardock, I shall end you. Upon hearing the original soul's intent to harm Kaiatsu and the others, the youthful Bardock, in a fit of rage, elevated his power to its zenith, swiftly obliterating the incoming black energy spheres before unleashing a Kamehameha wave. Do not forget what you can do. I can do as well. Everything you do, I have witnessed. The young Bardock smirked coldly, bringing his hands together to mimic the exact motion of the youthful Bardock, albeit with a dissimilar aura. One white and one black energy clashed, expanding continuously, neither yielding to the other, a contest of whose strength would prevail. I will never lose. I will never lose. The youthful Bardock roared, his golden aura surging dramatically. This is impossible. Such an increase left the young Bardock astounded, prompting him to abandon the clash and swiftly evade. The white energy wave sliced through the darkness, parting it as if daylight had broken. Remarkably, the area once struck by the youthful Bardock now shone bright as day, darkness no longer able to encroach, splitting the dark region in two. How can this be? I am the original owner of this body. The young Bardock could not fathom why his own domain would not assist him. Embrace your fate, Bardock, this time. You shall truly return to the underworld. Rebirth. The youthful Bardock had anticipated the original strength, only to find it a mere paper tiger. There are only Scions who die in battle. There are no Scions who surrender. Intruder, do not underestimate me, Bardock. Haha. The young Bardock shouted defiantly, channeling all his might into a punch aimed at the youthful Bardock. Leveraging his height advantage, the youthful Bardock intercepted the young Bardock's punch with his knee, then spun to deliver a flying kick towards the young Bardock's temple. The young Bardock hastily raised his arm for defense, but was still sent flying due to insufficient power. The youthful Bardock, unrelenting, conjured a key blade and sent it hurtling towards the young Bardock. Knowing the terror of this technique, the young Bardock swiftly dodged. Yet the youthful Bardock's maneuver was far from simple. What began as a singular key blade multiplied into three, slicing through the air towards the airborne young Bardock. The young Bardock's expression shifted dramatically. He evaded while firing a key wave towards the youthful Bardock's position, successfully navigating the crisis with a counterattack. The youthful Bardock instantaneously appeared before the young Bardock, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, then shouted, propelling the young Bardock away with his own energy. The young Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, filled with rage as he glared at the man who had seized his body. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he smirked wickedly as he ascended. Chapter 38. The second to last Super Saiyan 4. Though you are formidable, there is one thing I possess that you cannot. This transformation was inspired by you. Allow me to conclude your wretched soul using what I have learned from you. Haha. As he spoke, the young Bardock began crafting something in a familiar manner. What? You, a low-class warrior? How could you possibly create an artificial moon? The youthful Bardock questioned incredulously. Of course, I learned how to do it from that fellow Oozuru after multiple attempts. Otherwise, how could a low-class warrior like me master the skills of an elite? I must thank you for that. The young Bardock cackled, relishing the despair evident in the eyes of the intruder. Do you know a saying? The shocked youthful Bardock suddenly adopted a composed expression, still putting on airs even as death looms. The young Bardock sneered, clutching the energy sphere with disdainful eyes directed at the youthful Bardock. Villains die from excessive monologuing. Though you are not a villain. With that, the young Bardock vanished from sight, only to have his hand, in the process of creating the artificial moon, swiftly kicked away by the youthful Bardock. The young Bardock winced in pain but found the youthful Bardock's foolishness laughable, for he had achieved his goal. The moon had risen. Once transformed into a great ape, combined with his dark Super Saiyan transformation, he would undoubtedly overpower the intruder before him. With a triumphant grin, he gazed up at the artificial moon, feeling his very soul tremble and expand. You didn't think my aim was merely to stop you from creating the artificial moon? Did you? You were too naive. Although you have gleaned my memories and know everything about me, you still lack true experience. The youthful Bardock beamed with pride, gathering energy into a blade, appearing behind the young Bardock in an instant, and severing his tail with a swift strike. No, you despicable insect, you thief, you intruder. The young Bardock watched helplessly as his form diminished, his voice filled with rage. Hey, young one, I believe you're mistaken. You can transform into a great ape. I can too, for I am a scion. Though I cannot create an artificial moon, the light of the Bloods waves knows no creator or non-creator. I may lose my sanity, but what of it? No, never again. Seizing the opportunity amidst his opponent's disarray, the young Bardock unleashed a surge of energy, propelling the adversary into the air. Kamehameha. The energy wave rapidly coalesced, striking the youthful Bardock squarely. I shall never concede defeat. The young Bardock endeavored to resist, exerting every ounce of strength to counter the energy wave released by the elder Bardock, managing to withstand it for a fleeting moment. Your spirit will be shattered. I shall live on in your name, spreading the glory and renown of the Scions throughout this universe, and even across every parallel dimension. Once again, the young Bardock erupted with power, yet he could not halt his retreating form. No, no, no. I finally found this opportunity. How can I lose? It is impossible. The echoes of the young Bardock's voice reverberated throughout the realm of consciousness. Upon obliterating the young Bardock's spirit, specks of black starlight scattered across the luminous expanse of consciousness, resembling a dark snowfall. Bardock, father. After vanquishing the original spirit, the voices of his wife and children grew increasingly vivid in Bardock's ears, as if his soul were being forcibly drawn from the consciousness space back into his corporeal form. Upon his return to the physical realm, Bardock discovered himself in the form of a golden great ape, gently placing the barely conscious Odom on the ground, feeling the energy within his body compress. Subsequently, Bardock's form rapidly diminished, transforming into a robust figure with a crimson mane and black hair, his eyes lined in red. An embodiment strikingly similar to Super Saiyan 4 Goku from the GT world, save for a distinctive cross-shaped scar adorning his face. Bardock, Lord Bardock, you have succeeded. Odom, battered and bruised, managed a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper, as if he might expire at any moment. It is done. Thanks to you. I shall take you to receive treatment. Bardock lifted the injured Odom and, in less than 5 seconds, arrived at the location where the spaceship was docked. Entering the vessel, he opened the medical chamber and carefully placed Odom inside. To ensure Odom could endure the treatment without succumbing, he activated the emergency aid system alongside the healing apparatus. The therapeutic liquid gradually filled the medical chamber, and with the emergency aid mechanism in place, Odom's rapidly declining life signs were stabilized, granting him a second chance at life. After completing these tasks, Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 transformation could no longer be sustained, reverting him to his normal state, which, in truth, was only a brief extension over Odom's Super Saiyan 4 form. It seemed that this level of power was insufficient. A more formidable energy was required to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Observing his hands in their ordinary state, Bardock could not help but lament. His base power stood at 1,100,000, while his Super Saiyan 4 form barely reached 55,000 battle power, potentially inadequate even against the later stage minor boss Cell, rendering him among the least powerful Super Saiyans. As for who occupied the very bottom tier that was easily disowned, it was the very one lying in the medical chamber. Having inadvertently destroyed the communication device Odom carried, Bardock, wishing to alleviate Jine's concerns, promptly initiated a video call on the spaceship's communication system. Soon, Jine, along with Dales, Raditz, and a tearful Goku, appeared on the screen. Bardock, is Odom all right? Jine inquired, having faintly heard Odom's cries as she called for Bardock to regain his composure. He is in no mortal danger. I regained my senses at the last moment. However, Odom's injuries are severe. He will need a day or two to recuperate. I have completed my tasks here and will set course for home immediately. You need not worry. Bardock reassured them with a smile. Dad, Uncle Odom said you triggered a new transformation, which is incredibly powerful. Can you show us? Raditz, filled with curiosity, chimed in. That blabbermouth Odom. But if you wish to see it, you must first transform into a Super Saiyan before you reach 18. Can you manage that? Bardock immediately set forth his conditions. And you little ones, do you still wish to see it? Yes. Raditz and Dales responded resolutely. Bardock, stop teasing them. I too wish to see this new transformation you've activated. Transform for us. Jine encouraged her sons, prompting Bardock to acquiesce with a reluctant nod. After a fervent buildup of energy, Bardock successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Wow, so impressive. Jine exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. You look so powerful. Raditz observed, excitement brimming in his voice. Indeed. Dales echoed in agreement. Just as they finished praising him, Bardock reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, nearly losing his balance. Bardock, are you all right? Jine asked anxiously. I am fine. However, this transformation, while potent, demands an immense amount of energy. A solid foundational battle power is essential. I merely require a moment's rest, Bardock weakly explained. Before turning his attention to the two youths. You two must train diligently. My previous words were not mere jest. Prepare yourselves for my paternal guidance. Raditz's expression shifted at the thought of such paternal guidance. Father, Dales and I shall commence our training now. You and Mother continue your conversation, he declared solemnly, bowing respectfully to Bardock and Jine before leading a bewildered Dales away from sight. Bardock, you are quite the rogue. Look how you frighten Raditz. Jine laughed heartily. If I don't instill some discipline in Raditz's lethargic nature, his strength will soon be eclipsed by Dales, and even Goku. Bardock replied, somewhat exasperated, before changing the subject. By the way, Jine, Goku's condition is not well suited for remaining on planet Gastan. I know of a lower-tier planet that possesses profound training philosophies, and its inhabitants bear a striking resemblance to Saiyans. I believe it will be a suitable temporary haven for Goku. After we return, I shall take you to this lower-tier planet. Bardock was determined to send his son to Earth, and he had already made up his mind regarding to whom he would entrust his care. Moreover, he could conveniently acquire some valuable resources from Earth, such as healing herbs, the miraculous senza beans, techniques that disregard combat power disparities, like the sealing technique, Mafuba, and the universal capsule technology, all of which are essential for the Saiyans. Whatever you decide, Bardock. Jine wholeheartedly supported her husband's decision, regarding their son with a chuckle. After all, what could be more important than her husband? Chapter 39. Departure to the Novice Zone after discussing matters with his companions. Bardock ended the video communication and proceeded to conduct a self-check of the spaceship to ensure there were no damages. Within a brief span of 5 minutes, he confirmed everything was in order. Bardock then activated the spacecraft and departed from the nameless dead star, swiftly returning to Gastan. Upon arriving back at Gastan, he was greeted by the eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong and Jine. After a tender reunion between Bardock and his wife, they began to discuss the events that transpired during his brief absence from Gastan. Due to rampant plundering, the material lives of the Scions, numbering just over 5,000, quickly flourished. The infrastructure of their homeland was nearly complete, although their scientific technology still lagged, as they remained in an electrical age, having escaped the primitive lifestyle. It was improbable for a group of battle maniacs to innovate within such a short time frame. Consequently, Bardock issued commands for the Tian Gang and Disha guards to return to Gastan. Meanwhile, a covert team of 50 Dark Warriors continued to search for the exiled progeny, thereby bolstering the population of Gastan. Maradona and Jane resumed command of the Gastan Defense Force, enhancing its combat capabilities. Otto assisted Raditz in restoring order among the Scions, moving away from the classification system of Planet Vegeta, which divided them into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Instead, they categorized the Scions based on combat power. Those with less than 10,000 were termed ordinary warriors. Those between 10,000 and 100,000 were elite warriors, while those with combat power between 100,000 and 1 million were classified as super warriors. Warriors with combat power ranging from 1 million to 100 million were designated as special warriors, and those surpassing 100 million were referred to as legendary warriors, all based on their base combat power. The special and legendary warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyans would be arranged later, following the complete development of Gastan. Due to the Scions' victory over Frieza and the emergence of Bardock as a Super Saiyan, the Scion race would inevitably face relentless retribution from the Frost Demons. Thus, Bardock urged the returning Scions to maintain a low profile and engage in rigorous training. When the arrangements for all matters were nearly complete, a week had passed. The Tian Gang and Disha guards were on their way back, and the heavily injured Otto had already recuperated, enhancing his combat power to 5 million, which could reach 250 million upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, sufficient to protect Gastan. Before departing, Bardock summoned Otto to a desolate area of Gastan. Otto, I wish to discuss the path ahead for Super Saiyans. The greatest challenge in the pursuit of cultivation is the absence of worthy opponents. It is through rivalry that one is spurred to strive and excel. I am cultivating opponents for myself and for my subordinates, Jane and Maradona, allowing these three to compete and grow stronger. Are there transformations beyond Super Saiyan? Otto inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, Bardock affirmed. The new form we obtained on the Nameless Star is the Super Saiyan 4, which boasts a combat power increase of approximately 500 times. We shall refer to our current state as Super Saiyan 1, with subsequent forms being Super Saiyan 2 and 3. Super Saiyan 2 offers a combat power increase of around 200 times, while Super Saiyan 3 provides an increase of roughly 400 times. These are merely my conjectures, as these transformations require a vast amount of energy. Therefore, do not neglect the enhancement of your base combat power in blind pursuit of higher transformations. Do you understand? Understood. Lord Bardock, Otto replied, not lacking in intelligence, and having already experienced the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he comprehended the energy demands of higher forms. However, before we attain Super Saiyan 2, we must fully adapt to the Super Saiyan state. Whether eating, sleeping, or engaging in any activities, we must maintain the Super Saiyan state, known as Super Saiyan Full Power. Bardock continued, elaborating on the training in Super Saiyan Full Power. What are the benefits of this? The transformation into Super Saiyan already consumes a significant amount of energy, and now we must maintain the Super Saiyan state at all times. At this point, Otto recalled Bardock's efforts to control the Great Ape transformation. Lord Bardock, is it for the sake of adaptive training? Precisely. Keeping the body in the Super Saiyan state for extended periods allows it to gradually adapt to the transformation, reducing energy consumption and sustaining optimal combat readiness. This is the essence of Super Saiyan Full Power, which increases combat power by 100 times. As he spoke, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan. To be honest, Bardock had never attempted the training for Super Saiyan Full Power before, as he only began to ponder it after achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Alright, let me give it a try. As Bardock discussed the so-called Super Saiyan Full Power transformation, Otto was somewhat skeptical, believing that as long as one's base combat power was sufficiently strong, transforming when facing an enemy would suffice, rendering constant maintenance of the Super Saiyan transformation unnecessary. However, upon hearing that the Super Saiyan Full Power transformation provided a 100-fold increase, he immediately expressed his desire to try it, a realization dawning on him. Once everything was arranged, Raditz gazed forlornly at the departing spaceship, only to be jolted from his thoughts by a firm slap on the shoulder from Otto, causing his face to contort in pain. Uncle Otto, you are too rough, Raditz exclaimed, suppressing his discomfort. Hey, just trying to lighten the mood. Otto chuckled. You need not be disheartened. It is clear that Lord Bardock is grooming you to be the next Scion leader. His decision to leave you behind is for your own good. Indeed. On the journey to Earth, Bardock took Sun Wukong, Dales, and, most importantly, Jine, but left Raditz behind to handle Scion affairs, which led to the earlier scene. Your methods of uplifting the atmosphere are truly unique, Raditz muttered quietly. Since Lord Bardock has commanded me to assist you, Raditz, let us begin our journey to becoming Super Saiyans. Despite the diminutive volume of Raditz's voice, Goku comprehended every word clearly as he embraced Raditz's shoulders and soared towards their training area, while Raditz wore an expression of utter desolation. Meanwhile, Frieza, having lost the instigator Bardock, immediately issued a galaxy-wide bounty on the Scion race and commanded his subordinates to meticulously scrutinize the planets under their jurisdiction. Upon discovering any Scion presence, they were to promptly report to Frieza's planet. The second decree mandated a grand military tournament to select the 2 most formidable warriors to fill the vacancies in the Ginyu force. The Third Order instructed Frieza's legions to undertake the tasks left behind by the Scions, conquering unclaimed planets and units to augment Frieza's resources and energy supplies. Under Bardock's influence, Frieza's forces began to expand chaotically, launching large-scale invasions of various civilizations. However, due to the general mediocrity of Frieza's henchmen, who lacked the Scion ability to amplify their combat prowess tenfold upon transformation, many mid-tier planets suffered significant losses, while high-tier planets remained beyond their reach. Devoid of Scions as their enforcers, Frieza's army faced considerable setbacks in their cosmic conquests. Yet, to the cold-blooded frost demons, the demise of these foot soldiers was inconsequential. They could simply conscript more soldiers from planets within Frieza's dominion, as foot soldiers were expected to accept their fates. Chapter 40, An Unfortunate Encounter with Frieza's Army. Forced to land, the journey from Gastan Star to Earth would take nearly 4 months, traversing a substantial portion of Frieza's dominion. To alleviate the tedium of the voyage, Bardock took it upon himself to guide Jine and Dallas in their training. At present, Dallas possessed a mere 1,000 points of combat power, while Jine had reached an impressive 5,000. Most of her time had been devoted to gestation, with little opportunity for conventional physical training, occasionally employing a simplified version of Bardock's training methods. Now, she had effectively completed her recovery phase and was ready to commence her training. As for Goku, Bardock placed him directly into his sleep pod for deep slumber, a device originally installed to mitigate the loneliness of prolonged journeys. Once the preset awakening time was reached, he would be roused, remaining in a state of sleep until then. In the original narrative, Vegeta's exceptional talent was somewhat offset by his initial combat power of only 18,000, primarily due to his lack of training awareness and the extensive period spent in slumber during cosmic conquests, leaving little time for cultivation. The planets they invaded were mere trifles, hardly worthy adversaries, thus failing to provide opportunities for enhancing combat strength, which accounted for his low initial combat power. Jine, Dallas, begin by adapting to a gravity level 7 times stronger. Gastan Star's gravity was 5 times that of Vegeta, and the current gravity device was calibrated to 10 times that of Vegeta's planet. Understood, father. Got it, Bardock. As the gravity setting was adjusted to 7 times, both were immediately overwhelmed, their faces turning crimson. The concept of 7 times Vegeta's gravity was staggering. In the original story, Earth's gravity was 1/10 that of Vegeta, making the gravity on Vegeta's planet 7 times greater, equivalent to 70 times that of Earth. Bardock had chosen this level, considering their relatively weak combat powers. Struggling to move within the gravity chamber, each step felt like a drain on their stamina, with their breathing becoming increasingly labored. Within a minute, Dallas, the weakest among them, was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Dallas, keep going. No stopping. Bardock's commanding voice resonated in Dallas's ears. Feeling his strength waning and his legs trembling uncontrollably, Dallas obeyed Bardock's orders, gritting his teeth and pressing forward, channeling every ounce of energy into that step. Once he managed to take that step, he felt the last remnants of his strength evaporate, collapsing to the floor, his eyelids growing heavier. Get up. Do you not aspire to become a Super Saiyan? If you cannot overcome this trivial challenge, how do you expect to achieve that? Rise, continue, surpass your limits. Only by persistently transcending your boundaries can you journey further on the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Hurry, do not dawdle. Bardock, recognizing that Dallas was on the brink of surpassing his limits, delivered a swift kick to him, commanding without room for dissent. Yes, father, Dallas replied weakly, focusing his mind to stave off fatigue's encroachment, roaring as he slowly moved his trembling body, resembling an injured beast, his expression fierce. An indomitable will and an unwavering resolve propelled Dallas to stand tall, gradually moving forward, an indescribable force surging from within him. After a few steps, he exhausted his energy and lost consciousness. Congratulations, you have surpassed your limits. This was the last voice Dallas heard before fainting, and upon hearing Bardock's words, a faint smile graced his lips. After transporting the unconscious Dallas to the medical chamber for treatment, Bardock turned his attention to Jine's training. Despite being his wife, Bardock would not relent. Training and life were distinct realms, and if Jine did not apply herself diligently in her training, she would ultimately bear the consequences. Given Jine's significantly higher combat power compared to Dallas, she barely managed to move under the 7-fold gravity of Vegeta. Though her agility was far from what it once was, Bardock still relied on physical strikes to enhance Jine's combat experience. Previously, Jine had been primarily engaged in logistical support for the Scions, possessing scant combat experience. If she did not receive instruction now, there would be no time later. Jine, I am coming in. Bardock controlled his combat power and threw a punch. Jine hurriedly dodged, nearly losing her balance. Such evasions were futile. The strongest defense was an offense. You must learn to attack, Jine, Bardock advised. Launching another assault at a speed she could evade, swinging his fist from the right. Jine let out a scream that reverberated painfully in Bardock's ears, and soon after, he saw her plop down onto the ground, breathing heavily. Bardock, with a sense of resignation, lifted Jine and launched a straight punch aimed at her shoulder. Jine attempted to sidestep, barely evading the blow. Bardock then followed up with a side kick, to which Jine retaliated with a straight punch directed at his calf. Under the immense gravitational pressure of 7 times that of Planet Vegeta, Bardock relentlessly bombarded Jine with attacks. Gradually, Jine began to find her rhythm. Although some of her defensive maneuvers were less than ideal, they were a marked improvement from her initial attempts. Her most frequently employed technique became the straight punch in response to Bardock's strikes. While she countered his downward elbow attack with an uppercut and intercepted his horizontal elbow strike with her palm. Each unconventional response resulted in varying degrees of impact, causing her to wince in pain, yet she persevered through the agony, continuing to defend herself. Despite Bardock's persistent efforts, he could not shake off his instinctive reactions, allowing Jine to maintain her defensive stance. After half an hour of exchanging blows, Bardock's spirit had grown numb. Conversely, Jine was so exhausted that she could hardly muster the strength to move a finger. Bardock, recognizing her fatigue, escorted her to the rest chamber while he transformed into a Super Saiyan, striving to suppress his energy to sustain the transformation. However, no matter how much he restrained it, his battle power remained overwhelmingly potent. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Within the gravity chamber, Jine and Dales had acclimatized to the 15-fold gravity of Planet Vegeta, while Bardock maintained his Super Saiyan form, facing off against the two. Although it appeared to be a duel between 3, in reality, it was Dales and Jine, both exerting their utmost to assault Bardock. Bardock, in a state of transformation, hesitated to unleash his full power, finding himself caught between passively enduring blows and evasively dodging attacks. The gravity chamber, with its limited space of less than 30 square meters, posed a significant challenge as both opponents launched their assaults. Bardock, unable to exert his full strength, found himself on the receiving end more often than not, with evasive maneuvers proving insufficient. Despite Darius having broken through his limits several times over the course of a month, achieving a battle power of 12,000, and Jine's prowess soaring to 90,000, the intensity of their attacks felt little more than a mere tickle to Bardock. He could withstand an entire day of their relentless strikes without much consequence. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Darius swung his fist with fervor, his lightning-fast assaults met by Bardock, who adeptly parried each one with a single hand. Meanwhile, Jine employed a variety of martial techniques taught by Bardock, attacking him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Bardock, multitasking with remarkable agility, swiftly defended against their combined onslaught, his defenses impenetrable. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the chamber, accompanied by the ship's malfunction alarm blaring ominously. Bardock hastily deactivated the gravity settings and instantly materialized in the spaceship's cockpit. The ship's display indicated damage to the propulsion system, and simultaneously, Bardock sensed several faint energies trailing behind his vessel. Beep, beep, beep. The external communication device emitted a sound, and a brash voice resonated within. Listen up, you Scion monkeys. We are the 9th Legion of the Frieza Force. Surrender promptly and disclose the whereabouts of the fleeing Scions, or Frieza the Great may grant you clemency, allowing you to serve him once more. Otherwise, you lowly Scion scum shall meet your demise here, becoming mere cosmic dust. The speaker then erupted into maniacal laughter. What? Frieza? Bardock exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't he dead? How can that be? Humph. How could a mere Scion possibly kill Frieza? Have your delusions of the so-called Super Saiyan not yet dissipated? Fools. Surrender now and reveal the remaining Scion stronghold, or you shall share the fate of the Scions from Planet Vegeta, becoming nothing but cosmic fireworks. Planet Vegeta is gone? Frieza is not dead? The shocking revelations left Dales and Jine in stunned silence. Haha. To think there are still 2 Scions left. It seems my harvest this time will be bountiful. Frieza will surely reward me handsomely. Chioe thought, reveling in the prospect of uncovering the remaining Scion's hideout and anticipating Frieza's generous reward. Annoying insects, begone. Bardock cursed vehemently as he severed the external communication link, turning to the ship's map to locate the nearest planet for landing. In a state of urgency, the spaceship accelerated, swiftly vanishing from the 9th Legion's sight. You insolent Scions dared to cut off communications with Lord Chioe. Chioe seethed, punching the control panel in frustration. Send word. Pursue the ship of those 3 Scion monkeys. They shan't escape far. He glared menacingly in the direction Bardock's ship had vanished. Lord Chioe. Shall we not report this to Frieza? A trembling subordinate inquired. 3 Scion monkeys? How formidable could they possibly be? At most, their power levels are a little over 10,000. Do you think I, Chioe, would be intimidated by them? Even if they can transform into giant apes. What of it? They would merely destroy the moon. Chioe sneered, having conducted extensive research on the Scion's various abilities in hopes of ascending the ranks within Frieza's army. Yes. Lord Chioe. The subordinate, eager to please, nodded and retreated to relay Chioe's orders to the Legion. Soon, the command ship tracked Bardock's flight path. estimating the planet he was likely to reach, and reported back to Chio-E, who immediately commanded the 9th Legion's troops to follow suit. Chapter 41, The Battle of the Lavin's Father, They're Closing In on Us. Dales informed Bardock, glancing at the ship's radar. Fear not, they shall not attack again. Bardock's confident assurance left Ginyu and Dales perplexed, unable to fathom why he was so certain the Frieza force would refrain from further assaulting their ship. However, Bardock soon addressed their unspoken questions. You're puzzled, aren't you? The reason is quite simple. They need information from us, these weak scions, regarding the location of the remaining scions. As for how they know this ship belongs to us, it is because Frieza has backup data on the ships of the scions from Planet Vegeta. Do you think the technicians from Planet Vegeta were all trained by us? Those were merely Frieza's pawns. Father, if Frieza is not dead, what should we do? Will the people of Gastan Star be in danger? Dales' face reflected his concern as he recalled Chio-Yi's recent revelations. What is there to fear? Although I am unsure why Frieza remains alive, we have the defense squad and the heavenly and earthly warriors with us. The rabble of the Frieza force are no match for them. Even if Frieza himself were to attack, with Auto by our side, I doubt he could stir up any significant trouble. Moreover, Frieza would never expect us scions to inhabit such a perilous planet. He won't find Gastan Star anytime soon. Rest easy, Bardock reassured Dales. Yes, father, Dales replied, silently vowing to train harder to keep pace with his father's strength. Half an hour later, propelled by the ship's emergency braking system, they landed on an unfamiliar planet. Upon disembarking, Bardock and his companions were met with an intimidating sight. Numerous armed soldiers aimed their weapons at them. Aliens, listen up. Raise your hands and drop your weapons, or we will eliminate you. Various advanced weapons, unfamiliar to Bardock, were trained upon them. Clearly, the locals had deemed them invaders. As for how they knew of the ship's landing, it was likely mere coincidence, considering the Frieza force was not far away, likely seeking to conquer this very planet. The planet they had landed on was Lavin's, inhabited by indigenous people who bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, albeit with a technological level that had reached space-faring civilization. However, their energy levels were considerably weak, averaging around 10, which was still superior to that of Earthlings. Begone, you filthy insects. We have come to repair our damaged ship and have no time for your childish games. Dales unleashed his energy, sending the nearest Lavins flying. The ones further away were drenched in cold sweat, and those with frail constitutions urinated in fright. You despicable invaders! Everyone, open fire. The Lavin's commander issued orders through a communication device, and in the next moment, a barrage of artillery rained down upon Bardock and his companions. Dales, take care of these people. Bardock had no desire to engage in combat, delegating the task to the weakest among them, while he activated an energy shield to protect the ship amidst the onslaught. Without instant transmission or similar techniques, the spaceship was vital for interstellar travel. Understood, father. Do not take their lives. Stop the heavy weaponry. It's blinding. Bardock intended for Dales to eliminate those firing upon them, but considering the potential for utilizing this planet as a scion outpost, he modified his command. Dales, puzzled by his father's orders, nevertheless complied, effortlessly evading the incoming attacks. He then swiftly appeared before a super-light particle laser cannon and dismantled it with a single punch, followed by the destruction of a second and third, all the while casually obliterating aerial vehicles with energy blasts. With a battle power of 12,000. Dales moved through the Lavins like a tiger among sheep, leaving only the sounds of explosions and chaos in his wake. The Lavins' retreating cries echoed in their ears. But the speed of this so-called invader was overwhelming. Not a single one could evade his strikes. The so-called defense of the Lavins crumbled within 10 minutes, swiftly resolved by Dales. However, the aftermath of his rapid power growth became evident as he struggled to control his strength, resulting in the gruesome deaths of several hundred Lavins due to his inability to restrain his power. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations. The catfish, Chio-E, has finally caught up. Bardock, faced with such a multitude of adversaries for the first time, Ginyu felt a twinge of anxiety, as she had yet to undergo the trials of brutal combat. Fear not, Ginyu, you are no longer the frail being you once were. It is they who should tremble before you. Bardock gently reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Yet, despite Bardock's words, Ginyu struggled to grasp her own strength. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of spacecraft descended, and under Bardock's watchful eye, a myriad of aliens emerged from within, beings with canine heads, crimson skin, snowy hair, and a riot of colors, each boasting a combat power exceeding 2,000. With the strongest reaching a staggering 15,000. Ginyu, the outcome of this battle rests upon your shoulders. I shall refrain from intervening. Consider it a rite of passage for you as a formidable warrior, Bardock declared, fearful that the Frieza force would flee. He concentrated energy in his hand, unleashing it like meteors in all directions, each beam striking the Frieza ships with precision. As for the Frieza force's detection devices, Bardock effortlessly dismantled them with a mere flicker of his energy, rendering them inoperative. It is your turn, Ginyu, Bardock gestured, signaling her to step forth. Leave it to me. Bardock, she responded, darting towards the Frieza ranks. The foot soldiers, deprived of their sensors, scoffed at the sight of a female scion, preparing to capture her. Ginyu, gripped by tension and recalling her sparring sessions with Bardock, opted for her most adept method of attack. She launched a formidable punch from a distance towards the soldier. This is impossible, the soldier exclaimed before exploding in place. The remaining Frieza soldiers stood in shock, unable to fathom the sheer power of this female scion. Instinctively retreating a few steps. Damn scion monkey. Chiyoyi's forehead glistened with cold sweat as his teeth chattered in agitation. All of you, charge at once. Do it quickly. He bellowed in frustration. Yet, none dared to advance. In a fit of rage, Chiyoyi unleashed several energy blasts, instantly obliterating a few retreating soldiers. Those who dare to retreat on the battlefield shall face dire consequences. Chiyoyi's intent was clear. He aimed to exhaust Jin's stamina, planning to reap the benefits later. With a rallying cry, one soldier took the lead, unleashing an energy wave towards Jin while charging forward. One followed another, as the soldiers resolved to attack Jin recklessly. Jin had never encountered such an onslaught. She found herself flustered, desperately deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Bardock, witnessing the chaos, could not help but cover his forehead in disbelief, realizing that Jin had completely forgotten the techniques she had learned in the heat of real battle. Fortunately, her innate strength rendered the weak attacks ineffective against her. Bang! A soldier, seeing Jin's apparent inexperience, rushed in for a sneak attack, aiming a punch at her temple, only to have Jin effortlessly shatter part of his shoulder with a casual strike, leaving him howling in agony midair. Daryl, subdue that catfish. This is your first test. Bardock's expectations were high. His son sought to challenge the odds, while his daughter-in-law faced mere foot soldiers, a double standard indeed. Daryl, accustomed to Bardock's sporadic trials, assessed Chiyoyi's demeanor and flew towards him with a serious expression. You worthless fools, keep attacking. We cannot return to Frieza's headquarters without eliminating those scions. Chiyoyi continued to incite fear among his subordinates, who, under his oppressive presence, charged forth without hesitation. Boom. The majority of Frieza's soldiers were drawn to Jin, while a few, perceiving the seemingly vulnerable Bardock and the 6-year-old Daryl as easy targets, foolishly attacked them. Bardock needed no further mention. He effortlessly obliterated any energy blast directed his way, painting the surroundings with splashes of colorful blood. Meanwhile, Daryl swiftly dispatched dozens of Frieza soldiers and soon found himself face-to-face with Chiyoyi. Without a word, he unleashed a ki wave towards Chiyoyi. Damn scion. Chiyoyi was infuriated. How could one woman prove such a challenge? Now a mere child dared to challenge the authority of the 9th Legion's commander. Such audacity. He swiftly intercepted Daryl's attack, redirecting the ki wave to the side, only to be met by Daryl's fists. Child, such trivial tricks are outdated. Do not underestimate me. Chiyoyi, fury etched across his face, he caught Daryl's fist, swung him around, and flung him into the air. Then combined his hands to launch a ki wave at Daryl. Die, little scion. Realizing he was outmatched by the other two scions, Chiyoyi unleashed his pin-up rage upon Daryl. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Daryl, enduring excruciating pain, soared through the air, his battle suit shredded, gaping wounds marring his body. Chapter 42. The exiled son is taken back. How infuriating. The disparity in power is merely 2,000 to 3,000 points, yet I am utterly overmatched. Daryl trembled, filled with resentment as he gazed at the imposing Chiyoyi. Child, perish. Chiyoyi cackled, launching himself from the ground, delivering a powerful blow to Daryl's abdomen. Reeling from the impact, Daryl coughed blood, instantly reduced to a feeble state, clutching his stomach in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyoyi grasped Daryl by the hair and relentlessly pummeled his face. Suddenly, a laser shot forth, piercing Chiyoyi's arm that clutched Daryl's hair. In pain, he instinctively released Daryl, who now grasped his injured arm in shock, staring in terror at the golden-haired scion beside the spacecraft. Daryl, if you do not confront your enemies with the resolve to kill, your future is bleak. True warriors fear no formidable foes. Stand up, your battle is far from over. Bardock's voice resonated with paternal authority, lecturing Daryl sternly. Yes, father. Daryl, braving the pain, glared fiercely at the now one-armed Chiyoyi, disregarding his own injuries, and charged forward, aiming a punch at Chiyoyi's chest. With one arm incapacitated, Chiyoyi could only evade, as Daryl's fist flew in a flurry, each punch narrowly avoided. As the assault continued, side kicks, rapid leg strikes, knee thrusts, Chiyoyi found himself on the defensive, surprisingly holding his ground against Daryl. Hey, fat catfish, if you can defeat Daryl, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Should you fail, you and your legion shall remain here, a testament to your unwavering loyalty to Lord Frieza. Bardock intensified the pressure on Chiyoyi, who was seething with rage. Damn it, this infernal monkey. How could I have ever imagined being threatened by a mere monkey? Immediately, the intensity of the battle escalated as the protagonist unleashed a flurry of attacks with both hands and feet, striking Dales in the abdomen with a powerful kick. Dales, in excruciating pain, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, pressed on with his assault, undeterred by his injuries. At that moment, Chiyoyi's advantages as an adult became evident, as his range of attack widened and each strike bore greater force. In contrast, the 6-year-old Dales, with only his limbs unscathed, struggled to mount an effective offense, falling far short in other aspects. The situation quickly tilted in favor of one side. One fought for survival while the other sought to prove his fighting spirit before his father, each driven by an unyielding reason to prevail. Chiyoyi's relentless attacks left Dales reeling, repeatedly sent flying and struck by energy waves. Yet, fueled by sheer determination, Dales rose again to confront Chio-E. After 10 minutes of what could only be described as a battle, Jine had dispatched a multitude of minor adversaries. Her expression a mixture of disbelief and triumph as she grappled with the realization of her newfound strength. Upon witnessing the battered Dales, her motherly instincts surged forth, prompting her to disregard Bardock's cautions and rush forward. In Chio-E's eyes, she appeared as if she had teleported before him, unleashing a dual-handed energy wave that reduced him to dust. As Dales, just as he regained his footing, saw Chio-E obliterated by Jine, a relieved smile spread across his face, and the weight of his exhaustion overcame him, causing him to collapse. Dales. Jine hurried over, checking for his breath and pulse, entirely forgetting to sense his condition through energy perception. Bardock, your recklessness nearly cost Dales his life. This was the first time Jine chastised Bardock for the sake of an outsider, leaving him somewhat wounded, yet he humbly accepted his fault. I will be more careful in the future. First, let's get Dales on board the ship for treatment. You guard the ship while I seek out the leader of this planet. With the minor nuisances dealt with, Bardock aimed to resolve the matter of the planet's ownership. Sensing a gathering of feeble energy signatures, he ascended into the air, while Jine carried the injured Dales aboard the ship for healing. 10 seconds later, Bardock located the assembly point of the Lavrel people. Observing their defensive stance, he coldly inquired, "Where's your leader? I have matters to discuss with him, and do refrain from pointing those rusty weapons at me, should my finger twitch. That mountain over there may vanish in an instant." He gestured toward a distant peak, which promptly disappeared from sight. Next time, it may not be just a mountain, but perhaps all of you. Under Bardock's intimidation, the Lavrel warriors adjusted their weapons. "Hurry up. I demand to see your leader," Bardock growled impatiently, prompting one of them to timidly raise his hand. Esteemed extraterrestrial, we are merely the Planetary Defense Squad. The President is commanding the troops from Odin City. If you spare my subordinates, I will escort you there." "Oh, I did not realize you were a commander of a troop. I accept your terms," Bardock replied, eliciting a look of joy from the Lavrel commander. "And just to clarify, I have no intention of killing you. You simply misidentified the target of your invasion, compelling us to act." "What? Are you not with the Frieza force?" the Lavrel man asked, bewildered. "Had the fools of the Frieza force not sabotaged my ship's propulsion system, I would not have been compelled to make an emergency landing on such a primitive planet," Bardock declared, lifting the commander telekinetically. "Why you promised not to kill?" The commander stammered, believing Bardock intended to make an example of him. "Fool. I merely require you to lead the way, not to kill you. At your current pace, by the time we reach Odin City, the food will have spoiled," Bardock retorted sharply. In that direction, approximately 100 kilometers ahead, lies our capital, the City of Victory. The leader presides there." After providing directions, Bardock swiftly vanished from sight, dragging the commander along with him. After spending a month on Lavrel, Bardock utilized their spaceship technology to repair his damaged ship. Through amicable negotiations, he organized the nations of Lavrel into a federal entity, representing the entirety of the Lavrel system. Under the radar, Lavrel became a vassal of Gastan, offering technological, personnel, and material support, while Gastan reciprocated with military assistance, arranging for the deployment of their defense forces. Bardock had already contacted Raditz to ensure all preparations were in place. Once everything was settled, Bardock resumed his journey towards Earth. The scene shifted to Reg, who, after nearly 3.5 months of deep slumber, was awakened by the ship's alert, notifying him that they would arrive at Planet Vegeta in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this news, a cruel smile crept across Reg's face, as he was resolved to make the exiled King Vegeta suffer and beg for mercy. However, 5 minutes later, Reg found himself in disbelief. The location of Planet Vegeta was utterly empty. The ship's interstellar map confirmed he was indeed at the coordinates of Planet Vegeta, yet there was nothing to be seen, leaving him with a sense of betrayal. In a fit of rage, Reg struck the ship, triggering alarms. "Cursed King Vegeta, cursed Planet Vegeta. Those two foolish beings dare deceive me. When I next encounter you, you will beg like dogs at my feet." With Planet Vegeta eluding him, Reg turned his ire towards the arch-nemesis of the Saiyans, the Frieza force. Consulting the ship's stored intelligence on enemy bases, he charted a course for the nearest Frieza stronghold. Meanwhile, Frieza, having experienced a month of silence from one of his legions, became increasingly volatile, having already crushed several commanders in his fury. "Incompetent fools. A whole legion has been eliminated without a trace, and I have no idea when it happened. Useless. Retrieve the last known coordinates of Chio-E, and the 7th and 8th legions must investigate this route. I refuse to believe there are no leads." Frieza growled, his mechanical tail thrashing behind him as he addressed the commanders of the 7th and 8th legions. "Yes, Lord Frieza." The commanders scuttled away from the palace, their legs trembling in fear. "All you worthless trash, disappear from my sight." Frieza glared at his quaking subordinates, his rage simmering. Once favored by fortune, he now felt that anyone could defy him with the emergence of a Super Saiyan. On Gastan, the shadow operatives tasked with locating the exiled prince returned with an unexpected individual, Vegeta. When the operatives brought the fully recovered Vegeta before Raditz, Raditz could hardly believe his eyes. After learning from their father that Frieza was still alive and that Planet Vegeta had been destroyed, Raditz had assumed Vegeta had perished alongside it. The dramatic reunion unfolded before them. Raditz, it seems Bardock has brought you all to the advanced planet of Gastan. Everything seems to have been orchestrated by Bardock. From the mission to take over Gastan Star to the present, it has all been Bardock's arrangement. Enduring the gravity of Gastan Star, which is greater than that of Planet Vegeta, Vegeta has been tirelessly organizing the information in his mind since he arrived here. Vegeta, now is not the time for such discussions. Just over 10 days ago, I received news from our father that Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. Raditz interrupted Vegeta, delivering news that nearly left him in shock. No, it cannot be. Frieza was killed by Bardock. How could he possibly annihilate Planet Vegeta? Raditz, you are lying. You must be lying, right? Your sole aim is to keep this genius prince on Gastan Star. Unable to accept this news, Vegeta began to engage in self-hypnosis. It is the truth, Vegeta. Stay here. Join Gastan Star. As long as you join and train diligently. The day we Saiyans rise again will also be the day we take revenge on Frieza. Raditz, still clinging to their past bond, prepared to persuade Vegeta to join Gastan Star. Huh. I am a prince. How could I possibly submit to a lower-class scion? Even if I cannot join you on Gastan Star, I can still exact my vengeance. Humph. Vegeta remained as proud as ever. In that case, if you wish to leave, then go. Knowing Vegeta's character well, Raditz reluctantly abandoned his attempts to persuade him, gesturing for the shadow guards to escort Vegeta away. Fuin, in my name. Request a single-pod spaceship from the base and hand over the controls to Vegeta. Consider it my parting gift to him. Raditz instructed the nearby soldier. Yes, Lord Raditz. The soldier bowed and withdrew. When Vegeta received the spaceship controls from Raditz's subordinate, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. The thought of a prince being managed by his subordinate was unsettling, prompting him to press the summon button. Moments later, a single-pod spaceship appeared before him. After casting one last glance at the Saiyans living on Gastan Star, Vegeta resolutely entered the spaceship, embarking on his journey back to Planet Vegeta. As there were matters he needed to verify personally. In the second following Vegeta's departure, another group of shadow guards returned with two Saiyans. One was a middle-aged scion with a missing eye, and the other was a small infant, possessing a power level of 30,000, surpassing that of ordinary adult scions on Gastan Star. Shortly thereafter, another squad of shadow guards returned with a scion child approximately 3 to 4 years old, who collapsed upon disembarking the spaceship, overwhelmed by the gravity of Gastan Star. The middle-aged scion suffered the same fate, while the infant cried loudly, his power increasing with each wail. Chapter 43, Handle with Care reporting to Lord Raditz. Among the exiled offspring brought back by the shadow guards, there is an extraordinarily gifted infant. The guards are uncertain and seek your decision. The soldier, known as Earth Demon Guard 37, promptly ushered the shadow guards who had just returned into Raditz's presence, where they reported on the infant. How remarkable is this talent? That you personally sought an audience? Raditz inquired with curiosity. The child's name is Broly. According to Paragus, he was born at the same time as your brother. His initial fighting power reached 10,000, and now, at nearly 6 months old, he has astonishingly achieved a power level of 30,000. Since entering Gastan Star, his power has been continuously rising due to emotional fluctuations. The shadow guard's voice trembled as he relayed the news about Broly. An initial power level of 10,000. Raditz was overwhelmed by shock, barely grasping the subsequent details. Yes, my lord, you heard correctly. The shadow guard affirmed once more. As we could not contact Lord Bardock, we dared not make any decisions and brought Broly and his father back to report to you immediately. Lord Raditz, should we? Earth Demon Guard 37 made a gesture across his throat, recalling his past as a soldier in the Royal Guard of Planet Vegeta. Aware of how the king typically dealt with such talents, exiling or eliminating those who posed a threat to his rule, he proposed this cautionary suggestion to Raditz. However, Earth Demon Guard 37 was perplexed as to how such a gifted Broly could escape the king's wrath. I will consult with my father before making any decisions regarding Broly. As for him and his father, arrange for their accommodations and provide them with the necessary resources, while assigning a squad from the Gastan Star defense team to monitor them. Facing the prospect of a talent that far surpassed any scion, Raditz was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, shock, jealousy, and resentment. Remembering Bardock's teachings to cherish every scion warrior, he hesitated, opting to confine the pair for the time being. As for Earth Demon Guard 37's suggestion, Raditz was somewhat tempted, given his father's actions. It was clear that Bardock aimed to become the king of the Scions, and Raditz, as the next in line following Bardock's abdication, could not allow the existence of a potential rival whose power might one day eclipse his father's. Fortunately, Raditz still held Bardock's guidance close to heart. Otherwise, he might have ordered the elimination of Broly and his father. Meanwhile, Bardock, heading towards Earth after training Tarles and Kine, stepped out of the gravity chamber and into the control room, noticing several missed video calls. What a flurry of calls from Raditz. Could there be some trouble on Gastan Star? Maintaining his Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock dialed Raditz's video call with curiosity. The moment the connection was established, Raditz appeared on screen. Raditz, is there something urgent you wish to discuss? Bardock asked with a smile. Father. The Shadow Guards have found an extraordinarily gifted child with an initial power level of 10,000. At just half a year old. He has reached a power level of 30,000. How should we handle this child? Raditz inquired, his emotions somewhat unstable. An initial power level of 10,000? Is he Paragus' child? Bardock replied, astonished. Father, how did you know? That child shares the same birth date as my brother and is named Broly. Raditz responded, equally surprised. Do not concern yourself with how I know. I wish to understand your thoughts on how to deal with Broly. Bardock said, frowning at his somewhat erratic eldest son. I want to kill him. Raditz confessed, realizing that concealing his true intentions was futile. Excellent. You possess the qualities of a clan king. However, I do not recommend such a course of action. Bardock's swift turnaround left Raditz momentarily speechless, and once his shock subsided, he incredulously questioned Bardock. Why, father? This seems contradictory. To ruthlessly eliminate threats in their infancy is indeed a quality befitting a king, a means to solidify one's reign. However, Raditz, this is insufficient. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. You possess the capacity for darkness but lack the other crucial aspect of a king, the ability to show tolerance. The excessively benevolent ruler may be perceived by his subordinates as easy to manipulate, weak, and susceptible to deceit, leading them to act in defiance of his commands. Conversely, a ruthless monarch instills fear among his subjects, which can breed anger and hatred. Should any misfortune befall you, your kingdom may crumble. Therefore, I implore you to embody a ruler who balances compassion with a capacity for harsh measures. Bardock fixed his piercing gaze upon his utterly flustered son. But father, Broly, Raditz began, eager to speak further. Moreover, Raditz, do you not feel the absence of a rival at your heels? I believe Broly is precisely what you need. Your current training is far too lackadaisical. Attend to Broly as I instruct. As long as he does not endanger our scion kin and adheres to the order of Gastan, let him and Paragus do as they wish. Furthermore, issue orders to avoid provoking Broly. He possesses an extraordinary constitution and is prone to losing control. While he is still young, it may be manageable, but as he matures, it will become increasingly difficult to rein him in. Once I conclude my affairs here and return to Gastan, I shall personally take Broly as my disciple. As Bardock spoke, a semblance of amusement danced in his eyes as he regarded his son, who appeared somewhat dazed. Father, please, not that. Raditz lamented, on the verge of tears. Thus, Raditz, you must train diligently. Some individuals can serve as both rivals and friends, to spare yourself from future beatings. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with Broly. With that, Bardock cheerfully terminated the communication, leaving Raditz staring blankly at the screen. This is the end. How could there exist such an exceptionally gifted individual? And my father intends to take him on as a disciple. Alas, my leisurely existence is doomed. Raditz grimaced as he exited the spacecraft, summoning the 37th Earth Demon Guard. Order the defense team monitoring Broly and his father to return to their previous posts. And prepare some basic necessities for scion infants. Find a female scion with a combat power of around 50,000 to care for Broly. As long as they do not violate the existing order, let them do as they please. Raditz effectively relayed Bardock's words. Is this truly Lord Bardock's intent? The 37th Earth Demon Guard inquired incredulously. Indeed, my father plans to return and take Broly as his disciple. This is truly a difficult situation. Raditz lamented, shaking his head. Now, hurry along with what I just instructed. I am off to find Uncle Odo for training. In an unprecedented move to safeguard his own status and minimize future beatings, Raditz resolved to seek out Odo for training. Meanwhile, Bardock contemplated how to manage the potential threat posed by Broly, whom he regarded as a ticking time bomb. He recalled that Vegeta's eldest son, Regu, was likely on planet Bimbi. He wondered if the Shadows had located him. Should they find him, perhaps he could take Regu as a disciple to apply additional pressure on his two sons. Bardock, are you in good spirits? Kine walked into the rest chamber after finishing her grooming, noticing the smile that graced Bardock's face. Of course. I just received word from Raditz that the Shadows have discovered an extraordinarily talented exile, born on the same day as Goku, with an initial combat power of 10,000. Now reaching approximately 30,000. Gastan will soon boast another Super Saiyan. Bardock joyfully shared the news of Broly with Kine. What? A combat power of 10,000? That is truly astonishing. For Goku, I do not demand much. If he can achieve a combat power of 10,000 in the future, I will be thoroughly satisfied. Kine gazed at Goku in the incubation chamber, her expression tinged with disappointment. Fear not. I firmly believe my son will not be limited to a mere 10,000 combat power. He shall undoubtedly become one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Bardock reassured her, wrapping his arms around Kine. Indeed, Bardock, you are always right. Kine replied playfully. Then, shall we consider having another daughter for Goku? Bardock chuckled. Ready to proceed. Father. Dallas burst into the chamber, halting Bardock's hand mid-motion, igniting a surge of uncontainable frustration within him. Dallas, what is it? Bardock managed to suppress his emotions, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. Father, I have recuperated. Please, instruct me on my combat techniques. Dallas's earnest expression was unmistakable. Since sustaining severe injuries on planet Revel, Dallas's combat power had risen to 18,000 upon recovery. However, he remained unsatisfied and sought Bardock's rigorous training, demanding instruction immediately after regaining his strength. Bardock felt a pang of compassion for his son's relentless dedication. Yet, he ultimately relented and agreed to guide Dallas. Very well. I understand. Bardock released Kine and responded in a tranquil tone before rising to stand before Dallas, patting his head. Come. I shall ensure I provide you with thorough instruction today. Bardock. Kine realized that Dallas was about to endure a rigorous training session and called out. What is it, Kine? Your words are of no consequence this time. I shall indeed provide Dallas with a memorable lesson. Upon hearing this, Dallas felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. No, Bardock, I meant to suggest you go easy on him. Chapter 44, The Complex Thoughts of the Celestial Being. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Bardock, lost in meditation within the cockpit, suddenly heard the alert indicating the spacecraft would arrive at Earth in 5 minutes. Bardock swiftly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement illuminating them as he beheld the familiar yet foreign planet through the cockpit window, his heart racing with anticipation. Kine, Dallas, prepare yourselves. We are about to arrive at Earth. Bardock called out via the ship's communication system to the two inside the gravity chamber. At last. After 4 long months of cosmic travel, it is hard to fathom how the Scions who undertook missions without sleep devices managed to endure. Were it me, I believe I would have gone mad. Kine responded, promptly shutting off the gravity equipment upon receiving Bardock's announcement. Dallas dared not voice any complaints, despite his yearning to grow stronger under such conditions. However, recalling Bardock's earlier lessons on love and discipline, he trembled involuntarily, behaving like a docile child in the ensuing days and seeking Bardock's guidance only sparingly, so rarely that he could count the instances on one hand. Bardock reveled in the tranquility, allowing them to frolic in the gravity chamber while he remained in the cockpit, meditating and training in his Super Saiyan form. Following the paternal lessons, Dallas's combat power surged to 24,000 after his injuries healed. He and Kine adjusted to the gravity environment in the chamber, and in the days leading up to their arrival on Earth, he barely adapted to 50 times Earth's gravity, achieving an astonishing combat power of 100,000. Perhaps it was due to adult Scions being more adept at increasing their combat power in such environments, as Kine's strength surged from 90,000 to 250,000. It was hard to imagine such immense energy concealed within her petite frame. Bardock, having sustained his Super Saiyan form, has now achieved full power in this state. The various drawbacks of transforming into a Super Saiyan have been minimized, and his normal combat prowess has surpassed 15 million points. With his Super Saiyan state boasting a combat power of 750 million points, a true boss in the early stages of Dragon Ball. 5 minutes later, with a thunderous roar, Bardock's spacecraft descended upon Earth, slowly opening its hatch. Upon exiting, Bardock observed the fearful expressions of the Earth's inhabitants, humans, beastmen, and dinosaur people alike. To his astonishment, these individuals, despite their trepidation, brandished personal cameras to capture his image, their flashes nearly blinding him. Irritated by the cacophony of honking horns and murmurs of the crowd, Bardock's frustration mounted. With a fierce glare, he unleashed an invisible aura that shattered everything gleaming in his vicinity. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Bardock effortlessly lifted his spacecraft into the sky. Utilizing his all-seeing eye, he sensed a formidable presence in the Earth's atmosphere and rapidly propelled himself toward the predetermined target while carrying the spacecraft. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, the Supreme Kai felt the arrival of Bardock and his companions, detecting their immense aura, which caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Even in his complete form, he realized he could not match even a fraction of their power. Thankfully, the strongest among them, though displaying a dual nature, had not unleashed chaos upon their arrival, offering a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution. As Bardock flew directly toward the Supreme Kai's temple, the Supreme Kai maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he was in turmoil. His servant, Bobo, looked wide-eyed, betraying his own unease through beads of sweat on his brow. The Supreme Kai, with Bobo's support, stepped out of the temple to confront Bardock and his companions. What brings such powerful beings to our humble planet? He inquired, suppressing his fear. That Namekian, Giant exclaimed upon recognizing one of the newcomers. Me? Bobo pointed to himself, confused. No, not you. The old man beside you. Bardock facepalmed in disbelief, realizing the misunderstanding. Ah, so I am an Namekian. No wonder I look so different from Earthlings, the Supreme Kai reflected, overwhelmed by the revelation of his heritage. Old man, I have come to Earth because I have heard of your extraordinary techniques. I wish to learn, and incidentally, leave my son under your care, Bardock stated plainly, outlining his intentions. Jine, where's Goku? Bardock called out to Jine, who was scanning the temple with a distracted demeanor. Oh, Goku. Jine suddenly remembered and hurriedly re-entered the spacecraft to retrieve Goku from the incubation chamber. The moment the Supreme Kai laid eyes on Goku, he widened his gaze in disbelief, never expecting to care for a mere infant from another planet. What? Is that a problem? Bardock slightly released his aura, causing the Supreme Kai's face to contort under the pressure. And no problem at all. The Supreme Kai hastily replied, eager to appease Bardock. Just ensure Goku remains whole and healthy. I trust you with the rest of his upbringing, but do not let him become a burden, Bardock warned. and the Supreme Kai nodded vigorously under the weight of his authority. This is my wife, Jine, and this is my son, Dales. They will be here to learn the Earth's martial arts, and I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom, Bardock explained. Having no desire to learn the Supreme Kai's combat techniques himself, may I inquire, given your immense strength, why not teach your own family? The Supreme Kai cautiously asked. A healer cannot heal himself. The path I tread is not suited for them. Additionally, I lack certain insights into the use of ki and combat philosophies. While your martial arts have developed a mature system that would benefit their training. Moreover, mentoring them would consume my own training time, Bardock elucidated patiently. Oh, I see. If you harbor no intentions of disrupting Earth's peace, I shall gladly take on the responsibility of teaching your family. However, I must admit, I lack experience in caring for children. Might I delegate that task to someone else? The Supreme Kai suggested, feeling a bit more at ease. Do as you wish. Bardock waved dismissively. He then leapt from the Supreme Kai's temple and appeared instantaneously at the residence of Korin the Cat Sage. Sensing Bardock's formidable aura, Korin trembled. Struggling to articulate his words. Extraterrestrial. What brings you here? The Cat Sage stammered. I have heard you possess a magical being that can stave off hunger for 10 days. I want as many as you have, and do not dare hoard any. Your life may depend on it, little cat. Bardock warned with a menacing smile. His finger crackling with energy. Why yes, right away. Korin stuttered, scrambling to retrieve the beans. In a flurry, 3 large barrels of the beans were soon before Bardock, who regarded them with a cold expression. Is this all? He demanded. It is all I possess, my stock from centuries. I swear, there is no hoarding, Korin fervently insisted. Terrified of Bardock's wrath. Very well, but heed my advice. It would be wise to stockpile more of these beans. They will prove invaluable in the future, Bardock cautioned. Casting a penetrating gaze at Korin before summoning the barrels, which obediently followed him back to the Supreme Kai's temple. As Bardock departed, Korin felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Had it not been for the angel's telepathic urging to fetch the beans, he feared he might have met his demise. Bardock. You went down there just for 3 barrels? Jine questioned, perplexed by the sight of Bardock as Hall. Dales, come here. Bardock called to his son. Yes, father. Dallas hurried over, only to be met with Bardock's fierce strike, the heart-piercing black tiger, leaving him gasping for breath. Watch closely, Jine. Bardock exclaimed as he retrieved a mystical bean from a large vat, placing it into Dallas's mouth, urging him to swallow. In an instant, Dallas, who was on the brink of death, was rejuvenated, his combat power soaring to an astonishing 150,000. This was truly miraculous. Not even a medical pod could yield such rapid healing. Witnessing the incredible efficacy of the mystical bean, Jine instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, this is a divine object cultivated by our Saiyans. With it, our battle prowess will ascend to new heights. However, our supply is currently limited. Once the system of Gastan Star is fully established, we shall reserve these as rewards for our most valiant warriors. Bardock stored 2 large vats of mystical beans aboard the spaceship, distributing 50 beans each to Dallas and Jine. God of the heavens. I am aware that your temple possesses a realm known as the hyperbolic time chamber, where a year of training within equates to merely a day outside. I humbly request to utilize it. Bardock candidly declared while clutching a vat of mystical beans. Certainly, Bobo, escort this gentleman. The god of the heavens felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained a calm facade as he instructed Bobo to lead Bardock to the chamber. That old rascal. Bardock silently cursed, realizing that the 2-day limit of the chamber had not been explicitly communicated to him. It seemed he was being set up to be confined. Did he presume Jine and Dallas would be easy to handle? Upon further reflection, Bardock surmised that the god of the heavens likely intended some trickery to ensnare all 3 of them within the chamber. It was no wonder he had lived for hundreds of years. His thoughts were indeed inscrutable, always speaking only half of his mind. Dallas, during the days of my training, make sure to seek the god of the heavens for guidance on combat techniques and the mastery of energy. It will greatly benefit your battles, Bardock advised with a smile. And remember, unless I personally call for you, do not seek me out, understood? Yes, father, Dallas replied. Indeed, Bardock, I shall strive diligently in my training. Jine nodded earnestly. Upon hearing Bardock's words, the expression of the god of the heavens darkened considerably. Confronted with Bardock's almost mocking demeanor, he felt a chill run through him. Let us go? Bobo, take me to the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock instructed, turning to Bobo. Follow me, Bobo replied, devoid of the god of the heavens' ulterior motives. Simply adhering to his orders as he led Bardock toward the chamber. With a resigned sigh, the god of the heavens suppressed the restless thoughts stirring within him, telepathically instructing Bobo to remind Bardock to exit after 2 days had elapsed. After following Bobo at a leisurely pace for nearly 5 minutes, Bardock finally arrived at the legendary time chamber. Bobo stepped forward to open the door and spoke up. In the time chamber, one can only remain for 2 days in the outside world. If you exceed this time limit, the door to the chamber will vanish. And you must exit before time runs out, lest you be trapped there forever. To Bardock's surprise, Bobo voluntarily shared this knowledge. Bardock, taken aback, retorted. Did the deity instruct you to tell me this? Unable to conceive of any other explanation, he awaited Bobo's response. Indeed. It was the deity who urged me to inform you. Bobo's forthright answer elicited a grin from Bardock. Please convey to the deity that his reason saved his life. I shall spare him this time. Next time, refrain from such cunning schemes. Playing petty tricks before a powerful being is no different from observing the habits of ants from a human perspective. With a hearty laugh, Bardock entered the time chamber, casually closing the door behind him. During the time Bardock and his companions left the planet Revel and arrived on Earth, several significant events unfolded within Frieza's dominion, effectively diverting attention from the turmoil caused by Bardock. The first incident involved Rager invading a division of Frieza's army, where he learned of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. With his vengeance target eliminated, Rager became akin to a wild stallion, relentlessly attacking Frieza's divisions and amassing a new force due to his formidable combat prowess. Within a short span, he seized vast territories from Frieza, gathering over 200,000 alien followers, and arrogantly bestowed upon himself the rather unimpressive title of King Rager. Though his subordinates found his self-appointed title laughable and even somewhat distasteful, they had no choice but to feign approval, intimidated by Rager's might. Frieza, incensed by Rager's actions, seethed with rage. However, apart from recognizing him as a scion, he had little understanding of the situation. Rager's claim of being a Super Saiyan instilled a sense of trepidation in Frieza, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Ginyu force and his father, King Cold, to lead a large army to reclaim lost territories. Within 2 months, they mobilized vast forces to recover all lands occupied by Rager. Upon witnessing Rager's desperate struggles on a planet, both Frieza and King Cold breathed a sigh of relief. Despite Rager's superior combat capabilities compared to typical Saiyans, Frieza quickly discerned that he was not the legendary Super Saiyan, dissipating the fear that had gripped him, replaced by a fury at being deceived. Rager, noticing Frieza and his father in the distance and feeling the oppressive aura they exuded, realized he was no match for them. After unleashing 2 energy blasts that pierced the bodies of 2 alien soldiers, he attempted to flee in his spaceship. Oh ho ho, Daddy, this Scion monkey is afraid. Frieza scoffed, vanishing from his position and reappearing in Rager's escape path. With a flick of his metallic tail, he ensnared Rager's neck, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he rained heavy blows upon Rager, determined to teach this deceiving monkey a lesson. After just a few strikes, Rager was left on the brink of unconsciousness. Lord Frieza, hold on. Ginyu, eyeing Rager's formidable physique, felt an undeniable temptation, clutching his own wound. He urgently called out to prevent Frieza from pulverizing Rager. Oh, Mr. Ginyu, you had better provide me with a compelling reason not to kill him. Frieza's tone was deceptively calm, yet the murderous intent was unmistakable, even to his most formidable subordinate. I will give you a powerful subordinate who will always remain loyal to you. Ginyu stammered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he faced Frieza's lethal gaze. Oh ho ho, Ginyu, I almost forgot. You possess the ability to switch souls, so let us temporarily spare this Scion monkey. Frieza slammed Rager heavily to the ground, stepping aside to watch Ginyu perform. Ha ha ha, I shall finally possess a powerful new body. With Frieza's consent, Ginyu struck his own body several times, then shouted toward the prostrate Rager, soul exchange. A white light erupted from Ginyu, shooting toward Rager, who was immobilized and unable to move during the process. 2 seconds later, Ginyu fell to the ground while Rager awakened, a wicked grin forming on his face, though he was still too injured to move. Mr. Ginyu? Frieza inquired. Yes, Lord Frieza. Ginyu replied weakly. Oh ho ho, it seems you have succeeded, Mr. Ginyu. I now have another super warrior among my ranks. With Ginyu's acquisition of Rager's formidable body, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He gestured for nearby soldiers to take Ginyu aboard the spaceship for proper treatment, while Ginyu's original body was crushed into a mist with a sinister smile from Frieza. Unaware of the fate that befell Ginyu, the soldiers trembled in fear, realizing the extent of Frieza's ruthlessness. After resolving the situation with Rager, Frieza calmly issued a decree. Any traitors who ally with the Scion monkeys shall be executed. Relieved that he was spared, and sensing his master's relatively good mood, the soldiers surged forward like a battle-hardened army, eager to engage those who had sided with Rager. In a mere 3 months, Frieza successfully quelled the rebellion within his territory, while Ginyu, now possessing Rager's body, experienced a dramatic surge in power, reaching 1 million in combat capability as confirmed by Frieza's latest advanced scanners, which had a detection limit of 200 million. Yet, peace is often fleeting. Shortly after the resolution of Rager's incident, Frieza received news of another division's destruction, learning that the perpetrator was yet another Scion. Frieza felt as if he had poked a hornet's nest. Learning from the previous betrayal, all soldiers across the divisions were on high alert, prepared to fight to the death against the impending Scion attack. The remnants that escaped quickly relayed the details of the Scion invader back to headquarters. Vegeta. Recognizing the familiar visage, Frieza immediately identified the scheming foe who had once ambushed him, exclaiming the name Vegeta. Oh ho ho, I did not expect that Prince Vegeta's son, Vegeta, survived. It seems this little monkey was absent from Planet Vegeta when I obliterated it, thus evading disaster. Now, he dares to seek revenge for the destruction of his planet. Ha ha, how amusing. How very amusing. Frieza, as if having discovered a delightful diversion, promptly commanded his subordinates. Order the Ginyu force to mobilize and bring back Prince Vegeta alive. Frieza's sinister smirk accompanied his command, revealing his concealed intentions. The metallic tail swayed carelessly behind him, indicating that the tyrant was in a rather jovial mood. Meanwhile, far away on the ravaged planet Vegeta, the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of the formidable foe that loomed ahead. Along with a face that incited both fear and familiarity, though the soul behind that visage no longer belonged to its original owner. Chapter 46. The Path of Cultivation and Dare's Fury. Simultaneously, as Bardock stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, a suffocating sensation enveloped him the instant the door closed. Gazing around at the stark, wide expanse, it resembled a desolate version of an unnamed star. Entering the training ground, he found that the gravity was akin to that of Planet Vegeta. Aside from the structure at the entrance, the entire realm was devoid of scenery. Focusing his mind, Bardock reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and began to enhance his basic combat power. The simplest method was to refine his energy through an upgraded training technique. He soared towards the center of the chamber, hovering in the void, closing his eyes as he quietly refined his body with energy, storing it within his cells, and subsequently drawing it out to temper every part of his physique. This cyclical process continued, with Bardock's combat power escalating rapidly. As time passed, the conditions within the chamber grew increasingly harsh, alternating between temperatures of 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. Despite his concentrated efforts, Bardock could still feel the extreme heat and cold vying against one another. Even so, he persevered with gritted teeth, as a renowned training ground in the Dragon Ball universe. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. Under the dual pressures of body and spirit, Bardock's strength surged, preparing large pots of stew when hunger struck. Lacking culinary skills, he simply boiled the ingredients without any seasoning, consuming the bland fare, prioritizing sustenance over the enjoyment of gourmet meals. Outside, Kakarot and Dares, under Bobo's guidance, settled in the sacred world of the Kais. Goku was not sent back to the mortal realm due to Kakarot's concern for his youth, and instead, they wandered the sacred world together, whimsically descending to the lower realms. This left Dares and the Kai staring at each other in bewilderment. "Hey, old man. When will you instruct me in my training?" Dares, dismissive of the seemingly weak Kai, nevertheless refrained from any reckless actions. Knowing his father had personally instructed him to heed the so-called deity, who must possess some remarkable qualities, Bobo assessed this child's foundational skills before considering what to teach him. The Kai expressed that instructing others was not feasible, and besides, in terms of martial knowledge, Bobo was far more qualified to guide the child. "What? You old codger. You're handing me over to a servant." Dares expressed his displeasure, unleashing his formidable energy, which sent the Kai reeling back into the sacred hall. "Kai!" Bobo exclaimed anxiously, rushing to support the elder. Cough cough, the aged Kai wheezed, purple blood spilling from his mouth, clearly injured from the encounter. "Kai." Bobo's eyes welled with tears as he helped the elder to his feet. "Old man, this is the consequence of deceiving the warrior race, the Scions. Teach me to cultivate, or I shall end you." Dares threatened, condensing a powerful energy at his fingertips, coercing the Kai to impart his knowledge. Cough cough, outsider, I believe you are mistaken. Bobo is indeed a servant of the gods, but he has served several previous Kais before me, and his martial experience surpasses my own. Thus, I entrusted your training to him without deceit. The Kai gasped for breath, overwhelmed by Dare's oppressive aura. "Please, temper your energy, it is far too potent." "Humph. I shall give you one chance to prove your worth." Dares dismissed the energy at his fingertips, coldly exiting the sacred hall. "Kai, perhaps we should refrain from training him?" Bobo suggested, supporting the elder. "It's all right, Bobo. I have come to terms with this. As long as he harbors no ill will towards Earth, a minor concession is acceptable. After all, I am the god of Earth. My mission is to protect and guide its inhabitants. Moreover, the man who just entered the hyperbolic time chamber appears to possess the ability to see through hearts. We should avoid unnecessary complications." When Bobo relayed Bardock's sentiments to the Kai, he realized his decision had saved his own life. Bardock seemed remarkably acquainted with the circumstances here, understanding the Kai's thoughts, prompting the elder to abandon any ulterior motives. Indeed, all schemes pale in comparison to absolute strength. "I understand, Kai." Bobo nodded. Suddenly, an unidentified object hurtled towards the Kai. Bobo swiftly shielded him, grasping the object in hand, revealing a senza bean. "Once you've healed that old man, promptly instruct me in my training." Dare's voice echoed from outside, growing impatient. "Go ahead, Bobo." The Kai smiled at Bobo, accepting the senza bean and swallowing it, his injuries healing instantly. "I understand, Kai." To Bobo, the Kai's decision was his own, and he nodded before turning to exit the hall. Outside the sacred hall, Dares crossed his arms, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his arms, evidently restless. "Apologies for the wait. Let us commence," Bobo stated, his expression stoic, stabilizing Dare's frayed emotions. "Come then," Dares declared, assuming a stance and releasing his energy fully, ready to engage in a few rounds with Bobo. "Bobo's energy is not as potent as yours. He is not your match. Please maintain your energy at a level comparable to Bobo's." Faced with Dare's overwhelming aura, Bobo exhibited no fear and stood firm. "TCH, useless. How can you instruct me in cultivation like this? I wonder what my father was thinking." Dare scoffed, though his body complied, adjusting his energy to match Bobo's level. Very well, now attempt to attack Bobo. But do not exceed his energy level, Bobo advised once more. TCH, such a bother. Despite his words, Dare swiftly executed a punch aimed at Bobo's abdomen, which Bobo effortlessly evaded. Frustrated, Dares followed up with a sweeping kick, but Bobo deftly parried it, evading with ease. In a fit of anger, Dares concentrated his energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave within a controllable range towards Bobo. To his surprise, Bobo did not evade. Instead, he consumed the Kamehameha wave, then opened his mouth to reflect it back. A bead of sweat formed on Dare's brow, astonished by Bobo's actions. As the Kamehameha wave surged towards him, Dares deflected it with one hand, causing it to explode in the sky, before rapidly charging towards Bobo once more. With a swift elbow strike aimed at Bobo's waist, Chapter 47, close the door, release Bardock. Bobo, akin to an agile rotund figure, deftly evaded Dales's elbow by skimming past it. Dales, undeterred, followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Bobo's lower body, yet Bobo, with legs as nimble as a dragonfly skimming water, narrowly avoided the attack. Frustration mounted within Dales as he struggled to contain his anger, adjusting his breathing as he launched a flurry of punches towards Bobo. Each strike, quick as lightning, met with Bobo's uncanny ability to float away like a feather in the air. With every missed blow, Dales's fury intensified, and his assault grew increasingly frantic, losing his rhythm entirely as Bobo led the dance of battle. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, Dales's rage reached a boiling point. It was humiliating for a warrior of his caliber, boasting a combat power of 150,000. To be unable to touch even the hem of a mere insect's garment. Die, he roared, his pride wounded, as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Bobo. The blast struck true, enveloping Bobo in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Bobo's dark skin was emitting wisps of smoke, his round eyes fixated intently on Dales. Panic surged within Dales as he recalled his purpose and Bardock's admonition. He feared that in his fury, he might inadvertently kill Bobo, knowing that his father would never forgive him. I have discerned your combat traits and shortcomings. What you must do now is remain calm and seize the object from my hand under equal conditions. As he spoke, an orange orb materialized in his hand, within which lay a 5-pointed star, a Dragon Ball of legend, instantly recognizable to Bardock. Are you toying with me? Dales questioned, sensing that Bobo's tactics resembled a game. Yet, recalling how Bobo had withstood his powerful energy blast without injury, he dared not underestimate him, clenching his fists in defiance. Not at all. You are Dales, correct? Your movements are excessively elaborate during combat, and you lack the tranquility of a still lake. My aim is to train you to achieve the most effective attacks from the best angles, minimizing unnecessary actions. Bobo, recognizing Dales's straightforward nature, knew that without clarity, the alien would perceive this as mockery, potentially leading to chaos within the temple. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Dales, having gleaned the reason behind his father's insistence on honing his combat skills, adopted a stubborn demeanor while preparing to seize the Dragon Ball from Bobo's grasp. Master your ability to sense energy. Your vision is inherently limited. Focus on your breathing and feel the currents of energy around you to predict your opponent's next move. Bobo effortlessly dodged Dales's attacks while imparting wisdom on harnessing one's energy and sharing his martial philosophy. Enough already, Bobo. Dales felt his impatience resurging, unable to calm his racing thoughts. Ironically, Bobo's words only added to his inner turmoil, perhaps reflecting the latent volatility of a scion spirit. A warrior who cannot control himself cannot wield his power effectively. Dales, your first task is to master your emotions, or you will never seize the Dragon Ball from my grasp. Bobo's words continued to provoke Dales, whose anger surged uncontrollably. Curse it all. Silence, Bobo. I understand. But I cannot find my calm. After numerous failed attempts to seize the orb, employing various underhanded tactics, he found Bobo as elusive as an eel, prompting Dales to cease his efforts and roar in frustration. Oh, is that so? Then, try meditating to calm your mind. Silence your inner turmoil. Negative emotions will cloud your judgment. In a flash, the Dragon Ball vanished from Bobo's hand. Understood, Bobo. Dales realized that to quell his anger, he must set aside his scion pride and regard this extraordinary figure with an equal perspective. Under Bobo's watchful gaze, Dales seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes, and involuntarily began to levitate, entering a meditative state to soothe his turbulent emotions. This state of meditation persisted for a full day, with Bobo standing guard like a steadfast sentinel. During this time, Giant returned from the lower realm, cradling the now-missing Goku, presumably placed in the care of a family in the lower realm. When Dales awoke the following day, he was a transformed individual. His demeanor markedly different from the previous day, as Bobo sensed the absence of Dales's once volatile spirit. Giant, upon seeing Dales awake, joined the practice. And instead of allowing her to train like Dales, Bobo immediately adjusted her energy to match his own. Engaging in the exercise of seizing the Dragon Ball together while imparting martial wisdom, Giant, lacking the inherent ferocity of a scion and possessing a more serene energy, maintained an optimistic and calm demeanor devoid of negativity. Thus, during her first attempt to seize the Dragon Ball, she progressed at a rate far surpassing Dale's. Utilizing Bobo's teachings combined with her own insights. Conversely, while Dale's had dispelled his negative emotions through meditation, he grew increasingly impatient over time. And the vestiges of negativity began to resurface. His previously improved combat rhythm began to unravel, and without Jine's presence, he would have likely erupted in anger once more, potentially resorting to his princely tactics against Bobo. Dale's, Jine called out, her tone tinged with exasperation. Mother. Dale's face flushed with shame. Rein in your anger. Mr. Bobo is now your teacher, imparting superior combat techniques. You must regard him with equality and patience. Haste serves no purpose in your training. If this continues, I shall send you to Bardock to learn how to stabilize your emotions. Though Jine would not intervene directly, she would certainly open the door for her husband. Chapter 48. Learning Sealing Techniques. Yes, mother. I shall remember. Jine's rare outburst left Dale's with little choice but to humbly admit his fault. Following this brief interlude, Dale's managed to maintain commendable composure, and the competition for the Dragon Ball continued unabated. Whenever impatience surged within him, he would conjure the image of Bardock, which swiftly restored his calm. With lightning speed, he would ambush Bobo, seizing the coveted Dragon Ball from his grasp. The stamina of the Scions was truly remarkable. From the moment Dale's emerged from meditation at noon until the sun began its descent in the afternoon, he hardly paused for breath. While Bobo found respite on several occasions due to their combined exertions, Dale's, finding Bobo's recovery sluggish, promptly offered him a Senzu bean, instantly revitalizing him, who then reluctantly accompanied the two formidable warriors in their training. After enduring a grueling year and 3 months within the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock felt there was no longer a necessity for such arduous training. Emerging from the chamber, he immediately felt the presence of others in the temple. Upon sensing Bardock's energy, Jine and Dale's briefly halted their relentless pursuit of the Dragon Ball from Bobo, their methods becoming increasingly cunning, nearly overwhelming Bobo's defenses. Upon arriving above the temple, Bardock was taken aback to witness the struggle for the Dragon Ball, initially suspecting that they were aware of the secrets of the Dragon Balls. However, upon sensing their energies, which were comparable to Bobo's, he quickly realized it was merely a coincidence, a form of training rather than a quest for the Dragon Balls. Thus, Bardock settled into a meditative position in the air, observing their training techniques. The most notable transformation was in Jine, whose prowess had vastly improved since Bardock's earlier guidance. Her approach to snatching the Dragon Ball from Bobo was now succinct and swift, a stark contrast to her previous clumsy attempts. Dale's had also refined his techniques, though the changes were subtle, barely discernible to the untrained eye. After nearly 5 minutes of observation, Bardock witnessed Bobo's stamina finally give out under their relentless joint assault. Exhausted, Bobo collapsed onto the ground, causing the Dragon Ball to land squarely in Bardock's outstretched hand. Bardock reached out and caught a small sphere, examining it for a moment before tossing it back to Bobo. Father, Bardock. Ginyu exclaimed joyfully, leaping 3 feet into the air and rushing into Bardock's embrace. Dale's, feeling somewhat awkward, trailed behind Ginyu and stood to the side, hesitant to speak. The memory of Bardock's previous ruthlessness lingered vividly in his mind, and at his age, he could hardly comprehend the reasons behind Bardock's actions, choosing instead to remain silent in his presence. Ginyu, you have made remarkable progress in your combat skills. You truly have surpassed my expectations, Bardock remarked, playfully tapping Ginyu's small nose with his finger. Turning to Dale's, he continued, Dale's, you have improved somewhat. Yet you still exhibit a degree of impatience. Allowing your emotions to dominate your mind is the most foolish approach to battle. This is what I teach. Dale's, either in the process of admitting his faults or too intimidated to argue, remain silent. Bopo, please prepare a meal sufficient for approximately 60 Earthlings. Thank you. Bardock tossed a Senzu bean to Bopo to restore his stamina. No problem. Bopo replied, nodding as he headed inside the sacred temple to prepare the food. Bardock, how has your training been? Have you achieved any significant breakthroughs? Ginyu inquired directly, while Dale's looked at Bardock with curiosity and anticipation. I have made considerable gains. My normal battle power hovers around 60 million. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, it reaches approximately 3 billion, and when maintaining full power, it stands at around 6 billion. However, I feel that I have not yet reached my limit. There is still potential for further breakthroughs. Yet, relentless training without purpose bears no fruit, so I chose to step out for the time being. What I need now is long-term accumulation. Besides, I am not particularly skilled at cooking, and staying inside became unbearable. Haha. Bardock chuckled at this thought. My goodness, Bardock, with such power, are you not invincible in the universe, even fearless of the Frieza clan? Ginyu gasped in astonishment. Father is so powerful. Our Scion race is invincible. Dale's exclaimed excitedly, cheering for Bardock's newfound strength. Your perspectives remain limited. My strength, while formidable, is merely adequate for a corner of the universe. To claim invincibility is premature. Just as we view the Earthlings as weak, there are certainly stronger beings observing us from above. Thus, the pursuit of strength is endless. No one can truly declare themselves as the invincible entity of the universe. Bardock emphasized the importance of maintaining an indomitable spirit as a warrior and an unwavering resolve as a practitioner. Remember this, Dale's. To prevent this boy from becoming overly arrogant and endangering his life, Bardock felt compelled to instill a sense of caution. Understood, father, Dales replied solemnly, absorbing Bardock's teachings. Oh, my son, you are indeed commendable. Now, you and your mother should wait for the meal. I will seek out the Supreme Kai. Bardock ruffled Dale's hair, pleased with his son's obedience. Yes, father. Dale's eyes sparkled with joy at Bardock's praise. Bardock, hurry over. We are waiting for you to eat together. Chini gently reminded as she released Bardock from her embrace. Understood, be swift. Bardock smiled and waved at the two as they walked toward the dining area before turning to make his way to the Supreme Kai's residence. You have arrived. Bardock stepped into the dimly lit room, immediately hearing the Supreme Kai's voice. I recall that Namekians prefer sunlight. How unusual that you enjoy remaining in darkness. You truly are exceptional. Bardock created several energy spheres, igniting the lights within the Supreme Kai's chamber. I have grown old. It has become a habit over the years. I apologize for the inconvenience. The Supreme Kai smiled faintly when Bardock mentioned the Namekians. Enough pleasantries. I know you possess a technique to seal others. Teach it to me. Bardock had no intention of engaging in circles with the old man, aware of his cunning nature. Why would you, already so powerful, wish to learn such sealing techniques? The Supreme Kai questioned curiously, not outright refusing. Of course, it is to deal with those who are even stronger than I. Bardock responded. Surely you do not believe that someone with my strength is invincible. He scratched his ear, recalling the Supreme Kai's arrogance before their encounter. In the same vein, you once thought yourself the strongest on earth before meeting me. The same principle applies. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. If you can teach me, I will exceptionally take you to your homeland, Namek. I know there are still many Namekians residing there. Bardock proposed a condition the Supreme Kai could not refuse. Agreed. The Supreme Kai responded without hesitation at the prospect of returning to his homeland. Some might suggest that since Bardock knew he was dealing with a Namekian, he could simply use the Dragon Balls to wish the Supreme Kai back to Namek. However, such notions are merely fanciful. Even the Supreme Kai himself was unaware of the scattered locations of the Dragon Balls, and it was no trivial matter to seek them out. As for creating a Dragon Ball radar to locate them, Bardock knew how, but why would he share such knowledge with someone he was not close to? It was simply absurd. Chapter 49. Reaching an agreement. Chini's rapid improvement in combat skills splendid. I have an interstellar map aboard my ship, including the coordinates for Namek. Once I finish my business here, Supreme Kai, you shall accompany us to Namek. However, we will need the Dragon Balls from Earth to ensure your return. Bardock's plan was straightforward. He aimed to utilize the power of the Earth's Dragon Balls to wish for the ability of instant transmission, a rather advantageous skill. You know about the Dragon Balls? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, initially thinking that this alien was merely privy to some secrets of the sacred temple. But now he learned that Bardock was aware of the Dragon Balls as well. What is so strange about that? Rest assured, I have no intentions of using the Dragon Balls to wish for world domination. I merely seek a skill known as instant transmission. Moreover, with my current strength, wishing for world domination would be redundant. Bardock was concerned that the old man would assume he desired some nefarious wish, fearing that once the Dragon Balls were gathered, the Supreme Kai might resort to self-sabotage, rendering all efforts futile. That is a valid point. I was overly cautious. However, Bardock, do you not have any wishes for immortality or eternal life? The Supreme Kai scrutinized Bardock, trying to discern his true intentions. Such wishes are entirely unnecessary. The cycle of life and death is a natural order, and I trust in my own abilities. Reaching the divine realm through my own strength can grant me eternal life. As for your notion of immortality, I doubt even your Dragon Balls could fulfill such a request. I have no interest in powers that do not belong to my own body. Bardock scoffed dismissively at the Supreme Kai's suggestion. Nonetheless, there are 7 Dragon Balls. Bobo possesses 1, while the other 6 are scattered across the globe. Even as the creator of the Dragon Balls, I cannot ascertain their exact locations. If you wish to utilize the Dragon Balls, you must rely on your own abilities to find them. The Supreme Kai did not attempt to deceive Bardock regarding the Dragon Balls, instead revealing all pertinent information. Understood. After I finish my meal, I shall seek your guidance on the skill of the Demon Seal Wave. Having consumed a year's worth of bland and tasteless food in the hyperbolic time chamber, I felt as if I were on the brink of losing my senses. Finally reunited with the Supreme Kai, an agreement was reached, and Bardock turned to depart, heading toward the tantalizing aroma of food. Upon entering the dining hall, Bardock noted the composed Dale sitting upright and the bored Kine resting her head on the table. After exchanging greetings, they waited approximately 15 minutes before Bobo brought forth an extravagant spread of dishes. Let us eat, Bardock exclaimed, and he was the first to pick up his chopsticks, while Kine began her meal with graceful restraint. In contrast, Dales and Bardock devoured their food with almost ravenous fervor. The rhythmic clinking of bowls and chopsticks echoed through the air, and within a minute, both Bardock and Dales had polished off a bowl of noodles, calling out for more. Bobo hastily delivered another bowl, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It must be said, as a divine attendant, Bobo's mastery in martial arts and culinary skills was impeccable, quickly winning over Bardock's discerning palate. The family feasted for over an hour, and by the end, The stack of bowls on the table reached an impressive height of 2 meters, finally satiating the appetites of the 3 Scions. After their hearty meal, Bardock sought out the Supreme Kai to learn the Demon Seal Wave, while Dales and Kine prepared to engage in sparring, compressing their energy to the same level. Bobo was left with the daunting task of cleaning the extensive array of dishes. Dales, I am ready to begin, Kine declared, positioning herself for an attack. Eagerly calling out to Dales, I am prepared, my dear mother. Dales responded, closely observing Kine's every move. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, both figures vanished from sight, and 2 afterimages collided. After a swift elbow clash, they separated, with Kine reappearing behind Dales, poised to deliver a hand strike aimed at his neck. Remarkably, Dales seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly raising his hand to block Kine's attack. In the next moment, he gathered his energy for a ki blast, turning to unleash it at Kine. Yet, she deftly grabbed his hand, redirecting the energy blast away. Following this, a knee strike aimed at Dale's forehead came hurtling toward him. Dales, still restrained by Kine's grip, could not evade, and the knee connected solidly, prompting Kine to release her hold. That hurt, Dales exclaimed, pressing his hand against his forehead, his face contorted in pain. Dales, you must not lose focus during battle. Perhaps every Scion harbored a combative gene within them. Previously, Kine's lower battle power had instilled a sense of inferiority, but now, with her improved combat skills, she began to regain confidence, feeling a spark of excitement. Ignoring Dale's plight, Kine executed a side kick aimed at Dale's lower back. Sensing the urgency of Kine's approach, Dales, disregarding his pain, lifted his knee and arm to double block. A dull thud resonated as Dale successfully intercepted Kine's side kick, followed by her subsequent punches. Dales retreated quickly, but Kine pursued relentlessly, their energies still harmonized, and with her height advantage, she easily kept pace. Dales resorted to receiving a powerful punch with his palm, but Kine, emboldened by the fight, seemed to enter a state of exhilaration. Although her energy level remained unchanged, her combat skills had undergone a remarkable transformation, and even Dales found it increasingly difficult to keep up. Kamehameha. With the release of the Kamehameha wave, Dales realized he could not evade, so he retaliated with his own. The 2 energies clashed, creating a stalemate, and a tremendous aura emanated from the Supreme Kai's palace. Martial artists across the earth, sensitive to ki, instinctively looked toward the sky, awestruck by the immense power they sensed, realizing how minuscule their own abilities were in comparison. What is happening? You too, I'm trying to study here. Bardock sighed as he stepped out of the divine palace, witnessing the standoff between his son and Kine. Dales, cease this at once, he commanded, scratching his head in exasperation. Understood, father. Dales promptly halted his energy output, and in the next instant, Bardock appeared before him, effortlessly catching Kine's Kamehameha wave in one hand, and with a simple squeeze, he dissipated it. You two are causing too much chaos. In the Supreme Kai's palace, only physical combat is allowed. Ki blasts are prohibited. It would be fine if the palace were to explode, but if you accidentally destroyed the earth, everything would be lost. Bardock shot a stern look at Kine, who, aware of her wrongdoing, averted her gaze skyward. By the way, Kine and Raditz, you both should temporarily sever your tails. We cannot afford any transformations into great apes due to the moon on Earth. Bardock felt it prudent to take precautions. All right, Kine replied without hesitation, forming a blade with her hand to slice off half of her tail, while Dales followed suit. Continue your training, but no more ki blasts, Bardock reiterated. And both nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Bardock and his family arrived on Earth. During this time, Dales and Kine completed the first phase of their training under Bobo, significantly enhancing their combat skills, enabling them to easily outmatch their former selves from a month ago. Bardock, too, had mastered the Demon Seal Wave, yet he sensed that the Supreme Kai had withheld crucial knowledge, the incantation. Without the incantation to suppress the Demon Seal Wave, its effectiveness would be rendered moot. Bardock did not actively inquire but, after he and Jine completed the first phase of their training, sought out a star ball from Bobo. He inquired about the residence of the deity known as Dr. Briefs and, upon locating him, requested the star ball to create a radar capable of detecting the unique fluctuations of the Dragon Balls. Dr. Briefs readily agreed, deeming the task quite simple. To demonstrate his sincerity, Bardock returned to the Heavenly Palace to lend his spaceship to Dr. Briefs for research, requesting enhancements to the vessel's performance if possible. Once the arrangements for the Dragon Ball radar were settled, Bardock arrived at the Heavenly Palace, joining the training group alongside Dales to engage in the second phase of Bobo's training. To achieve a posture as serene as the sky and movement swifter than lightning, one must first attain a state of no mind. Bardock prompted, this is it. You must remain still, your energy undetectable, like a statue. Dales scoffed. Isn't that akin to ceasing to think? Dales, try attacking with energy equal to that of Mr. Bobo. Bardock encouraged. All right, Dales. Perhaps inherently incapable of grasping such advanced martial concepts, approached Bobo with a lack of finesse, launching a punch, only to find himself striking empty air as Bobo had inexplicably positioned himself behind Dales. Undeterred, Dales attempted a spinning kick, yet once again he missed his target. Enough, Dales. No matter what you do, you will not hit Mr. Bobo. Bardock cautioned, observing Bobo's current state with contemplation. He then inquired, Mr. Bobo, could you elucidate the principle behind this no-mind state? Truthfully, Bardock had not discerned much. He could barely sense his opponent's next move through energy perception. But judging without it was beyond his comprehension. You all rely solely on your eyes, which prevents you from perceiving my movements. I do not see with my eyes. I feel with my attention and the subtle currents of air. This is of utmost importance, Bobo asserted. A hint of pride in his tone as he directed Dales to move to a designated spot. Now, turn your back to me and perform some actions, Bobo instructed. And with Dales and Gine looking on in confusion, he indeed turned away. Scratch your head, throw a punch, kick, scratch, grin. Dales, undeterred by the challenge, attempted various antics behind Bobo, only to be accurately predicted each time. Bravo. Gine could not contain her applause, exclaiming, incredible. Mr. Bobo, do you have eyes on the back of your head? I am demonstrating why, in a state of no mind, I can effortlessly evade Dales' attacks. Do you have any questions? Bobo asked with a smile. Mr. Bobo, is your notion of no mind a pinnacle development of the human senses, even the sixth sense? Bardock raised his hand to inquire, drawing a parallel to a skill he vaguely recalled from the Prince of Tennis universe. Not quite. Bobo corrected, recognizing Bardock's misunderstanding. The essence of no mind lies in external perception, transcending direct visual observation. It involves sensing the variations in the surrounding energy flows to anticipate an opponent's next move. Your interpretation is misguided, Bobo explained patiently. I'm still confused, Bardock admitted, realizing the difficulty of conveying martial wisdom. Take your time. I have honed this skill over centuries. A feat even the previous deities failed to accomplish. Bobo remarked, his large eyes fixed on Bardock. Indeed, one cannot expect to gain weight in a single bite. I have been too impatient, Bardock conceded, rubbing his head as he attempted to enter this no-mind state, while Gine and Dales looked on in frustration, both at a loss. Meanwhile, far away in the cosmos, at Frieza's base, 6 single-person spacecraft descended, heralding the arrival of the new Ginyu force, led by Ginyu, along with Geese, Berta, and Goldo. Upon landing, they activated their scanners to locate the now-ruined military outpost, but found no signs of life. Vegeta had slaughtered all the soldiers. Wait. Gee's scanner suddenly registered a massive energy fluctuation in the sky, revealing a formidable power level of 100,000. No, 150,000. If I am not mistaken. It must be in outer space. Damn it, we underestimated the situation. That little monkey Vegeta is hiding in the outer space base. As Vegeta prepared for their descent, he began gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack. With a booming shout, he released his ultimate attack, the Final Flash, before hastily boarding his spacecraft to flee the planet. This foolish monkey has learned to employ strategy. How rare. Haha. But this is merely a trivial attack. Allow me to show you what my body, with a power level of 1 million, can do. Ginyu proclaimed as he soared into the sky, effortlessly catching Vegeta's full-powered Final Flash with one hand, crushing it into mere stardust. Captain Ginyu is invincible. Captain Ginyu is the second strongest in the universe. The newly added Goldo and Berta enthusiastically lauded. Just a minor feat. However, the task assigned by Lord Frieza takes precedence. This base is no longer necessary. After reporting our findings, we will continue the pursuit of that little monkey Vegeta, Ginyu stated, momentarily reveling in his triumph. But we have lost track of Vegeta. Geese interjected, ruining the moment. Fools. It's just one planet. We will search until we locate that little monkey and present him before Lord Frieza. Ginyu barked angrily. Chapter 51. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, Vegeta commenced his guerrilla warfare against Frieza's forces. Due to the scarcity of combatants within Frieza's army exceeding 60,000, the soldiers from various divisions were no match for Vegeta. After Vegeta annihilated these divisions and replenished some of his resources, he promptly fled, leaving no opportunity for the Ginyu force to confront him. For several months, Frieza, upon receiving reports of the destruction of multiple divisions, could no longer contain his fury. He commanded the Ginyu force to pursue Vegeta with utmost urgency, regardless of the consequences. He instructed that any space defense units encountering inquiries or unidentified spacecraft should be immediately obliterated. At this juncture, Frieza had abandoned any intention of merely capturing Vegeta for amusement. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bardock, after 2 weeks of relentless training, found himself unable to grasp the essence of detachment. He left Kine and Dales to continue their training and descended to the residence of Dr. Briefs. After half a month of work, Dr. Briefs had successfully constructed the Dragon Ball radar. He leisurely fed the various animals in his garden while his wife hummed a cheerful tune and tended to the flowers. Doctor, Bardock greeted Dr. Briefs. Oh, Mr. Bardock. Here for the Dragon Ball radar, I presume? The doctor smiled, unfazed by Bardock's ability to fly. Indeed, Bardock nodded. Doctor, how is my spaceship research progressing? Bulma, go fetch the radar from my lab for Mr. Bardock. It's that little gadget you were so eager to play with last time. Dr. Briefs called out. Soon, a small girl of about 3 or 4 emerged from the bushes. Got it, Dad. Bulma scampered off towards the lab. As for your spacecraft, I have nearly completed the basic data and made some performance optimizations. It should be significantly faster than before. Here it is. He pulled out a capsule from his pocket, pressed it, and tossed it, causing Bardock's spaceship to materialize before them. The exterior showed little change, merely appearing newer, while the interior was beyond Bardock's comprehension. He feigned understanding and, under the Doctor's guidance, learned to use the universal capsule to repack the spaceship, shamelessly requesting a batch of extra-large universal capsules. Afterward, Bulma returned, holding the Dragon Ball radar and a one-star ball, which she handed to Dr. Briefs. The doctor, after praising Bulma and patting her head, handed the items over to Bardock. "Wow, honey, is this your friend?" "He is quite handsome. Want to go on a date?" Dr. Brief's wife remarked playfully upon seeing Bardock conversing with her husband. "Huh, doctor. I must take my leave. Until next time." Bardock, caught off guard, hastily departed, leaping into the sky and disappearing from the Brief's sight. "Oh, this handsome man can fly without wings. How marvelous." Bulma's mother exclaimed, her expression unchanged. What a wonderful concept it would be if cars could float and fly too. Dr. Briefs mused, observing Bardock soar, while Bulma pondered the mechanics of human flight. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, Bardock soon embarked on his quest to locate the Dragon Balls. By nightfall, he had successfully gathered the remaining 6. During his search, he encountered Son Gohan, the grandfather of Son Goku. To Bardock's astonishment, his son Goku was living with Gohan. After Kain had mentioned sending Goku to a family for care, Bardock had not probed further. Fate, however, had intertwined their paths, as Goku had not originally been placed with Gohan, but had instead been discovered in the woods. When Bardock found Goku, the little boy lay sound asleep, entirely unclothed, on the ground. Had Gohan not stumbled upon him, Goku would have likely been devoured by a saber-toothed tiger. Understanding the circumstances, Bardock rewarded Gohan with 10 sins of beans, explaining their purpose before taking the 4-star ball and departing. "Bardock, you're back," Kain exclaimed joyfully, sensing Bardock's energy through her meditation. "Yes, I accomplished my goal on Earth and returned early," Bardock said, lifting the bag containing the 7 Dragon Balls for Kain to see as they twinkled in response to one another. "However, Kain, during my search for the Dragon Balls, I encountered Goku. Where did you send him for care?" Bardock inquired, his curiosity piqued despite knowing Kain was not unkind. "Well, he was sent to a fairly affluent family. Though I don't know the specifics. I just remember they had an abundance of food and that the Earthlings lived quite primitively. They mentioned feasting on meat from the beasts of the mountains." "Why do you ask?" Kain responded, blinking her eyes in curiosity. "Ah, nothing." Bardock realized that Kain's notion of affluence was tied to the local fauna, surmising that Goku might have been abandoned by those primitive tribes due to his insatiable appetite. As the average family would struggle to sustain a scion's hunger. Goku is doing well now, raised by a good person. Bardock smiled, wrapping his arm around Kain's shoulder. "Now, it is time to attend to serious matters." He regarded the bag of Dragon Balls with a solemn expression. "Serious matters? But Bardock, it's still early. Is that appropriate?" Kain playfully punched Bardock's chest, a hint of shyness evident. "With all the Dragon Balls collected, what else is there to wish for, if not to make a wish? Are they merely decorative?" Bardock was puzzled. "Ahem, indeed. The matter at hand is pressing." Kain realized her thoughts had wandered and cleared her throat, signaling that they could proceed. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Bardock placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the altar and loudly recited the incantation to summon the dragon. Attracted by the commotion, the Supreme Kai emerged from the temple, astonished to witness the impending emergence of the dragon. He was shocked that Bardock had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls in such a short span, especially considering it had taken the previous collector over a decade to achieve the same, who had since ascended to the throne of Earth. As thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered, a towering figure emerged from the Dragon Balls, a colossal dragon coiling and twisting in the sky, its head gazing down at Bardock. "What is this?" Kain exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. "This is the most formidable ability of the Namekians, producing a unique entity, though each dragon's appearance varies. Its power lies in fulfilling wishes that do not exceed the capabilities of its creator," Bardock explained. "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish is within your grasp," the dragon proclaimed, commencing its established protocol with grandiose declarations. "Any wish?" Bardock replied with a knowing smirk. "Indeed, any wish," the dragon affirmed. "Grant me the strongest power in the universe." Bardock opened with a resounding declaration. This, I apologize, but this wish I cannot fulfill." He was met with a sharp retort from Bardock, leaving Shenron visibly embarrassed. "Then grant me eternal life." Bardock proposed another audacious wish. "I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish either." Shenron's tone grew increasingly uncertain. "Then grant me immortality." Bardock smiled as he made yet another request. This is also unattainable." Shenron's voice dwindled even further. On the side of the Supreme Kai, witnessing Bardock's repeated astonishing demands, he braced himself for the worst. Each time Bardock was told that a wish was beyond Shenron's capabilities, he felt increasingly despondent. "Bardock, is this the legendary dragon that can grant any wish? It seems rather underwhelming." The words of Jine pierced through the hearts of both the Supreme Kai and Shenron like a steel blade. "Dreadful." Dale stood by, initially curious to see the might of Shenron as described by his father, only to find the reality disappointing. "You who gathered the Dragon Balls, what further wishes do you have? Speak quickly, for I can endure no longer." Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Shinran was compelled to follow protocol and continued to inquire. Let me learn the instant transmission of the Kaioshin. Bardock feigned impatience as he made yet another wish. This, I apologize, but that is also impossible, Shinran muttered inwardly, perplexed by Bardock's relentless demands that surpassed his powers. What use are you, if you cannot fulfill even one wish? Bardock concentrated energy in his palm, pretending to prepare an attack against Shinran. This, esteemed one, the instant transmission of the Kaioshin is a divine technique, beyond my capabilities. However, I can teach you a technique known as the instant transmission of the Yardrats. Would that suffice? Realizing Bardock's growing ire, Shinran quickly opted for the best possible solution. Well, that might do. Bardock, noticing that he had nearly exhausted Shinran, feigned reluctance and acquiesced. Very well, as you wish, he said. And with a flash of red light from Shinran's eyes, Bardock acquired the skill of instant transmission. Your wish has been granted, so farewell. Shinran, having fulfilled Bardock's request, prepared to depart. Wait, Bardock called out loudly. Boom. To his surprise, the old dragon darted away swiftly, the Dragon Balls transforming into stone and scattering in all directions. This old fellow is as cunning as the Supreme Kai. Bardock mused, speechless. He had intended to ask whether there existed a god of destruction in this world, but Shinran, frightened by his demeanor, fled faster than a dog. All right, Supreme Kai, I have completed my tasks. Prepare yourself, for tomorrow we shall depart for Namek. But before that, please inform me of the final procedures for the Mafuba. With that, he shot a laser from his eyes, piercing the stone slab beneath the Supreme Kai. Why yes, I will teach you immediately. The Supreme Kai, realizing his ploy had been discovered, trembled as he complied. Do not employ any schemes without a definitive backup. That is my final piece of advice. Bardock replied coldly, passing by the Supreme Kai and entering the Divine Palace. Sighing, the Supreme Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Following Bardock while under the weight of an oppressive aura, earnestly reciting the incantations required for the Mafuba. Bardock collected the incantations, intending to practice them diligently. The next day, Bardock set forth on the journey to Namek with Jine and the Supreme Kai, leaving Bobo and Dales behind in the Divine Palace. It must be said that Dr. Briefs is a genius. The ship he modified needed only 5 days to reach Namek, a considerable improvement over the previous vessel's speed. During the 5-day journey to Namek, Bardock tirelessly practiced the incantations for the Mafuba, and by the time they were nearing Namek, his rendition bore striking resemblance to the original incantations of the Supreme Kai. Upon seeing Bardock's progress, the Supreme Kai remarked that Bardock's drawn incantations were now suitable for sealing purposes. Bardock, filled with skepticism due to the old man's unnecessary lies, fixed his gaze upon him, attempting to discern any hint of deceit in his eyes. This time, I speak the truth, not a single lie, the old man insisted. Visibly flustered under Bardock's penetrating stare, hurriedly asserting his honesty. I will trust you just this once. Bardock scoffed, producing a small vial he had prepared in advance. He meticulously inscribed a spell upon the bottle, and, to err on the side of caution, retrieved several more vials, affixing the symbols drawn by the deity to them. Ultimately preparing a total of 10 sealing vials for his magical containment, the spacecraft was set to land on Namek in merely 5 minutes. At long last. On the 5th day, Bardock's vessel touched down on Namek, landing flawlessly amidst a resounding boom. Eagerly, Bardock opened the hatch, and after all the crew disembarked, he utilized a universal capsule to store the ship away. He instructed Kaiatsu to maintain his energy at its peak while Bardock pressed his fingers to his forehead, attuning himself to the immense energy of the cosmos. Kaiatsu, uncertain of Bardock's intentions, complied with his request, releasing his energy to its fullest extent. Meanwhile, the deity had already retreated to a concealed spot in the mountains, peeking out cautiously to observe Bardock and Kaiatsu. As Kaiatsu unleashed his full power, all Namekians on the planet sensed the overwhelming energy, their expressions turning a sickly shade of green. Found you, Bardock exclaimed, maintaining his fingers on his forehead for 30 seconds before vanishing in a flash. On the planet of King Cold, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared at King Cold's dining table. Ah, it is King Cold, not Frieza. I must have mistaken him, Bardock mused, noting the striking resemblance in their energies. Chapter 53, Destruction of a Planet. Another mistaken identity seance. King Cold finally recognized Bardock as he caught sight of the tail at his waist, his fury igniting. You wretched scion monkey. How did you breach my defenses? He resolved to take strict measures against his incompetent subordinates. Since you've come, I shall seal you away to serve as a training partner for my Super Saiyan army. Bardock chuckled sinisterly, casually opening one of the vials. King Cold, bewildered by Bardock's actions, immediately gathered energy in his palm and launched an attack. What a bother, now I must fight. King Cold's power was a staggering 250 million. No wonder he had survived for centuries. Bardock, without transforming, realized he would struggle against such might. With a mighty roar, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura forcing King Cold to retreat. The energy blast King Cold had unleashed went astray, as Bardock nimbly evaded it, fixing an intense gaze upon the wall backed. Incredulous King Cold, you are the Super Saiyan Frieza spoke of. Bardock. King Cold stammered, astonished that a Super Saiyan would approach him directly. In his mind, He had expected Bardock to seek out the resurrected Frieza first. It seems Frieza has spread my name swiftly. To show respect, I shall spare you some suffering. Surrender to my ceiling. Bardock cackled, vanishing before King Cold's eyes and delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. King Cold coughed up purple blood, clutching his stomach in agony as he collapsed, wailing in pain. Now, let us proceed. With a single strike, Bardock incapacitated King Cold, repositioned the ceiling vial, and channeled his energy to ensnare the wailing King Cold. Under Bardock's command, the giant was drawn into the tiny vial, which Bardock sealed with a cap. With this, King Cold's planet has lost its reason for existence. Farewell, King Cold, to your dynasty. Bardock cackled, bursting through the palace roof and soaring above King Cold's planet. Countless alien soldiers under King Cold's command, alarmed by the commotion, attempted to scan Bardock with their devices, only to have every single one of them explode. Let the destruction commence. King Cold's planet shall perish. Bardock concentrated, conjuring an energy sphere resembling a small asteroid, and hurled it towards the surface of King Cold's planet, a scene reminiscent of Frieza's obliteration of Planet Vegeta. Such is the cycle of cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. As Bardock watched the energy sphere sink into the ground, he smiled in satisfaction, sensing the presence of other powerful beings. After searching for merely a few seconds, he vanished from above King Cold's planet. 1 minute after Bardock's departure, aside from a few alien spacecraft escaping the planet, the rest of its inhabitants were reduced to cosmic ash amidst a thunderous explosion. Today has been quite unlucky. I have mistaken yet another target, Bardock remarked, having teleported not to Frieza, but to another frost demon he had never encountered. Assuming this was Frieza's brother, Cooler, he noted the similarity in their energies. Oh, a scion. How intriguing to see you aboard my ship. It seems you have acquired some impressive skills. Let me gauge your combat prowess, appearing so brazenly before me. Bardock, still in his full power Super Saiyan state, saw Cooler casually activate his scanner, which exploded before it could even register a reading. Ho ho ho. I never expected such a formidable scion to exist. My foolish brother merely nurtures a threat. Be wise. Join my ranks, and I shall spare your life. Cooler boasted, exuding absolute confidence in his strength, demanding Bardock's submission. Wow, that is the most amusing thing I have ever heard. I am the Super Saiyan your kind fears most. How could I ever choose to ally with you? This is the finest jest I have heard. In light of your humor, I shall spare your life. Bardock mused, his omniscient gaze revealing Cooler's power to be 470 million, significantly surpassing Frieza's. I admire your courage, Scion, but if you refuse to join me, you shall meet your demise. You cursed Scion monkey. As he spoke, Gula gathered energy in his hands and directed it towards Bardock. It was not that Gula failed to recognize Bardock as a Super Saiyan. Bardock's distinctive appearance made it impossible to overlook. However, having previously heard of Frieza capturing a Super Saiyan as his subordinate, Gula assumed that the so-called Super Saiyan was nothing extraordinary. If his brother Frieza, a perceived weakling, could subdue one, then surely he could do the same, which led to their earlier exchange. Indeed, this entire scenario was a fabrication spun by Frieza to enhance his own reputation. What he referred to as a Super Saiyan was merely Ginyu in his transformation. The knowledge of Ginyu's shape-shifting ability was known only to the Ginyu Force and Frieza. Others remained oblivious. Thus, in an attempt to restore his own authority, Frieza unleashed this smokescreen about capturing a Super Saiyan. This ultimately resulted in Gula, who had a penchant for competing with his brother, stumbling into a formidable challenge. Additionally, his reliance on a scouter to gauge his enemy's power led to a miscalculation regarding his own standing, prompting him to attempt to capture Bardock as his warrior. Remember the last person who spoke to me like this? They're likely in ruins now. Bardock scoffed, shattering the immense energy wave. Adhering to his principle of maintaining composure, he swiftly moved behind Gula before delivering a precise chop to his neck. To avoid accidentally killing Gula with excessive force, Bardock tempered his strength, resulting in Gula staggering before crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Humiliated in such a manner, Gula's face flushed crimson, his aura surging dangerously, causing the very ship to tremble on the brink of disintegration, alarms blaring incessantly and fraying the nerves of all aboard. Damn it, I forgot I cannot survive in space. Bardock observed Gula's escalating fury and the imminent collapse of the ship, quickly discerning Gula's intentions. This vessel could not withstand the intensity of their battle. One more blow, and it would be rendered useless. Even if he were to destroy the ship, only Gula would likely survive, while the others would perish. Today is your lucky day, Gula. Our paths cross here, but we shall meet again. Given the circumstances, Gula could not afford to stand and allow himself to be sealed away. Bardock resorted to instant transmission, vanishing from Gula's ship. In the moment of his disappearance, the ship succumbed to Gula's explosive energy, erupting into fragments, with Gula's accompanying extraterrestrials meeting their demise in the vastness of space. Damn Scion monkey, our next encounter will be your end. Gula bellowed in fury. Left to seed in the cosmos, his journey still ahead of him. Who is it? Frieza, now acutely aware due to Bardock's actions, felt a surge of anxiety upon encountering the familiar yet terrifying wild monkey before him. Oh, Long time no see, King Frieza. I hear you have returned. And your new look is quite unique, Bardock remarked, eyeing the transformed Frieza, 2/3 of his body augmented. And your power has surged to 150 million. What remarkable progress in such a short span. Truly impressive, King Frieza. Bardock did not hesitate to pour salt on Frieza's wounds, reminding him that temporary enhancements through external means were fleeting, and only a perfect physique could ensure continuous growth and strength. His words were undoubtedly a jab at Frieza's vulnerabilities. Silence, you detestable wild monkey. You will pay dearly for this insolence. Frieza snarled, his visage twisted with rage as he lunged at Bardock without restraint. To Bardock, Frieza's fist moved with agonizing slowness. With a disdainful smile, he caught Frieza's punch, gripping it firmly before spinning him around with force akin to turning a wheel, sending Frieza whirling uncontrollably. Come on in, King Frieza. Bardock chuckled, then delivered a powerful blow to Frieza's crown, sending him crashing heavily into his throne. Bardock then presented a sealing bottle, employing the magic sealing wave, and amidst Frieza's desperate wails, he sealed him within the small vessel, swiftly securing the cap. From that moment forth, apart from Gula, Frieza's entire family became Bardock's trophies, carefully placing the sealing bottles containing Frieza and his father into a universal capsule. Bardock utilized the same method to deliver a super energy bomb to planet Frieza. As the planet met its doom, he seized the energy of Ginyu and instantly returned to Namek. Bardock, where have you been? I could not feel your energy at all on Namek. Ginyu exclaimed, anxiously grasping Bardock's arm and inspecting him thoroughly. Nothing to worry about. I just used instant transmission to check on Frieza and his father, engaged in a friendly chat, and tested my newly learned magic sealing wave. They informed me it works splendidly. Bardock explained with a playful grin. You're far too old for this nonsense. Planet Frieza and Planet Gula are so distant. How could you possibly arrive here in such a short time? You must be jesting. Ginyu clearly doubted him. Well, let me show you the fruits of your husband's labor in such a brief time, Bardock retorted, slightly irked by Ginyu's skepticism. Heavenly Spirit, step back. Do not let the creature I release harm you. Despite the Heavenly Spirit's penchant for causing trouble, Bardock offered a kind warning, given the Spirit's utility. Understood, Bardock. The Heavenly Spirit hurriedly retreated, while Bardock retrieved a small vial from a separate universal capsule. Upon removing the stopper, the voice of King Gula emerged, followed by his panting figure materializing on Namek. Scion, what do you want from me? King Gula demanded, suppressing his fear as he found himself on an unfamiliar planet. Apologies for the mix-up. Could you please return to where you came from? Bardock scratched his head awkwardly, while the Namekians trembled at the wicked energy emanating from King Gula. Bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a malevolent presence, the Grand Elder of Namek, sensing the disturbance, quickly contacted the elders of several villages to gather the Dragon Balls for any unforeseen emergencies. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Spirit, hidden nearby, trembled at King Gula's formidable energy. Relieved to have heeded Bardock's advice to distance himself. Is the magic sealing wave truly that powerful? It can seal such a formidable demon. Ignoring the Heavenly Spirit's self-doubt, Bardock observed King Gula, whose expression darkened as he targeted Ginyu, intending to leverage her life to compel Bardock to release him. In an instant. I will appear before Ginyu. I said to go back. Why do you never listen? After hundreds of years, you still fail to comprehend. Little did Bardock know that he had been observing every move of his opponent. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Ginyu and delivered a powerful slap to King Cold's face, instantly distorting his features as his head was forcefully thrust into the ground. The earth cracked, the mountain shifted, and the entire planet of Namek trembled thrice. Alas, the force exerted was too great. Bardock looked regretfully at his own hand that had struck King Cold. Yet, since the deed was done, there was no room for remorse. Grasping King Cold's tail, he pulled with great might, causing half of the king's face to cave in. Remarkably, he still drew breath, a testament to the formidable vitality of the Ice Demon clan. Bardock, is King Cold all right? Bardock was speechless, wondering on which side his wife truly stood. He's fine. Such injuries are trivial to the Ice Demon clan. Do not worry. This old fool will not perish. Bardock explained exasperatedly, once again utilizing the magic seal wave to seal King Cold. Sensing the disappearance of King Cold's energy, the Namekians collectively sighed in relief, believing they would no longer need to gather the Dragon Balls for unforeseen circumstances. However, the ordeal was far from over. This time, it was undoubtedly Frieza, that wretched man's competitive spirit. He treated Frieza and his father as mere exhibits in a zoo. As Bardock uncorked the bottle, Frieza flew out, his gaze filled with malice directed at the one who had sealed him away. Is this never ending? Why are you back again? Just as he was about to instruct the 6 village elders not to deliver the Dragon Balls, another wave of wicked energy emerged, leaving the Grand Elder utterly speechless. Forced to await the collection of all 7 Dragon Balls by the 6 elders. Chapter 55, Toying with Frieza, Arrival at the Destination. Damn Scion, I shall slay you. Wild Monkey. Frieza, freshly released from the bottle, unleashed all his energy in a frenzied charge towards Bardock. What does that dog bark? Ginyu was startled. Bardock raised his hand and accurately struck Frieza's cheek, causing the tyrant to feel as though he had been struck by a heavy object. The accursed Scion vanished from his sight, and the scenery around him shifted incessantly until his body crashed against a mountain peak, bringing an end to the visual disarray. Damn Scion monkey! I will slaughter you. Frieza's pride was utterly shattered, and his hatred for the Scions reached its zenith. Violet flames of energy radiated from him, leveling everything in their path, while the Namekians trembled before this malevolent force. You always utter the same line. Did the ice demons not have professors to teach you the art of language? Enrich your vocabulary a little. However, I must admit, I quite enjoy your current impotent rage. For the sake of your remaining usefulness, I shall spare your life for now. Bardock, employing instant transmission, appeared before Frieza, mocking his outdated threats. Die, you fool. Frieza, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, unleashed a death beam aimed at Bardock's chest. You might as well return to being a mere collection. Bardock did not flinch, allowing the death beam to approach him. However, this was futile. As the beam neared Bardock, it shattered against his overwhelming aura. Magic Seal Wave. Bardock executed the Magic Seal Wave, leaving Frieza to rage impotently as he was once again sealed within the bottle. Again vanished. The Grand Elder of the Namekians sensed the disappearance of the wicked energy, feeling perplexed. However, Bardock and Gine's energies were distinctly different, one pure and unblemished, the other exhibiting both righteousness and malevolence. The Grand Elder found it difficult to discern their intentions, and thus allowed the 6 elders to deliver the Dragon Balls. As for the Supreme Kai, his presence was too weak and was consequently overlooked by the Grand Elder. Bardock, utilizing instant teleportation, returned swiftly to Gine's side, triumphantly shaking the bottle that contained Frieza's seal before stowing it away. Bardock, I cannot believe you have truly sealed away Frieza and his father. This is remarkable. Might we Scions finally emerge from our shadows? Gine inquired joyfully. We must wait a little longer. The Frost Demons still have a Gula unsealed, Bardock replied, harboring uncertainties in his heart. He was unsure whether Gula would grow even stronger due to his influence. After all, the training talents of the Frost Demon clan were terrifyingly formidable. If it weren't for their innate strength and disdain for training, Frieza would not have achieved such might, having been reduced to a mere object of his own humiliation. Whatever you say, Gine casually remarked, refraining from probing further into the timeline. Yes, such a good girl. Now, we ought to attend to more pressing matters. Bardock gently kissed Gine on the forehead and embraced her as they soared toward the location where the Supreme Kai was hiding. Upon reaching the Supreme Kai, they found him tucked away in a corner, silently praying. The sight elicited laughter from both Bardock and Gine. Supreme Kai? It is all right now. Those 2 Frost Demons have been resealed by Bardock. Gine explained with a smile. Phew, thank heavens. The Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly, turning to Bardock. Bardock-san, please refrain from releasing such terrifying and malevolent beings in the future. It is truly frightening. Had we not acted in time, those 2 demons could have obliterated my homeland. Old man, do you think that just because I've been a bit kinder to you these past few days, you can start to boss me around? Bardock scoffed, gathering a beam of light at his fingertip and playfully striking the Supreme Kai's arm. With a thunderous crash, the Supreme Kai's arm was obliterated, purple blood gushing from the wound. Bardock-san, you. The Supreme Kai gazed at Bardock in terror, his expression twisted with a sinister smile, the pain from his injury rendering him speechless. The only reason I haven't killed you is that I still find you useful. My kindness is merely a reflection of my good mood. Do not presume to understand my character from trivial matters. My greatest disdain is for the weak and ineffectual preaching to me. Consider this a warning. Should it occur again, I will pierce your skull, fool. Bardock glared coldly at the Supreme Kai. I understand, Bardock, my lord. The Supreme Kai replied with a bitter smile, focusing his energy to regenerate his severed arm. That is good to hear, old man. Now, grasp my shoulder, and I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder of your Namek. There, you will find the answers you seek, as well as what I desire. Bardock landed and gestured for the angel to hold onto his shoulder, while he kept Gine secure in his embrace. With a thought, Bardock caused the 3 to vanish from their location, reappearing in an instant within the residence of the Grand Elder, whose nearly 3-meter-tall, corpulent figure far exceeded the normal dimensions of a Namekian. Upon encountering the legendary Elder, Bardock was struck by an odd thought. Could it truly be that a race that sustains itself solely on water could also succumb to weight gain in their twilight years? Thus, the notion that aging and physical expansion bear no relation to dietary habits arose in his mind. Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar energies surged within the Elder's abode, swiftly capturing the attention of 3 Namekian warriors, who promptly surrounded Bardock and his companions. They were cautioned to recognize their own positions and not to overestimate their capabilities. Threatened by what they perceived as mere ants, Bardock emitted a cold snort, his formidable aura causing beads of sweat to trickle down the foreheads of the Namekian warriors as they gritted their teeth in defiance. Bedma, you 3, step back. You are no match for this Scion. The Elder spoke slowly, his gaze fixated upon the deity. However, one of the Namekians, unwilling to relent, attempted to voice his objections, only to be interrupted by the Elder's firm command. Withdraw. I sense no malice from them. Moreover, we have a kinsman visiting from afar. I believe they come in goodwill to Namek. With the Elder's words, the 3 warriors begrudgingly retreated, casting daggers of disdain at Bardock. Look again, and I shall blind you, Bardock declared, somewhat irked by their glaring stares. He unleashed twin beams of energy from his eyes, piercing through the head of one of the Namekians with a power level of 15,000, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Bedma, the elder exclaimed, exasperated. The trio clenched their fists and averted their gazes from Bardock and his companions. "Ha, fools," Bardock scoffed, crossing his arms and fixing his steely gaze upon the Dragon Balls positioned above the elder's seat. "A visiting kinsman, let me see your past." The elder, smiling warmly, gestured for the deity to approach. The deity, sensing the elder's affectionate intent, instinctively moved forward, allowing the elder's large hand to rest above his head. Chapter 56. 3 conditions. As a peculiar wave of energy radiated from the elder's hand, the deity's memories played out before him like a slideshow, revealing the entirety of his life. "So, you are the son of Cadus. I am genuinely pleased for you. I never expected you to arrive safely on Earth." The elder commented, a hint of joy crossing his features after delving into the deity's memories. "However, to divide your innate talents for the sake of achieving divinity is exceedingly foolish. Must one be utterly pure to ascend as a deity? Had you not chosen to split your essence, your strength could have rendered you a Super Namekian, perhaps even surpassing the Super Saiyan. How lamentable. A Namekian capable of amalgamating the diverse talents of his kin indeed deserves the title of genius. Even the elder lacked such prowess. Indeed, it is quite foolish. I suspect the old man misunderstood the previous deity's intentions, resulting in this ludicrous choice," Bardock interjected. "There exists no absolute good or evil in humanity. The previous deity likely meant for you to remain true to your heart, to eradicate your malevolent thoughts through cultivation. Yet, in your haste to attain divinity, you opted for the simplest and most foolish approach, fracturing your innate gifts. I believe the former deity must have cursed your stupidity in silence, restrained by authority." "Ah, this scion speaks truth," the elder acknowledged. "Yet, what is done, and regret serves no purpose now. However, dear scion, I am curious about your purpose for visiting Namek. In light of your goodwill in returning our kin to their homeland, I am willing to grant you one request, provided it does not contravene my principles." "One request may not suffice," Bardock replied, producing a sealing jar from his possession. The deity's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. Contained within was a fearsome demon. The recollection of the 2 frozen demons' malevolent aura sent shivers through him. "Lord Bardock, please cease. Do not wield such a dangerous object. It could easily unleash the demon within. Let us speak calmly. I shall agree to one condition, but please do not engage in such perilous actions." The deity exclaimed in terror, fearing Bardock might release the demon. "Just you?" Bardock retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the deity. "What can a mere creator accomplish that even the dragon on Earth cannot?" "Elder, this jar contains a demon." The deity, sensing Bardock's disdain for him, immediately turned to the elder to explain the contents of the jar. "What? It contains a frozen demon?" The elder's countenance shifted, mirroring the deity's shock. "So, elder, does this mean you should agree to another condition?" Bardock inquired playfully, shaking the sealing jar. "Very well. I can agree to 2 conditions, as long as they do not violate my principles." The elder's brow glistened with sweat as he fixated on the jar in Bardock's grasp. "Not enough." Bardock produced another sealing jar, manipulating it with his energy, making it spin gracefully in the air. "I shall reveal to you that during my brief disappearance upon arriving at Namek, I sealed 2 frozen demons. I assure you, should I release even one, not a single Namekian would stand against it. You must have sensed their power when I unleashed them moments ago." Bardock laughed as he made the 2 jars dance through the room. "One more, and no more." The elder lamented, fearful of Bardock unleashing the 2 frozen demons. "Splendid." Bardock feigned excitement, clapping his hands together. The 2 jars collided, shattering instantly. The deity had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, only to be struck with a fright that nearly caused him to have a heart attack, while the elder clutched his chest, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Oh, ha, look how frightened you are." These 2 jars were empty. Bardock waved away the remnants of glass, pointing at the elder and laughing heartily. Bardock, Kine angrily slapped Bardock's arm, having briefly believed her husband had committed a foolish act, only to realize it was all a ruse. "Lord Bardock, you truly are?" The deity gasped, clutching his chest, at a loss for words. The elder, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, wore a wry smile. Who would have thought that a scion, notorious for their brutal killings, would resort to such tricks? Thankfully, it was merely a jest, and he had not truly unleashed the 2 demons. He had nearly scared the elder to death. Bardock is indeed quite humorous. The elder chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what conditions Bardock intended to propose. "My first request is to unlock the potential of my wife, Kine. Surely, you are capable of that," Bardock declared with a smile, nudging Kine forward. "This request is exceedingly simple." Upon hearing Bardock's first condition, which was surprisingly simple, the Grand Elder readily agreed and gestured for Jine to step forward. Jine glanced at Bardock, who nodded in affirmation. As she approached, the Grand Elder placed his large hand upon Jine's spiky head, unleashing a tremendous energy within her. Bardock's data, I observed Jine's combat power fluctuating 300,000, 600,000, 1,200,000, until it peaked at 1,500,000, after which her combat power ceased to increase, as the Grand Elder exhausted part of Jine's potential. He panted heavily, remarking on her immense latent power. I can only unlock a portion of it with my utmost effort. The rest depends on your own training. Thank you. Jine sincerely expressed her gratitude, feeling the six-fold enhancement in her energy. Do not mention it. It is what you deserve. The Grand Elder replied with a smile after catching his breath. Old man, considering your dedication, I have a little something for you, Bardock declared, tossing an item directly into the Grand Elder's mouth. You wretched scoundrel, what have you given the Grand Elder? Bedima, who had been observing from a distance, caught sight of Bardock, throwing a Senza bean into the Grand Elder's mouth. You foolish creature, get lost. Bardock bellowed, causing Bedima to retreat. Your child has been thrown out by Bardock's roar. The Grand Elder fretted upon seeing his offspring expelled from the house. He's fine, he won't die. Bardock replied nonchalantly. Now, let us discuss the second condition. Chapter 57. The Wish, the Dragon God. I wish to use the Dragon Balls from your Namek, Bardock stated calmly. A condition that fell within the Grand Elder's expectations. The Grand Elder had seen visions of Bardock utilizing the Earth-esque Dragon Balls, thus it did not surprise him. Very well, the Grand Elder conceded. I sensed the evil aura of the Frieza clan earlier and have already sent for the elders from 6 villages to bring the Dragon Balls. They should arrive shortly. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, lost in thought. Grand Elder, Bedima is in dire straits. Please save him. 2 Namekian warriors urgently implored as they carried Bedima into the room. Let me see. The Grand Elder sighed in resignation as he gestured for the warriors to bring Bedima closer. He placed his hand over Bedima, radiating a green glow. And soon Bedima's injuries were healed. Thank you for saving me, Grand Elder. Bedima expressed his gratitude as he stood, bowing respectfully. Enough, you are all my children. There is no need for thanks. Just refrain from being so reckless in the future. Bardock meant no harm. He merely provided me with a restorative herb. The Grand Elder defended Bardock. Yes, Grand Elder. Despite this, Bedima still harbored strong animosity towards Bardock. After casting a furtive glare at Bardock, he stepped aside, standing quietly next to the other 2 Namekians by the Grand Elder's side. Pathetic beings should know their place. If you have the skill, confront me directly. Bardock sneered, easily perceiving Bedima's petty actions, which only served to infuriate the Namekian further. If not for the need to utilize the Dragon Balls, Bardock would have already dealt with this insolent individual. Child, come here. The Grand Elder beckoned to the Dragon God. Yes, Grand Elder. The Dragon God obediently approached. And once again, the Grand Elder enveloped the Dragon God's head in his large hand, causing his combat power to surge rapidly. 5,000 points was the final combat power achieved through the Grand Elder unlocking the Dragon God's potential. Child, I have sensed a great crisis looming over your Earth in the future through your memories. I hope to enhance your strength to avert this disaster. Alas, much of your combat talent has been siphoned away by the forces of evil. Otherwise, you would be even stronger after this potential unlocking. The Grand Elder felt a profound sense of regret regarding the Dragon God's abilities. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Dragon God hurriedly expressed his gratitude. They're coming. Bardock sensed several energies, closely resembling the Grand Elder's, swiftly approaching the abode. He exited Super Saiyan form and beckoned to the 1-star Dragon Ball on the Grand Elder's seat, which then flew into Bardock's hand. The Dragon Ball began to flicker incessantly, with the frequency of its illumination steadily increasing. Grand Elder, Grand Elder. Soon, several elderly Namekians sought an audience at the door. Place the Dragon Balls outside and wait. The calamity of Namek has passed, the Grand Elder instructed Bedima. You go assist Bardock in summoning the dragon. Yes, Grand Elder. Though reluctant, Bedima dared not defy the Grand Elder's orders and walked outside with a stern expression, followed closely by Bardock and Jine, while the Dragon God, curious about the appearance of the Namekian dragon, excused himself and followed along. Bedima, how's the Grand Elder? As soon as they exited the door, 6 elders surrounded Bedima, urgently inquiring about the Grand Elder's condition. The Grand Elder is fine. He has asked me to assist several guests in summoning the dragon. Bardock emphasized the term guests. Saiyans. The elders recoiled in shock upon seeing Bardock and Jine, instinctively taking a step back. Hurry up. I have matters to attend to. Stop dawdling. Bardock impatiently commanded Bedima, disregarding the feeble warriors with their low combat power. You despicable scoundrel. Bedima clenched his fists, deeply dissatisfied with Bardock's demeanor. As Bardock tossed the 1-star ball into the 6 Dragon Balls, they began to flicker together. Come forth, Purunga, and grant my wish. Bardock recited in Namekian. Instantly, the sky of Namek, which had never known night, darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light that shot towards the heavens, revealing an extraordinarily hideous dragon before the crowd. This is the dragon of my homeland. Truly magnificent and powerful, the Dragon God concluded upon observing Purunga's appearance. Hurry up, Scion, and state your wish. Bedima spoke unfriendlily. The Emperor is not in a hurry. But the eunuch is. Bardock rolled his eyes at the muscular dragon before him. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes. 3 may be granted. Purunga's customary introduction echoed. My first wish is to construct a temple identical to that of Earth above the Gastan living area, in every aspect of its structure and design. Bardock boldly proclaimed. Bedima regarded Bardock with a look of shock. In his view, such an arrogant scion should have wished for immortality or eternal life. Yet he chose this instead. Vegeta had prepared to alter Bardock's malevolent wish, but this was what he received. Reluctantly, he conveyed Bardock's wish to the dragon. This wish requires the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Purunga inquired after hearing Vegeta's recounting. Yes. Let's proceed. Bardock replied dismissively, granting his consent, and Vegeta relayed the message. Very well. After the Shinron responded, he stood still for a moment, then a flash of red light crossed his eyes. Above the residential area of Gastan Star, a divine temple, identical to the one on Earth, materialized out of thin air. Your wish has been granted. And now you have one more wish. After a brief flicker of red light in his eyes, Shinron spoke again. Please grant me the ability to create Dragon Balls. Although Bardock found this wish somewhat absurd, he was still willing to give it a try. What? A chorus of elders and Vegeta gasped, astonished that Bardock would make such a wish. This wish cannot be granted. After Vegeta relayed this astonishing wish, Shinron promptly rejected it without a moment's hesitation. I knew it. Bardock had anticipated this outcome and felt no disappointment. He then modified his wish, let that Namekian who teaches Vegeta possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Vegeta looked at Bardock in confusion and conveyed Bardock's words to Shinron. This wish is exceedingly simple. After another flash of red light, Vegeta felt a remarkable power surge through his body. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Shinron departed at remarkable speed, comparable to the dragon from Earth, suggesting that the 2 dragons had indeed communicated in the realm of dragons. How vexing, Bardock muttered, wishing to ask more questions, but Shinron vanished too quickly. After venting his frustrations, Bardock grasped Vegeta and led him indoors. Old man, this is my 3rd condition. Let this fellow become the deity of our scion planet. Bardock lifted Vegeta before the Grand Elder. Is this the reason you wish for Vegeta to gain the ability to create Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Rather than perpetually relying on the strength of others, I prefer to wield such power myself. However, since it cannot be controlled, let us take another approach. Enough with the pleasantries, just say whether you agree or not. If you do, the Namekians will forever be our allies. Bardock was unwilling to linger on the topic, so he immediately posed the question. Vegeta, do you wish to serve as the deity on the Scion planet? The Grand Elder, upholding the principle of respecting individual rights, asked the furious Vegeta. You scoundrel, put me down. Vegeta cursed Bardock, flailing his limbs. With a thud, Bardock intentionally released him at the moment Vegeta was thrashing about, causing Vegeta to fall to the ground, his resentment towards Bardock deepening. All right, Vegeta, I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to take the position of deity on the Scion's planet? The Grand Elder coughed and pretended to be authoritative as he gazed at Vegeta. You wretch. Vegeta initially had no intention of going, but upon seeing the sealing jar in Bardock's hand, his anger boiled over, and he couldn't help but shout. Little one, do not shout. If you frighten me and I lose my grip, Bardock said, as the sealing jar suddenly slipped from his grasp, heading for the ground. Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out as he dashed to catch it, fearing the consequences of breaking it. Just as Vegeta was about to catch the jar, Bardock halted it midair with his energy and summoned it back to his hand. Forgot to mention, there are truly frozen demons inside the sealing jar. You can try if you don't believe me. Bardock's words were laced with clear threats, making Vegeta grit his teeth in anger. The Grand Elder watched this scene with amusement. For him, as long as his child was not killed or enslaved, he was indifferent to the situation, acknowledging that some matters cannot be forced. You scoundrel, I will go. Vegeta begrudgingly submitted to Bardock's intimidation, clenching his fists and replying with a face full of resentment. See? There is nothing wrong with having a deity for our scions. We have many experts among our kind, and I see you are a combative fellow. You can find time to spar with them. If Namek faces any crises, we scions will provide vigorous support, creating a win-win situation. Remember, a commoner is often punished for holding wealth. Your Namekians possess miraculous abilities and the Dragon Balls that can bring people back to life, yet lack the means to protect themselves. Now that is a catastrophe. Bardock patted Vegeta on the shoulder and then turned to the deity. Old man, you on Earth too. Hurry back and train a batch of Earth warriors. Otherwise, if the matter of the Dragon Balls gets leaked, given your current strength, I wouldn't even want you guarding my door. There are countless powerful beings in the universe. One day they will find Earth. To eliminate one Frieza, more will inevitably arise. Evil can never be completely eradicated. Where there is justice, there will always be evil. That is my advice to you. Out of special sentiment for Earth, Bardock felt the need to remind the deity not to become complacent. Mr. Bardock is correct. Tomorrow and unexpected events can arrive at any moment, and we must be prepared to face them at all times. Vegeta, come here. I will enhance your strength. Initially, the Grand Elder had no intention of unlocking Vegeta's potential due to his impulsive nature. However, with Bardock, the formidable presence, the Grand Elder changed his mind. All right, Grand Elder. Vegeta was overjoyed to hear that the Grand Elder would enhance his potential, quickly rushing to stand before him. The Grand Elder chuckled, placing his hand atop Vegeta's head. Vegeta's energy surged rapidly, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, up to 100,000 points of battle power, after which Vegeta's energy ceased to grow. Vegeta looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling that he had gained strength through the Grand Elder's unlocking of potential. Bedma could clearly sense that his miraculous ability to create Dragon Balls had also significantly improved. All right, Bedma, is it? To be honest, your power is still insignificant among the Scions. We can discuss strength later. What matters now is how to be a competent deity. For that, you must spend some time learning from the Earth deity. When he deems you qualified, I will bring you back. Now, we must return to Earth. You should accompany us. With all matters settled, Bardock felt there was no need to linger. This is rather hasty. The deity, having finally found his homeland, wished to stay a little longer. You are the deity of Earth. As a divine figure, you cannot stray too far from your jurisdiction, can you? Do you remember you have been away from Earth for 5 days? Bardock's remarks were speculative, intending to scare the deity into being less verbose. Indeed, I was nearly forgetting. In that case, Bedma, let us first return to Earth for your internship. After your internship, I will help you contact Mr. Bardock to facilitate your position on the Scion planet. The deity adeptly supported Bardock's suggestion, and Bedma believed him, as they were of the same kin. Well then, Grand Elder. I shall take my leave. Bedma reluctantly glanced at his fellow kin, and under Bardock's urging, mimicked the deity's gesture of placing his hand on Bardock's back. Farewell, Grand Elder. After Bardock waved his hand and sensed the aura of Darius, he activated his instantaneous movement, bringing Bedma and the other two to the celestial temple in the blink of an eye. Darius, on the other hand, was fully immersed in his aura, sitting quietly in the square, meditating and cultivating, seemingly entering a wondrous state as his energy continuously expanded around him. Bedma, focus on your studies, Bardock exclaimed, giving Bedma a firm pat on the back, causing him to stumble forward. Rising to his feet, Bedma glared resentfully at Bardock. Bardock disregarded his counterpart, activating the universal capsule, and the spaceship was released. After opening the hatch, he dialed the private spacecraft communication for Otto of Gastan Star. Lord Bardock, what urgent matter do you have? Shortly after, Otto connected the ship's external communication, while Raditz stood nearby, his face swollen and bruised. Otto, transform into a Super Saiyan and unleash your full energy. I have a purpose for it, Bardock commanded directly, offering little explanation. No problem. Otto, being straightforward, complied without hesitation. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan at the training ground, he unleashed a series of furious roars, drawing the attention of the quietly training Scions across Gastan Star, who looked on with immense envy. I can sense it. Bardock's heart soared with joy. He called for Dales to wake up and return with him, but to his surprise, the usually obedient Dales refused the request to go back to Gastan Star. Why? Bardock inquired, puzzled. Father, I have learned so much from Mr. Popo, but I feel there is still much a lack, so I wish to continue training with him. Dales expressed his determination with a serious gaze. In that case, give it your all. If you wish to return, inform me via the spaceship's communication device, and I will come to get you. Bardock smiled, ruffling Dale's hair. All right, I understand. Father, I will. Dales replied vigorously. I will come to assess your progress regularly. If your battle power does not meet my standards, I shall ensure you train rigorously. Bardock playfully threatened. Bardock, Jaina, dissatisfied, gave Bardock a punch, then stepped forward to embrace Dales. Dales, you must put in the effort. All her words condensed into this one sentiment. Yes, I know, mother. Dales replied sullenly. Well then, farewell, everyone. Bardock grasped Jaina's shoulder, waved his hand in farewell, and activated instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on Gastan Star, where Otto continued to unleash his energy, his muscles bulging as his body grew larger. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. Bardock hastily interjected, halting Otto. Lord Bardock. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Otto turned to see his leader, Bardock, and was astonished at how quickly he had returned, considering it had barely been half a year. Otto, it seems you have not been idle during this time. Your battle power has improved significantly. Observing through the data eye, Bardock noted that Otto's battle power had reached 300 million after transforming, meaning his base battle power had soared to 6 million, a commendable achievement. Indeed. To follow Lord Bardock's path, I have not dared to rest for a moment, Otto said with pride, retracting his energy while maintaining his Super Saiyan form, evidently preparing to train in the full power state. Father, Raditz, curious about the sudden appearance of his parents, approached to inquire. Ah, Raditz. It seems you have also been diligent. Your strength has also grown quite well, reaching a battle power of 60,000. However, it is still not enough. Bardock, keen to temper Raditz's pride, pointed out, your mother's battle power has now reached 150,000 points, so you must strive harder. Remember, your mother initially had less battle power than you, yet within just a year, she has surpassed you. What? Raditz looked incredulously at the beaming Jaina, struggling to believe it. It seemed to him that Bardock had not merely found a suitable planet for his younger brother, but had somehow granted their mother an extraordinary boost. As such a rapid ascension seemed implausible. Do not be astonished, it is merely a matter of opportunity. Moreover, Dale's battle power has surpassed 150,000 points, and his combat skills have undergone a qualitative breakthrough. If you continue to be lazy, you may truly find yourself surpassed by your younger siblings. Bardock spoke with earnestness. Understood. Father, upon hearing of Dale's battle power leap from a few hundred to 150,000 in less than half a year, a sense of urgency washed over Raditz. his eyes reflecting a rare determination. Very well. Otto and I have matters to attend to. You should return to your training. Do not fret. Your father is here to support you, Bardock encouraged, patting Raditz on the shoulder before turning to Jaina. Jaina, you should also solidify your newfound power. Yes, Bardock. Jaina nodded. Turning to depart. Otto, grasp my arm. Bardock intended to use instant transmission to find Ginyu and Maradona. Curious about their battle power advancements during his absence and whether they had achieved the base power to transform into Super Saiyans. Oh, Otto, unsure of the situation, complied and placed his hand on Bardock's arm. In the next moment, to Otto's astonishment, they found themselves before Ginyu. Ginyu, who was supervising his subordinates' training, was startled by the sudden appearance of the two and instinctively prepared to attack. However, before he could gather his energy, Bardock swiftly appeared before him, dispersing the energy ball from his hand with a single slap. Lord Bardock, Otto, Ginyu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. When did you return, Lord Bardock? I just arrived. First, arrange your current tasks. I will take you and Otto to a place for training. The high-level combat power on Gastan Star is still too scarce. Bardock intended to cultivate Ginyu and a few trusted subordinates into Super Saiyans before gradually nurturing the younger generation. Yes, Lord Bardock. Elated at the prospect of receiving Bardock's guidance, Ginyu immediately summoned the Heavenly Guard to prompt everyone to train while he eagerly followed Bardock, soaring towards the residential area of Gastan Star until they reached an altitude of 20,000 meters, seeing a temple that resembled the one on Earth. Otto and Ginyu were filled with curiosity, wondering when Gastan Star had acquired such a structure. This is the temple. A deity will reside here in the future. However, this is not the primary reason for our visit. The truly invaluable place for us Scions lies below. Follow me. Bardock explained while walking, detailing the wonders of the room of spirit and time. Due to the different flow of time within, one day outside equates to a year inside, and an individual may only enter for 2 years or 2 days outside. Beyond that time, the door to the room of spirit and time will vanish. Ah, here it is, Bardock concluded, leading them to the entrance that was indistinguishable from the one on Earth. As the door to the time chamber swung open, a vast, white expanse unfolded before the three individuals. The notion that only two could enter the chamber at a time elicited nothing but disdain from Bardock. It seemed to him that this stipulation was merely a ruse employed by the deities to ensure every warrior had a fair opportunity to train. However, when Majin Buu, Trunks, Goten, and Piccolo all entered simultaneously without the door disappearing, it became evident that the restriction was a fallacy. Jane, your combat power currently stands at 2,400,000. You must enhance your foundational strength. Make the most of this time to train diligently. I expect you to transform into a Super Saiyan within the year, Bardock emphasized, acknowledging the more arduous challenge faced by pure-blooded Scions compared to their hybrid counterparts. Otto, come with me for a moment. I almost forgot about Maradona, Bardock recalled, sensing something was amiss. It struck him that Maradona and Jane could engage in a sparring match. With that, he led Otto out of the time chamber and, after vanishing, appeared with Maradona, who was clad in mere shorts. Bardock's expression bore the weight of displeasure. And although Otto felt curiosity, he dared not inquire further, following Bardock back into the chamber. Jane, you will train alongside Maradona. Make sure to whip this unmotivated fellow into shape, Bardock commanded. Upon his arrival, he found Maradona still preoccupied with women, specifically, a non-Saiyan female, likely of the Revel race. The sight incited a surge of frustration within Bardock, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to awaken Maradona from his distraction, before draping him in a modest garment. At your service, Bardock. Jane smirked at Maradona, well aware of his lecherous tendencies. Since Bardock's temporary departure, Maradona's indiscretions had become apparent. He had hardly trained over the past 6 months, and Jane's own power had far surpassed his. Subduing Maradona would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 60. Again, Maradona looked despondently at Jane's smirk, too intimidated by Bardock's stern demeanor to utter a word. Bardock harbored no objections to Maradona's pursuit of scion procreation. Yet the latter's lack of growth and combat capability sparked a desire to forcibly redirect him towards training. After my absence of 6 months, his power remained stagnant. Surely, one would expect at least some progress from intermittent training. Otto, you and I will train over there. Bardock decided to engage Otto in combat, aiming to refine his fighting techniques through this method. Very well, Bardock, Otto replied, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. He had always found himself at a disadvantage during their encounters. However, he could not refuse Bardock's request. I will fight you in my base form. Feel free to transform. Bardock instructed as they positioned themselves at a safe distance from Jane, ensuring their clash would not endanger him. Really? Otto asked, surprised. You heard me correctly. I need to enhance my base combat power and skills. In transformed state, none among you can present adequate pressure, so I've opted for this compromise. However, if you get too carried away, I will retaliate. Bardock made it clear, recalling Otto's previous words during their last sparring session when he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Huh, Bardock, do I appear to be that kind of person? Otto chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Not just appear, you are, Bardock retorted. suspecting Otto of underhanded tactics during his transformations, yet lacking evidence to substantiate his doubts. Let us begin. With a fierce determination, Bardock released his energy while Otto maintained his Super Saiyan form, readying himself for combat. Be careful, Bardock, Otto warned, aware of the vast disparity in their power levels, which compelled him to hold back. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lunged at Bardock. The sounds of fists colliding echoed through the chamber as Bardock braced himself against Otto's relentless barrage, feeling the tremors reverberate through his arms with each impact. Despite his efforts, the difference in strength became increasingly apparent, forcing Bardock to retreat to absorb the force of the blows. Otto, oblivious to the intricacies of controlled power training, struck with brute force, causing Bardock considerable discomfort. Enough, Bardock declared, swiftly distancing himself to gather energy for a counterattack. That won't work, Otto laughed, effortlessly deflecting the energy blasts Bardock unleashed, the explosions bursting around him. In that moment of triumph for Otto, Bardock teleported behind him and unleashed a potent energy blast aimed at his back. Staggered by the surprise attack, Otto's battle suit smoldered from the impact, while Bardock's strike inflicted a degree of damage. Utilizing a rapid combination of punches, elbows, and knee strikes, Bardock focused intently, executing his martial arts with increasing speed. Otto began to counter, matching Bardock's strikes, the sound of their physical clashes resonating throughout the time chamber, each blow accompanied by a shockwave. After exchanging numerous blows, Bardock was sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported above Otto, intertwining his fingers and delivering a powerful strike aimed at Otto's head. Otto retaliated with a heavy punch, blocking Bardock's attack, and then gathering energy in his other hand, he swung, releasing an energy sphere that caught Bardock off guard. With a resounding explosion, Bardock's battle suit was torn to shreds, exposing his muscular frame, blood spilling from his lips, a clear indication of his injuries. Bardock, are you all right? Otto exclaimed, a hint of panic creeping into his voice, fearing Bardock would retaliate. I'm fine. Again, Bardock wiped the blood from his mouth, roaring as he charged forward once more. Bardock understood that mastering the Ultra Instinct technique was beyond his grasp. Much like Vegeta, his mind was consumed with myriad thoughts during battle, preventing him from achieving a state of unconscious physical response. Thus, since he could not attain such instinctive reactions, he resolved to let his spirit govern his body, allowing his physical form to respond swiftly according to his conscious will. The transmission of thoughts from the brain to the limbs required a reaction time of 0.1 seconds. Therefore, Bardock's aspiration was to achieve a profound unity between mind and body. When the physical strength reached a certain threshold, consciousness would inherently dictate the corresponding actions. This relentless refinement could rival the so-called divine technique of Ultra Instinct. As the adage goes, a master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation depends on the individual. Only the practice that suits oneself is the best practice. Since he could not master the existing techniques, he sought to create a new one. With Bardock's mental focus reaching new heights, the pain from each collision of his body gradually dissipated. At that moment, all Bardock thought about was combat. Each move executed with utmost effort, and astonishingly, his speed of attack began to increase. Spirit Slice. With his feet planted on Otto's fists, Bardock instinctively performed a backflip, unleashing the Spirit Slice. Observing the delicate, gossamer energy form, Otto sensed a profound crisis and refrained from recklessly absorbing the blow with his body. Instead, he launched energy orbs in an attempt to disperse it. Buzz. Just as the energy orb was about to collide with the Spirit Slice, it split into 3. Targeting Otto from above, middle, and below. Otto hastily unleashed his energy, leaping into the air, and struck the uppermost Spirit Slice with a palm, shattering it. The remaining 2 slices, under Bardock's control, charged towards Otto once more. Otto swiftly evaded while conjuring energy waves in his palms, which multiplied and spread out, obliterating all remaining Spirit Slices in the blink of an eye. Kamehameha. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock had already gathered the Kamehameha. Appearing above Otto as a torrent of energy surged forth. Caught off guard, Otto raised both hands to shield against the Kamehameha, unleashing all the power of a Super Saiyan to push the energy wave skyward. Come again. In the recent skirmish, Bardock felt as though he had grasped something elusive. Yet it slipped away suddenly, leaving him unsatisfied. Ignoring his injuries, he pressed on with his assault. With a direct punch aimed at Otto's face, Otto effortlessly raised his hand to block, easily countering the attack. Due to Bardock's fatigue and injuries, his current speed was not as fierce or rapid as before, rendering his strikes little more than a mere tickle to Otto. Bardock swiftly retracted his fist, channeling a powerful energy wave directed at Otto's abdomen. In a flash, Otto vanished and reappeared behind Bardock, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. As the energy sphere slipped from Bardock's grasp, it detonated not far away. He then utilized instantaneous movement to appear behind Otto, executing a knee strike aimed at his waist. Without even turning his body, Otto let out a fierce roar, causing Bardock's knee to stall in midair, unable to advance an inch. That's not all, Otto, Bardock declared, as he conjured 2 energy slashes with his hands, directing them towards Otto's neck. Calmly, Otto extended his hands, pinching the energy slashes between his thumb and index finger, then unleashed a terrifying aura from his palm, shattering the energy slashes effortlessly. It's over, Lord Bardock, he exclaimed, twisting his waist and elbowing Bardock's abdomen. Ah, Bardock gasped in pain, his eyes bulging as saliva flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. Following that, Otto unleashed his full power, sending Bardock flying, clutching his stomach as he lay on the pristine ground. The gap in strength is too vast. Combat techniques are utterly futile, Lord Bardock. Otto stood there, exuding an aura of solitude that conveyed the stark reality before them. You speak the truth, Otto. Bardock grunted through the agony, staggering to his feet. However, this recent battle has revealed your shortcomings. Your combat techniques are too simplistic and brutish. Had I maintained a combat level equal to yours, you would have perished just now. Internally, he cursed Otto for his mercilessness. But alas, no one exists with the same combat prowess as mine. Otto remained unfazed. He inherently revered the aesthetics of violence, aspiring for unparalleled strength, believing that all combat techniques were insignificant in the face of absolute power. One day, your arrogance will lead you to regret this, Bardock retorted silently, contemplating when he might capture Gula to impart some lessons to Otto. Once subdued, Otto would understand the significance of certain matters. Lord Bardock, shall we continue? Otto inquired, not dwelling on the previous question. Come, my body has yet to reach its limits. I cannot fall here. Only by surpassing my limits can I grow stronger. Bardock resisted the urge to retrieve a Senzabine for recovery and charged towards Otto once more. With a flying kick, Otto sidestepped, then countered with an elbow strike aimed at Bardock's shoulder. Bardock raised his arm to block, but the sheer force propelled him back several dozen meters, leaving his arm numb and temporarily incapacitated. Be cautious, Lord Bardock. Since Bardock sought to push beyond his limits, Otto decided to exert his full strength to aid Bardock's breakthrough, engaging him without mercy, knowing that as long as Bardock still drew breath, the medical pod could bring him back. Stop whining and act like a man, Bardock scoffed, unleashing a wave of energy upon Otto, yet adhering to the principle of no visible wounds. Suddenly, Otto vanished from Bardock's sight, delivering a powerful punch that struck Bardock's core. Bardock felt his bones shatter, and blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by Otto's mighty roar. Bardock was hurled away by an invisible shockwave, sliding across the ground for hundreds of meters before finally halting. Damn it, that really hurts. Blood continuously spilled from Bardock's mouth as he felt his strength waning, his consciousness blurring. He bit his tongue to regain some clarity and, despite the excruciating pain, shakily retrieved a Senzabine from his pocket. Due to his weakened state, the Senzabine slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Resigned, Bardock flipped over and crawled like a caterpillar towards the bean, swallowing it whole. Lord Bardock, are you all right? Otto, sweating profusely, rushed over, witnessing Bardock's struggle on the ground. I have reason to suspect you intended to kill me under the guise of training to claim the throne of the Saiyans, Otto, Bardock remarked. As the Senzabine's effects kicked in, Bardock's sunken chest restored, his energy surged back to its peak, and his normal combat power escalated to 70 million. Lord Bardock, I am your loyal subordinate. How could I ever wish to harm you? Usurp the throne, Otto stammered, momentarily stunned. The previously nearly defeated Bardock had miraculously recovered, and his aura even intensified. This was simply unfathomable. Surprised to see I'm still alive? Bardock quipped lightly. And no, I absolutely did not think that. Otto hurriedly knelt on one knee. Good, then let us continue. Bardock, having tested his restored body and finding no discomfort, assumed an attack stance. Yes, Lord Bardock. Witnessing Bardock's astonishing recovery, Otto no longer held back, launching a full-force sidekick. The overwhelming strength and absolute speed of the kick generated a fierce gale, distorting Bardock's face. You scoundrel, are you plotting to usurp the throne? Bardock exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He swiftly employed instantaneous movement to appear beside Jane and the others, certain that had he not dodged, Otto's kick would have surely obliterated his head. Lord Bardock, how did you end up here? Please tell me Otto hasn't incapacitated you. Maradona, seeing Bardock's battle-worn state, assumed the fight between Bardock and Otto had been excessively intense. Enough of your nonsense, Jane. Beat this scoundrel to near death, then call for me. Bardock ignored the bewildered Maradona, using instantaneous movement to reappear before Otto. You bastard, do you intend to kill me? Bardock erupted in anger, pointing at Otto. Lord Bardock, weren't you trying to surpass your limits? Besides, you possess terrifying regenerative abilities. A few injuries are nothing to you. Otto feigned innocence, claiming he merely sought to help Bardock transcend his limitations, which for a scion meant teetering on the brink of death. That was not merely a matter of rapid recovery. It was a substance that promotes swift healing. If you don't know, don't act clever. Furthermore, had you landed that kick earlier, I assure you, my head would have been gone, and recovery would be pointless. Bardock struggled to comprehend the thought process of his subordinate. A substance that promotes rapid healing. I thought you had accidentally awakened some special ability. Otto scratched his head, sheepishly explaining. I sincerely thank you. Bardock responded, speechless. Chapter 62, Fusion Technique. The punching bag strikes back. Let us continue. Bardock adjusted his mindset, gradually focusing his spirit, and in a flash, appeared before Otto, executing the Twin Dragon Emergence technique. Both palms striking towards Otto's chest and chin. Otto raised his hand to counter, Leaning forward to block Bardock's upward strike with his right elbow while simultaneously bending his left knee to evade Bardock's palm aimed at his chest. Bardock's offensive was thwarted. And with a swift motion, he struck Addo's knee, retreating as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his palm. Addo, with hands that moved like phantoms, deftly intercepted each energy wave, crushing them before propelling the remnants towards Bardock with remarkable speed. Sensing the imminent peril, Bardock instantly teleported to Addo's side, launching a whip-like kick. Addo raised his arm to block, then, summoning tremendous strength, deflected Bardock's kick, followed by a powerful charge that landed a punch squarely on Bardock's abdomen. The impact sent a jolt of pain through Bardock, who retaliated with a heavy elbow strike to Addo's back, producing a resonant thud. The disparity in their combat prowess was evident. Bardock's typical power level of 70 million had little effect on Addo. Instead, Addo seized the opportunity, firmly grasping one of Bardock's legs and executing a whirl reminiscent of a loving embrace. After spinning through the air countless times, he hurled Bardock away as if casting a heavy shot put. Bardock fought against the wave of nausea, stabilizing his form midair. As the surroundings morphed into a multitude of phantoms, he vigorously shook his head, striving to restore clarity to his dizzying mind. Meanwhile, Addo, the instigator of this chaos, was not faring any better. He watched as Bardock became a blur of 3 or 4 figures in the air, his flight growing increasingly unsteady. Bardock was the first to regain consciousness, his hands gathering the Kamehameha energy without hesitation and directing it towards Addo. Unable to discern which was the true Bardock, Addo decided to converge his energy into 2 waves, subsequently splitting it into 3 for a comprehensive attack. The Kamehameha was successfully intercepted, and the 2 energy waves clashed in midair. A stalemate ensued. As time passed, Addo's mind cleared, and with a sly grin, he intensified his energy output towards Bardock. Alas, I cannot prevail. Upon seeing Addo's foolish smile, Bardock realized the latter was gearing up for a more potent assault. Aware that his current state was insufficient to confront Addo in Super Saiyan form, he maintained the Kamehameha with one hand. And just as Addo's powerful move was about to strike, he activated instant transmission, reappearing behind Addo. He delivered a powerful kick aimed at Addo's cheek, which Addo absorbed without flinching. With a grin, he swiftly seized Bardock's ankle and unleashed a flurry of savage blows. In his excitement, Addo failed to control his strength, resulting in Bardock's leg being brutally broken, his ankle crushed in a catastrophic fracture. After enduring a relentless 5 minutes of assault, Addo finally cast Bardock aside. At that moment, Bardock was bleeding profusely, a pitiful sight, yet not as grievous as before. He still retained some strength to move. With a ferocious glare directed at Addo, he retrieved a Senza bean from his pocket and consumed it, fully restoring his injuries and elevating his base combat power to 75 million points. Unfortunately, the extraordinary state he had experienced during their initial battle did not return. Bardock realized that such a peculiar condition was rare and not to be sought after, refraining from requesting further torment from Addo. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to meditate deeply, aiming to cultivate the method of mental dominance over his physical being. With Bardock absent as a challenger, Addo extended his malevolent influence towards Jean and Maradona. Maradona, having long succumbed to indulgence, retained a combat power of merely 210,000 points, which Jean, with a power of 240,000 points, easily overpowered. By the time Addo observed, Maradona had already been rendered unconscious by a single energy wave, completely devoid of combat capability. Addo, where's Lord Bardock? Has your battle concluded? Jean inquired, preparing to share the good news with Bardock, only to find Addo had appeared before them. Lord Bardock has gone to meditate and train. You know that method is somewhat unsuitable for me, too torturous. I prefer the sensation of flesh against flesh. However, since Lord Bardock is meditating and I have no opponent, I sought you too. But it seems neither of you are capable of fighting me now. Addo remarked, his gaze falling upon the barely conscious Maradona. An idea sparked in his mind. You should find Lord Bardock. Perhaps he possesses a miraculous elixir for rapid healing. Addo was clearly coveting the Senza beans. Is it wise to go now? Jean glanced at the ailing Maradona, contemplating whether to take him to the medical bay for treatment. Fear not, trust me. Besides, Lord Bardock commanded you to incapacitate Maradona for a purpose. Hurry. If you delay, Maradona may meet his end. Addo urged insistently. Very well, I shall go. Reluctant to let his close friend perish, Jean heeded Addo's instigation and set out to find Bardock, recalling that Bardock had indeed instructed him to seek him after incapacitating Maradona, which seemed justifiable. Bardock was deeply meditating to reflect on the recently concluded battle when he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Jean, causing the fleeting sensation he had just grasped to vanish in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, beams of irritation shot forth as he glared at Jean. Jean, what is it? Bardock inquired, suppressing his anger with palpable impatience. Master Bardock, Maradona has been incapacitated. I came specifically to report. Jean stammered, swallowing hard, unsure of what had provoked his superior's ire. Here, take these 30 Senza beans. Bardock retrieved a prepared pouch of Senza beans from his universal capsule. Each of you 3 will receive 10. These beans possess miraculous properties, instantly restoring stamina and healing any injuries as long as there is breath left. Though they do not cure diseases, my supply is limited, so use them sparingly. With that, he waved them away, urging them to disappear from his sight. Yes, Master Bardock. Upon hearing of the precious beans, Gene eagerly accepted the pouch, darting away before he could contain his excitement. He opened the bag and, with exhilaration, took out 20 beans. Rushing to Maradona's side to feed him one. Maradona chewed unconsciously, and in the next moment, his injuries healed instantaneously, his energy surging as a result. Witnessing the miraculous effect of the Sinza beans, Gene became increasingly animated and then feigned calmness as he distributed the remaining 9 beans, handing out 3 to each of them while explaining their effects. Observing the delight on their faces, Otto could not help but chuckle inwardly. Realizing he had profited by 14 beans as a middleman, despite nearly being killed by Bardock for an unknown reason, he had nonetheless reaped considerable rewards, worth it indeed. The two, clutching the Sinza beans as if they were treasures, prompted Gene, who had acquired the lion's share, to harbor a sense of disdain. Now that Maradona's wounds are healed, you two should use the fusion technique and spar with me, Otto suggested, stroking his chin as he noted Maradona's recovery. We don't know the fusion technique you speak of. They both exclaimed, eager to avoid becoming Otto's punching bags. Don't think you can fool me. I was present when you fused, though I managed to conceal myself well. You must consider this carefully. If you fuse, you may have a slim chance of winning. If not, you will both serve as my punching bags today. There is no escaping that fate, Otto proclaimed with a devilish grin. Is there any other choice? Absolutely none. Gene and his companion shrugged helplessly, reluctantly beginning the fusion dance. Otto watched with keen interest as they fused. In a flash of white light, a warrior clad in Metamoran attire appeared before Otto, emanating an overwhelming aura. Sensing the fusion warrior's energy, Otto felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing their power was approximately 50 million. I am neither Gene nor Maradona. I am the newly formed super warrior, Gamar. The duo's voices echoed through Gamar's lips. Such power is insufficient. I can easily overpower you, Otto taunted arrogantly. No, Otto, my strength extends beyond this. Through fusion, I, Gamar, have acquired new abilities that will astonish you, Otto. Open your eyes and behold my overwhelming power before succumbing to my might. Ha ha ha. With a furious roar, Gamar's golden aura erupted, transforming not into a Super Saiyan, but rather into a pseudo-Super Saiyan state. With a 20-fold increase, his battle power skyrocketed to nearly 1 billion, causing Otto, who had intended to toy around, to feel a twinge of anxiety. Prepare yourself, Otto, for Gamar's grand onslaught. Gamar's raucous laughter resonated throughout the hyperbolic time chamber as he lunged forward, catching Otto completely off guard. Otto felt Gamar's fist collide with his abdomen, sending shockwaves through his nervous system. The invisible force propelled Otto backward, marking the first time he had been so thoroughly dominated since transforming into a Super Saiyan, igniting a flicker of anger within him. After being launched several meters away, Otto steadied himself and sensed Gamar's energy, swiftly propelling himself back towards his opponent. Not yet, Otto. Gamar, having reached pseudo-Super Saiyan status, delivered a powerful blow but did not pursue. Instead, he remained in place, focusing his energy to break through to true Super Saiyan form. Eager to confront Otto. Upon reaching the zenith of his energy, Gamar's pseudo-Super Saiyan form shattered, enveloped in a golden blaze akin to a warrior reborn from flames. This is the transformation into Super Saiyan. How is this possible? Otto gasped in disbelief. Initially intending to intimidate the two, but now astonished to witness their fusion culminating in a Super Saiyan transformation. The overwhelming energy he sensed surpassed even his own transformed state. Otto, let us commence a new round. Wahahaha. Gamar boasted, diving in, leaving Otto incapable of tracking his movements. He only felt a crushing blow to his head before being sent reeling. Damn it, I can't see his attack trajectory. Otto cursed, wiping the blood from his forehead. What's wrong, Otto? Can't take it? I barely exerted half my strength. The real show has only just begun. Gamar taunted, relishing Otto's disheveled state. Don't underestimate me, Otto. He gathered energy in both hands, targeting the audacious Gamar. Behold my interstellar annihilation cannon. Following his usual principle of unleashing his ultimate attack when outmatched. Interstellar annihilation cannon. I'm so scared. Gamar mocked, demonstrating his confidence in his own prowess. Prepare to lie down. You two wretched fools, once the fusion time is up, I will make sure to teach you a lesson. Otto bellowed as he unleashed his ultimate move. Not before I give you a good thrashing, Otto. Consider this an advance payment. Gamar chuckled, effortlessly absorbing Otto's full-powered strike, not even shifting his stance. As Otto's energy dissipated, only a faint wisp of smoke emerged from Gamar's palm, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. How could this not have harmed me at all? Damn it. If my energy blast won't work, I'll settle this with my fist and feet. I refuse to concede easily. I'm Otto, he declared, diving down and launching a powerful energy blast aimed at Gamar's chest. Too naive, Otto. Accepting defeat is not shameful. I am Super Gamar. Gamar stood his ground, unleashing his fist against Otto's concentrated energy spheres. Boom. As the smoke dissipated after the explosive clash, Jima found himself firmly gripped by Ochoa's fists. And the two commenced a fierce struggle. Jima's expression was one of ease, while beads of sweat streamed down Ochoa's face. With a sudden surge of strength from Jima, Ochoa involuntarily began to retreat, his steps quickening with each passing moment. A knowing smile spread across Jima's face, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. channeling invisible power through his fists, sending the sweat-soaked Ochuo flying. In a swift motion, Jima dove forward, vanishing from Ochuo's sight, only to reappear behind him in the blink of an eye. He delivered a powerful elbow strike to Ochuo's back, producing a sharp crack. Ochuo let out a pained scream as he fell to the ground in a humiliating position, blood spewing from his mouth and staining the pristine ground. As Jima darted past, the sound of Ochuo's labored breathing echoed, revealing the severity of his injury. "Jima, you bastard. My spine is broken," Ochuo exclaimed, forced to abandon his Super Saiyan form due to the injury. Gasping for breath, he cursed at Jima. It seems my power is too overwhelming and difficult to control. My sincerest apologies, Ochuo." Jima smirked at Ochuo's furious visage, seemingly devoid of remorse, relishing in the misfortune of his opponent. "Just you wait," Ochuo muttered, laboriously searching his body for a recently acquired senzu bean, which he swallowed whole. In an instant, he was revitalized, his energy surging significantly, bringing his base combat power to approximately 8 million points. "I can't believe I had to use Lord Bardock's divine medicine so soon. What a waste." Jima chuckled, observing Ochuo's enraged countenance, unaware that he would soon face the consequences of his earlier actions. "Humph, you are only familiar with Super Saiyan transformations. Yet you remain oblivious to the forms beyond it. Allow me to demonstrate the new transformation I developed during Lord Bardock's absence." Ochuo was no stranger to hardship. He had sought vengeance against those he had previously suffered against, except for Bardock, who had yet to be settled. "Ochuo, you're dreaming. The Super Saiyan transformation is already immensely powerful. How could there possibly be another form? You don't intend to transform into a great ape to fight us, do you? That would be far less entertaining than becoming a Super Saiyan." Jima dismissed Ochuo's claims with derision. "You foolish creature, strength knows no bounds. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well. Behold the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. Ochuo declared, his arms slightly bending as he roared, gathering and compressing his energy until a brilliant golden light enveloped him. The fierce warrior, adorned with red fur and crimson eyelids, materialized before Jima. At this moment, Ochuo's combat power surged to an astonishing 4 billion points, while Jima, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, had only achieved a combat power of 2.5 billion. The overwhelming aura of Ochuo's Super Saiyan 4 form rendered Jima unable to open his eyes. What an immense power. It is utterly terrifying. Jima shielded his face with his arms, struggling to speak. This is Super Saiyan 4. The difference between this and the Super Saiyan transformation is like heaven and earth. Aha. Prepare to feel the wrath of my iron fist, Jima, the humiliation of being suppressed still fresh in his mind. Ochuo sought to exact revenge during the fleeting moments of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. He threw a punch from a distance, the force impacting Jima's abdomen and leaving a series of bruises. Wakakaka. Jima gasped in agony, only for Ochuo to appear before him, delivering an elbow strike to the crown of his head, followed by a knee to the chin. The impact caused Jima's head to bow down, subsequently meeting Ochuo's knee, shattering his jaw and causing saliva to spill uncontrollably. Ochuo reveled in Jima's inability to retaliate, relentlessly attacking. He kicked Jima into the air and swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a combined blow that sent Jima crashing to the ground. The thud echoed as Jima lay convulsing on the ground. Seizing the moment, Ochuo dove down, grasping Jima by the neck and swiftly flying, grinding him against the earth. "Aha! You two rascals, still so arrogant? I, Ochuo, am not one to be trifled with." After uttering these words, Ochuo's Super Saiyan 4 transformation faded, reverting to his normal state, and a hint of panic crept in. What to do? The urgency was palpable. "You bastard." Jima sensed Ochuo's waning strength and weakly opened his eyes. Seeing Ochuo back in his regular form, he pressed his hand against the ground, halting the relentless assault. With laser-like intensity, he forced Ochuo back, staggering to his feet and gasping for air. The damage inflicted by Ochuo's Super Saiyan 4 transformation left Jima severely injured. He could handle a weakened Ochuo, but if Ochuo regained his Super Saiyan form, the outcome would be uncertain. Ochuo was not one to remain idle. He immediately attempted to transform into Super Saiyan once more, unexpectedly succeeding. He had assumed the recent energy expenditure would hinder his ability to transform. "I refuse to believe that you, wounded as you are, can still wield the power you just displayed. Prepare yourself, you two rascals." Feeling a surge of confidence from sensing a comparable level of energy from Jima, Ochuo felt emboldened, at least no longer lacking the power to fight back as he had initially. Thus, his Super Saiyan 4 form had its advantages after all. "I will not be defeated by you, Ochuo." Though Jima seemed a bit reckless, he harbored immense confidence in his abilities, roaring as he charged toward Ochuo. Chapter 64. Releasing Frieza as a sparring partner. The battle between Ochuo and the fused warrior Jima continued until the fusion time expired, resulting in both sides sustaining heavy injuries. A stalemate of sorts. However, these three reckless individuals chose to hasten their recovery by consuming more senzu beans. Had Bardock known of their wasteful ways, he would surely have delivered a resounding slap to each of them. "Is this how you waste such precious items? They were meant to preserve your lives. Yet here you are using them to recover from sparring injuries, such wastrels." Thus, after spending 3 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, Maradona and Jean successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, achieving base combat powers of 3,400,000 and 3,500,000, respectively. They easily gathered energy to their backs, completing the transformation with minimal effort. Starkly contrasting Ochoa's arduous experience, the 3 spent hours in earnest discussion yet failed to derive any meaningful conclusions. Jean speculated that the fusion might be related to the Super Saiyan transformation, only to be met with incredulous stares from the 2 burly warriors. Bardock had made several appearances during moments of hunger, observing the trio without engaging too deeply in their frolics. However, when Otto approached him with a shameless request for Sinza beans, Bardock was struck by curiosity regarding the relentless dedication of these 3 individuals to their training. How could each of them consume 10 Sinza beans so rapidly? After subtly inquiring a few questions, he had largely concluded that the culprit was Jean. With a discreet glare cast in his direction, Bardock proceeded to grant both Otto and Maradona 5 beans each, within a mere 3 months. Otto's foundational combat power surged to a staggering 10 million points, as he persistently endeavored to maintain his Super Saiyan form for extended durations. Yet, he would occasionally revert to his normal state due to trivial distractions, such as drowsiness, which left him exceedingly irritable, necessitating a fresh start. Ultimately, it boiled down to his insufficient energy to sustain his current state, and such limitations could only be overcome through gradual training. As for Gemma and Maradona, their combat powers were relatively comparable. Adhering to the principle of enhancing foundational strength, they engaged in battles while in their normal states, thus rendering Otto somewhat superfluous in this context. To avoid disruptions in his Super Saiyan full power training due to minor inconveniences, he resolutely focused his mind and embarked on the meditative practice he loathed the most. During meditation, he maintained his Super Saiyan transformation, utilizing the process to simulate adversarial training. Meanwhile, Bardock, after a week of uninterrupted meditative retrospection, struggled to grasp the essence of his insights. Consequently, he devoted the majority of his time to training while reserving a small portion for meditation, which he used as a substitute for sleep to cultivate a mastery of combat techniques that harmonized spirit and body. In the span of just 3 months, his normal combat power escalated from 70 million points to 80 million points, marking a significant qualitative enhancement in his prowess. Bardock understood that perfecting his combat skills required the accumulation of time. He realized that toiling away here held no significance. Thus, he rose and instantaneously teleported between the battling Jean and Maradona. With both hands engaged, he seized their fists and unleashed a surge of energy, propelling them both several dozen meters back with his usual strength. Lord Bardock! Lord Bardock! Upon seeing Bardock obstructing their attacks, the 2 dared not act recklessly, instinctively placing their fists on their chests and slightly bowing in greeting. Purely engaging in combat requires a strategy. Your mutual struggle is insufficient to awaken the potential within you. Your progress is far too sluggish. Allow me to present you with an intriguing adversary. It aligns perfectly with your combat capabilities, Bardock proclaimed, producing a marked sealing jar. He then glanced at the number of individuals within the hyperbolic time chamber. Otto, Otto, he called out loudly to the meditative figure in the distance. I'm coming. I'm coming. Otto, interrupted from his meditation by Bardock, approached hurriedly, standing respectfully before him. You need to train at full power as a Super Saiyan. Remaining here is merely a waste of time. You should exit. I feel uneasy with no strong warriors stationed on Gastan Star. Bardock urged him. Of course, Lord Bardock. Otto, having grown weary of his prolonged stay, was eager to leave. As a carnivore, he had grown tired of consuming noodles for nearly 3 months and longed for a hearty meal of meat. Quickly now, Bardock impatiently insisted. Once Otto exited and closed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock released Frieza from the sealing jar. This is Frieza? How has he become this wretched form? The 2 were astonished upon witnessing Frieza's rebirth, circling him as if he were a rare specimen. Step aside, filthy monkey. Frieza glared at them menacingly, unleashing a burst of energy that sent them both reeling. Enough. This indeed is Frieza, albeit a being whose corporeal form I have nearly obliterated. Now, 2/3 of his body is constructed from biomechanical materials, with a combat power estimated at 150 million. Who among you will face him first? Bardock interjected, halting their animalistic behavior. I shall go first. Jean stepped forward, letting out a fierce cry as golden flames of energy erupted around him, instantly boosting his combat power to 165 million. Another Super Saiyan. Indeed, retaining you was a grave mistake. Curse be it, had I known. I would have slaughtered all you filthy monkeys. Frieza's loathing was palpable as he beheld the newly transformed Super Saiyan, his triangular eyes filled with hatred, bloodshot and terrifying. Maradona, you too must transform. Frieza is exceedingly treacherous. Be cautious of him crushing you in your normal state. Bardock's gaze turned cold as he observed Maradona's disdainful demeanor towards Frieza's futile rage. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona, startled by the chill in Bardock's eyes, immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Bardock, without any deliberate actions, completed his own transformation into a Super Saiyan as well. Another Super Saiyan, how infuriating. Frieza trembled, suppressing his fear. You're my opponent, King Frieza. Jean, filled with rage over the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, swiftly appeared before him, gathering energy in both hands to hurl Frieza away. Filthy monkey. Frieza, midair, shot a death beam at Jean, only for Jean to effortlessly evade the attack. He then coldly confronted Frieza, delivering a resounding slap, followed by an uppercut. Frieza, unaccustomed to such humiliation, caught Jean's uppercut with one hand while his metallic tail lashed out at Jean's midsection. Jean grasped the tail with one hand, unaware that Frieza's tail coiled around his other arm, restraining him as he struggled fiercely. Ha ha, damned Scion monkey, perish. Frieza, gathering energy in his free hand, aimed it at Jean's chest. Damn it. Maradona, furious, prepared to rush in to assist Jean. Boom. A loud explosion erupted. Upon investigation, the source of the explosion was not from the clash between Frieza and Jean. Just as Frieza was about to unleash his energy ball upon Jean, Jean had kneeled to deflect Frieza's attack, thus narrowly escaping disaster. However, they continued their aerial struggle. With Frieza's robust tail, he relentlessly pummeled Jean, who was bound by Frieza's grip, absorbing countless heavy blows. Unwilling to be subdued, Jean gathered energy in his mouth to unleash a wave towards Frieza's head. Sensing impending danger, Frieza relinquished his grasp on Jean and swung his tail, sending him flying. Jean's energy attack missed its target, exploding against the chamber's wall and creating a mushroom cloud. Supernova. Seizing the moment while Jean regained his balance, Frieza gathered an enormous energy ball in his fingers and hurled it at Jean, boasting, "What of a Super Saiyan? In the end, you are merely a wild monkey. I neglected to mention, your home, Planet Vegeta, was obliterated by this very attack. To perish under this might is an honor for you, despite being imprisoned." Frieza continued to taunt, completely unaware that he faced an opponent far superior. Frieza. The mention of Planet Vegeta's destruction ignited a furious rage within Jean. He clasped the colossal energy ball to his face, firmly anchoring himself to the ground, halting its descent. With a surge of power, Jean propelled the energy ball back towards Frieza. Impossible. Cold sweat beaded on Frieza's forehead as he exerted all his strength to push back against Jean. His intent clear, to drag a Super Saiyan down with him, even in death. How relying solely on shouting and brute force, Jean sensed the pressure from Frieza, unleashing a primal roar as he channeled the strength of countless compatriots from Planet Vegeta, causing another explosive surge of energy that drove the colossal ball towards Frieza. This cannot be. I, King Frieza, cannot lose to another Scion monkey. Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he saw the energy ball approaching, his face contorting in rage and desperation as he desperately sought to obliterate it. There is nothing impossible, Frieza. Prepare to accompany the fallen Scions of Planet Vegeta in death. Once again, Jean unleashed his power, leaving Frieza utterly defenseless, teetering on the brink of demise, consumed by an unparalleled hatred for the Scion race. Suddenly, a beam struck the super energy sphere, causing it to dissipate. Jean, upon seeing the attacker, was left in a state of shock, quickly followed by confusion. Frieza, drenched in cold sweat, recognized his assailant as Bardock, the one who had rendered him partially paralyzed. This revelation ignited Frieza's pride, intensifying his loathing for the Scions. Wishing he could devour Bardock whole. To be saved by his nemesis was the utmost humiliation for Frieza. Jean, do not kill him. Frieza is a valuable training partner for the rebirth of the Scion race, a rare commodity indeed. Bardock explained to the bewildered Jean. As you wish, Lord Bardock. Jean replied, choosing to respect Bardock's judgment without further speculation. Your assessment is complete. Remaining here serves no purpose. For your training in Super Saiyan, you may consult O2. If he declines, inform me, and you are free to go. Next, you will face Maradona's trial, Bardock declared, sealing Frieza once more with the Demon Seal Wave and placing him in a universal capsule. Dismissed, Jean said, refraining from further words as he soared towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Maradona, to penalize your recent laxity in training, I have arranged a rather intriguing opponent for you, one whose strength surpasses Frieza, Bardock proclaimed, maliciously retrieving another sealing jar and releasing King Cooled from within. The released King Cooled bore a noticeable dent in his skull, a testament to his previous injuries. King Cooled, Maradona exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the towering figure before him. The overwhelming aura emanating from King Cooled intensified Maradona's pressure. He currently possessed a combat power of 16 million as a Super Saiyan, while King Cooled boasted an astonishing 200 million, illustrating the vast disparity in their strengths. Do your best, but do not perish, Bardock remarked, adhering to a principle of discipline and reward, ensuring fairness in his treatment of subordinates. However, if anyone faltered in training, their demise mattered little to him. Choosing King Cooled as Maradona's adversary was not intended to lead to death, but rather to instill the understanding that even Super Saiyans face insurmountable foes. It was crucial for Maradona to remain grounded and aware that the essence of a Scion's survival in the universe lay in their continuous pursuit of strength. Lord Bardock, you jest, right? King Cooled's power is immense. You want me to confront him? Maradona stammered, pointing at King Cooled, who was adjusting his skull, when Frieza was released. I asked, but you didn't step up? Now you regret it? Bardock retorted coldly, causing Maradona to cower. But this opponent's aura is far superior to mine, Maradona protested, hoping for a different challenger. Enough with the excuses. This is punishment for your indulgence in vice. If there's a next time, I will personally deal with you. I took you for a trusted ally, and this is how you repay me? Is my role merely to provide you with a cushy existence? Now go. Fight King cooled with the conviction of impending death. If you cannot, I will handle you myself. Bardock's disdain for Maradona's cowardice in the face of a formidable opponent was palpable. Yes, Lord Bardock. Maradona, gripped by fear and compelled by Bardock's authority, dared not refute and elevated his energy to its zenith, positioning himself opposite King Cooled. Are you finished? King Cooled, intrigued, observed Bardock's scolding of Maradona, noting the uncanny resemblance to the tales of legendary Super Saiyans. Let me see if this little monkey possesses the legendary prowess they speak of. Bardock. Should you kill this Super Saiyan before you, I shall grant you freedom. Bardock added provocatively. What? Maradona's previously steady composure shattered, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Meanwhile, King Cooled beamed with excitement, contemplating that while he could not best Bardock, he could easily handle the Scion before him. Chapter 66. The villain speaks ample words. A word once spoken cannot be retracted. Bardock gazed at King Cooled, who wore an expression of wicked delight, fully aware of his thoughts. Yet, for Bardock, a mere verbal promise held no weight. King Cooled's primary purpose was to awaken Maradona's latent potential. Ha ha ha, Scion, you shall pay dearly for your folly. I shall claim this freedom without hesitation, King Cooled declared, disregarding any consideration of Bardock's promise. Cosmic Shockwave. After receiving his desired response, King Cooled launched the attack. His palm directed at Maradona, fingers extending like claws as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Maradona swiftly evaded, but the energy blast followed closely. As he approached King Cooled, he executed a spinning kick aimed at Cooled's neck. However, King Cooled made no attempt to dodge, absorbing the blow with a slight twist of his neck, grinning wickedly at the astonished Maradona. Despite Maradona's relentless assault, he inflicted no damage on King Cooled, who merely chuckled before unleashing an energy beam that struck Maradona in the chest. Fortunately, the damage was minimal, leaving Maradona with only a minor injury. Prepare to embrace your final moment of glory, Super Saiyan. King Cooled materialized beside Maradona, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Maradona grasped Cooled's arm, executing a floating suplex that sent Cooled sprawling. He then released a barrage of energy blasts towards Cooled. King Cooled's combat power of 200 million was no mere boast. Maradona's feeble attacks left him unscathed. Cooled remained composed, extending his hands outward to gather purple energy orbs, relentlessly targeting Maradona. What? Maradona gasped, astonished that his concentrated assault had incited a counterattack instead of a defense. Catching him completely off guard, he quickly slashed with his hands, deflecting the purple energy orbs away. Ha ha ha, you are still too weak, Scion. Under the cover of smoke and dust, the king of the Kurds swiftly appeared before Maradona. With a swift spin, he wielded his tail as a weapon, striking Maradona's cheek with formidable force, sending him flying. Maradona, momentarily dazed by the king of the Kurds' assault, soon felt two piercing attacks shatter his knees, a searing pain engulfing his entire being. It became evident that, while Maradona was still reeling from the initial blow, the king of the Kurds launched his subsequent strike, opting to redirect his energy beam from Maradona's chest to his knees instead. With his knees rendered useless, even the valiant Maradona could only engage in aerial combat, devoid of effective offensive maneuvers, which delighted the king of the Kurds, who relished the prospect of torturing the Super Saiyan slowly to death. Despairing, Maradona found his legs utterly incapacitated. Suspended in the air, his legs flailed amidst the turbulent energy currents, his visage a blend of agony and fury. Just as he contemplated using a healing beam, Bardock's voice rang out once more, forbidding its use. This command chilled Maradona's heart, compelling him to retract his hand from the healing beam, casting a fearful glance at his adversary. Ha ha, Scion, I shall ensure you perish in torment. The king of the Kurds seemed to revel in this game of cat and mouse, unleashing several more beams of energy. Maradona exerted every ounce of strength to evade them, occasionally retaliating with energy waves, yet the overwhelming disparity in power left him battered and bruised. Half an hour later, Maradona had reverted from his Super Saiyan form, barely conscious as the king of the Kurds grasped his throat, discarding him onto the ground with disdain. The king flicked his bloodied hands, casting a provocative glance at Bardock, and began to condense an energy sphere to obliterate Maradona's remains. Interesting indeed, to personally eliminate a Super Saiyan as foretold by my ancestors. Ha ha ha. It appears that Super Saiyans possess both strengths and weaknesses. I shall begin by eliminating you to collect on the Scion stat for wounding me, the king of the Kurds proclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips. Suddenly, Bardock transformed into Super Saiyan, materializing beside the king of the Kurds, delivering a powerful kick that sent the energy sphere flying. He then bent down, striking the king of the Kurds squarely in the chest, piercing through it and causing purple blood to flow forth. Enough with the chatter. I have grown weary of your incessant prattle. Your previous words hold no weight, Bardock exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent the stammering king of the Kurds sprawling. He subsequently sealed him with a magical binding wave, confident that the king's formidable life force would allow him to withstand this minor injury. Lord Bardock, I have disappointed you. Maradona lamented, the pride he had held after transforming into a Super Saiyan completely extinguished by the king of the Kurds. He offered a wry smile, admitting his failure. Being a Super Saiyan is neither the end nor the pinnacle of strength. To face formidable foes without succumbing to defeat, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. I do not oppose your desire for progeny, but neglecting your training is an affront I will not tolerate. I intended for the king of the Kurds to eliminate you, yet I find myself too lenient this time. Should there be a next time? I shall take matters into my own hands and deal with you, the worthless one, Bardock declared, punctuating his words with two swift kicks to Maradona. Having sustained grave injuries and realizing he would not perish, Maradona relaxed his mind only to be further assaulted by Bardock's merciless kicks, leading him to blissfully lose consciousness. Bardock sensed the aura and realized that Maradona was not in any life-threatening danger. Grabbing one of Maradona's feet, he dragged him out of the time chamber and into the lower world, where he handed him over to Maradona's wife, instructing her to keep him in bed for several months without the use of rapid healing medications, allowing him to recover naturally. All in an effort to play a little trick on Maradona. Maradona's wife, Nick, was aware of the foolish actions her husband had engaged in during Bardock's absence. Although most Scions were indifferent to their spouse's infidelities, Nick was incensed by Bardock's unwavering loyalty to her, never casting an eye toward another woman. This prompted her to accept the important task with determination. Chapter 67. Changes after 2 years having resolved the issue of advanced combat power. Bardock turned his attention to the technological development of Gastan. He assigned Raditz, who managed affairs, to diligently train, while he began to plan for the future of the Scions. Recognizing that Scions were primarily suited for battle rather than scientific endeavors, Bardock concluded that assistance from the Revel people and scientists captured from other planets was essential in the field of science and technology. There was no longer a concern regarding daily necessities, as the personnel in those areas were sufficient, given that the Scion population was still close to 6,000, thus requiring relatively few resources. However, considering the need for dominance in the universe, Bardock decided to assemble a group of scientists specializing in AI, computing, and programming to create a vast database for the Scions, akin to the knowledge repository within the Super God Academy. He envisioned transforming outdated detectors into small communication devices. Similar to headphones, Scions could access data by inputting verbal commands through intelligent AI. When relevant information was sought, the communicator would project a hologram before the user, significantly reducing unnecessary manual operations. With this concept in mind, Bardock methodically issued directives over the following days. Whenever a specific field lacked personnel, he dispatched covert operatives to recruit skilled scientists from advanced planets. For the Scions, the primary task was training regardless of age or gender. Currently, those enlisted on Gastan were part of the Gastan Defense Force, Tion Gangard, and Disha Guard, while the covert operatives were considered auxiliary personnel. Others not enrolled in the military were classified as reserves. However, as the Scion population grew, certain changes were inevitable, necessitating early military reforms. Firstly, elite warriors with battle powers ranging from 100,000 to 1 million would be organized into squads of 100, forming the Gastan Defense Force. Warriors with battle powers between 1 million and 100 million would be inducted into the Gastan Special Forces, primarily for combat missions. Legendary warriors exceeding 100 million would become elders of the Scions, residing in the Temple of the Gods for cultivation. The Tiangang Guard, Disha Guard, and covert operatives would temporarily be composed of current Scions until they met the requisite standards for reassignment, with vacancies filled from the Special Forces. While Bardock diligently led the Scions in constructing their future on Gastan, 2 years swiftly passed. During this time, Bedma completed a year and a half of training for his divine responsibilities. To provide Bedma with a more comprehensive education, Bardock sent him to Namek for 3 months, after which he truly became the deity of Gastan and, with the endorsement of the former god, successfully integrated into the divine hierarchy. Although Bedma acquired the ability to create Dragon Balls, the process proved challenging due to the scarcity of the required materials, leaving Gastan's aspirations for its own Dragon Balls unfulfilled. Notably, Bardock's concept of a knowledge repository made significant progress, and advancements in intelligent AI emerged, with everything progressing favorably. Despite becoming a deity, Bedma's combative nature persisted, occasionally descending to challenge Scions of comparable strength. Fortunately, Gastan's formidable environment ensured that those with battle powers between 100,000 and 1 million faced no significant threats. Bardock allowed him this freedom. Meanwhile, the cosmos was far from tranquil. The sudden explosions on Cold Star and Frieza planet, coupled with the disappearance of Frieza and his father for 3 months, ignited chaos in their territories. Leaders of legions with battle powers exceeding 10,000 began to fracture and wage war against one another, resulting in relentless bloodshed across the universe, leaving countless planets desolate and destroyed in the wake of fierce battles. Ultimately, after a year of turmoil, Frieza and Kuld's domains fell under the control of 3 factions. One consisted of the remnants of Frieza's army led by Ginyu, maintaining the remaining territories. Another was the mecha forces led by Gula, and the last was our prince, Vegeta, who, despite being the weakest and controlling the smallest area, managed to gather a group of space pirates with average battle powers around 10,000, surpassing even the strength of the Scions from Vegeta planet. As for Gula, he endured nearly a year of wandering the universe before finally locating a habitable planet under his jurisdiction. Upon landing, he was warmly welcomed and, after enjoying a lavish feast, prepared the necessary spacecraft and personnel for his departure. Following his exit, the inhabitants celebrated, only to witness a blinding sun-like object hurtling toward their planet, which soon disintegrated into cosmic dust. Gula's actions driven solely by the desire to preserve his own reputation, indifferent to the lives of the planet's inhabitants. While chaos reigned outside, Bardock sat calmly in the gravity chamber, regulating his breath, his muscles rhythmically contracting, emanating an inexplicable aura of pressure. Meditating cross-legged, Bardock uncontrollably transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Blue arcs of electricity began to surge around him, intensifying over time. The Scions training on Gastan felt the escalating energy until the sky crackled with thunder, and the familiar aura seemed to break through a barrier, suddenly expanding. The formidable energy caused the very ground of Gastan to tremble. Within the gravity chamber, Bardock's electrical arcs intensified, striking the walls, and with a sudden awakening, he opened his eyes, a fierce light emanating from them, obliterating the control panel of the gravity chamber. As the gravity returned to normal, his hair stood on end. Surrounded by blue arcs of electricity, his gaze icy and resolute. Indeed, once again, Bardock comprehended the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, with a foundational battle power of 120 million, yielding a staggering increase of 240 billion points of combat strength. In the world of Dragon Ball, the means of survival have increased significantly. After sensing Bardock's unfathomable energy, Odo couldn't help but grimace. His own Super Saiyan full power had yet to reach its limit. And now his boss had grown stronger. Was there no justice in this? As for Jean and Maradona, they merely glanced in the direction from which Bardock's aura emanated, engrossed in their rigorous training within their respective gravity chambers. 2 years later, Bardock's basic combat power reached 120 million, and he grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Odo's basic combat power stood at 20 million, with an unstable full power of Super Saiyan that had not yet reached its peak. Jean and Maradona's basic combat powers increased to 10 million each, still in the process of mastering full power as Super Saiyans. And Kain's basic combat power had risen to 4 million, enabling her to transform into a Super Saiyan. Their eldest son, Raditz, saw his combat power rise to 1.8 million. His adopted son, Dales, improved to a combat power of 300,000. Although their growth on Earth wasn't remarkable, their combat skills had undergone a qualitative leap. Under Bobo's guidance, they had developed a semblance of unconscious mastery, which greatly pleased Bardock. His youngest son, Goku, perhaps due to the circumstances surrounding Bardock's transformation into a Super Saiyan, was born with only a combat power of 2. However, his growth rate was astonishing. At just 2.5 years old, his combat power had already soared to 100, far surpassing the aging Gohan. Coupled with Goku's cleverness following various head injuries, he had grown more astute, differing somewhat from the innocent Goku of the original story, leaving one to wonder if he could still ride the flying Nimbus as before. On Gastan Star, the average combat power of the Tiansong guards exceeded 700,000, while the Disha guards averaged above 500,000, and the Anwei averaged over 300,000. The average combat power of the Gastan Star Defense Force was above 200,000. Chapter 68, Open and Brazen Threats. Finally, Bardock comprehended the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. He suppressed his excitement and reverted to his normal state. 6 months prior, after reaching a basic combat power of 100 million, he entrusted the affairs of Gastan Star to Raditz and devoted himself to training. Now, after half a year, he had finally attained a new realm. Clenching his fists tightly, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Bardock was met by technicians awaiting repairs. Seeing Bardock, they bowed respectfully. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and strode toward Raditz. Odo, it's futile. If you wish to enhance your strength within the hyperbolic time chamber, you must consult my father. Otherwise, I have no solutions. The God Temple is a place reserved for legendary warriors. Of course, if an extraordinary crisis arises, my father might relax the conditions, but presently, Gastan Star faces no threats. Just as Bardock reached the doorway, he overheard Raditz earnestly advising Odo. What? Seeing the widening gap between us, are you trying to take shortcuts? Odo. Bardock chuckled as he entered the office, addressing the embarrassed Odo. A bit. Odo rubbed his hands in response. Rules cannot be changed. Yet I can offer you another opportunity, Bardock declared, sitting on the couch with a smile. What opportunity? Odo's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Currently, the power of the Scions has reached a bottleneck. Without external threats, they have become restless. Moreover, the research department has also hit a snag due to resource shortages. Thus, I have decided to open Gastan Star for you to lead the Gastan Star Defense Force in a campaign against the forces of the Ice Demon Clan. I plan to establish a planetary federation to manage the affairs of the various planets. With Gastan Star at its helm, the planets will form a federation, allowing them to receive protection from the Scions. We can act as cosmic peacekeepers, maintaining order across the universe, facilitating trade among planets, thereby expanding our influence and control over them. Now, any scion who joins the Legion can easily dominate a planet, leaving no need for concealment. As for the few visible powerhouses in the universe, Odo's strength suffices to contend with them. If necessary, my own presence is there as well. What is there to fear? Father, have you truly made this decision? Raditz had contemplated this since Bardock's return 2 years prior, but had refrained from voicing it, having learned from the lessons of defying Bardock. Indeed. Therefore, you must strive hard. Raditz, I am entrusting you entirely with Scion affairs from now on, and I shall no longer intervene. Pursue your ideas, as long as they do not resemble the actions of past Scions. Such behavior is not sustainable. I understand, Father. Raditz felt an overwhelming excitement, envisioning leading the Scions into action. Proceed gradually, seeking progress through stability. Do not rush. Bardock feared Raditz might act impulsively, making foolish decisions. I will, and I won't disappoint you, Father. Raditz assured, understanding his father's concerns. Let us hope for the best. Bardock still felt a tinge of unease. But having spoken, there was no turning back. After sensing Kind's aura, Bardock vanished before the two with a burst of instantaneous movement. In the God Temple, Kind sat cross-legged in midair, practicing the techniques taught by Bardock, while Bedma stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, Bardock appeared in the temple, jolting Bedma from his stupor. What brings you here? Bedma asked with irritation upon seeing Bardock. I'm not here for you, so why the fuss? Bardock retorted without hesitation. Bedma had considerable talent. After the Elder awakened his potential, his combat power rose to 100,000. During their time on Earth, he continued his training, elevating his combat power to 500,000. Bardock speculated that the god had allowed Bedma to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, explaining his rapid improvement. After being brought to Gastan Star, he took some time to adapt to its gravity, raising his combat power to 500,000, making him a minor expert, though still lacking in comparison to Bardock and Kind. Bastard. Bedma muttered under his breath before retreating into the temple, wishing to avoid the couple. Bardock. Kind opened her eyes and rushed toward him. There is no imminent danger. You need not train so desperately. How hypocritical, commanding subordinates to train relentlessly while allowing his wife to take it easy. That cannot be. As your wife, I must keep pace with you. Although I am aware of the vast difference in our strengths, I will not relinquish my pursuit of your footsteps. I refuse to become a burden. Kind huffed, dissatisfied. All right. Do as you wish. For today, let us rest. I plan to take Broly to Earth to see Goku. What do you say, will you join? Bardock playfully pinched Kind's nose, smiling. Yes. It's been a long time since I've seen Goku. I wonder if that rascal has caused any more trouble for Gohan. As he grows stronger, he becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Gohan can no longer control Goku. Kind pondered the recent changes in Goku after their visits, her worry surfacing. Do not fret. No matter how unruly a child may be, a good beating will suffice. Bardock chuckled as he spoke. As long as you don't kill him, it's fine. Kind followed with a fierce statement. Indeed. Bardock nodded in agreement, taking Kind's hand as they set off to see Broly. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to shout into the temple. Bedma. If you can't produce the Dragon Balls within a year, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Who knows? I might just let Frieza take a stroll on Namek. Bardock was issuing a final ultimatum. Should Bedma fail to create the Dragon Balls, Bardock would not hesitate to take action, perhaps even resulting in an unfortunate accident that could lead to Bedma's demise. If necessary, he could always abduct a god from Earth to replace him, as there were other Dragon Balls in this world. If Bardock were to be angered, he could use the lives of all Namekians as leverage to force the Elder to assume the role of god on Gastan. Should the Elder pass away without transferring his powers to the second Elder, Bardock would confine all Namekians, eventually producing one capable of creating the Dragon Balls. Understood, you rascal. Bedma felt utterly helpless against Bardock's blatant threat and could only comply with his request to create the Dragon Balls. Well, it's good that you understand, Bardock sneered, taking Kind and disappearing from the temple plaza, reappearing at Broly's residence. Chapter 69. Returned to Earth. Upon arriving at Broly's home, Bardock noticed the old fellow, Palaska, amusing himself with several beast-eared girls he had abducted from outer space, while Broly was being looked after by a female scion. Seeing Bardock and Kind, Palaska hurriedly adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully. Enough. Broly is my disciple, and as his father, there's no need for such formalities. However, in the future, please refrain from such foolishness here. It brings shame to the Scion name. As a father, one must set a good example for his son. Bardock's expectations of Palaska were not as high as those he had for Maradona. He merely hoped Palaska wouldn't cause trouble using Broly. Do you not see that the terrifying aspect of the Super Saiyan is that even 3 ordinary Super Saiyans merely scratch the surface of their opponents? Were it not for the plot, Dragon Ball might very well have been titled The Legend of Broly. Yes, Lord Bardock. Palaska hurriedly chased away the beast-eared girls like pesky flies, standing respectfully to the side, not daring to show any defiance. Ha, Broly looks adorable while meditating. Kind exclaimed as she rushed over to pinch the soft flesh of Broly's cheeks, laughing as she spoke to Bardock. Indeed, If only our three boys possessed Broly's talent. I wouldn't have to worry about this, and that all day long. At just 2.5 years old, Broly's combat power had astonishingly reached 500,000. A remarkable growth rate only achievable by a Super Saiyan physique. What does appearance have to do with talent? Besides, you are already a Super Saiyan. Can't you protect your own son? Kind shot Bardock a disapproving glare regarding the topic of talent. Haha, I've gotten used to it. Hard work can overcome shortcomings. Who knows what the future holds for our son? Bardock laughed, hastily trying to appease the irked Kind. Just make sure you remember. Kind huffed, turning her head away. Their conversation jolted the meditating Broly awake, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Bardock and Kind playfully bickering. Master! And Kind! Broly exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Such a good boy. Kind's face lit up at Broly's little face as she rushed forward to pick him up, playfully squeezing him as though he were a large toy. All right, Kind, let's not forget the matter at hand, Bardock said, noticing Broly's despondent expression. He took Broly from Kind's arms and turned to Palaska, stating, I plan to take Broly somewhere to train, to help enhance his emotional control skills. Just wanted to inform you. All for the Scion clan. As long as it strengthens our power, you may arrange whatever you wish for Broly. Palaska eagerly expressed his thoughts. As an elder Scion, the notion of sacrificing everything for strength was deeply ingrained in him. Good, such a mindset is commendable. However, Palaska, you are still in your middle age and have many years ahead to expand the Scion territory. Do not let indulgence and pleasures lead you to neglect your training. Bardock admonished. Palaska's combat power had reached 78,000, leaving room for improvement. Such indulgence was not advisable. Your words are wise, my lord. I shall strive to train diligently and aim to join the defense forces. Palaska vowed. Do as you wish. Bardock thought of Palaska's age, which was over 100 years. The initial enthusiasm faded. He placed a hand on Kind's shoulder, hoisting Broly onto his back and using instant transmission to appear above the temple. At that moment, Dales was deep in concentration, seated in the temple plaza. Bardock was astonished to find that he could not sense Dale's energy. He appeared as still as a statue, devoid of any life force. Has he entered the state of unintentional mastery? I have only witnessed this in Mr. Popo. I never expected Dales to learn it as well. Truly, he is worthy of being my godson. Is it true? Dales has mastered the martial arts realm spoken of by Mr. Popo? Kind asked curiously, cradling Broly in her arms. Indeed, but it appears he has merely entered the threshold. He has yet to reach mastery. To achieve that, he will require prolonged accumulation and refinement. Keep an eye on Dales while I seek out Goku. Since the original Dragon Ball storyline had already been disrupted, there was no need to adhere strictly to its plot anymore. With a whoosh, Bardock appeared at the home of Gohan, where various signs of repairs indicated that Gohan had not been living comfortably of late. Outside, the elderly Gohan was engaged in a spar with 2.5-year-old Goku. Although Gohan possessed abundant martial arts experience, his combat power was only 70, a considerable gap compared to Goku's current 120. A disparity that experience alone could not bridge. Grandpa, be careful. Goku laughed, a bright light appearing at his fingertips before a ki blast flew toward Gohan. Cold sweat beaded on Gohan's forehead, but fortunately, the ki blast was not particularly fast. He dodged clumsily and surrounded Goku with his afterimage technique. Lacking the ability to sense ki, little Goku was left floundering, trying various approaches, but none were successful. He was swiftly caught off guard and kicked in the back by his grandfather. After rolling on the ground a few times, he disregarded his pain and stood up, cautiously eyeing the afterimages. Focus and do not be deceived by the illusions before you. Sense the opponent's ki, no matter how many illusions there are. The real ki is singular. Bardock communicated to his son telepathically. Huh? Who is speaking to me? Little did Goku know, Bardock's guidance distracted him, leading to a series of kicks from Gohan, sending his small frame crashing against a tree. Goku held his head, exclaiming, that hurts, that hurts. Well done, Goku. Bardock sighed, a bit exasperated. Haha, it was Grandpa's mistake. I was too forceful. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Sun Wukong approached with a cheerful demeanor, gently cradling little Goku while offering him comforting words. Old man, it's been a long time. Bardock announced his presence with a rather brusque tone, greeting Sun Wukong. Ah, Mr. Bardock, it has indeed been a while. Sun Wukong replied, turning Goku's face towards Bardock to make the introduction. Goku, this is your father, Mr. Bardock. You should greet him. Father, Mr. Bardock. Goku's innocent exclamation nearly caused Bardock to stumble. Haha, just call me father, there's no need to add Mr. Bardock. Sun Wukong, accustomed to Goku's unique thought processes, laughed heartily before correcting him. Father. Goku obediently responded. Old man, I've come this time to take Goku to the heavenly realm for training. It could be a lengthy absence. Bardock glanced at the somewhat dazed little Goku, unsure whether his expression was genuine or feigned, so different from the ferocity displayed during battle moments earlier. Oh, the heavenly realm? That's a place even my master, Master Roshi, has never reached. Are you a deity, Mr. Bardock? In Sun Wukong's understanding, only deities could dwell in such a realm. I am certainly not that old coot of a deity, but I reckon if your Master Roshi were to behold a deity, he would be quite startled. Bardock teased. leaving Sun Wukong perplexed. Without further ado, if he excels and surpasses expectations, I will allow him to return and visit you. And perhaps arrange a better living situation for you both. This place is far too primitive. Bardock planned for Goku to return to Earth for schooling once he reached a certain age, emphasizing that while he need not excel academically, he should at least grasp fundamental knowledge. He could not remain, as he was at the outset, naively innocent, or more bluntly, foolish. Is it time to leave? It feels so sudden, Sun Wukong lamented at the thought of little Goku departing. Well, one sheep is as good as two. I might as well take you along. Bardock, unimpressed by Sun Wukong's reluctance, seized his shoulders and, without further ado, they appeared in the temple plaza. This is the temple? Sun Wukong was still processing the sudden change of scenery when he noticed a figure before him. Goku, oh my little Goku. Kaiatsu appeared in front of Sun Wukong, swiftly snatching little Goku from his arms for a series of affectionate gestures. Humph. Broly, displeased, unleashed a formidable aura, causing little Goku to cry uncontrollably. Sun Wukong, the weakest among them, was nearly blown away by Broly's energy, but Bardock's quick reflexes saved him from being swept away. Broly, restrain your energy. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Always adhere to your inner self, control your emotions, and learn to master your strength rather than be dominated by it. Bardock's stern voice reached Broly, and the terrifying aura dissipated instantly. Kaiatsu, you as well, refrain from actions that might incite jealousy in Broly. His recent outburst was provoked by your closeness to Goku. Bardock rarely chastised Kaiatsu, but I was merely being affectionate with Goku. I didn't intend to neglect Broly. Kaiatsu was perplexed by the situation. In any case, limit your embraces of them both. Otherwise, Earth may face destruction. Unbeknownst to them, Broly's emotional surge had amplified his power by 50,000 points. Bardock cast a complex glance at the sobbing little Goku, wondering if he had inadvertently instigated a combat scenario for Broly. Thank you, Mr. Bardock, Sun Wukong said, glancing nervously at the frowning Broly, struggling to believe that such immense power resided within a child, a notion utterly unfathomable. If we are to reside in the temple, be mindful that each of us present is stronger than you. Do not underestimate your safety. Bardock admonished. Understood, Mr. Bardock. But may I boldly inquire if I can learn martial arts with the deity here? Sun Wukong respectfully asked. No problem. As long as the deity is willing to teach and you are eager to learn, there are no restrictions. Bardock casually responded before swiftly lifting Broly and presenting him before the deity. Mr. Bardock, do you have matters to discuss? The deity, having tapped into his own latent potential, boasted a battle power exceeding 10,000, speaking with newfound confidence. Seal this child's tale with a sealing technique. Bardock, lifting Broly to expose his small backside, pointed at the furry tail. No issue, a trivial task. The deity swiftly executed the sealing technique, and Broly felt a sharp pain in his rear, which quickly subsided, leaving behind a peculiar emptiness. All done. The deity smiled. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, you may keep this tail as a collectible. Upon uttering this, the deity's mouth twitched, internally questioning the absurdity of using a tail as a collectible. As Broly was set down, he wobbled slightly due to the absence of his tail. But his adaptability shone through as he regained his balance after a few steps. Broly, from now on, you will train your mental fortitude with this Namekian. To control your immense power, you must cultivate a formidable spirit. Namekians possess unique talents in this regard, so learn diligently from him. Yes, master. Broly's innocent visage bore a serious expression. This child. The deity was perplexed by Bardock's contradictory instructions. First, to remove the child's tail, and then to teach him. This child is a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan among our Scion lineage, possessing tremendous power, yet lacking the temperament to wield it. Thus, I wish for him to train under you, hoping to achieve a harmonious balance between body and spirit, thereby mastering this destructive cosmic force. Understanding the gravity of entrusting Broly's training to the deity, Bardock felt compelled to disclose the full extent of Broly's capabilities to avoid potential complications. Super Saiyan, Mr. Bardock, aren't you one as well? The deity remained unaware of the nuances regarding Saiyans. I merely transform into an ordinary Saiyan. Such transformations can be attained through diligent training by any Saiyan. Broly, however, was born with a battle power of 10,000, equivalent to your current energy level, and his power escalates exponentially with emotional surges, making him an unpredictable variable. As long as his anger persists, so too does his power increase without limit, which is why I require your assistance. Bardock elucidated the distinctions between Super Saiyans and the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing of the perilous nature of the child before him, the deity's countenance turned pale with dread. The thought of this little progeny unleashing devastation upon Earth, should he ever be displeased, sent shivers down his spine, prompting an immediate desire to decline Bardock's request. The child, with his innocent disposition, remained obedient as long as one refrained from provoking him. If this mentality could persist without the burden of legendary Super Saiyan power, it seemed more fitting for him to become a divine being rather than a member of the relentless Scion race. Bardock found himself speaking these thoughts aloud while observing the bewildered expression on Broly's face. Chapter 71. "Arise, dragon of the heavens, and grant my wish." Upon hearing the term deity, the divine being's gaze shifted towards the serious-faced Broly. Through his perception, he could indeed sense the purity of the child's aura, devoid of any malevolent intent. Despite his tender age, Broly's strength already surpassed that of the elders significantly. The deity couldn't help but reflect on the irrationality of the Scion race. Were Bardock to hear the deity's unvoiced thoughts, he would surely scoff, declaring the deity's perspective too narrow. Compared to the frost demons, Scions were but trifling beings, scarcely worthy of comparison. Indeed, rather than witnessing Broly's rapid ascension in power, Bardock yearned for the child to live a life of tranquility and joy, free from the shackles of his own might that might transform him into a harbinger of destruction. Contemplating the divergent fates of Broly in the original tale, Bardock's heart brimmed with concern for the boy. Let me give it a try. If all else fails, I shall invoke the power of the Dragon Balls and see if the dragon has a solution. The deity, with a sense of unease, decided to summon the dragon. Deity, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe the dragon is omnipotent? Bardock scoffed, nudging the deity back to reality. Haha, merely jesting. The divine being chuckled awkwardly. Realizing Bardock must have contemplated using the Dragon Balls to help the child harness the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Oh. While it is permissible to enhance one's regular strength, under no circumstances should you attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly. Bardock squatted down, firmly placing his hand upon Broly's small head, earnestly cautioning him. Do you understand? Yes, master. Broly nodded, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, fearing that Bardock might abandon him. Good child, I shall visit you periodically. Remember to get along with Goku. Your Aunt Jine is also fond of you as if you were her own child, as am I. Do not allow trivial matters to disturb your peace of mind. Focus on your training. Bardock had never spoken with such tenderness to his biological sons, Goku and Raditz. I understand, master. Broly nodded with maturity. Bardock ruffled the boy's hair, rising with a smile. Deity, I entrust the upbringing of my clan's prodigy to you. There is no need for him to become exceedingly powerful. It suffices that he can always control his emotions. Even without training, Broly's combat prowess will grow rapidly. So you need not concern yourself with that. Should you possess any other means to help him harness his own power, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. For Broly's sake. Bardock spoke to the deity with utmost cordiality. Of course, I shall do my utmost to teach this child, the deity responded, taken aback by Bardock's sincere request. After discussing Broly's matters, he also clarified the situations regarding Goku and Gohan, thus officially welcoming the trio into the divine realm. Meanwhile, Bardock and Jine joyfully descended to the lower realms for leisure. Accompanied by Bulma's mother, Jine, Bardock set out to gather the Dragon Balls again to clarify certain matters. Within a mere half-day, he collected 4 Dragon Balls, but upon seeking the 5th, his radar detected that it was in motion. Following the trajectory, he witnessed a 3-eyed, bald child engaged in rigorous training under the watchful eye of a conniving old man donning a crane hat. Isn't that Tien Shinhan and Master Rashi? Tien must be only 6 or 7 years old. He has already become Rashi's disciple at such a young age. Bardock mused, intrigued by the sight of Tien. Drenched in sweat, enduring Rashi's demanding training. At that moment, Tien possessed a combat power of 6, already comparable to that of an adult, which was commendable. Master Rashi's power, however, was a mere 100, inferior even to the 2.5-year-old Goku, rendering him a negligible figure. It was a pity for Tien. What manner of person are you? Bardock's faint aura quickly caught Rashi's attention, prompting him to look up in alarm at the hovering Bardock. Leaping into the air, Rashi confronted Bardock directly. I have my eyes set on that 3-eyed boy. If you wish to live, do not obstruct my path. Bardock casually waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that sent Rashi crashing into a nearby hill, his fate uncertain. What a lowly creature, daring to meet my gaze. Bardock spat disdainfully, descending slowly before the hard-working Tien. Child, your training is futile. Bardock lightly tapped the boulder weighing roughly 30 kilograms on Tien's back, reducing it to dust. Who are you? Where is my master? Tien gasped, collapsing to the ground, breathless. I am your future master. As for your previous master, I have sent him flying. Whether he lives or dies is unknown. I ask you once more, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Miss this opportunity, and it shall not come again. Bardock reiterated. Tien, still astonished, hesitated momentarily before Bardock suddenly unleashed a powerful attack to the side, causing a deafening explosion. Cursed wretch. If I cannot have him, neither shall you. With that, a flurry of attacks ensued, directed at Tien. Trash like you deserves to remain in the refuse. Observing Tien, now thoroughly frightened, Bardock turned away, unleashing a beam of energy that pierced Rashi's heart, effortlessly deflecting all incoming energy blasts with a single hand. Blood poured from Rashi's mouth as his power waned, and he ultimately collapsed in the wilderness, leaving Bardock indifferent to his fate. He then focused on the trembling Tien. I wish to be your disciple. This is my token of respect, Tien declared, producing a 4-star Dragon Ball from a pouch at his waist. He bowed deeply, offering the Dragon Ball with both hands. Very well. You shall be my second disciple, Bardock exclaimed. Staying on this backward planet will only hinder your growth. Once you have honed your skills, I shall take you to explore the vast universe and meet stronger beings. However, I have matters to attend to first, so let us take a brief excursion. With a snap of his fingers, Tien's body levitated, following Bardock as they soared through the skies, enveloped by a protective energy shield. The next two Dragon Balls were discovered, one at a research facility and the other in a deep-sea trench. Surprisingly, the research facility was guarded by armed forces, leaving one to wonder how the King of Earth could permit such a thing outside government control. Bardock casually tossed a small energy bomb, reducing the entire facility to ashes. After safely collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, they began to shimmer in unison, as if awaiting a signal. Tien, seeing the Dragon Balls for the first time, was filled with curiosity, unsure of what purpose his inexpensive master had for these glass orbs. He had initially taken one for its aesthetic appeal during his own apprenticeship. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. As the incantation echoed, the sky darkened, and a golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, shooting upwards as Shenron materialized. Exuding an air of superiority. You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, he began, but upon seeing Bardock, he faltered momentarily before continuing. State your wish. I shall grant anything within my power. The established protocol seemed to waver, diminishing Shenron's grandeur. I wish to learn all techniques of energy manipulation from every race in the universe. Bardock declared, having contemplated this wish for quite some time. I'm afraid that's impossible. There are countless races in the universe, and my abilities are limited. Some knowledge exceeds my capacity to impart. Please, choose another wish. Shenron's tone was somewhat humble, hoping Bardock would propose a more feasible request. Very well, then let me learn whatever techniques lie within your power. Bardock settled for this compromise, leaving the specifics to Shenron. All right, I shall try. Shenron's eyes glowed red, and Bardock felt a surge of information flooding his mind. After a brief pause, Shenron announced, Your wish is granted. Farewell. With that, he prepared to depart, a common trait among all dragons. Wait, Bardock urgently called out, halting Shenron's escape. In an instant, the 7 white orbs shot off in all directions, vanishing from sight. Is this the nature of dragons? Next time, I shall make him pay. Bardock clenched his fist, displeased as he gazed at the sky. Tien, having witnessed the spectacle, stood there in a daze, replaying the events in his mind. Tien, let us go. Bardock nudged the young warrior, awakening him as they flew toward the Supreme Kai's temple. With newfound knowledge, Bardock resolved to mentor the young Tien more diligently. Master, was that green dragon really Shenron? Tien inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Bardock anticipated such questions. What wishes can he fulfill? Could he make me the strongest in the world? Tien asked excitedly, fist clenched. If by world you mean this planet, then no. Shenron's powers cannot surpass those of his creator. If he were to become the mightiest on Earth, it would render the creator powerless. What if it were beyond this planet? Tien asked, puzzled. Even then, it is improbable. True strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts. Relying on another's power leads to corruption. Henceforth, refrain from speaking of gaining strength through external means. Tien, being young, was easily influenced by words from the outside world, a danger Bardock wished to preemptively counter. Understood, Master, Tien replied, surprised at the intensity of Bardock's reaction to his innocent question. Good, I'm glad Tien is not a troublesome child. Master, how strong are you? Are you stronger than the legendary Supreme Kai? Tien asked, his eyes wide with admiration. The Supreme Kai? You were aware of him at such a young age? Bardock was taken aback. Not really. My previous master informed me. Tien sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Let us put it this way. I could defeat 1 billion Supreme Kais. Do the math? Bardock estimated, leaving Tien in awe. 1 billion? I can't even count that high. Tien struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Bardock's strength. Enough with the thoughts. Under my guidance, you two shall reach similar heights. Bardock reassured him as they landed steadily. The Supreme Kai's temple was deserted, and through his senses, Bardock discerned that the Supreme Kai, Bopo, and Dallas were dining together, just as his own hunger struck. He led Tien into the dining hall. Father, Master, Bardock. The group greeted him in unison, their chopsticks never pausing. Continue your meal, don't mind me. Just find a seat. Bopo, please serve me a portion. And give this child his usual amount. Understood. Bopo, now the designated chef for the Saiyans, knew precisely what Bardock meant. 1 portion equated to the meal for 20 Earthlings, while the usual amount referred to a single serving. Soon, steaming bowls of ramen were laid before Bardock and Tien. Dig in, no need to hold back. Bardock encouraged, starting the feast, which lasted an hour. Afterward, he introduced Tien to the 3 young ones. Dallas, with an air of aloofness, nodded in acknowledgement, as he would have ignored Tien entirely had Bardock not mentioned him as his disciple. Goku greeted Tien cheerfully, while Broly appeared shy, mumbling a greeting before falling silent. Tien reciprocated their greetings with politeness, while Gohan displayed the demeanor of a gentle elder, endearing himself to the child. After the introductions, Bardock focused on his training. Stepping into the courtyard of the Supreme Kai's temple, he concentrated, releasing a powerful aura that caught Dallas' attention, who stood on the sidelines, curious about his father's latest insights. One by one, the 3 young ones appeared, wide-eyed, watching Bardock intently. With a fierce shout, Bardock sprouted 2 extra arms from his back, showcasing the 4 demon fist technique. Yet, he did not pause there. With another roar, the 2 arms vanished, replaced by 2 additional heads and 4 more arms. Dallas, what do you think of my newly developed technique, called 3 heads and 6 arms? Bardock's 3 heads spoke in unison. Not impressive. There is no change in your aura, and this transformation feels superficial, Dallas remarked, dismissing Bardock's display as mere embellishment without practical utility. Dallas, you are gravely mistaken. This is a skill I have attempted to develop based on the extraordinary techniques of the trinary beings, namely the 4 demon fists and the 4 body fists. The additional 3 heads allow for a visual sharing with the main head, enabling a comprehensive 360-degree observation of enemy movements, no matter from which direction an attack is launched. I can detect it immediately. As for the extra 4 arms, they are certainly not mere decorations. Each hand is imbued with concentrated waves of energy. Father, can you only command these arms to execute the same techniques? Dales inquired after observing Bardock's demonstration. It seems so, Bardock replied, having tested it and confirmed Dale's assertion that the arms could only replicate the movements of the main body. However, this limitation isn't necessarily a drawback in scenarios with multiple adversaries. It proves to be a valuable asset, albeit more suited for group battles rather than one-on-one confrontations. It does not enhance combat prowess in any significant manner. And Dales remained unimpressed. All right, my son has grown and now looks down upon the little skills developed by his father. Bardock's joy at successfully executing the 3-headed 6-arm transformation was extinguished by his rather ungrateful adoptive son. Chapter 73. I can defeat 10 of you after being dismissed by Dales. Bardock retracted his 3-headed 6-arm transformation and began to ponder the complexities of multitasking control. In essence, Bardock was aware of the shortcomings Dales had mentioned. The challenge of achieving simultaneous focus on 3 tasks is indeed formidable. Consequently, Bardock reluctantly sought the counsel of Mr. Bobo, and to his surprise, Mr. Bobo actually had a solution. However, Bardock's comprehension was insufficient, and he pursued Mr. Bobo with relentless inquiries until the early hours of the morning, leaving Mr. Bobo with dark circles under his eyes the following day. Mr. Bobo's method involved Bardock controlling different arms to perform various actions based on the 4 demon fists, such as having the first hand draw circles, the second draw squares, the third draw triangles, and the fourth draw composite shapes, ensuring that no 2 hands executed the same movement. While this may sound straightforward, the execution proved to be quite challenging. Bardock nearly transformed into a Super Saiyan after a night of intense concentration. The frustration of grappling with this task was palpable, and it was fortunate that he did not explode with rage. Good morning, little ones. Bardock yawned, lethargically resting his head on the dining table in anticipation of breakfast. Master, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Did something happen? Tien Shinhan inquired curiously. Haha, father must have had a nightmare last night. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, amusing himself by playing with his tail as he spoke. Master, are you all right? Broly expressed his concern with a worried expression. It's nothing. I simply practiced all night without rest. A little nap will suffice. No need to worry. Dales, typically reticent, had little expectation that Bardock would receive any words of concern in return. Oh, that is good. The younger ones nodded in agreement. Soon captivated by the large buns served by Mr. Bobo, they scrambled to grab them, unwilling to relinquish their prize even if they burned their fingers in the process. Here, Tien Shinhan, this is for you. Broly, the strongest among the children, took an extra bun and handed it to Tien Shinhan, who stared at his empty plate in bewilderment. Thank you, senior brother. Tien Shinhan gratefully accepted the bun, prompting a slight blush on Broly's face, a hint of shyness as he softly acknowledged it. Well done, Broly. Bardock was pleasantly surprised that Broly, at such a young age, already exhibited thoughtfulness towards others, nodding in approval. Broly devoured the bun silently, and Bardock recognized that he was indeed feeling shy. With a chuckle, he continued to enjoy his own meal, while the elder son Gohan seemed to be preoccupied elsewhere, absent from the dining room. After breakfast, Bardock took Tien Shinhan aside to impart the complete version of his martial arts techniques. If Tien Shinhan were to train methodically, his future achievements would be severely limited. Not only would he struggle to keep pace with Sun Wukong, but with Bardock's teachings, as long as Tien Shinhan survived, his future would hold infinite possibilities. Tien Shinhan, I am now going to teach you the techniques. Pay close attention to the flow of energy that I will guide into your body. Due to his insufficient strength, Tien Shinhan could not perceive his own energy, thus requiring Bardock to channel it on his behalf. Yes, master. Tien Shinhan obediently sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to attune to the flow of energy within him. Bardock infused a faint energy into Tien's body, navigating through the flow of his own essence within Tien's form. Tien felt somewhat uncomfortable due to this forcibly introduced energy. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving to comprehend the manner in which this energy flowed. After the entire process, Tien was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Did you remember it? Bardock inquired, though he too was fatigued, primarily due to Tien's frail physique, which posed a risk of self-destruction with a mere misstep. I've grasped about 50%. Tien replied earnestly. Very well, practice on your own for now. and if you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me again. I have already infused a surge of energy into you. It should have significantly strengthened your internal energy. Give it a try." Bardock wiped the sweat from his brow and encouraged Tien to attempt it independently. "Yes, master." After a brief rest, Tien set about replicating the process, concentrating on sensing the faint energy within himself, then directing it along the path Bardock had assisted him with. The practice was fraught with challenges, and Bardock intervened at opportune moments. Nevertheless, there were instances of severe setbacks, necessitating the use of healing beans for recovery. Once Tien's injuries were mended, Bardock pointed out several mistakes in his training, guiding him once more in harnessing his energy. Tien tried again, while Bardock practiced his multitasking control through the four-body fist, occasionally observing Tien's progress. Thus, they engaged in their respective practices daily, which sparked a tinge of envy in Dallas, Bardock's adopted son, and stirred some emotions in Broly. As for Goku, he remained blissfully unaware, preoccupied with playing alongside Gohan and Mr. Popo, his strength surging at an extraordinary pace, surpassing the original narrative's expectations. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the four youngsters had made remarkable progress. Dallas, now 8 years old, achieved a battle power of 350,000, and with deeper understanding, his combat skills had undergone a qualitative transformation, showcasing a style markedly different from 3 years prior, characterized by speed and a steady breath. Much to Bardock's delight, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, even without deliberate training in the Heavenly Temple, saw his regular battle power rise to 800,000, constantly growing stronger, truly a terrifying prospect. Goku, carefree and playful, had his battle power soar to 450, thanks to his playful sparring with Mr. Popo. Bardock sensed an inexplicable system within this child. Meanwhile, Tien, diligent and earnest, mastered the art of harnessing energy within a week, achieving a battle power of 350. His growth was swift. Bardock had encountered him when he possessed a mere 6 points of strength, making Tien the fastest among the four. As his mastery of techniques improved, it was believed that his growth rate would accelerate even further, potentially catching up to the still bewildered Goku. Bardock, through the practice of the four demon fists to enhance his multitasking control, managed to temper his impulsive emotions and pride, maintaining a calm demeanor in all endeavors. Consequently, his multitasking capabilities bore fruit, enabling him to execute different actions with all four arms, an impressive outcome. With the transformation into a three-headed, six-armed form, he was confident in facing any opponent of equal caliber, unafraid even when outnumbered 3-1. However, his battle power increase was modest, rising by only 10 million to a steady 130 million points. In contrast, Chi-Chi became enamored with the vibrant world of Earth over the year, wandering about with Bulma's mother, even changing her hairstyle, dressing flamboyantly to the point where Bardock scarcely recognized her, and her strength did not see significant improvement, having been led astray by Bulma's mother. Interestingly, Bardock took Goku to Bulma's home, where Bulma curiously observed the little boy with the long tail. "Father, is this Bulma you mentioned?" Goku asked, turning his head with curiosity. "Indeed, isn't she adorable? Would you like to be with Bulma in the future?" Bardock prompted gently. "No, if I'm with her, I can't fight. I can take on 10 of her kind, or even 100. Goku replied, inherently combative and oblivious to the concept of girls. Chapter 74. A fateful encounter. "What did you say? You are just a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. And you claim you can take on 10 of me? Take this." Bulma, displeased with Goku's bravado, drew a pistol from her waist and fired at him. Bang. The gunfire quickly drew the attention of Bulma's parents. Goku, unfamiliar with such weaponry, mistook it for a toy, and without any forewarning, the bullet struck him squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse. Bulma's parents screamed in shock, rushing forward to check on Goku, who, in a swift motion, sprang up, covering his head. "You must be the monster my grandfather spoke of. Your tricks cannot kill me," he declared, assuming an attacking stance. Bulma, paralyzed with fear, thought, "Is this little boy really a monster?" The bullet didn't even hurt him. Had Bardock not intervened, Goku might have advanced to confront Bulma. After this incident, Bardock felt it was time for Goku to experience the world outside. While there were many things he did not understand, some basic knowledge was essential. Thus, he brought Broly, Tien, Goku, and Gohan down to West City, funded by treasures obtained from a clandestine organization, reserving some for expenses while investing the majority in the Capsule Corporation, yielding substantial dividends over the year. During Bardock's peaceful year of settling on Earth and enjoying life, Cooler returned to his home planet and commanded all troops within his dominion to commence the search for Scions, leaving no Scion unscathed, intending to eliminate them all. This initiated a three-way conflict, with Frieza's forces, led by Ginyu, barely managing to withstand Cooler's mechanized army. Meanwhile, the weakest, Vegeta, suffered greatly, as Cooler's mechanized troops were assigned to confront him due to Frieza's allegiance with Ginyu. Cooler himself led his forces against Ginyu, as Ginyu possessed a Scion's physique, which Cooler included within the Scion race. Under Cooler's command, the defensive line established by Frieza's army was obliterated with ease. Each of Cooler's strikes shattered planets, prompting Ginyu and his allies to flee in terror, unwilling to confront him, swiftly plunging the entire universe into the realm of Cooler's conquest. The slowly expanding Scion army soon faced repercussions, but fortunately, the Scions boasted an average battle power exceeding 100,000, effortlessly dispatching the minor forces attempting to expand their territories. However, it is precisely due to this that the location of the Scions was exposed, provoking a fervent retaliation from the Gula Legion. Led by Otto, the defense forces swiftly launched a counterattack. The Scion army, boasting an average combat power exceeding 100,000, clashed with the Gula Legion, whose average combat power hovered around 3,000 to 4,000. The Gula Legion soon found themselves vanquished, facing the wrath of the Scions. Meanwhile, the fleeing Captain Ginyu, upon learning of the Scions' return to the universe, smirked with a nefarious idea. The members of the Ginyu Force felt a chill run down their spines as Ginyu whispered to them. He then produced shackles designed for subduing powerful foes and bound the 4 members of the Gissa team, tossing them into the spaceship's prison. Based on the Scions' location, they set course for that star region, believing that this time they would capture a worthy physical form. Excited by the thought, Ginyu could not help but laugh heartily. On the other side, Vegeta found himself in dire straits. His previous recruits had either been killed or fled, leaving him alone and vulnerable. Out of pride and dignity, he had no intention of seeking aid from Raditz. Instead, he was retreating toward the edge of the universe, specifically to the North Galaxy, with the Gula Mech forces in hot pursuit. A year later, while Professor Bardock and Tien were delving into the secrets of the 3-headed, 6-armed beings on Earth, a powerful energy signature approached from outer space. Simultaneously, Dales, who was training in the Temple of the Gods, sensed it as well, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. The gods and Bobo emerged, sensing an impending crisis for Earth. The god felt the malevolent and overwhelming energy, accompanied by 3 formidable signatures. At his current strength, he knew he was no match and could only hope for Dales to intervene. Dales. Bobo's face reflected hope, wishing for Dales to take action. Rest assured, Mr. Bobo. Dales calculated the impending landing location and leaped towards the lower realm. In that moment, Vegeta was in a pitiful state. The energy of his ship was nearly exhausted. Seeking fortune on this backward planet, he landed in a desolate area to make his escape. However, he had barely flown a few meters when a child, about his age, crossed his arms and looked at him with a bemused expression. Dales, what are you doing here? Vegeta recognized Dales immediately, recalling the resemblance to Bardock from the data on Planet Vegeta. Vegeta, I never expected to encounter you here. I thought you perished along with Planet Vegeta. What brings you to invade a planet for profit? Dales replied with a smile. Fool, the Gula Mech forces are hunting me down. As a fellow Scion, I kindly advise you to flee quickly. Otherwise, we shall both perish alongside the inhabitants of this planet. Their combat power is at least 170,000. Vegeta's anxiety grew at the thought of the formidable Gula Mech forces. What are you afraid of? I can sense their strength. Rest assured, if you, Prince Vegeta, cannot defeat them, I certainly can, Dales declared, observing the rapidly descending spaceship. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 energy waves towards it. Ha! Look what we have here. This lowly planet hosts a stray little monkey. Dales had no intention of killing the child with a single blow, so the trio emerged unscathed. The white-haired, blue-skinned Saviza seemed to discover a prize, laughing joyously. Hey, a mere wild monkey. Its combat power isn't impressive. Nez, the reptilian-headed member, activated the detector, which registered a mere 1,000 combat power. A 1,000 combat power weakling dares to attack our Gula Mech forces? It's seeking death. With that, he aimed a lightning attack at Dales. Fool, you didn't heed my warning. Vegeta thought Dales was boasting of his strength, only to realize that a combat power of 1,000 was indeed a mockery. He turned to flee but found his path blocked by Dre, his anger simmering as he glared. What are you afraid of? Just watch. As my father would say, what you see isn't always reality. Pay attention, Vegeta. Dales vanished from his position, reappearing beside Dre, delivering a powerful punch to his face, then swiftly kicking him several kilometers away. Chapter 75. More than one Super Saiyan, this is impossible. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. As the proud Prince of Vegeta, a super warrior with a combat power of 70,000, he found himself fleeing like a dog from the Gula Mech forces. Now, faced with a monstrous adversary he could not match, he was struck and sent flying by a mere 1,000 combat power opponent, a reality beyond comprehension. If not for the knowledge of the Gula forces hunting Scions, he might have thought this was a stage performance. There is nothing impossible. I've told you before. What you see isn't always real, Vegeta. Energy may not always manifest externally, it can be concealed within. Saying this, he gathered energy in one hand when suddenly Saviza appeared behind Dales, preparing to strike at his neck with a blade of energy. Vegeta wanted to warn Dales, but it was too late. Just as he believed Dales was about to meet his demise at Saviza's hands, Dales seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, ducking just in time to avoid the attack, then elbowing Saviza in the abdomen with a fierce strike. How is this possible? Saviza exclaimed in disbelief as victory slipped from his grasp, feeling infuriated. There is nothing impossible. Prepare to descend into hell and face judgment. Trash. Dale's concentrated energy into a wave, turning Saviza to ash amidst his pleas for mercy, enriching the soil of Earth. Damn it! This wild monkey, so young yet so powerful. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? The Gula mech forces, whose combat powers were relatively similar, began to speculate wildly as Dre witnessed Saviza, with a combat power of 170,000, being effortlessly dispatched by Dales. Huh, a Super Saiyan? Your perspective is rather limited. I am leagues away from the realm of Super Saiyans, you fool. Dales charged forward, landing a punch to Dre's abdomen, disregarding the incoming electric currents that flew towards him. Still alive? Dales activated his energy shield, deflecting the golden lightning, then kneed upward, striking Dre's chin. Damn Scion, how dare you ambush Lord Nez? Taste my super electric attack. Nez crackled with sparks, merging his hands to unleash a thicker stream of electricity than before. An insignificant attack. Dales, uninterested in toying with the two weaklings, casually waved his palm, forming an energy blade that cleaved through the thick lightning, sending arcs of electricity raging around. Experience the might of my super energy wave. Dre, severely injured by Dales, seized the opportunity to gather a golden energy wave, targeting Dales from behind. Cannon. Vegeta contemplated the fact that they were both of Scion lineage and resolved to interrupt Dre's assault on Dales. In his understanding, no matter how formidable Dales may be, he could not possibly contend with two warriors, each possessing a battle power exceeding 150,000. Originally, he had wished to prolong the encounter, but alas, his ally was unwilling. With a casual gesture, Dales accelerated the Chi Yuan slash, subsequently dividing it into 3 segments, cleaving the octopus-headed Nez into thirds. He then swiftly turned, unleashing energy beams from his fingers that pierced through Dre's skull. Consequently, Dre's Kamehameha was never fully formed before he was prematurely eliminated. While Vegeta's final flash had reached full charge, a blinding light flashing as Dre's robust form was reduced to ashes. In the original narrative, the trio who nearly killed Goku due to his penchant for testing others had arrived on Earth by a twist of fate, creating no disturbance whatsoever before being forcibly eliminated. Indeed, Dales, you have successfully dispatched Gula's elite team, yet the shortcomings displayed during the battle were evident, too much chatter and a hint of arrogance. Had any of those 3 possessed transformation abilities or other reversal techniques, it could very well have been you who perished. Bardock suddenly appeared, commenting on Dale's recent skirmish. Yes, father. Dales nodded in agreement, though his thoughts remained inscrutable to Bardock. It was perplexing how Scions, upon augmenting their power, often succumb to arrogance. Bardock sighed, exasperated. Speaking to both Dales and Vegeta, using the latter as a prime example, referring to the future Vegeta. Bardock, I never expected to find you on this primitive planet. Vegeta exclaimed, retreating several meters and inquiring loudly. What else would I be doing? Just taking a break and bringing Kaiatsu and a few children on a trip, Bardock replied. Surprised that Vegeta had arrived 2 decades earlier than planned. Observing the boy's youthful appearance, he felt an impulse to drag him to school with Tien and the others. Traveling? Vegeta's lips twitched, incredulous. While Scions battle outside, you, the leader, are on vacation. Truly absurd. What's wrong with that? The Scions of Gastan are formidable and can confront the current crisis without my intervention. Can I enjoy a little leisure time? Bardock shot Vegeta a disapproving glare, then inquired. How did you encounter Gula's mechanized battalion? That unit is Gula's elite, each member boasting a battle power exceeding 150,000. I see your current power level is only 75,000. It's miraculous you're still alive. Bardock's words struck a nerve with Vegeta. I suggest you cease your evasion and consider residing with me on Earth for a while to temper your princely temperament. What do you think? Bardock proposed, aiming to entice Vegeta to join Dales in schooling, hoping to mitigate his inner turmoil. He was also curious to see how Vegeta would evolve while studying on Earth. I refuse. Vegeta rejected Bardock's proposal without a second thought, asserting that it was not a time for leisure. Gula has personally mobilized, threatening to annihilate all Scions, and is currently engaged in battle with the Scions of Gastan. You still have time for a vacation? Just a glance at that guy sends chills down my spine. He is several times more terrifying than Frieza. Bardock could clearly see the fear in Vegeta's eyes as he trembled at the mention of Gula. Rest assured, the strength of the Gastan Scions surpasses your imagination. In light of your constant concern for the Scions, I shall share a little secret with you, Bardock said, his mysterious demeanor piquing Vegeta's curiosity. What secret? Vegeta inquired, intrigued. There is more than just me among the Super Saiyan of Gastan. Even if Gula himself descends, he stands no chance. Bardock grinned, revealing what seemed to be a secret. What? That is impossible. The legendary Super Saiyan is said to appear only once every 1,000 years, isn't it? Vegeta was astonished by this revelation, questioning Bardock in disbelief. Believe it or not, it is true that the legendary Super Saiyan is born only once every 1,000 years, but the Super Saiyan transformation is not limited. In theory, any Saiyan who diligently cultivates their strength can attain the Super Saiyan form. You are no exception. Bardock dropped another bombshell, explaining that the transformation does not require training to grow stronger but comes at the cost of being consumed by the power, making it exceedingly perilous. Thus, ordinary Super Saiyans rely on training, while legendary Super Saiyans depend on their innate qualities. This is the essence of the distinction. Every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation, though he had never doubted his own aptitude. The thought that every Saiyan could potentially achieve the Super Saiyan transformation stirred a peculiar feeling within him. Indeed, Bardock affirmed, if you choose to remain on Earth, I might be inclined to teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Prince Vegeta. After all, you currently find yourself a stray dog. Instead of dreaming of conquering the universe, why not focus on enhancing yourself? You must realize that Dales, who was born with only a fraction of your power, has now surpassed you, boasting a battle power of 350,000. Bardock, with a tone reminiscent of luring a child, tempted Vegeta. Can you truly help me become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta remained somewhat skeptical. Of course, but only if you heed my instructions. If you perform well, I shall teach you the transformation into a Super Saiyan. If your performance is lacking and fails to satisfy me, the timing of your instruction will depend solely on my whims. Bardock continued to entice him. All right, I agree. Vegeta, unable to resist the allure of becoming a Super Saiyan, promptly acquiesced. Excellent. Starting next week, you will attend school in West City alongside Tarles. Having successfully lured him, Bardock dropped a bombshell. What? Father? You want me to attend school with these inferior earthlings? I refuse. I'd rather train in the sacred realm during that time. Before Vegeta could voice his objections, Tarles reacted vehemently. Damn it, Bardock. You want me to attend school with these lowly beings on this planet? Vegeta attempted to resist, but Bardock's gaze sharpened. And in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his overwhelming aura reminding Vegeta of Bardock's previous words, causing him to swallow his rejection whole. Tarles, are you certain you won't go? This decision was made jointly by your mother and me. If you refuse, it won't just be me who takes action. Bardock revealed a menacing grin, his head seemingly adorned with horns, causing cold sweat to bead on Tarles' forehead. Must I? Tarles recalled the typically gentle demeanor of his mother in a fit of dread. It is imperative, absolutely necessary. Bardock replied with determination. Then, fine, he thought. At least I'll have Vegeta there, so I won't be bored. That's my good son. Don't worry, you won't have to do any homework. I merely want you to cleanse your hearts and stabilize your emotions, which will greatly aid in your future transformation into a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, acquiring certain knowledge and intriguing insights will inspire you in developing new skills. The use of energy is essentially a manipulation of power. How to utilize energy more effectively, enhance its potency, and minimize consumption will all be covered in the foundational courses at school, so make sure to apply yourselves. Bardock continued to persuade them, fearing that the two might consider other options due to his use of force. Okay, father. Upon hearing this, Tarles felt his resistance wane, while Vegeta turned away with a huff. Good. You take Vegeta to the sacred realm. After the enrollment procedures are completed, I will inform you both. So remember to show up. Bardock smiled at them. Understood, father. Tarles replied earnestly. TCH, got it, troublesome. Vegeta maintained a cold demeanor, harboring considerable resentment towards Bardock's plans. Well then, goodbye. After waving farewell to the two, Bardock vanished with instantaneous movement, leaving Vegeta perplexed, merely assuming it was a swift exit. Following Tarles' lead, they flew towards the sacred realm. Meanwhile, on the distant Gastan star, an unusual visitor arrived, their unconcealed energy unsettling the Super Saiyans, Jean and Maradona. Upon learning from the Space Defense Department that the individual was a wayward scion, Raditz granted permission for their entry into Gastan. Upon sensing the visitor's combat power of 1 million, Jean remained vigilant. After all, on Gastan, aside from a few who had transformed into Super Saiyans, no others possessed such power. The unfamiliar energy, clearly uncontrolled, indicated a being unaccustomed to sensing ki, typically indicative of those who ruled over others. Their arrival on Gastan could spell trouble. Their suspicions proved correct. Had it been the original Reg, he would have merely sought to challenge Gastan's elite fighters. However, now possessing the soul of Ginyu, his intent shifted to procuring a Super Saiyan's body. As the spacecraft landed, a noticeable increase in gravitational weight was felt. To combat this force, Ginyu recklessly unleashed his energy, simultaneously bringing forth the other members of his elite force as a gift. Upon opening the spacecraft door, Ginyu found himself encircled by a 100-strong squad, instinctively activating his scanner, which promptly exploded. Such formidable energy at such a young age. What is your name? Raditz. Sensing the stranger's slightly superior energy, inquired politely, noting that the individual appeared to be just a few years older than himself, a true prodigy among Saiyans. Haha. My name is Reg. Ginyu smirked at Raditz, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Reg? The accompanying members exchanged glances, unfamiliar with this Scion's name. Not to worry if you haven't heard of me. This is a gift I bring for the new Scion King's entourage. With that, he unceremoniously tossed the 4 members of Ginyu Force at Raditz's feet. The Ginyu Force. What a surprise, but it is indeed a pity that Captain Ginyu is absent. Raditz recognized Ginyu's companions at a glance. As for the APC brothers, their energy levels matched that of Ginyu, suggesting they were newly recruited members. I greatly appreciate this gift. Reg, I shall gladly accept it. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast, annihilating the 4 before Ginyu could even react, leaving him aghast. His mouth agape in horror. What is the matter, Reg? Raditz inquired, noticing Ginyu's unusual expression. In nothing. Ginyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate against Raditz. Chapter 77. The Ginyu that almost exposed himself to show respect for his fellow scion. Raditz personally welcomed Ginyu and had the logistics team prepare a lavish feast. Having assumed Reg's physique, Ginyu naturally acquired the scion's insatiable appetite. However, unlike Raditz, who devoured his food ravenously, Reg maintained a swift yet elegant dining manner, appearing almost like an outlier at the table. Still, every exiled scion bore some peculiar habits, so Ginyu's behavior did not arouse suspicion among the others. After a hearty meal, Ginyu elegantly wiped his mouth and finally revealed his true purpose for visiting. Esteemed Scion King, I have come to observe the living conditions of our kin since the migration from Planet Vegeta. It is a return to my roots. Additionally, I have long admired the legendary Super Saiyan, said to appear once every 1,000 years. If fortunate enough, I would like to spar with them, to gauge the gap between my current combat power and that of a Super Saiyan, thus providing me with a stronger goal to strive towards in pursuit of our legendary heritage. Ginyu downplayed his motives, suggesting that a return to the clan was his primary goal, while the encounter with a Super Saiyan was merely a subsequent desire. Oh, it appears that you are a challenger, constantly seeking self-improvement, which is far superior to my own disposition. My father often criticizes me for being lethargic and complacent. I believe if he witnessed your prodigious talent, he would undoubtedly take you on as a disciple without hesitation. Raditz spoke highly of the legendary Ginyu, showering him with praises. You're too kind. I wonder, where might your father be? I would very much like to meet him, for I hold great admiration for the legends of my people. Ginyu's face nearly froze in a smile as he suppressed his anxiety and feigned urgency in his inquiry. Raditz assumed that the scion before him merely wished to witness the fabled transformation of a Super Saiyan, and thus did not take it to heart. Though my father is absent, there is still a Super Saiyan among my kin who will surely satisfy your curiosity. He called over the nearby Depot Guard 37 and instructed him to find either Jean or Maradona. Raditz sought to fulfill Ginyu's request not only to demonstrate the current strength of the Scions, but also to cultivate a good relationship with Reg. Given that Reg had achieved a combat power of 1 million through sheer talent, outside the systematic training of their kind, he was undoubtedly a genius, a potential candidate to be the next Super Saiyan after his mother, kind. What? Ginyu exclaimed, incredulous. This is impossible. A Scion, a Super Saiyan, is said to appear only once every 1,000 years. Is it possible that the legends of my race are false? In his excitement, Ginyu nearly uttered the taboo term Scion monkey. Calm yourself, Raditz chuckled, attempting to soothe Ginyu's agitation. If it were me before, I would have reacted the same way. The truth is, there is more than one Super Saiyan. Soon, Depot 37 returned and whispered something to Raditz, who nodded and turned to Ginyu. Reg, the Super Saiyan you wish to spar with has arrived. He awaits us in the training grounds. Let us proceed. Very well. I am eager to witness the true strength of a legendary Super Saiyan. Ginyu suppressed his excitement and eagerly followed Raditz and the Depot Guard's team toward Jean's training area. Previously, upon sensing the immense energy emanating from Ginyu, Jean and Maradona had discreetly observed him, and, upon realizing he was a wandering scion, returned to their respective training grounds for self-improvement. To facilitate the training of each warrior, training grounds were established across the vast expanse of Gastan Star, each designated under the name of a corresponding scion. Thus, every scion who joined the forces on Gastan Star possessed extensive territories, with ample distance between them. Women and children resided in newly constructed living quarters, ensuring no conflict between the training areas and residential zones. Moreover, due to the planet's formidable strength, combat powers of 1 million could be easily attained without the risk of planetary destruction, prompting Raditz to implement this policy. In less than a minute, they reached Jean's training grounds, where he stood, awaiting their arrival in a relaxed state. Uncle Jean, this is Reg, a wandering scion who has cultivated himself to this remarkable level through innate talent. Raditz introduced the mischievous Ginyu with a smile. What is the matter with this fellow? Is he so pleased to see me that his face is twitching? Jean frowned disapprovingly at Ginyu's strange smile. Simultaneously, he sensed an unsettling familiarity in Ginyu's energy, reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. Haha, he might just be overly excited to see you, Uncle Jean. Raditz, oblivious to the tension, attempted to clarify. Hey, kid. Have we met before? Why does your energy feel so familiar? Jean ignored Raditz and focused intently on Ginyu. Impossible. This is our first meeting. Ginyu faltered, his expression betraying his unease. No, wait, Raditz, don't you see? His energy is indeed familiar. Jean turned to Raditz, who had previously dismissed the notion, but now scrutinized Ginyu more closely. Feeling the intensity of their stares, Ginyu's anxiety heightened, fearing that these two scions might uncover his true identity. I've remembered, Raditz exclaimed, clapping his hands, prompting Ginyu to hastily retreat from the Depot Guard's formation. Adopting a defensive stance, his demeanor turning fierce. Who is this guy? Jean instinctively placed himself protectively in front of Raditz, wary of a potential attack. Since you lowly creatures have, Ginyu began to deliver a villainous monologue, only to be interrupted by Raditz. This fellow's energy resembles that of Vegeta. It bears a striking similarity to that of King Vegeta. Could he possibly be the king's son? Vegeta's brother? Ginyu was taken aback, on the verge of revealing his identity, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Oh, now that you mention it, that makes sense. Given his age and talent, it's likely that King Vegeta, fearing this boy might threaten his authority, secretly exiled him without documenting his records. Gene lowered his guard, nodding thoughtfully in agreement with Raditz's conjecture. Reg, what are you doing? Don't worry, we won't harm those who have been exiled by King Vegeta. Here, there are no fixed rankings among warriors, so there is no need to be anxious. Raditz believed Ginyu was merely apprehensive about potential repercussions on Gastan's star and sought to reassure him. Cough, am I nervous? No, absolutely not. Ginyu quickly denied. Chapter 78. Transformation. In that case, I shall grant your wish and allow you to witness the unique transformation of our scion race. After learning of Jinyu's desire from Raditz, Jean felt a stir of excitement. After all, training without a formidable opponent as a catalyst could lead to a lack of motivation. What a delightful opportunity. In a bid to ascertain the existence of the second Super Saiyan mentioned by Raditz, Ginyu feigned a cool demeanor in his response. Aha! Without hesitation. Jean slightly bent his arms, channeling his energy, which surged rapidly. A golden aura enveloped him, his hair turning golden and his eyes a pale green, emanating an overwhelming sense of power, unmistakably marking the might of a Super Saiyan. Even Ginyu, lacking the ability to sense energy, could distinctly feel the vast disparity between himself and Jean. As Jean transformed, Ginyu observed his movements intently. This is truly a Super Saiyan. Such power. It surpasses even that of King Frieza by several folds. Incredible! Not even King Cooler could rival a Super Saiyan. Faced with the formidable pressure, Ginyu felt no fear. Rather, excitement surged within him, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed for Jean's formidable physique. You are quite peculiar, staring at me with such a disgusting gaze. I prefer women, so do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Jean's thought process was evidently skewed, oblivious to Jinyu's unusual demeanor, and he exited his Super Saiyan form, casting a discontented glare at Ginyu. Ha ha ha, Scion, your body shall be mine. I will use your vessel to conquer the universe, and from this day forth, I shall reign as the emperor of this cosmos, Ginyu. As Jean returned to his normal state, Ginyu ceased his charade and, facing Jean, unleashed his innate ability. With outstretched hands, he invoked the soul exchange technique, shouting, switch. The sudden shift left the onlookers bewildered as Jean found himself immobilized, while two souls, one blue and one gold, swapped places within each other's bodies. Haha, such incredible power. I never expected this body to possess such strength without transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's utterly intoxicating, Ginyu exclaimed, reveling in his newfound abilities. To express my gratitude for your gift, I shall send you to hell, Scion Monkey. With that, Ginyu prepared to test the formidable combat prowess of his new form. How dare you steal my body? Jean thought incredulously, staring at his own hands. He looked up to see his own face, fist clenched in fury, glaring at the usurper of his form. A massive energy blast met him head-on, striking Jean, now trapped within Jinyu's body, sending him flying, his fate uncertain. Uncle Jean, what has happened to you? Raditz shouted, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Ha ha ha, you foolish child, I am no longer Jean. I am Super Ginyu. Thanks to you, I've acquired the body of a Super Saiyan, and now I shall reveal a harsh truth. Ginyu laughed triumphantly. Ginyu, how is this possible? You are Ginyu. Raditz could hardly believe his eyes. Indeed, the one I just sent flying was your dear Uncle Jean. While the world knows me as the elite of Frieza's special forces, few are aware of my ability to swap bodies. I have inhabited many powerful forms, yet none rival the might of this one. From this day forth, this universe shall belong to me, Ginyu, and you Scions will be buried in the annals of history. I shall continue the legacy of the Scions. Jinyu's arrogance surged, a common flaw among Dragon Ball villains. Damn it, you've killed Uncle Jean. This is unforgivable, Raditz roared, his regret and fury boiling over as he charged at Ginyu with a fierce punch. The remaining members of the demon clan, exchanging glances, decided to stand their ground, while one darted away to seek Maradona. In the current predicament, only Maradona could potentially thwart Ginyu, who now wielded Jean's body. Fusion. As Raditz unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the motionless Ginyu, the remaining 8 members of the demon clan completed their fusion, manifesting 4 warriors with a combined power level of 11 million, charging toward Ginyu. Initially dismissive, Ginyu believed their fusion would yield limited improvement, but after enduring 3 solid blows, he realized his error. Damn you, wild monkeys. Go to hell. Ginyu felt humiliated, and in a fit of rage, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This was a grave development. He has learned to become a Super Saiyan, Raditz thought, alarmed. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as Ginyu began to overpower the fused warriors. However, their brief delay allowed Maradona to arrive just in time. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Maradona appeared before Ginyu, intercepting an energy wave aimed at the fused warriors. Uncle Maradona, be cautious. Jean's body is now occupied by Jinyu's soul, Raditz warned urgently. I understand, Maradona replied, having been informed that Raditz was in urgent need of assistance. He quickly flew over, only to witness Jean poised to attack the fused warriors. What a despicable Scion race. Filled with lies, even deceiving their own kin. Ginyu scoffed, invoking laughter from Maradona. Clearly, you are not Gene. That old man would never utter such shameless words. Maradona retorted, diving forward with an uppercut aimed at Ginyu's chin. With a sinister grin, Ginyu allowed the blow to land, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a heavy strike to the back of his head. Throughout the assault, Ginyu neither defended himself nor retaliated, leading Maradona to suspect that Ginyu was still acclimating to his new form. Chapter 79. The exchange again as Ginyu endured Maradona's relentless assault. A member of the demon clan returned, carrying a familiar figure whose presence was faint, on the brink of collapse. Lord Raditz, I encountered Reg's body on my way back. What should we do? Seeing Gene's weakened state filled Raditz with hope. If they could exchange bodies, perhaps Gene could return to his own form, producing a healing herb. He fed it to Gene, whose energy rapidly revitalized as he opened his eyes, discontent with the sight of his own battered body. Something feels off, Raditz. This isn't right, Gene observed, discomforted by Maradona's merciless onslaught on his own body, even though he was now in a Super Saiyan state. It was odd that he could not regain control. What is so strange? Uncle Maradona is using your body. It's not surprising that he can easily subdue the thief who stole it from you, Raditz remarked, finding no oddity in the situation. Foolishness. You must understand that Maradona and I are evenly matched. Even if he lacks complete control over my body, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he should not be able to subdue me so effortlessly. There is certainly some scheme afoot. Gene chastised Raditz, his heart aching at the sight of Maradona's relentless attacks on his own form. Damn it. If only I could also transform into a Super Saiyan. In this crisis, I could be of help, Gene thought. Raditz's power level of over 1 million had effortlessly attacked his own body, highlighting the vast difference in their strengths. Although this body was powerful, having swiftly recovered to a combat power of 1.5 million, Gene still felt helpless. He could only rely on Maradona to resolve the predicament. Without a solution, the Scions might fall into an unknown crisis in the absence of Odo and Bardock. Jane shook her head and sighed, feeling somewhat powerless in the current situation. You must contact my father at once. Unless Bardock reaches out to Gastan Star, we cannot establish communication with him. The chances of Gastan Star successfully contacting Bardock are virtually non-existent. All we can do now is hope for a stroke of luck. Yes, Lord Raditz. The recently dispatched member of the Demon Squad said respectfully before hastily departing. Raditz, I suddenly comprehend what this scoundrel intends to do, Jane exclaimed, casting her gaze upon the ever-smirking Ginyu, reminiscent of a masochist. The memory of her body being swapped with this very smile from Ginyu clarified her thoughts, and she realized Ginyu's ulterior motives. What scheme do you speak of? Raditz inquired curiously. This fiend undoubtedly plans to severely injure my body and then seize Maradona's form. If that were to occur, there would truly be no one on Gastan Star capable of opposing Ginyu, Jane revealed, elucidating Ginyu's plot. Raditz, not foolish, grasped the gravity of the situation and was taken aback. Uncle Maradona, be cautious. This villain is capable of soul exchange. Do not allow him to usurp your body. Raditz urgently warned, but it was too late. In the end, after Maradona unleashed a cosmic explosion, Ginyu's Super Saiyan transformation could no longer be sustained. With a sinister grin, he fixated on Maradona, causing the latter to feel a sense of dread. Just then, Raditz's warning distracted him, allowing Ginyu to execute the body swap technique. Body swap? Jane's heart raced as she hurriedly flew toward the space between Maradona and herself, but alas, it was too late. The two souls exchanged places, with Ginyu's soul now inhabiting Maradona's body, while Maradona's soul took refuge in Jane's form. Haha, I, Ginyu, am destined to be invincible in the universe. Scion, perish before me. Having learned from his previous encounter, Ginyu, still in his Super Saiyan state, launched an assault on the most formidable threat, Maradona. I have Senza beans in my battle suit. Consume them quickly, Jane thought frantically, realizing that the possibility of turning the tide rested on Maradona. She immediately soared forward, channeling the entirety of her newfound power to intercept Ginyu's energy wave. Demon Squad, unite. By time for Uncle Maradona. Raditz took the lead, launching a kick aimed directly at Ginyu's neck, followed by conjuring an energy slash. As anticipated, basic physical attacks proved ineffective against Ginyu, who effortlessly swatted Raditz aside. In midair, Raditz unleashed his energy slash. The energy slash, upon nearing Ginyu, suddenly split into two, targeting Ginyu's waist and neck. Ginyu bellowed and swiftly caught both energy slashes, crushing them with a slight exertion. Boom. Meanwhile, due to the disparity in power, Jane could only alter the trajectory of Ginyu's energy wave, ultimately being struck down into the ground, her fate uncertain. On the other side, the unmerged members of the Demon Squad transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, their power skyrocketing to 200 million. For warriors, each possessing 200 million in combat prowess, struggled against Ginyu's 500 million, barely causing him any inconvenience. Yet that brief moment was sufficient. After Ginyu dispatched the four fused warriors with a few strikes, he inadvertently provided them with a chance to replenish their energy. However, a glimmer of excitement shone in everyone's eyes as a power greater than Ginyu's emerged on Gastan Star. It was undoubtedly Maradona, who had successfully recovered from his injuries, his combat strength soaring to 600 million. He swiftly appeared before Ginyu, delivering a powerful punch to Jinyu's abdomen, eliciting a pained retch. The feeling of striking one's own body was indeed unpleasant. Yet, for the Saiyans, there was no other choice. However, after this unexpected turn of events, Jane would have to face the consequences for hoarding so many sins of beans. Maradona felt a surge of fury at the thought of Jane's abundance of beans. Chapter 80. Ruthless Annihilation. Maradona unleashed all his pent-up anger upon Ginyu, the vast disparity of combat power leaving Ginyu with no choice but to defend. This time, he was genuinely on the receiving end of a beating. With the experience of having previously swapped bodies, Maradona's strikes were swift, precise, and merciless, denying Ginyu a moment to utilize his body swap ability. Ginyu, initially considering a counterattack, found every attempt thwarted, seething with frustration. He pondered the rapid recovery of the injured Scion. But realizing his current predicament, he regretted underestimating the differences among Super Saiyans. It became apparent that the body he had exchanged was indeed superior. And now he was left contemplating whether to resort to the same trick again to reclaim his former vessel. While passively defending, Ginyu was suddenly struck in the abdomen, followed by Maradona's swift elbow strike from behind, and then a knee thrust. The pain was excruciating, leaving Ginyu on the verge of tears. Using Jane's body to pummel my own is truly infuriating. Seizing the opportunity presented by Jinyu's sluggishness, Maradona began to gather energy for his ultimate technique, the Interstellar Annihilation Cannon, albeit at a reduced strength to protect his own form. Energy slash. Raditz was not idle either, despite suffering significant damage from Jinyu's energy wave. He seized the chance to launch a surprise attack. Wait, Raditz. That is my body. I need to preserve it for a potential swap. Maradona was adamant about safeguarding his own form, believing it to be the best option. However, it was too late. Raditz energy slash severed Jinyu's legs below the knees, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spray. My body. Maradona watched helplessly as Raditz amputated his legs. The agony he felt was indescribable. I apologize, Uncle Maradona. Raditz could only offer a bitter smile in response. Curse it, I will remember this. At that moment, Maradona's interstellar annihilation cannon reached full charge, enveloping Jinyu's broken form in a brilliant beam of light. Amidst Jinyu's anguished cries, he was blasted into the ground, creating a massive crater on the surface of Gastan star. Oh no, my body. I hope you're all right. Maradona's first instinct after incapacitating Ginyu was not to deliver a finishing blow, but rather to search for his severed legs. Upon witnessing this, Raditz shared an awkward smile and instructed the unmerged members of the Demon Squad to assist in the search. With teamwork, it took less than a minute for Maradona to recover his lower limbs, ordering them to be carefully safeguarded. With current medical technology, it was possible that he could heal his severed legs after reclaiming his body. Uncle Maradona, Jinyu's aura still lingers. Raditz, wary of Jinyu's body-swapping abilities, dared not investigate the pit, relying solely on his energy sensing to assess Jinyu's condition. I am aware. I held back my strength during the attack to protect my own form. I certainly cannot endure the embarrassment of pursuing women in Jane's body. In an unexpected revelation, Maradona inadvertently exposed a shocking secret, prompting the members of the Demon Squad nearby to instinctively avert their gazes and whistle, signifying their ignorance of the situation. Ah, Uncle Maradona. Uncle Gene has been cast aside by a formidable attack while protecting you. I can no longer sense his presence. Please, show some restraint. Raditz, sweating profusely, pleaded on Gene's behalf. Alas, after arduous training to ascend to Super Saiyan, this fellow meets his demise. It's all for the sake of indulging in idle talk. Maradona reflected somberly upon Gene's death. Members of the Demon Squad, disperse and search for General Gene's remains. We must ensure they are returned if we cannot find him. It may lead to his complete obliteration. Even if Jinyu's spirit resides within me, I shall not hesitate to dismantle his body. Maradona was acutely aware of the importance of his kin's survival over his trivial pursuits. Yes, General Maradona, echoed the voices of the other Demon Squad members under his command. Numerous potent energies radiated outward, seeking the remains of Gene's body. But Uncle Maradona, what about Ginyu? One member interjected, acknowledging the peril Ginyu posed with his soul-swapping ability. A fate none would willingly confront. Cough, to be honest, I am hesitant to descend myself. You know, if I were to be switched with someone, our scion kind on Gastan would be in dire straits. Perhaps we could send someone less formidable? Raditz suggested, prompting the Demon Squad under his command to vanish in an instant, akin to teleportation, leaving only Raditz and Maradona in a state of disarray. Don't look at me. If I were to be switched, my father would undoubtedly dismember you. Raditz exclaimed as Maradona's scheme fell upon him. Not going to send anyone, then? Dragging Lord Bardock into this is quite beneath you, Raditz. Maradona muttered in discontent. It's not that I am unwilling to go. If I were to descend and be forcibly swapped, upon my return, I might find myself in your body, and Gastan would truly be lost. You wouldn't want your father to return only to discover Gastan in ruins, with the Scions reduced to just Uncle Odo's defense force and our family, would you? Raditz explained earnestly. What then? Shall we destroy my body? Maradona eventually proposed a more viable solution. I think that is feasible. Destroy it to prevent future troubles. Raditz nodded seriously. You ungrateful brat. After all I've done for you, assisting you when Odo pummeled you, now that I am in trouble, you You suggest such a cruel idea. A cold-hearted wolf. Maradona was vehemently opposed to the notion of destroying his physical form, clinging to the hope of finding a way to revert back to it. This is different. With Uncle Gene's fate uncertain and having lost my body, we have no choice but to proceed this way, if you wish to retain your physical form. Uncle Maradona, you must endure Ginyu's presence until Uncle Odo or your father returns. We cannot guarantee what unforeseen circumstances may arise in the meantime, Raditz explained with utmost seriousness. Fine, fine. Do as you wish. I shall not destroy my own body. Maradona turned away, permitting Raditz to act as he deemed fit. My apologies, Uncle Maradona. Raditz, sensing Ginyu's energy, swiftly moved to his side. Ginyu, at that moment, was on the brink of death, his consciousness fading, unable to perceive Raditz's presence. As he regained clarity, he grinned wickedly at Raditz, ready to unleash his soul-swapping technique. However, Raditz was quicker. An energy beam concentrated at his fingertip pierced Ginyu's heart, leaving the latter's gaze vacant. His intended words unspoken, as his life force dissipated entirely. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Raditz lifted Maradona's body and soared out of the pit. Wait, what is your name? With the ordeal concluded, Maradona became cautious, inquiring about the being carrying his form. I'm Raditz, Raditz replied, taken aback by Maradona's sudden lapse in cognition. Hold on, what is your father's name? Bardock, Raditz responded helplessly. And your mother? Maradona continued to probe. Jine, brother. And your father's disciple? Raditz found himself exasperated but still answered. Adopted son, Joyous. Youngest son, Goku. Disciple, Broly. Uncle Maradona, I truly am Raditz. Enough of this. Let us attend to the aftermath. He rose, adjusting the body that had lost its calves. You clever brat. Hand it over. Maradona shot Raditz a glare, ceasing his frivolity and reaching for his own body. What is happening here? Raditz sighed bitterly, tossing Maradona's body back to him. Maradona embraced his form, caressing his precious frame. Lamenting, farewell, my perfect body. Raditz shuddered at the sight, goosebumps rising on his skin. Ahem, pardon the interruption, but I believe I possess the ability to restore your body. A sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted, causing Raditz and Maradona to look up in surprise. Lord Bedima, the Namekian, they exclaimed in unison, recognizing the newly appeared figure. No, Bedima. Is what you say true? Joy flickered in Maradona's eyes as he dashed to Bedima's side. Of course. I witnessed the events unfold in the Divine Hall and know precisely what you faced. Restoring your body is but a trivial matter, General Maradona. Place your severed limbs and body on the ground, and I shall restore you. Bedima instructed, pointing at Maradona's remains. Realizing the urgency, Maradona quickly reattached his leg and knee. Bedima descended gracefully, emanating a green aura from his hands. Maradona's body began to visibly reform at a remarkable pace, his legs fully restored, and the wounds upon his chest healed, yet devoid of any semblance of life. Haha, my body is once again whole. Maradona, donning Gene's form, danced with exuberance. However, a thought struck him, and he gazed at Bedima eagerly. What are you planning, General Maradona? Bedima, unsettled by the intensity of Maradona's gaze, inquired. Bedima, do you possess the ability to swap my consciousness back into my original body? His fervent expression made Raditz wince, reminiscent of a lover's plea. I'm afraid I cannot do that, but I have a method. However, it requires the consent of Bardock. Bedima explained. Recalling Bardock's repeated warnings that the fewer people who knew about the Dragon Balls, the better, he refrained from divulging details, aware of the delicate balance he must maintain. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar distinction between the Dragon Balls he had painstakingly created and those of the Namekians. He harbored an unsettling premonition that frequent usage of the Dragon Balls could lead to dire consequences. Ah, is that so? Maradona suddenly felt a wave of despondency. Lord Bardock would undoubtedly return. Our immediate task is to preserve your corporeal form. We must ensure that it does not decay. Given Bardock's character, he is likely to return in a few months at the least, or several years at most. Bedima kindly reminded. There is no need for concern. Gastan Star possesses advanced biological preservation technology that will prevent any deterioration of the body. As the nominal leader, Raditz was well-versed in the technological advancements of Gastan Star. That is splendid. Raditz, you shall preserve my corporeal form while I contact Lord Bardock. The efficiency of your Earth warriors has been terribly lacking, despite my slaying of Ginyu. You have yet to reach out to Lord Bardock. With that, he disregarded Bedima and Raditz, making his way towards the spaceship. After the crisis on Gastan Star was averted, Dales and Vegeta arrived at the sacred temple. Gazing at the colossal structure suspended 2 kilometers in the air, Vegeta merely paused momentarily before adopting a cold demeanor. Upon entering the temple and encountering the Supreme Kai and Popo, he activated his scouter, detecting Popo's battle power to be 1,000, with the Supreme Kai slightly exceeding that. He snorted derisively, expressing his disdain. Thank you, Dales, for rescuing Earth from its crisis. The Supreme Kai approached, bowing slightly in gratitude. There is no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Dales responded coolly, addressing Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, please arrange a room for this individual. He will be living with us from now on, courtesy of my father's directives. Supreme Kai? Mr. Popo hesitated, clearly sensing the formidable and malevolent aura emanating from Vegeta. He turned to the Supreme Kai, seeking guidance. Mr. Popo, please make the arrangements. I believe even if he is powerful, he cannot surpass Tails. Do not worry. The Supreme Kai, having broadened his perspective, is no longer as rigid in his thinking as before. He spoke thus, knowing he possessed the means to suppress Vegeta if necessary. That is, through the transcendent sealing technique, the Demon Seal Wave. Previously, due to his insufficient power, its use would exhaust immense energy, jeopardizing his life. However, the situation has changed. He now possesses enough confidence to seal Vegeta, who, even if not defeated, would perish from starvation under the seal. Understood, Supreme Kai. Mr. Popo nodded and addressed Vegeta. Follow me, please. Vegeta scoffed, reluctantly trailing behind, holding no regard for the weaker human. As if he were merely dealing with a piece of refuse. Tails felt the vibration of the multifunction capsule in his pocket and promptly opened it, releasing the spaceship. The vessel trembled and emitted alarm sounds. Upon witnessing this, Dale's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried aboard, activating a video call, where Jin S' face appeared on the screen. Uncle Jin, has something happened on Gastan Star? Dales inquired anxiously. I am not Jin, I am Maradona. Here is what transpired. Maradona recounted the events on Gastan Star in detail, leaving Dale's emotions in turmoil. He was astonished that a mere Ginyu had nearly obliterated the Scion stronghold. Had it not been for the presence of 2 Super Saiyans, the next time he returned, there may have been no Gastan Star left. So, you seek to contact your father for assistance in transferring your soul back to your corporeal form? Dales prepared to articulate the essence of Maradona's intent after he concluded his narrative. Indeed, Your Highness Dales. Maradona slapped his thigh in affirmation. And what of General Jin? Dale's focus shifted to this pressing concern. Uncle Jin has fallen in battle. Raditz appeared on the video, his expression one of despair, continuing. When the Earth Warriors located Uncle Jin's body, he was already lifeless. I have failed my father's expectations. Dales, now is not the time for sorrow. I will inform my father of your situation, and I am aware of Bedema's proposed method. I shall relay the events on Gastan Star to him. And as for his decisions, I shall refrain from interference. However, Raditz, you have done nothing wrong this time. I am confident my father will understand. After concluding, Dales hung up the video call, exited the spaceship, leaving it behind, and soared towards home in West Capital. Chapter 82. A unique training method unbeknownst to Bardock. Who had nearly had his home invaded by a minor character from Dragon Ball, he was presently instructing Tien Shinhan on mastering the technique of the 3-headed and 6-armed form. Given Tien's current energy, transforming into this shape was effortless. However, executing perfect attacks and defenses while in this form proved challenging. To enable Tien to adeptly utilize this skill, Bardock instructed him to start from the fundamental practice of multitasking, utilizing homework as an effective tool. Writing with both hands simultaneously, each producing different texts, became a torturous endeavor for Tien, who found himself overwhelmed, his 3 eyes wide with distress. Bardock had briefly stepped out for unknown reasons, and upon returning within 10 minutes, he regarded Tien with a bemused expression. Tien chuckled awkwardly, laboriously writing with both hands, each copying different passages, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Master, may I learn this training technique? Broly, seated nearby, curiously observed Tien's peculiar behavior, akin to an inquisitive child. If you wish to learn, it is not impossible, however. Should you lose control of your emotions, please inform me. The practice of multitasking is a true test of patience and temperament. And Bardock feared that if the child became overly eager, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Very well, master. After nodding in agreement, he dashed inside the house, retrieving 2 notebooks to mimic Tien's actions. However, Broly's method differed slightly. He copied only a single text, writing the first character with his left hand and the second with his right, continuing in this manner. Broly. The essence of this training method lies in maintaining consistent writing speeds with both hands. If you fail to synchronize them, the training will be futile. Although to an outsider, it may appear as though you are writing at the same pace. That is merely due to your speed. In my eyes, you finish with your left hand first, followed by the right. Do not be deceived by appearances. As Broly wrote several characters, Bardock kept a watchful eye, pointing out his shortcomings. Understood, father. Upon hearing Bardock's guidance, Broly's interest in the dual writing exercise intensified. Father, Broly exclaimed, your strength is formidable, the strongest in the universe. Let us spar. Goku, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, eagerly challenged Bardock, displaying his martial prowess while showing little interest in Tien's dual writing practice, preferring combat instead. You impudent child, while fighting is indeed a Saiyans nature, you must also acquire fundamental knowledge. This time, I will not use my original hands. If I lose, you must diligently learn addition and subtraction within 10. Bardock lamented, finding himself in a predicament. Very well, father. Let us duel. Goku assumed the starting stance of the Turtle School's offensive technique, his gaze sharpening with determination. With a thunderous roar, Bardock sprouted 2 additional arms from his back. In his original hands, one grasped a magazine, while the other held a glass of juice. The left hand behind him beckoned provocatively at Sun Wukong. Dad, I'm coming. Bardock remained unresponsive, engrossed in his magazine and juice. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged forward, delivering a fierce strike aimed at Bardock's heart. Simultaneously, Bardock's right hand blocked Wukong's punch, while his left hand executed a knife hand strike to Wukong's head. Despite controlling his strength, Wukong was sent reeling, clutching his head and exclaiming, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." He leaped about like a little monkey, his antics quite comical. "If this is your strength, you should consider some training." Bardock's face emerged from behind the magazine, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Wukong. "Damn it. I won't concede." Wukong protested, a large bump on his head, his stubbornness evident. "Very well, that's the spirit of Sun Wukong. I have faith in you," Bardock remarked, turning his gaze back to the magazine, then addressing Tien and Broly. "You see, this is the art of multitasking." Undeterred, Wukong leapt again, attempting a whip kick aimed at Bardock's head. Bardock's right arm defended against the strike while his left delivered a punch to Wukong's abdomen. Typically, in combat, if the right arm executes a direct punch, the left would follow suit or employ an elbow strike afterward. However, the skill of multitasking allows one to utilize both hands for different attacks simultaneously, enhancing combat capabilities and increasing the frequency of strikes. The essence of this technique is to align with the concept of having multiple arms. As Bardock instructed his two disciples, Wukong gathered his energy, calling out each word distinctly. Came, Haim, Ha. A wave of energy surged towards Bardock, who extinguished it with his left hand while simultaneously condensing a weak energy blast with his right, striking the ground beneath Wukong. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Wukong flying, landing him on the ground. "Bardock, what happened? Is there an enemy approaching?" Chi-Chi returned from shopping, hearing the commotion and inquiring urgently. "Nothing much. Just Wukong wanted to test his old man's strength, so I gave him a little demonstration," Bardock explained, rising with a smile, retracting his four-demon fist. "Where's Wukong? Where is he?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, noticing the large crater in the yard. "Wukong is fine. Chi-Chi, have you forgotten everything about energy manipulation during this time?" Bardock replied exasperatedly. If he were in trouble, you could sense his energy. No need to shout. Indeed, the allure of the bustling world had distracted Chi-Chi from her training. Much like Gohan in the original story, who had neglected his training due to academic pressures. "Haha, of course not. I was just overly concerned." Chi-Chi's guilty expression was unmistakable, prompting Bardock to shake his head with a sigh. "You must focus on your training. Don't forget our promise." With the refinement of energy enhancing his physical cells, Bardock felt his metabolism slowing, indicating a gradual increase in his lifespan. He speculated that should he reach the pinnacle of physical refinement, it could significantly extend his life, perhaps even grant him immortality. He dreaded the thought of a future where he was left alone, surrounded only by the echoes of familiarity, a notion far too distressing. "I understand, Bardock." Chi-Chi nodded, her fingers fidgeting. "Father, father." Dallas's voice called from afar, appearing before Bardock in the blink of an eye. "Dallas, what's the hurry? Has Vegeta run away?" Bardock instinctively prepared to search for Vegeta's energy, ready to intercept him. "No, there has been a crisis on Gastan Star, although it has been resolved. Uncle Gene has fallen in battle. Uncle Maradona's soul is now within Gene's body, and we don't know what to do. I just received a message through the spaceship's communication system." Dallas explained succinctly. "Wait, how did Maradona's soul end up in Gene's body? And given their similar power levels, how could Gene be dead while Maradona remains unharmed? Have you omitted some critical details?" Bardock sensed familiarity with this soul-swapping technique, but couldn't pinpoint it. It seemed linked to Ginyu, with other details being inconsequential. "Goodness, Maradona is devastated. And you consider regaining his body a trivial matter? Incredible." Upon hearing Ginyu's name, Bardock suddenly understood. No wonder Ginyu had arrived on Gastan Star. However, under Gastan Star's defensive capabilities, a successful ambush seemed unlikely. Given that Dallas was also unsure, Bardock opted against further inquiries. "So, because of Ginyu, I almost lost my home?" Bardock muttered to himself. According to his plans, even if Cooler had come, he would have faced certain defeat, yet he had overlooked Ginyu's soul exchange ability. Ginyu first appeared during the battle on Namek, and later in Dragon Ball Super, he exchanged bodies to train with Frieza, sharing a species with Jiren. Some claimed Ginyu's body-switching technique wouldn't work if there was too great a difference in power levels. However, the body he switched with had been easily overpowered by a Super Saiyan Gohan, suggesting its battle power was at least in the billion range. "Dallas, do you wish to return to Gastan Star to investigate further?" Bardock decided to go back to Gastan Star to uncover the truth. "All right, father." Dallas readily agreed to Bardock's invitation. "Good." Bardock took Raditz's hand, using instant transmission to vanish from Earth, reappearing in an instant beside Maradona on Gastan Star. Raditz and Maradona, waiting anxiously, were startled, their relief evident upon seeing Bardock. "Lord Bardock, you've returned. I thought I might never see you again." Maradona wept, drawing Bardock's ire. "Get away. Don't bring Gene's body near me." Bardock swatted Maradona away like a fly. "Raditz, what is going on? How could a mere Ginyu, with a power level barely over 100,000, infiltrate Gastan Star and cause Gene's demise?" Bardock demanded sternly. "Father, here's the situation. Ginyu swapped bodies with a scion named Rhaegar. Through Rhaegar's identity, he bypassed the Space Defense Department's blockade. I took an interest in him due to his young age and power level of 1 million, agreeing to his request to meet the Super Saiyan, which led to the subsequent events culminating in Uncle Gene's death. This is all my fault. Raditz confessed. Raditz acknowledged his mistake on the spot, leaving Bardock at a loss in front of his own son. Lord Bardock, the god Vegeta said you have a way to restore my body. Please. You must revert me to my original form. I beg you. Maradona was reluctant to bear the burden of Gene's identity, and he was torn between returning to his own home or Gene's, a dilemma that weighed heavily on him. Get lost. Bardock glared at the insufferable being before him, brimming with frustration. All right. Maradona, almost submissively, retreated to a corner. Did Vegeta truly say that I have a solution? Bardock inquired once more. Yes, father. Raditz nodded in affirmation. Very well. Dales, accompany Raditz and bring Reg's body to the Temple of the Gods. Maradona, you stay here. I will return shortly. Having assigned the task, Bardock vanished in an instant, leaving the three of them to their own devices. In the Temple of the Gods, Vegeta, observing the situation below, turned to see Bardock materialize in the plaza. Vegeta, it seems your Dragon Balls have been successfully crafted. Bardock declared. Isn't this what you desired? You scoundrel. The sight of Bardock incensed Vegeta, his tone less than cordial. Oh, let me see. Bardock, curious about the nature of the Dragon Balls Vegeta had created, eagerly requested them without even considering using the Dragon Radar. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue and beckoned inside the temple. Soon, 7 Dragon Balls, larger than those on Earth, floated out, landing on the ground and shimmering with an orange glow. How many wishes can this set of Dragon Balls grant? Bardock inquired with curiosity. 2. I modeled the restrictions after the Namekian Dragon Balls. You can only resurrect one person at a time. Mass resurrection is not permitted. And the recovery time for the Dragon Balls is 2 years on Gastan. Originally, Vegeta intended to set the time frame at 10 years. But fearing Bardock might employ nefarious tactics against him, he opted for 2 years instead. No problem. Your settings are quite satisfactory. I can accept that. Bardock had no intentions of resurrecting a multitude of Saiyans. He would only consider reviving essential warriors, using the Dragon Balls only in dire situations. As for those who perished in battle, Bardock believed it was merely fate, and he would not use the Dragon Balls to bring them back. The cycle of life and death is a fundamental principle of nature that everyone must face. What about the summoning incantation? That's the crux. Without it, what's the point? Use your original language, but before you proceed, I must inform you of something. Vegeta adopted an unusually serious demeanor. Go on. Bardock crossed his arms and nodded. When I crafted the Dragon Balls, I had a lingering feeling that excessive use would lead to dire consequences. Thus, I intended to set it to 10 years before they could be recharged. But you. Vegeta trailed off, his meaning clear, and Bardock understood immediately. I will be cautious. After using the Dragon Balls, I will return them to the temple for energy replenishment, using them again only when necessary. Vegeta's words reminded Bardock of the evil dragons, and he nodded solemnly. Father, I have brought Reg's body. Dales arrived at the Temple of the Gods, carrying Reg's lifeless form. Good, place it there. Bardock nodded, contemplating how best to articulate his wish as he gazed at the shimmering Dragon Balls. Casting a glance at Dales, then at the soulless Reg, inspiration struck him. Chapter 84. Reviving all come forth. Eternal Dragon, fulfill my wish. The sky darkened ominously, golden light pierced the heavens, and a colossal dragon materialized before the trio. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish can be granted, limited to 2. The dragon, resembling the Namekian Shinran, loomed above the Temple of the Gods, speaking in a resonant voice. Dragon, allow the souls of the Saiyans who were switched by Ginyu today to return to their original bodies. This wish, in essence, bore the semblance of a clever loophole, as it sought to accomplish 2 desires, returning Maradona's soul to his body and resurrecting the deceased Gene, a form of revival. However, it remained uncertain whether the dragon could fulfill such a request. That is exceedingly simple. The dragon readily agreed, its crimson eyes flashing with light. After a brief 15 seconds, Bardock believed he had failed, only to hear the dragon's voice respond, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Instantly, Bardock sensed the auras of Gene and Maradona reviving. Wait, Bardock exclaimed, using instant transmission to arrive beside Gene. Lord Bardock. Gene knelt in greeting. You are Gene now? Bardock queried, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Yes, Lord Bardock, I do not know why I have returned. Gene recalled vividly being condemned to hell by the so-called deity. Excellent, you have been declared dead in the outside world. Henceforth, you shall reside in the Temple of the Gods with Vegeta, training together, only emerging in times of great conflict. Do you understand? Bardock firmly grasped Gene's shoulder and utilized instant transmission to transport them to the Temple of the Gods. Gene gazed in awe at the peculiar being hovering above the temple. Restore Reg's soul to its original body. Witnessing that the dragon had not penalized him for his cunning wish, Bardock felt satisfied and promptly made his second request. This wish is exceedingly simple. With a flash of red light in its eyes, Bardock sensed Reg's energy reviving, indicating that he had returned to life. Farewell, Lord Vegeta. And everyone. The dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone, scattering in all directions. Curse that Frieza. I shall tear him to shreds. Reg, revived. Seethed with rage, his energy surging. Silence. Bardock would not indulge Reg, delivering a powerful punch to his head, causing a sizable bump to form, which finally calmed Reg's spirit. Where is this place? Who are you? And what are the Namekians? Reg bombarded Bardock with questions, clutching his head. Given your genius, I shall patiently answer your queries. But first, you best restrain your energy. Gene, teach him. Can Vegeta cloak the temple's energy from external perception? Yes. Excellent, shield it. From now on, the two of them will train in the temple, living under another identity. Following this incident, Bardock resolved to consciously nurture the exceptionally gifted Scion, bolstering their elite combat capabilities for future contingencies. As Vegeta concealed all energy signatures within the temple, the Scions who had sensed Gene and Reg's presence suddenly found themselves unable to detect them, dismissing it as an illusion without further thought. Meanwhile, Maradona, overwhelmed with emotion, caressed his own body, tears of joy streaming down his face, yet the realization that Gene's battle power had surpassed his own left him despondent. Back to diligent training. With a bitter smile, he greeted the earthly guardian and returned to his training ground. In the Hall of the Gods, Gene chuckled, clenched his fists, and a chilling aura enveloped the arena. Reg felt an immediate surge of pressure, gritting his teeth to endure it. He could ascertain that this individual before him was undoubtedly several magnitudes more powerful than himself, yet he wondered when such a formidable warrior had emerged among the Scions. Youngster, prepare to embrace the wrath of my iron fist. Gene blinked and appeared before Reg, delivering a swift kick to his ribs. Reg hastily raised his arm to block, only to hear a sickening crack as his bone fractured. His body was propelled backward uncontrollably. Although the soul inhabiting this body was not originally his, it nonetheless filled him with immense anger. You little brat. If it weren't for you switching bodies with Ginyu, our Gastan star would not be facing such a dire crisis. As Gene spoke, he moved towards the spot where Reg had flown and delivered another punch that landed heavily on Reg's face, distorting his features. You ignorant fool. Today you shall learn a lesson to remember. Once again, he moved with lightning speed, seizing Reg by the neck and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Reg sputtered, saliva spilling from his mouth, glaring fiercely at the assailant who had rendered him powerless. Oh, such a fierce gaze. It somewhat resembles that of Vegeta. Gene mocked. But remember, in battle, a fierce glare alone cannot vanquish your opponent. This is how a glare is utilized. With that, beams of light shot from his eyes, narrowly missing Reg's face and creating a massive crater in the ground. I will surely give you a proper thrashing one day. Reg retorted through gritted teeth, which amused Gene. All right, Gene, enough of the pleasantries. Hurry and teach Reg the technique to control his aura. I have matters to attend to. Bardock interjected, fearing the two would continue their banter indefinitely. Understood, Lord Bardock. Gene released Reg, offering a provocative grin. Reg scoffed, only to have Gene tug at his ear, leading him aside. Bedma, in the future, any gifted newborns on Gas and Star should be brought to the Hall of the Gods for training. If you seek a suitable successor for the position of God, you may do so as well. Although Bedma was the god of Gas and Star, his power was somewhat lacking in Bardock's eyes. Coupled with the knowledge he had acquired from the god and the elder, it would be fitting for him to take charge of some promising newborns to prevent him from drawing a salary without contributing. Indeed, I have no objections to that. The Hall of the Gods could certainly use some more vitality, Bedma agreed. Father, why does Reg seem a bit like Vegeta? Dales inquired curiously. Oh, he is Vegeta's elder brother, the firstborn of King Vegeta, possessing a battle power of 50,000 from birth. Unfortunately, he is not the legendary Super Saiyan. He merely has innate strength. In terms of talent, he ranks just below Broly. Thus, you must double your efforts in training. The first stage of the cultivation technique I entrusted to you requires diligent practice. The state of no thought taught by Mr. Bobo necessitates time to accumulate. And your current task is to diligently enhance your own aura, Bardock said, ruffling Dale's hair. Understood, Father. Dales nodded heavily after comparing his aura with Reg's. However, Father, can I opt out of attending classes with those lesser beings? What do you think? Bardock teased, pinching Dale's cheek with a mischievous grin. Chapter 85. The Super Saiyan Legion plan. After 5 minutes, Gene arrived before Bardock, accompanied by a defiant Reg, who had just learned to control and sense his aura, managed to suppress it to around 10,000 points. However, he could not help but feel puzzled as he attempted to sense Bardock's aura, which was exceedingly faint. Scions revered strength, and Reg understood that the leaders among them would never allow a weak Scion to ascend to kingship. If that were the case, this individual before him was far superior to the one who had just assaulted him. Do not attempt to sense deliberately, if you wish to gauge my true strength. Wait until you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock approached to pat Reg's shoulder. Reg resisted, but found himself unable to move, as if an immense weight bore down upon him. When Bardock's hand rested on his shoulder, it felt as though he were carrying an enormous burden. Fool. Thinking you could evade Lord Bardock. Gene scoffed. While having great talent is indeed beneficial, you must also diligently train. Otherwise, You will be surpassed by those who are more industrious. This is my advice to you. Temper your pride. There are others on Gastan Star whose power eclipses yours. Not just Gene and me. Many skilled warriors exist throughout the universe. Only by continually challenging yourself can you witness extraordinary vistas. To me, you presently resemble merely a larger ant. Bardock spoke earnestly, unsure if his words resonated with the young warrior, before releasing his grip. Gene, from now on, you will appear under a different identity and remain in the Hall of the Gods for training. The time chamber is at your disposal, but do not forget its limitations. Ensure you properly instruct this lad. As for the Heavenly Warriors, I will lead them for now. I plan to train all 36 Heavenly Warriors into Super Saiyans within 5 to 10 years. You better not be surpassed by your own subordinates by then. Bardock jested. Yes, Lord Bardock. Gene replied with a salute. Good, I trust you to handle your duties. Before I depart, I will teach you the advanced version of the technique. But do not disappoint me. After witnessing Gene's loyalty and effort, Bardock imparted the complete version of the technique. Among his disciples and son, he only taught Tien, hoping he would not fall behind. After all, the others possess Scion blood, and if Tien trained methodically, those few might catch up after sustaining injuries. A thought that filled him with despair. After several hours organizing matters on Gastan Star, Bardock and the 36 Heavenly Warriors vanished from the planet, leaving the rest unaware of where the most powerful Heavenly Warriors had gone. Meanwhile, on Earth, following Dale's sudden descent, Vegeta rudely demanded Mr. Bobo hasten to prepare a meal for him. With a scowl, Mr. Bobo reluctantly complied, while Vegeta, behaving like a pampered prince, awaited his feast. Once Mr. Bobo served the dishes, the previously aloof prince, upon catching the aroma, couldn't help but swallow hard. Disregarding table manners, he devoured his meal voraciously. Aware of the Scion's formidable appetite, Mr. Bobo hurried to fetch more food. Sure enough, by the time Mr. Bobo returned with a second serving, Vegeta had already cleaned his plate and was demanding even more. Consequently, when Dales and the 36 Heavenly Warriors appeared at the Hall of the Gods, they found Vegeta in the plaza, working off his meal, swiftly throwing punches and kicks, his aura unconcealed and imposing. However, to the onlookers, it merely appeared as flamboyant display. Isn't that Prince Vegeta? What is he doing on this lowly planet? Someone soon recognized him. I heard he established a faction in the universe, only to be obliterated by the Gula forces. He must have fled here. That truly is unfortunate. At this age, possessing nearly 80,000 in battle power is commendable. However, compared to Dales and Prince Raditz, it still falls significantly short. Indeed, it is likely that as one matures, battle power will experience an explosive growth. Yet achievements may not reach great heights. Bardock's disciple, Broly, seems to be merely 3 years old. Yet his battle power has already surpassed that of most defense team members, truly terrifying. No matter how hard Prince Vegeta trains, he may never catch up to Broly's strides. Silence. Dales admonished with a stern expression, prompting the others to cease their mockery of Vegeta. After I impart the techniques to you, Father has commanded that within 5 to 10 years, you must transform into Super Saiyans. Vegeta is included in this, so aside from differing base battle powers, everyone stands on equal footing in learning the techniques. The competition will be about who works harder, not who speaks more. If any of you can perfect this technique, consider it an impressive feat. Stop just flapping your lips. If you wish to grow stronger, then dedicate yourselves to training. Dales, though young, already bore traces of Bardock's cold demeanor, prompting the Tiancho guards to fall silent. Prepare yourselves. Turning to Vegeta, he continued. Father has instructed me to teach you. How far you can go in the future depends entirely on yourself. Upon hearing Dale's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth and nodded, following suit. The group sat cross-legged in the Divine Temple's plaza, quietly absorbing the simplified techniques that Bardock had instructed Dales to pass on. In less than half an hour, everyone had mastered them and quietly began their individual training. After completing this, Dales awakened Vegeta and, guided by Pobo, they descended to the lowest level of the Divine Temple. The hyperbolic time chamber. Dales, what is this place? Vegeta inquired, gazing curiously at the vast white expanse. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. A year spent here equates to merely a day outside. Father instructed me to bring you here. The objective is for you to train with me in this environment for 1 year, acquiring the strength to intimidate the Tiancho guards and exert pressure on them, aiming to transform them all into Super Saiyans within 5 years. Father believes you will not disappoint him. He said you desire power more than anyone else. Hence he will not allow your strength to stagnate. Dales recounted Bardock's words in his tone. TCH, what a hassle, Vegeta grumbled. Yet his body moved obediently toward the vast white space. Dales smiled slightly and followed. Dales, tell me honestly, how strong is your true battle power? Don't try to fool me. Vegeta turned his head, seriousness etched on his face. Not that impressive, just around 350,000 battle power. Dale scratched the back of his head as he replied. Vegeta felt a surge of exasperation. Was this truly what one called not that impressive? Ridiculous. What? Do you want to fight me? Dales inquired mischievously. Bring it on. This prince fears no one. Vegeta bristled with defiance. I don't have time to play with you. I recently learned a rather interesting set of fist techniques from Father, so you can act as my sparring partner. Perhaps after a year, your battle power might surpass 1 million. As Dale spoke, he gathered energy and split into 3 copies of himself. You two fight Vegeta. You two will face me. After assigning the opponents, Dale's turned to train on his own, leaving Vegeta to glare at the grinning figure before him. Indeed, what Dale's employed was the 4-body fist, dividing his battle power into 4 parts. Even so, the approximately 110,000 battle power proved difficult for Vegeta to contend with. Chapter 86. The relentless training of Vegeta. After a year of training within the hyperbolic time chamber, when Vegeta reappeared before the Tiensho guards, his attire was tattered, and he had grown taller. The once unstable aura surrounding him had now become restrained, rendering even the strongest Tiensho guard unable to gauge his true depth. Dale shared a similar fate. However, the look he cast upon Vegeta was akin to that reserved for a monster. After greeting Pobo, Dale's requested a substantial meal. For the two had subsisted on minimal rations for an entire year, their mouths having grown exceedingly bland. Pobo gladly accepted Dale's request and cheerfully headed to the kitchen to prepare food. Meanwhile, the Tiensho guards were left to ponder the dramatic changes the two had undergone during their brief disappearance, their own stomachs grumbling. Yet Dale's appeared intimately familiar with the surroundings, instilling a sense of caution in them, leaving them to immerse themselves in training to numb their senses. Upon hearing that food was available, the guards initially attempted to shamelessly seek a meal, only to freeze in place when Dale's cast a stern glare in their direction. Since you have mastered the techniques, I will not keep you. Father said, if you wish to eat, go find him. There is no food for you in the Divine Temple. A subtle pressure emanated from Dale's gaze, compelling the Tiensho guards to behave themselves. Yes, Lord Dales, we shall take our leave. The group placed their right fists against their chests and bowed slightly in respect. Moreover, do not commit acts detrimental to this planet. Father holds great affection for it. Bardock had a penchant for making his subordinates guess his intentions, and after several years of interaction, Dales had discerned this quirk. Thus, he kindly offered this reminder. Thank you for the warning, Lord Dales. The leader of the Tiensho guards expressed gratitude on behalf of the group before leading them to find Bardock. Had Dales not imparted those few words, they might have considered descending to plunder, reverting to their former bandit ways. However, thanks to Dale's guidance, it seemed wiser to behave as law-abiding citizens. After all, no subordinate could truly understand their superior better than the son of that superior. The answer was evidently negative. After a year of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's battle power successfully surpassed 1 million, while Dale's reached 1,500,000. A staggering difference that left onlookers astounded, with Vegeta being the most relentless in his training. Dale's method of training adhered to the principles instilled by Bardock and Pobo, balancing intensity with moderation, doing what was necessary when required. However, Vegeta was a different case altogether. Dale's recalled moments of awakening to find Vegeta training, or while preparing food. Vegeta was still at it. To confirm whether Vegeta was merely putting on a facade, Dale's observed him for a month. Alarmingly, Vegeta had not taken a single break in those 10 days. When it came time for sparring, Dale's employed the 4-body fist he had learned, battling against 3 of his own copies without holding back. Whenever fatigue struck, he would practice the techniques to alleviate his exhaustion, resting only once every 15 days. This intense regimen led to bouts of unconsciousness lasting an entire day. Dales finally understood the meaning behind Bardock's words. A ripple of urgency surfaced in his usually tranquil heart, igniting a sense of urgency regarding the enhancement of his own strength. Under the relentless training regimen of Vegeta, he imposed exceedingly harsh demands upon himself, fearful of being surpassed by his rival. Over the course of a year, the two engaged in a fierce competition. However, Darius felt an increasing weight of pressure, as the gap between him and Vegeta narrowed, causing cracks to form in his composure. Soon, the sound of chopsticks clattering against bowls echoed in the air as they voraciously scrambled for food at the dining table. Utilizing only basic combat techniques, Darius, being the more skilled of the two, easily seized his preferred dishes, while Vegeta, with a scowl etched on his face, vigorously devoured his share. Unable to match Darius in technique, he resolved not to be outdone in appetite. Following this unspoken battle for sustenance, Vegeta expressed a desire to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more, convinced that another session would elevate his strength further. Darius, do remember that one can only spend 2 days outside in a lifetime within the time chamber. You must consider how to utilize that time wisely. Darius understood Vegeta's intent to enhance his power and promptly articulated the limitations of the time chamber's usage. Ugh, what a hassle. With that, Vegeta turned away, seemingly abandoning the idea of re-entering the chamber. Darius, relieved by this turn of events, pondered how Vegeta's relentless pursuit of strength was almost overwhelming, leaving him puzzled about the source of Vegeta's formidable willpower and astonishing mental fortitude. Darius, your mind is in turmoil. Each individual walks a unique path. Not every journey suits everyone. Follow your own convictions and do not be blinded by appearances, regardless of one's strength. To harness its full potential requires an appropriate mindset and methodology. Bobo, seemingly able to discern Darius's thoughts, gently advised him. Indeed, Mr. Bobo, observing Vegeta's stubborn figure, Darius clenched his fists tightly. Bobo, noticing this, shook his head and continued to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. As night fell, Vegeta sat cross-legged at the edge of the temple, diligently practicing a simplified version of his martial arts, relishing the sensation of power growing within him moment by moment. Merging with the darkness, only his pair of white eyes remained visible as Bobo watched Vegeta in quiet meditation, shaking his head and departing. In his view, Vegeta's aura was excessively malevolent. Although he felt compelled to offer guidance, he refrained, fearing the emergence of a cosmic tyrant could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, on the side of the troop of the Heavenly Guardians, Bardock had reserved an entire tavern, dedicating a day to prepare meals for the warriors. These gluttons consumed food equivalent to that of 40 Earthlings, costing Bardock a staggering 14 million. This left him utterly speechless, yet fortunately, the treasures he had sold previously were of considerable value, and the annual dividends from the Universal Capsule Company allowed him to sustain the Heavenly Guardians. However, merely allowing these individuals to train was insufficient. The purpose of Bardock bringing these individuals was twofold. On one hand, it served as a means of training. On the other, it aimed to temper the malevolent energy these individuals had cultivated through years of plundering and violence, in preparation for their transformation into Super Saiyans. However, the thought that everyone could do little more than train for battle left him somewhat perplexed. When he saw the young Bulma come to play with Goku, Bardock was reminded of Bulma's father and decided to seek out Dr. Briefs. Upon hearing Bardock's account, Dr. Briefs proposed that they establish a security company under the Universal Capsule Corporation, allowing the elite warriors to serve as bodyguards for the wealthy. The rationale was simple. These individuals shared a singular characteristic. They possessed formidable combat abilities. Upon hearing this suggestion, Bardock experienced an epiphany and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Briefs, delegating the responsibility of handling all necessary paperwork. As for the commission, the Tian Gangwei would receive 70%, while the Universal Capsule Corporation would retain 30%. Thus, the first enterprise of the Scions on Earth was born, which would eventually see wealthy individuals paying handsomely for the services of the Universal Capsule Corporation's bodyguards as Earth entered the age of space exploration, but that is a tale for another time. 10 years swiftly passed. Within a vast courtyard protected by a high-tech energy shield, a 5-year-old girl with fiery red hair donned a battle suit unique to the Scions, eagerly attacking 2 boys who were 7 or 8 years her senior. Too slow, too slow. Watch this, Brother Goku and Brother Broly. The little girl, radiating energy reminiscent of crimson flames, darted towards Broly and Goku with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the 2 boys typically relied on their ki and eyesight to gauge an opponent's attack. Yet, they found themselves unable to sense the little girl's energy, and her speed was so remarkable that their eyes could barely keep pace with her punches. Broly, with his robust physique and strong combat power, managed to hold his own, but Goku, being inexperienced and playful, soon bore the marks of battle on his face. Look at this. Super explosion. The girl leaped into the air, gathering a formidable amount of energy. Even Broly's expression grew serious as he instinctively shielded the weaker Goku behind him, channeling his own energy to its peak. Here it comes, brothers. The girl laughed maniacally, launching a basketball-sized energy wave at the 2. This is bad, we can't block it. Broly's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt compelled to unleash his Super Saiyan power. His consciousness began to be consumed by this overwhelming force, but just then, a figure appeared before him, allowing Broly to break free from the grip of this overpowering energy. Kesha, are you bullying your brothers again? Didn't I say you needed to wait for your father to be present during battles? Bardock, in his Super Saiyan form, crushed the energy sphere with a tone of affectionate admonishment. Hee, I thought I could control my power, but I was wrong, Daddy. The little girl named Kesha immediately apologized. Never mind, who told them to be so weak? Fortunately, nothing serious happened this time. If I had arrived a moment later, not only Earth but the entire galaxy could have faced dire consequences. The reason I say Earth would be in trouble is due to Kesha's previous attack, which could have easily pierced through the planet. As for the galaxy, that's referring to Broly, an unpredictable element. I distinctly felt him momentarily amplify his energy by several dozen times. Had I not arrived in time, he might have lost control. My brothers aren't weak, it's just that I'm too strong. Bardock couldn't help but roll his eyes, while Goku felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest, and Broly was left feeling unsettled. From now on, refrain from fighting. Earth is a low-tier planet and can't withstand this kind of turmoil. If you wish to spar, wait a while, and I'll take you back to Gastan Star for a proper battle. If you're really itching for a fight, I can also serve as your opponent. Bardock lifted Kesha, playfully pinching her nose. Really? That's wonderful. The little girl cheered in delight. Daddy, I also want to visit Gastan Star and meet the experts there. Goku, still sporting bruises, requested with a grin. Well, if you want to go, you must first adapt to Earth's 500 times gravity. Bardock recalled that Goku had spent a few months on Gastan Star after his birth but had never returned since. Suddenly arriving at Gastan Star could overwhelm his body, especially since Goku's combat power was only around 90,000 points. He likely wouldn't even be able to handle the Gastan Star's defense force. Thus, he intended to use the guise of acclimating to the gravity as a means for Goku to train effectively. Not a problem. Goku eagerly agreed. Here are 100 sins of beans. Go to the temple, and your brother Dales will teach you how to use the gravity chamber. The ship remained in Dale's possession, so Bardock had no choice but to let Goku go. Okay, Daddy. Goku beamed, using his flight technique to head towards the temple. Daddy, I want to go too. Kesha clung to Bardock's neck, acting adorably. All right, let's all go together. It's a perfect opportunity to give Vegeta and Dales a little lesson. Bardock, carrying Kesha, turned to Broly and said, You come too. I have new ideas regarding your current state. Yes, Master, Broly replied. Though he had grown accustomed to Bardock's declarations of new strategies, each time they had ended in failure, and after numerous attempts, he had grown indifferent. You better succeed this time, otherwise, there's no way to suppress your powers once you transform. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Besides, with your talent, even in your base form, you surpass Dales and his friends. Bardock's assertion held merit. As Broly grew older, his combat power reached an astonishing 150 million points at 13.5 years old, comparable to that of a typical Super Saiyan transformation. However, the ease of acquiring such power made it increasingly challenging to control. In simple terms, Broly's inability to manage his powers post-transformation stemmed from the inherently volatile nature of Super Saiyan energy. Moreover, Bardock sensed that the enhancement from the transformation into a Super Saiyan differed significantly from that of standard Super Saiyan transformations, contributing to Broly's loss of rationality upon transformation. I understand, but my combat power is increasing too rapidly. I fear that one day, I might lose control and harm you, Master, and Aunt Kin. Hee. You think you can defeat me? You better train for 100 years before even considering that, you little rascal. After playfully ruffling Broly's hair, Bardock, urged by Kesha, utilized instant transmission to arrive at the temple ahead of Goku. Vegeta, brother Dales. Upon spotting Dales and Vegeta, Kesha leaped from Bardock's arms, excited as though she had found a punching bag. However, upon seeing Kesha, Vegeta and Dales looked as if they had encountered a demon, their previously stoic expressions morphing into ones of dread, as if they were about to flee. Enough of that, Kesha. We have important matters to discuss today. Go play with Mr. Popo or the Supreme Kai in the temple, but don't cause any trouble. Bardock called out to Kesha. Observing Vegeta and Dales reacting like mice confronted by a cat, Kesha pouted, sulking away to find Mr. Popo. Phew. Dales and Vegeta simultaneously exhaled in relief. You two still no fear? And yet, you can't even handle a 5-year-old girl? Don't you think you should put in more effort in your training? Bardock chuckled as he teased the two. Father, Darius exclaimed in exasperation. Master Bardock, do you really think Kesha is just an ordinary girl? Where can you find a little girl who can't even defeat a Super Saiyan? Vegeta replied helplessly. Haha, just joking. Let me see. 5 of you. But we still need one more. I'll go fetch Chini. You all wait here for a moment. With that, Bardock vanished from sight. At this moment, Goku was still on his way to the God Temple. In less than 5 seconds, Bardock reappeared above the temple. After waiting idly for a minute, Goku finally arrived at the temple, and upon seeing Bardock and Chini, he was momentarily taken aback. Don't just stand there. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come here and hold hands with Vegeta and your mother. Goku mechanically complied. Darius, place your hand on Broly's back like I am. Good. Everyone, begin channeling your spirit energy into Broly. Remember, it's spirit energy, not your own ki. Channeling ki will be of no use. Bardock emphasized several times, fearing that the others might not understand. Understood. Under Bardock's guidance, everyone held hands and stood still. After a full 10 minutes, a miraculous scene unfolded. A golden energy surged forth from Goku, enveloping everyone, and that power gradually flowed into Broly's body. Golden clouds ascended in the sky, followed by storms and snow, as if all 4 seasons had passed in an instant. Finally, Broly's body shimmered with a white light, slowly rising without employing the instant transmission technique. As the white light dissipated, Broly's hair transformed to red, his pupils turned red, and his muscular frame became lean, exuding no detectable energy. Wow. Broly's current state is strikingly similar to that of Sister Kesha. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Broly who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan god. What exactly is this state, Bardock? Is this also a transformation for Saiyans? Chini inquired curiously. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan god with the aura of divinity. As Bardock had speculated, the divine energy was relatively gentle and restrained, lacking the wild ferocity of a Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, Broly showed no signs of going berserk, indicating that he was exceptionally suited for this path. The first task was to help Broly remember this temporarily created divine energy for future cultivation of his own divine energy, enabling him to achieve the true state of Super Saiyan God. Broly, how do you feel? Darius and the others encircled him, curiously assessing him, while Goku squeezed in to inquire about Broly's sensations. There's nothing particularly special, just a subtle change in my perspective of the world. I don't feel any increase in power, and my state of mind is quite calm. Broly described his experiences as he sensed the changes within himself. Huh, is that all? I thought you had become significantly stronger. Goku expressed his disappointment. Vegeta, regain your strength. While Broly's divine energy is still present, Take a moment to truly appreciate the uniqueness of this transformation, perhaps due to the nature of the transmission. Broly's temporary transformation as a Super Saiyan god had an astonishing amplification of 700 times. Observing the data that had finally appeared on the all-knowing eye after more than a decade, Bardock couldn't help but marvel. Broly, Transcendent Super Saiyan, base battle power 150 million. Super Saiyan God Transformation, Pseudo, battle power amplification 700 times, 105 billion battle power. The enhancement from transforming into a Super Saiyan God made Bardock drool with envy. After all, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is merely a multiplication of the Super Saiyan transformation and the Great Ape's power, yielding only a 500 times increase. It was estimated that only at full power could Super Saiyan 4 surpass the amplification of the Super Saiyan God, and this was merely the pseudo-transformation. If he truly cultivated it, the actual increase was unimaginable, which explained Bardock's intense desire. Yes, Master Bardock. Vegeta respectfully bowed before taking out a Senzu bean from his pocket and swallowing it. Instantly, his stamina was restored, and with a thunderous shout, he radiated golden aura. His battle power soaring to 500 million. Under Bardock's all-knowing eye, Vegeta's information displayed, Vegeta, Scion, base battle power 10 million, Super Saiyan transformation, battle power amplification 50 times. 500 million battle power. Darius was taken aback by Vegeta's straightforwardness. Such an abnormal phenomenon was puzzling. Can't you think a bit, Darius? He thought to himself, seeing his father smiling, sensing that things were about to go awry. Just as he was about to warn Vegeta, he found that Vegeta was already executing his father's words without hesitation. Come on, Broly, let me see how strong your new transformation is. The obstinate Vegeta, unable to sense divine energy, had no way to gauge Broly's strength. Yet, even so, he remained as arrogant as ever. Father, maybe we should just forget it. Darius couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately pleaded for Vegeta. It's fine, just give this kid a good lesson to temper his arrogance. Although Vegeta trains hard, his excessive confidence borders on arrogance, and such a disposition will lead to misfortunes in future battles. He needs to be taught a lesson. Bardock whispered to Darius. Hee, truly a father. Darius couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiring Bardock's clever strategy, then looked at the enthusiastic Vegeta with pity, as if to say, hold on. My good brother, you go first. Though I don't know how strong I am right now, I have a feeling that my serious punch could end your life. Broly replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt his pride was severely insulted, veins bulging on his forehead as he angrily charged at Broly. Boom. It was as if he had struck an invisible wall. Vegeta's fist couldn't approach Broly at all. This is impossible. Vegeta stared incredulously at his immovable fist. He attempted a kick, but this time Broly moved, effortlessly blocking the prince's kick with a single finger. This provocation only fueled Vegeta's rage further as he alternated between punches and kicks, moving with lightning speed, his roars resonating through the air. Yet, Broly remained stationary, merely using a finger to easily deflect Vegeta's attacks. I am Super Vegeta. How could I be so easily defeated by you? Broly, taste this. Vegeta retreated to create distance. Gathering his energy in both hands, slowly compressing it, unleashing a burst of blue lightning. The sky darkened ominously, and a fierce wind began to blow. The immense energy fluctuation quickly attracted the attention of the angel, Bobo, and the mischievous Kesha. Seeing Vegeta's attack, Bobo turned pale, and the angel's face turned even greener. If such a level of attack were to go unopposed, the God Temple would be doomed. Vegeta, stop. If you continue, you'll destroy the God Temple. The god shouted urgently, attempting to halt Vegeta's actions, but alas, it was too late. With a furious roar, the ultimate flash surged forth from his hand. Broly, fixated on Vegeta as he gathered energy, felt his eyes grow dry from the intensity of his gaze. Upon witnessing Vegeta's ultimate technique finally unleashed, his eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. He extended a finger, channeling divine energy, and unleashed a crimson beam, which swiftly dissipated Vegeta's proud technique, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Is it truly that powerful? Tails marveled at the scene in disbelief. Incredible! Exclaimed Goku, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Bardock, why does this transformation seem even mightier than your Super Saiyan 4? Bardock gently patted Jine on the backside, replying, nonsense. It's merely that the multiplier of this transformation surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4. Its actual combat prowess is still far from it. Oh. It appears that the Super Saiyan God transformation is indeed formidable. I wonder how one cultivates it. Jine mused, her curiosity piqued by Broly's transformation. To her, the Super Saiyan 4 form seemed somewhat unappealing, while the Super Saiyan God form fell within her acceptable range. What? You wish to cultivate the Super Saiyan God? Bardock was taken aback by Jine's interest in the state. Is that not permissible? Jine replied, her big eyes sparkling playfully. It is permissible, but only after Broly and I have deciphered its intricacies, for I have yet to encounter this so-called divine energy. We must understand it before I can guide you correctly. How is this possible? Vegeta felt utterly crushed, having witnessed his grand assault dismantled with a mere finger. Who would not feel disheartened in such a scenario? It is my turn now, Vegeta. Broly, sensing his own power, moved at high speed to stand before Vegeta, gently poking his forehead. An invisible force sent Vegeta hurtling out of the god temple, transforming him into a distant star. Wow, Broly, your hair color is just like mine now. Want to spar with me? The spirited Kaisa leaped forward, eager for a fight, while Broly glanced at Bardock, who was whispering to Ginyu. Father, Dales called out to Bardock. His voice tinged with trepidation. What is it, Dales? Bardock inquired, his expression stern as he turned to face Dales. Father, Kaisa wishes to battle Broly, Dales said. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he glanced at Ginyu. Oh, Bardock looked at the excited Kaisa and the slightly expectant Broly. Kaisa, a naturally born Super Saiyan god, possesses a base combat power of 50 billion. Observing the data on the all-seeing eye, he pondered the potential tantrum his spirited daughter might throw if he refused her request. He nodded slightly and said, very well, but Broly, take it easy. Let Kaisa learn her lesson. Bardock's implication was understood by all. Broly's current combat strength far surpassed Kaisa's. Yes, master. Broly nodded in agreement. Then, here I come, brother Broly. Kaisa transformed without recklessness, adopting the three-headed, six-armed technique. With a gleeful smile, she dashed forward, unleashing various attacks with her 6 hands, striking at the waist, poking at the eyes, firing energy blasts, and wielding energy swords, all while spinning like a little top, her onslaught of techniques seemingly endless. Broly, wary of injuring Kaisa with excessive force, focused on defense, employing his years of martial arts experience to counter and mitigate Kaisa's relentless attacks. Since when did Kaisa learn the three-headed, six-armed transformation? And to use it so proficiently? Bardock was astounded, as he couldn't recall teaching her this technique, having only demonstrated it to Tien Shinhan. If that were the case, Kaisa's aptitude was truly remarkable. After all, it had taken him 3 to 4 years to master it, and here she was, merely 5 years old. Adadadadadada. Kaisa, increasingly exhilarated, disregarded the potential consequences of her attacks. Broly, compelled to respond, also transformed into the three-headed, six-armed form, directly receiving her onslaught. Knowing that the god was nominally his teacher, and he couldn't allow the spirited girl to wreak havoc. Be careful, brother Broly. Witness my super Gatling attack. Kaisa paused, creating some distance before soaring into the air in her three-headed, six-armed form, spinning her small body rapidly and firing energy beams from each finger, resembling a Gatling gun. Broly raised a green energy shield within Kaisa's attack range, allowing her to unleash her barrage freely. Once she grew dizzy from her spinning assaults, he swiftly dove forward, executing a headbutt that sent Kaisa's petite form crashing into the god temple's plaza, creating a sizable crater. Oh dear, my god temple. The god lamented in distress. My apologies. God. Broly scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish apology. Never mind, it was unintentional. I will find some time to repair it with Bobo. The god gazed at Broly's innocent smile and couldn't muster any anger, nor did he dare to. I'll help out too. Broly replied with a cheerful grin. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kaisa emerged from the crater, clutching her forehead. The three-headed, six-armed form had vanished. Ginyu, concerned for her daughter, rushed forward to pick up Kaisa, gently prying her tiny hands away to reveal a small red mark. She then pressed lightly on it. Ah, mommy, that hurts. Kaisa wailed, looking at Ginyu with a pained expression. Hee, I just wanted to see if your injury truly hurt that much. I didn't anticipate such a strong reaction. Ginyu chuckled, soothing Kaisa. Humph. Do I not know whether it hurts or not? Is it necessary for me to pretend for you, mommy? Kaisa pouted, her hand still covering her forehead, indicating that the recent blow had indeed caused considerable harm. All right, Broly, while the divine energy is still coalescing, take this opportunity to truly comprehend it. You will walk the path of the Super Saiyan God from now on. Although this path is fraught with uncertainties, it is stable and won't lead to a loss of reason due to transformation. You might also attempt to convert your own energy into divine energy. Perhaps this will allow you to harness the power of the Super Saiyan and master both transformations. Bardock intended to prevent the children from continuing their playful brawl. Yes, master. Broly obediently followed Bardock's guidance, flying to the side to contemplate the divine energy within him. Dales took a moment to recover his strength and prepared to enter the room of spirit and time with Vegeta, also retrieving the spaceship to teach Goku how to utilize the gravity device, as this young warrior's combat prowess was somewhat lacking. After issuing his instructions, he vanished with instant transmission, only to reappear moments later, holding the nearly unconscious Vegeta. Then he vanished once more. After a decade of gradual development, Gastan star has ascended to become one of the most prominent planets in the universe. At the age of 23, Raditz, having completed his paperwork, wearily rubbed his temples, feeling that handling documents was more exhausting than training. Raditz, this is unacceptable. The Saiyan population barely reaches 50,000. If you are this fatigued now, what will you do when the population increases and affairs become more complex? Elevating your power through training is of utmost importance. Suddenly, Bardock appeared in Raditz's office, casually flipping through the documents Raditz had been reviewing. Father, you have returned. After a long absence, Raditz found himself unexpectedly missing Bardock. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with you. Without lifting his head, Bardock glanced at a few documents, tossed them aside, and settled into a nearby sofa. What is it? Raditz stood and inquired, positioning himself beside Bardock. Sit down. It's nothing major. Bardock waved his hand, gesturing for Raditz to take a seat. It's quite simple. I plan to hold a power conference on Gastan Star. This will showcase the current prowess of the Saiyans, serving to intimidate some ambitious races while simultaneously allowing outsiders to witness the strength of the younger Scion generation. Participants will not be limited to Saiyans. Warriors from other federal planets may also join, though we must establish a threshold. Their battle power must exceed 1 million, with no age restrictions. Draft a set of regulations. And let's schedule it for 2 months from now, allowing Scions on missions to return in time for the event. I will ensure that the Tiansan guards maintain the safety of Gastan Star during this period. You need not worry about that. Father, what rewards will be bestowed upon the ultimate victor of the competition? Raditz touched upon a crucial issue. The rewards must be valuable and rare, as common prizes would lack significance. There will be prizes for the top 3. As for the specifics, we can decide that later. Bardock, not having thought it through, spoke off the cuff. Very well, I will have my subordinates prepare a plan and implement it as soon as possible, with Bardock providing a concrete framework. Raditz now had a clear direction. By the way, for trivial matters, let your subordinates handle them. There's no need for you to be personally involved. Your progress and strength has been too slow these years. If this continues, you may not even be able to match Vegeta in the near future. Use this time wisely to train, or you'll become rusty. Yes, father. Raditz nodded. Over the years, apart from his routine training, Raditz had primarily been preoccupied with various affairs concerning the Scions, leaving him little time to focus on his own practice. Although he had access to the training techniques provided by Bardock, allowing for steady improvement, it paled in comparison to the rapid advancements of those who dedicated themselves fully to training. By the way, the gravity on Gastan Star may be too intense for most. Therefore, have the research department create a batch of anti-gravity devices. Once the announcement of the power conference is made, we can dispatch individuals to sell them across the federal planets, Bardock suggested, contemplating the immense gravity of Gastan Star. Understood, father. After a moment's thought, Raditz agreed. And Bardock then vanished from his office, heading to the Temple of the Gods on Gastan Star. At the temple, Ginyu and Raditz sat cross-legged, suspended in midair as an intangible force enveloped the chamber. The sky swirled ominously, thunder and lightning crackling, occasionally striking near the meditating duo. In Bardock's eyes, the readings of their power levels were as follows. Ginyu, a scion, with a base combat strength of 400 million, mastering transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. Raditz, a scion, with a base combat strength of 500 million, also wielding the Super Saiyan transformations. Not bad. Their progress has exceeded my expectations. Bardock felt a swell of pride upon seeing their combat data. Compared to others, these two had been defined as the deadliest. Their time at the temple had been exclusively devoted to training, which allowed their combat abilities to flourish at a faster rate than their peers. Achieving such formidable power in a decade was hardly surprising. Bardock, you old coot, what brings you back to Gastan Star? I thought you were stuck on that celestial planet. Bedma, clad in Namekian battle attire, approached, accompanied by 4 small Saiyan children. His expression one of displeasure. Bedma, your strength has certainly increased over the years. Perhaps due to the presence of the formidable Ginyu and Raditz, Bedma's combat strength had surged to 100 million. Under Bardock's all-seeing eye, he noted that Bedma had acquired a new power known as the Miracle Force. Such an enhancement was likely tied to this newfound ability. Compared to you Scion monsters, my improvements are utterly insignificant. Bedma turned his head away in arrogance, while the 4 small Scions curiously scrutinized Bardock. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear, and the 4 approached, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord Bardock." "Greetings to you all." Before Bardock stood 4 younglings, presumably selected by Bedma from the lower realms. They appeared to be around 5 years old, yet each possessed a combat strength exceeding 5,000, a level that would have been unimaginable on Planet Vegeta, where many adults struggled to attain such power throughout their lives. It was astounding that even 5-year-old children now exhibited such capabilities. These little ones have great potential. With proper guidance, they will become the backbone of our Gastan Star. Bardock smiled at the 4 children as he spoke to Bedma. They will become the guardians of the temple. Bedma retorted, opposing Bardock's sentiment. In 2 months, Gastan Star will host a cosmic-level power conference. If you're interested, you may participate. Bardock, uninterested in further banter, informed Bedma before directing a gentle energy blast towards the meditating duo. Boom. Ginyu and Raditz were startled awake, their sharp gazes instinctively darting towards the source of the blast, causing the younglings to stumble back in fright and darkening Bedma's expression further. Hey, don't look at us with such fierce eyes. You're scaring the future of the Scions. Bardock waved his hand dismissively, dissipating their formidable aura into nothingness. Lord Bardock. Ugh. It's Bardock. Their tones were markedly different. Raditz, do not be disrespectful to Lord Bardock. Ginyu scolded sharply. Enough, Ginyu, they are young and brash. It is to be expected. It's quite normal for them to become overconfident with a bit of power. Bardock interrupted Jian's reprimand, saying, in a while, there will be a cosmic-level power conference in the lower realms. If you're interested, you may participate. But before you do, You must assume a different identity to enter the competition. By the way, Reg, your brother Vegeta will also be participating. That waste. With my current strength. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. To me, he remains a mere waste. Reg's disdain for Vegeta was as evident as ever. Perhaps he will surprise you. I plan for dailies and others, including my daughter Kesha, to participate as well. For rewards, let us use Dragon Balls for the first prize. While the second and third prizes will be Sinza Beans and Frieza. Currently, the Saiyans are at the zenith of their power. Although the universe is home to numerous formidable fighters, facing those with combat strength surpassing 1 billion, especially upon transforming into Super Saiyans, feels akin to a nightmare. Naturally, Bardock presents rewards befitting the Saiyans. Since one of the rewards involves Frieza, I shall reluctantly participate. Upon hearing the prize for third place, a fierce glint sparked in Reg's eyes. How could he possibly forget the one who had taken his life? Capturing him again for a proper reckoning is imperative. Then I shall join as well, to see how much stronger Audwa and the others have become after a decade, exclaimed Jane, her eagerness evident. As long as you are happy. Bardock turned to Bedima, inquiring, and you? Of course, I must participate. I wish to declare to the universe that the powerful do not solely belong to the Saiyans, but to us Namekians as well. Bedima provocatively glanced at Bardock. Excellent. With your participation, this power tournament shall certainly be intriguing. Bardock laughed heartily, greeting everyone before vanishing, returning to the sacred land on Earth. Upon his return to the sacred land, Bardock informed everyone of the event. Sun Wukong appeared particularly exhilarated at the prospect of clashing with the universe's elite. He immersed himself in the gravity chamber of the spaceship, while Dales and Vegeta, under Jine's guidance, sought to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for a strenuous year of training to recover their strength, anticipating a remarkable transformation upon their return. The wild girl Kesha, thrilled by the chance to battle others, charmingly implored Bardock for guidance. Bardock, with reluctance, decided to entrust Mr. Bobo to her, as his mature training system and rich experience would be more suitable for the exceptionally gifted Kesha than his own trial-and-error approach. As for Broly, by the time Bardock sought to contemplate the power of the Super Saiyan god, Broly had already exited that state, yet seemed to have gained some insights, prompting Bardock to leave him undisturbed. 10 years passed, and Tien Shinhan had reached 19 years of age. Under Bardock's meticulous tutelage, Tien's strength had soared to 5 million. Mastering the technique of mental control, he was now qualified to participate in the power tournament, yet this level of power was still insufficient. Bardock resolved to teach him an additional enhancement skill acquired from the Dragon Balls. Chapter 91. Have they become useless? The Kaioken technique, originating from the North Kaio's unique mastery, demands exceptional physical conditioning from its practitioner. In the original tale, Sun Wukong could only harness a 20-fold Kaioken after acclimating to Earth's 100-fold gravity, suggesting that this skill may be one accessible only to warriors lacking special bloodlines. Bardock brought Tien, who had been training in isolation, to the sacred land, pairing him with Wukong and providing ample Sinza Beans. The requirement was straightforward. They must adapt to the spaceship set to 50 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. If they were unable to acclimate before the tournament commenced, they would forfeit their participation. Upon hearing Bardock's stipulation, Tien and Wukong dedicated themselves to adjusting to the gravitational environment, one eager to face stronger opponents, the other determined not to disappoint his devoted master, training with exceptional fervor. To preemptively establish watchful sentinels and avert any unforeseen crises on Gastan Star, Bardock summoned all 36 members of the Tian Gang Guards back to Gastan Star, effectively shutting down the bodyguard company on Earth. Speaking of the Tian Gang Guards, one must consider their current combat prowess. Due to their inability to devote themselves entirely to trainings, their base combat strength ranged from 5 to 10 million, with all members having mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, perhaps the greatest achievement of the Tian Gang Guards. To ensure their successful transformation, Bardock harnessed the power of the Dragon Balls, prompting each member to recall the most infuriating events of their past, which allowed all 36 to transform simultaneously into Super Saiyans. As the golden aura radiated from the gathered warriors, Bardock felt a surge of exhilaration. After a week, Tien and Wukong had adapted to 8 times the gravity. At this juncture, Tien found himself lagging behind Wukong, as the Scion's ability to enhance his strength upon near-death experiences significantly boosted Wukong's adaptability. Tien could only grit his teeth and persevere, relying on his formidable combat skills. A month later, Wukong had forged ahead, having adapted to 20 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta, with his combat strength rising to 500,000. Meanwhile, Tien struggled under 15 times the gravity, the disparity in their bloodlines prompting Bardock to procure another gravity chamber from Gastan Star to assist Wukong's training. During this period, after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, both Vegeta and Dales had achieved base combat strengths of around 200 million, astonishing Bardock. Observing Wukong and Tien's training methods piqued Vegeta's interest. Rather than directly requesting assistance from Bardock, he sought out Bulma's family in the lower realm to consult Dr. Briefs, eliciting Bardock's admiration for Vegeta's resourcefulness. Half a month later, having dedicated himself entirely within the gravity chamber, Wukong finally adapted to 50 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta. his strength breaking through 5 million. Yet, there were no signs of him transforming into a Super Saiyan. This may have been a consequence of the lack of a training method for Saiyans. Without the utmost rage, transformation into a Super Saiyan was unattainable. Tien, on the other hand, found himself utterly left behind, still grappling with 30 times the gravity, his strength only reaching 750,000. With the 2-month deadline set by his master approaching, Tien grew anxious, recklessly adjusting the gravity to 40 times, nearly succumbing under the immense pressure. Had Bardock not occasionally monitored their training progress, he might have needed to seek help from old Nochio once more. Fortunately, Bardock discovered Tien just in time. Still with a breath left, he deactivated the gravity device and administered a senza bean, allowing Tien to regain his vitality. Though he gazed at the gravity chamber with lingering trepidation, "Do not rush. Let nature take its course. You will undoubtedly participate in the power tournament. Follow your own pace in training, for each individual treads a unique path. Do not force yourself." Upon witnessing this, Bardock could only comfort Tien, gesturing towards the divine temple below. Tien instantly understood and thus found solace, adapting to the gravity according to his capabilities. As for Broly, after the momentous transformation into a Super Saiyan god, fueled by the collective strength of their comrades, he seemed to have gained new insights. He had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating his spirit since that day. Bardock, having carefully sensed Broly's aura, discovered that it was gradually becoming more restrained. There were moments when he could not even perceive Broly's energy, which made him smile knowingly, recognizing that Broly had achieved a significant breakthrough. Yet, he pondered whether Broly could fully master the transformation into a Super Saiyan god before the tournament of power commenced. In the 5 days leading up to the tournament, Bardock took Tien and the still untransformed Goku to the hyperbolic time chamber. Having spent a year and a half in the chamber during his previous stay on Earth, he was unconcerned about the potential disappearance of its entrance, thus leading the two inside. Bardock began by teaching Tien the Kaioken technique, which, in essence, involves concentrating one's energy within the body for a brief surge in combat prowess. After demonstrating the technique and explaining its principles, he encouraged the two to practice while he conjured a doppelganger using the Four Witches' Fist to engage in battle. After spending 7 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Tien sequentially grasped the fundamentals of the Kaioken, managing to utilize it, albeit with a success rate of only 1 in 10 attempts. Goku diligently worked to refine his proficiency with the Kaioken, while Tien embarked on his own journey of gravity training, employing the Kaioken amidst his adaptation to the gravity to enhance his mastery of the technique. After teaching the two students, Bardock exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Currently, Bardock's normal battle power had reached an astonishing 12 billion, having mastered the Super Saiyan transformations, with Super Saiyan 4 exhibiting a staggering battle power of 600 billion. Calculating the time accurately, Bardock returned to planet Gastan to register those wishing to participate in the tournament. After 5 months had passed in the time chamber, he re-entered once more. Inside the chamber, after 5 months, Tien had seemingly fully acclimated to the 50-fold gravity. Upon Bardock's entrance, he found Tien engaged in combat with a normal-state Goku. Through the all-seeing eye, Bardock detected that Goku's battle power had already surpassed 10 million, a remarkable increase in speed. After adapting to the 50-fold gravity, Tien's battle power also broke through to 10 million, his physique becoming remarkably robust. The two warriors, nearly equal in strength, exchanged blows, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds within the chamber. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku, increasingly exhilarated, was the first to unleash the Kaioken technique, boosting his battle power to 100 million. Tien, remaining composed, executed the 4 demon fists and then activated the tenfold Kaioken, skillfully utilizing his additional arms to maximize the technique's essence. With his own arms engaged in combat with Goku, the extra limbs allowed him to concentrate energy in one hand while attacking Goku's openings with the other, causing Goku to stagger backward under the relentless assault. Given Goku's height of 1.40 m, he struggled against Tien, who possessed the advantage of a fully grown stature. Observing this, Bardock felt a pang of disappointment at the thought of his son being rendered ineffective. Chapter 92. The two who nearly met Yama double Kamehameha. After Tien sent Goku flying with a kick, he brought his 4 hands together, rapidly condensing 2 Kamehameha waves aimed directly at Goku. Tien, I will not concede. Goku remained steadfast, gathering energy in his palms. Is he attempting a one-handed Kamehameha? Bardock's eyelids flickered as he speculated on Goku's intentions. Sure enough, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Goku unleashed 2 Kamehameha waves, clashing with Tien's waves in an explosive confrontation. The resulting collision expanded, engulfing the surroundings as neither side yielded. 20-fold Kaioken. Tien bellowed, his aura surging as the 2 Kamehameha waves quickly overpowered Goku's. 20-fold Kaioken. Goku, unyielding, countered with his own technique, resulting in a stalemate where the energy waves clashed, creating an impasse. Anyone unable to withstand the pressure would be obliterated by the formidable energy. This is quite chaotic, Bardock mused, observing Tien's unexpected tenacity in battle. He had assumed Tien's maturity would lend him a more cautious demeanor, unlike Goku's combative nature. Yet here he was, equally eager to prove himself. Bardock, unperturbed, watched the duel unfold. 40-fold Kaioken. Tien broke the balance, his Kamehameha waves quickly overwhelming Goku's. However, Tien was not unscathed. The exertion from the 40-fold Kaioken left him trembling, signaling he was nearing his physical limits. 50-fold Kaioken. Sensing Tien's weakness, Goku unleashed his strongest technique, instantly elevating his battle power to 500 million, his body radiating a crimson aura. His veins bulged, and he appeared to be at the very brink of his limits. Tien, drenched in cold sweat, desperately increased his energy output, but the disparity of 100 million in battle power was insurmountable, leaving him to watch helplessly as Goku's powerful wave threatened to engulf him. Master, I have tried my best. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Tien surrendered. Bardock's voice resonated close to Tien's ear. You must never give up until the last moment. Martial arts training knows no limits. How could you give in so easily? Tien looked up to see Bardock calmly holding Goku's Kamehameha waves, fingers slightly curved, before the waves erupted in a spectacular explosion. Once the dust settled, Bardock stood where Goku's attack had landed. Goku, dazed, chuckled weakly before collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing as if possessed, joints contorting, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds. It seems Goku has indeed surpassed his physical limits with the Kaioken. After releasing the technique, Tien suddenly felt his muscles in his back and thighs twitch violently, unable to suppress a cry of pain. If I hadn't intervened, you two would likely have met your end here. To settle a score, you risked your lives. Bardock shot Tien a disapproving glare, deliberately squeezing his arm, causing Tien's complexion to shift from red to purple, as if his eyes might pop from the pressure. Master, I realize my mistake. Please, let go. Good to know. Quickly consume a Senzu bean to recover, Bardock instructed, swiftly moving to Goku's side, rummaging through his belongings until he found a Senzu bean to place in Goku's mouth. Instantly, Goku's injuries healed, and the look of agony vanished as he fell into a deep slumber. Master, we have run out of Senzu beans, Tien stammered. His meaning abundantly clear, he needed a bean. Impossible. You must have consumed at least 1,000 beans. There is no way you could have exhausted your supply in just 5 months. Bardock's gaze bore into Tien, demanding an explanation. Well, Goku and I have been using them as soon as we got injured, and even when we were hungry, Tien admitted sheepishly. Frivolous spending. Bardock scowled, begrudgingly producing a Senzu bean from his pocket for Tien. Having relied on Senzu beans for healing, he nearly forgot their ability to sustain a person for 10 days without hunger. So, this is why you two have improved so rapidly? Bardock mused, dragging Goku by the foot towards the exit of the time chamber. Yes, master. At this point, Tien had no retort, only a sheepish smile as he produced a universal capsule from his pocket. What is that? Bardock inquired casually. This is a universal capsule for a spaceship, Tien explained. This is for you. I no longer need it. Since you will be residing on Earth, use it to embark on your adventures. Bardock waved dismissively, pushing open the door to the time chamber, effortlessly tossing Goku over his shoulder as he vanished from the sacred temple. Tien blinked in disbelief, helplessly rubbing his bald head. Upon arriving at the sacred temple plaza, he found Broly, Beerus, Vegeta, and the charming Kesha waiting for him. Bardock, still wild, was carrying Sun Wukong, which caused Jin to look on with concern. She snatched him away and held him tightly, glaring fiercely at Bardock. Tianjin, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Dales called out, urging Tianjin to come quickly. Oh, coming right away. Tianjin rushed forward, placing his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Three-eyed, remove your filthy hands from my shoulder. Vegeta shrugged and shot Tianjin a disdainful look. Don't take it personally, Tianjin. Vegeta merely dislikes having others rest their hands on his shoulder. Placing it on his back is acceptable. Dales interjected diplomatically. Oh, my apologies, Vegeta. Tianjin, not wanting to make a fool of himself, shifted his hand to Broly's back. Seeing everyone had arrived, Bardock utilized instant transmission to appear in the temple of Gastan Star. Incredible! Gastan Star even has a temple. It's remarkably similar. If it weren't for the distinct gravitational pull, I would have thought I never left. Tianjin marveled. Humph, ignorant bald head. The aloof prince mockingly bestowed a nickname upon him. You scoundrel. Even with Tianjin's gentle demeanor, he could not tolerate Vegeta's verbal jabs. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? The prince sneered, utterly dismissive of Tianjin's apparent combat prowess. Oh, my foolish brother. You still think that possessing a modicum of strength makes you invincible and above all. It's truly pathetic. I hope you do not encounter me during this power tournament, or I shall render you incapacitated once more. A sudden voice pierced through, causing Vegeta to tremble slightly. He turned nervously to the source of the voice. Reg, how could you be on Gaston Star? Vegeta could never forget the brutal beating he received at Reg's hands on Bimbi Star. Haha, look at you. As a scion, you still harbor fear of others. It pains my heart to see you reveal such fear upon encountering your dear brother. Reg taunted Vegeta with a haughty tone, leaving him frozen in place. Enough, Reg. As long as your grievances do not lead to death, you may settle them on the battlefield or even now, but do not engage here. Bardock intervened, quelling Reg's provocations. Consider yourself fortunate. Reg scoffed, soaring toward the lower realm while donning a mischievous mask. Broly, enjoy your reunion with your father. Dales, Jin, and Tianjin, let's find Raditz. He has likely been busy training these past few days. If all goes as planned, you may also confront him. Bardock lifted Kesha while Jin held Sun Wukong. explaining with a smile, omitting his own name. Vegeta sensed Ray's energy and swiftly flew toward the lower realm, bypassing instant transmission, directly heading toward Raditz's energy signal. Soon, they located Raditz engaged in battle with O2. What incredible energy! Among the group, Tianjin felt the weakest and marveled at the immense power of the two fighters. It's merely average. Aside from Wukong and Yu, Tianjin, every one of us here could easily obliterate that lazy Raditz. Bardock displayed his disdain without hesitation. How can you speak of your own son like that? Jin protested, pinching Bardock. It's the truth, Bardock retorted. Currently, Raditz's space combat power stood at a mere 200 million, placing him on par with Vegeta and Dale's. Bardock had warned 2 months prior that if Raditz did not train diligently, he would be surpassed by Vegeta. Indeed, 2 months later, Vegeta had caught up to Raditz, leaving everyone speechless. As for O2, his base combat power had risen to 600 million, only slightly surpassing Ray. According to the all-knowing eye, he had mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, making him the strongest beneath Bardock. Lord Bardock, O2 exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bardock, kicking Raditz aside before flying over to salute him. You old fool, be gentler. Raditz is still my son. To kick him in front of me is to disregard my role as a father. Bardock feigned sternness. Hee, I was just excited to see you, Lord Bardock. It won't happen again. Oda's expression held no hint of fear, which displeased Kesha in Bardock's arms. You wicked man. I will avenge my brother. Dare to face me one-on-one. The little girl's voice held an unshakable authority. Ahem, this is Kesha, my little daughter. Bardock coughed, surprised by Kesha's sudden desire for combat, revealing her cunning nature. Little princess, don't be reckless. With those tiny limbs of yours, if anything happens, Lord Bardock will break my legs. Ota quickly waved his hands in refusal, knowing well that he could crush her with a mere flick. Don't underestimate me. Remember, Dales and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan forms are no match for me. If you dare harm my brother, I will make you pay. Kesha remained undeterred. Lord Bardock. Ota could only glance at Bardock. It's fine, you can play with Kesha. Just don't transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock agreed with a smile. If she cries or gets hurt, don't blame me for your life, Lord Bardock. Ota sought assurance before engaging. No problem, just refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Bardock cheerfully consented, yet Ota felt an ominous premonition looming. What he could not foresee was that Kesha was a natural Super Saiyan god. Though still maturing, her combat power had already reached 5 billion, slightly surpassing his usual form. My dear daughter, just give him a lesson. Do not take Ota's life, or beware of your own backside. Jin advised in advance. I understand, Mom. Kesha pouted, displeased, as she jumped down from Bardock's arms, standing defiantly before O2. Please, little princess. O2, as a dignified adult, motioned for Kesha to strike first, while onlookers observed with pity. You asked for it. Here I come. Kesha clenched her small fists and threw a punch. Ota instantly vanished, transformed into a shooting star. Unsure of where he had been sent. So fragile, I wanted him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Kesha gazed at her tiny fists, muttering to herself. My little darling. Didn't I tell you to go easy? Look at how you've sent your Uncle Ota flying. Check if your fists are hurt. Bardock's initial words were reasonable. Yet his latter statement left everyone in shock. They thought to themselves, no wonder they are the children of the same blood. They settle scores on the spot. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Best not to provoke them. At that moment, Raditz, who had just been kicked away by O2, returned, covered in dirt, and was overjoyed to see Dales and the others. Big brother, I just helped you teach that wicked uncle a lesson for kicking you. You owe me your gratitude. As Kesha approached Raditz, eager to showcase her prowess, Bardock swiftly pulled her back, suspecting that her enthusiasm was a prelude to mischief, most likely an intention to spar with Raditz. While outsiders could engage in such conflicts, he could not permit his own children to clash. Father, where's Uncle Otto? Raditz dismissed the child's whimsical chatter with a light-hearted laugh and turned to Bardock with curiosity, as he was the only one present capable of swiftly overcoming Otto. Did your sister not mention it? She sent him flying with a single punch. Bardock relayed candidly. Raditz, looking at his sister with her crimson hair and eyes, found it utterly unthinkable that this seemingly innocent little girl could have dispatched the formidable Otto. What was happening in this world? It was simply too outrageous. You cannot doubt it. Your sister is rather exceptional. Did I not instruct you to look beyond appearances and discern the essence of things? Bardock expounded to the incredulous Raditz. Chapter 94. Gura's anomaly. After a brief moment of shock, Raditz was compelled to accept the reality that his sister was indeed stronger than he was. Contemplating his own battle power in contrast to his 5-year-old sisteress, he found it terrifying to consider that this seemingly harmless girl possessed a combat prowess exceeding 1 billion. The implications were too daunting for Raditz to ponder further. Very well, Raditz, let us examine the roster of current participants. Bardock clapped a hand on his son's shoulder, grinning as he dismissed the others to explore Gaston Star. Tien was led away by Dales to the Scion living quarters, while Kesha was taken home by Jane. Upon returning to Raditz's office, Raditz handed Bardock an earpiece communicator. After pressing the appropriate button, Bardock observed the list of contestants from various star systems, automatically bypassing familiar names. However, one intriguing individual caught his attention, an individual named Shigra, alongside another clad in green, called Ribrice. Gura. Upon seeing Gura's name, Bardock involuntarily rose. Raditz. How could Gura possibly register for the power tournament? This cannot be right. Bardock was perplexed. Who would willingly approach the enemy's stronghold, especially without altering their name? If not for the accompanying photograph, he might have suspected identity theft. Father, it is indeed Frieza's brother, Gura. However, I doubt he will cause a significant disturbance. I have sensed his energy, and even in my Super Saiyan form, I can easily handle him. So there is no need for concern. Even if he attempts to stir trouble, with you present, there will be no unforeseen complications. Raditz expressed unwavering confidence in Bardock's abilities. Fool. I just warned you not to judge based on appearances. This individual is clearly aware of the existence of Super Saiyans. Yet he boldly registers for the power tournament. He must have ulterior motives. He might possess a new transformation. The Ice Demon clan is undoubtedly more formidable than the Saiyans. Their innate strength surpasses 99. 9 of beings in the universe without the need for training, and their lifespan is absurdly long. The most alarming aspect is that if these beings commit to training, even Saiyans may find it difficult to rival them. Father, you are right. But what should we do? Should we take the initiative to eliminate Gura? A chill coursed through Raditz's spine at Bardock's words. No need. I could use a worthy opponent. I trust that this power tournament will not disappoint. In the meantime, I shall train in the Room of Spirit in time. You may decide as you wish. If anyone inquires, simply inform them that I am in seclusion. I will also participate in this power tournament to ensure an additional layer of security. Bardock resolved to join the tournament himself. If the Ice Demon clan were to seize first place in a tournament hosted by the Saiyans, it would be an immense embarrassment. Raditz was astonished that a mere Gura could warrant such significant attention from Bardock, compelling him to utilize the Room of Spirit in time. It was almost unimaginable. I must go and prepare the defense of Gaston's star. The Ice Demon clan is not to be underestimated. After earnestly advising Raditz, Bardock vanished in an instant, reappearing at the Heavenly Temple with Broly. Bardock, did you not just arrive? Vedma, still observing the 4 young Saiyans train, inquired curiously upon Bardock's return. Indeed, my Lord Bardock. Is there an issue? Jin asked with intrigue. Nothing of concern. Broly and I will be utilizing the Room of Spirit in time for a year of training. You all should continue your tasks. By the way, Jan, find time to enhance your combat power in the Room of Spirit in time. You are still somewhat weak. Bardock subtly expressed his dissatisfaction with Jan's strength without directly mentioning Gura. Understood, my Lord Bardock. Having followed Bardock for years, Jan recognized the implicit message urging him to accelerate his training in light of a formidable adversary's emergence, and he nodded solemnly. Vedma, ensure that Gaston's star is monitored closely. If anything urgent arises, contact Otto immediately. As the guardian of Gaston's star, Vedma was expected to fulfill his responsibilities. Understood, Vedma replied begrudgingly. Bardock then took Broly to the Room of Spirit in time. As the door sealed behind them, Bardock erupted with power, elevating his strength to full Super Saiyan capacity, an immense boost that unleashed a staggering 120 billion combat power throughout the chamber. Broly, during this period, you should have mastered a transformation akin to the Super Saiyan God state. Show me. Bardock's piercing gaze fixed upon Broly. Yes, master. In the face of Bardock's scrutiny, Broly held nothing back. Imitating the transformation into Super Saiyan, he roared, his scarlet divine aura enveloping him entirely. Bardock sensed no fluctuations in energy. Broly's lean physique, combined with his red hair and eyes, signified that he had entirely mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation, according to the guidance of the all-knowing eye. The previous pseudo-designation following Broly's Super Saiyan God state had been eradicated, reverting to its original form. His combat power remained at an impressive 105 billion. Now, let us spar. Excitement flickered in Bardock's eyes. The distinction between the realm of the divine and that of mortals was often challenging to delineate. Yet one evident difference remained. The divine realm was introspective, whereas the mortal realm was outwardly expressive. The energy of the divine contrasted sharply with the energy cultivated by mortals, marking the divide between the two. Broly unleashed a roar, instantly appearing before Bardock and launching an attack with a fierce punch. Bardock raised his hand to block, driving his knee into Broly's chest while simultaneously gathering energy in his other hand to strike at Broly's head. Under this dual assault, Broly recoiled, bending his arm and striking Bardock's knee with his elbow. Instantly, the hand Bardock had blocked coalesced energy, palm facing outward, countering Bardock's energy blast. The brief skirmish revealed their attack patterns to one another. Broly skillfully countered, leading to a flurry of visceral exchanges. Their combat lacked any flamboyant techniques, relying solely on the most direct and effective strikes, devoid of any elaborate strategies. Having reached a state of multitasking mastery, both combatants could respond and retaliate with remarkable speed, delivering a punch while simultaneously transforming another hand's fist into an elbow strike. Seizing the opportunity as the opponent countered, they unleashed energy waves through their eyes or mouths, resulting in a fiercely intense battle. Each blow they exchanged produced mushroom clouds of energy, and seeking more than just two-handed combat, Bardock employed the 4 Demon Fist technique. With a fighting power surpassing Broly's, Bardock quickly gained the upper hand, ensnaring Broly's limbs. Broly was struck by the energy wave gathered in Bardock's back, sending him flying. In Chapter 95, with a new twist, Broly opted for the four bodies fist, dividing his power into four. Each clone possessing a staggering combat strength of 262,500,000,000. Broly, have you forgotten that using the four bodies fist divides your strength into four, weakening your overall power? Bardock inquired from the air, perplexed. Master, your teachings are etched in my heart, yet I have gained new insights. Broly replied. As his clones formed pairs, striking poses reminiscent of Bardock's training. Fusion. Following this, two white lights shot upwards, revealing two Broly figures clad in Metamoran attire. Well, it can be played this way too. Bardock marveled, surprised that Broly had devised a new application of the four bodies fist. Under Bardock's all-seeing gaze, the combat power of the fused Brolys surged to 525 billion, a tenfold increase from their combined strength. Master, the next phase of battle begins, Broly exclaimed with an excited grin. Bardock, feeling helpless due to the vast power disparity, resorted to his trump card, Super Saiyan 4. Unleashing an impressive 600 billion in combat power. Transforming into a three-headed, six-armed form, he declared, Broly, your ingenuity is commendable. Yet do not forget that there are always greater heights in opponents. With that, he unleashed a Super Kamehameha wave at Broly. Master, I shall not forget your teachings for a moment. Allow me to demonstrate the gap between us. Broly roared as the two fused Brolys charged forward. Bardock was astonished that Broly had even grasped the nuances of the fusion technique. Had his own power been lesser, he might have faced defeat at his disciples' hands. The solar fist erupted with blinding light, rendering Broly 1 and Broly 2 unable to see. Seizing the moment, Bardock aimed to ambush. But the two Brolys intercepted his punch with their four demon fist, retaliating with two energy blasts directed at Bardock. I nearly forgot that the divine also instructs you. As the smoke cleared, Bardock remained unscathed, gazing excitedly at the two Brolys. Master, I too have gained insights into the realm of the formless. Broly stated seriously, choosing not to press the attack. Very well, let us see whether the realm of the formless or my realm of selflessness prevails. Bardock laughed heartily. Charging once more with a speed exponentially greater than before, his eyes shimmering with golden light, each strike unleashing his utmost combat prowess. Broly, aware of the flaw in the three-headed, six-armed form, if attacked from one side, its multi-target effectiveness would diminish, understood that the four-demon fist would prove more advantageous. With combat power exceeding 500 billion unleashed, the space within the hyperbolic time chamber began to fracture as Bardock exerted his full strength. Every collision of their fists created web-like patterns in the air. Bardock found himself engaged in a fierce battle, his two fists contending against four fists and eight legs. Yet, he stood resolute, firmly maintaining the upper hand. In a state of selflessness, Bardock was able to harness his power to its fullest potential. Each strike was executed with precision, a masterclass in the application of strength. In contrast, Broly, despite experiencing a temporary surge in combat power through an exploit, lacked sufficient control over his own abilities, managing to utilize only 70% of his divine energy, with the remainder dissipating during the fray. With a resounding thud, Broly was sent flying by a powerful kick from Bardock, crashing heavily onto the ground. But the confrontation was far from over. Master, Broly called out, positioning his hands outward to shield his forehead, unleashing a magical flash. Ha! Bardock bellowed, his voice reverberating through the space-time chamber, creating a vast rupture in its fabric. The magical flash launched by Broly was instantly dispersed by Bardock's roar, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing weaker beings to tremble in fear. Reg, who had been leisurely wandering in the living quarters, felt the chilling presence and was gripped by a sense of urgency. This is Lord Bardock's aura. It is utterly formidable. My body quakes in terror. It is truly fearsome. Upon sensing Bardock's immense power, the onlookers began to murmur, their gazes turning toward the direction of the divine temple. Meanwhile, the two combatants, consumed by their duel, remained oblivious to the awe they inspired among the scions of Gastan's star. How long destruction wave? Bardock unleashed a long-forgotten signature move. Double Kamehameha. In the four-armed state, Broly rapidly converged his arms, the speed of the Kamehameha-S formation multiplying several times over. In the blink of an eye, the Kamehameha was fired, only for Bardock to catch it effortlessly with both hands, preventing its advance. He then deftly switched tactics, employing the four-armed fist. Unbeknownst to him, Broly, in his second form, launched a sneak attack, landing a punch on Bardock's flank. Despite the searing pain, Bardock retaliated with a ki blast aimed at the ambushing Broly, who was forcefully propelled skyward, altering the trajectory of the attack. Utilizing instant transmission, Bardock appeared behind Broly, executing a sweeping kick. Broly narrowly evaded the strike, but Bardock swiftly adapted, spinning around to bring his leg crashing down onto Broly's back, who let out a pained yelp and collapsed onto the ground. Yet, one must not forget that Broly had a doppelganger. Witnessing the suppression of Broly 1, Broly 2 rushed in with a flying kick. But Bardock deftly seized his ankle with one hand while gathering energy for a single-handed Kamehameha, sending Broly 2 hurtling away. In that moment, Broly 1 seized the opportunity, thrusting his rear arms towards Bardock's prized possession. Sensing a dangerous aura, Bardock swiftly retreated. Broly, you little rascal, Bardock exclaimed, relieved that he had avoided a grievous injury. Realizing that had he not, Kesha might have been his last child. Even if the Dragon Balls could mend physical wounds, they could not heal the scars of the mind. This is how I can escape your grasp, Master. This technique was inspired by a lesson from Earth's physiology class. Broly chuckled, evidently unaware of the peril his move entailed. Quite impressive, yet entirely oblivious to the grave error. Bardock smirked, deciding to cease playing with the boy. He summoned his full strength, instantly appearing before Broly 2, delivering a simple punch. Broly 2 felt as though he could perceive everything clearly, yet his body refused to respond. Helplessly watching as Bardock's fist connected with his abdomen, leaving him clutching his belly in agony, rendering the four-armed fist ineffective. This is impossible, Broly exclaimed. Having anticipated that the fusion of his four-armed fist and other abilities would significantly enhance his power. Instead, he was caught off guard by Bardock's overwhelming strike. Broly, Bardock said with a gentle smile, refrain from using that technique unless absolutely necessary. He then delivered another punch, the same sensation overwhelming Broly 1, who collapsed to the ground. Reverting from the Super Saiyan God form, shortly followed by the disappearance of Broly 2. The injury sustained by Broly 2 transferred to Broly 1. Yet the fusion time had not elapsed, and Broly 1's Metamoran attire remained intact. After Bardock returned to his normal state, he placed the unconscious Broly back in the resting area of the hyperbolic time chamber and proceeded to delve deeper into the chamber, commencing a period of tranquil meditation, dedicating himself to the rigorous practice of his self-created martial techniques over the course of a year. Upon awakening, Broly also began to train diligently in his own manner, his resolve to chase after Bardock's shadow growing ever stronger. As a potential Super Saiyan, coupled with a complete training system, his combat prowess surged remarkably, evolving daily. Chapter 96. Recruiting subordinates within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber while engaging in intense training. Bardock took the initiative to inquire about the cultivation methods of divine energy from Broly. He sought to experience firsthand the distinctions between divine energy and that of mortals, meticulously questioning the nuances he did not comprehend, which subsequently provided him with clarity as he resumed his training. Unlike his conventional training method, Bardock employed the four-body fist in his normal state, engaging in diverse training exercises for each body. This approach stemmed from his realization that injuries sustained by his avatars would revert to his main body after their disappearance. Having previously experimented with this technique, he approached it without hesitation. One body practiced his martial technique, the first avatar cultivated divine energy, the second explored the state of non-self, and the third engaged in simulated training, honing his combat skills. Observing this, Broly emulated Bardock, utilizing the four-body fist for high-intensity training. However, unlike Bardock, Broly retained one avatar for martial technique training and another for divine energy cultivation, while his main body participated in practical combat training against his avatars. The nature of their relationship rendered their battles akin to a mirror match, each move perfectly mirroring the other, allowing for instinctive and flawless reactions. Due to their normal states, their clashes lacked the cataclysmic intensity seen during Bardock's previous battles, where a single strike could shatter space. Time swiftly passed, and Bardock and Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their auras increasingly subdued, evoking a sensation in Bidama, an initial deity, akin to facing a higher-order divine being. With Broly having aged a year, both now stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, appearing equally matched with Bardock. Farewell, Bidama. Bardock waved goodbye before vanishing with Broly from the temple. What on earth have they been training in? How could they exude a divine presence? Bidama murmured to himself as he watched Bardock and Broly disappear. Upon returning home, Bardock found Chickney and their children indulging in a sumptuous feast. The two joined in without hesitation, devouring large chunks of cooked meat as if they were starved. Father, did you and Broly go to the hyperbolic time chamber? Raditz mumbled through a mouthful of meat. Indeed, we spent a year there and achieved considerable progress. You are now qualified to enter the chamber as well. Since you have some time these days, invite Odo or Maradona to train with you. Your current strength is rather lacking. After swallowing a sizable piece of meat, Bardock reassessed his eldest son's combat prowess. Understood, father. I'll go after dinner. Raditz reached for the largest piece of meat only to have it swiftly snatched away by another hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. Brother Raditz, I shall graciously accept this piece. Broly provocatively glanced at Raditz before savoring the meat. Broly, Goku suddenly addressed him with a serious expression. Goku, what is it? Broly replied with a furrowed brow, continuing to eat, wary that Goku might attempt to steal his food. You seem a bit different, Goku remarked, chewing thoughtfully, which was a rare occurrence for him. Just eat. The realms Broly is exploring are beyond your comprehension. Bardock interrupted, surprised that Goku had noticed Broly's transformation. All right, once I'm full, I want to train with my brother and compete with him and Broly at this tournament, Goku declared with fervor, rapidly consuming the feast before him. I want to go too. I want to train with my brother. Kaisa chimed in excitedly, her mouth smeared with grease. All right, you all go. Also, Dallas, you four should head to the hyperbolic time chamber to train, aiming for commendable results in this tournament, Bardock decisively announced, aware that refusing anyone would lead to accusations of favoritism. Yay, long live Dad, Kaisa exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and planting a greasy kiss on Bardock's cheek. Seeing this, Goku attempted to do the same to express his affection for their father, but was met with a firm rejection from Bardock, prompting laughter from the family. Before long, the day of the power tournament arrived. As the Saiyan King, Raditz delivered a brief address from the podium before announcing the commencement of the tournament. Over 1,000 participants were registered, with combat powers ranging from 1 million to 1 billion, accounting for 90% of the total. Among the remaining 100, the most formidable boasted a combat power of 100 billion, a formidable adversary Goku had encountered in the underworld martial arts tournament, known as Rivalry, who appeared to still be alive as he bore no halo. As for Cooler, according to Bardock's omniscient vision, he had indeed unlocked a new form, Golden Cooler. With an initial combat power of 1 billion, which amplified 1,000-fold in his golden form, reaching an astonishing combat power of 1 trillion. Upon achieving this threshold, he was classified by the omniscient vision as an early-stage divine being. Upon realizing the true strength of Gula, Bardock couldn't help but secretly commend his foresight and dedicated training. For otherwise, he might have faced a complete annihilation at Gula's hands. Raditz, instruct the technicians to match combatants of similar power levels, and separate the formidable Scions into different groups to minimize their encounters. Bardock communicated telepathically with Raditz. Understood, father. Soon, through discreet arrangements, only the weaker Scions were grouped together, while the stronger ones were assigned to battle against other cosmic beings. Gula's opponent was a mere weakling with a combat power of 1.5 million, who was paralyzed with fear upon realizing he was facing Gula. Hee, shall I send you down, or will you take the plunge yourself? Gula amiably suggested. Lord Gula, I'll go down myself. The opponent exclaimed, nearly in tears. Excellent. If you're interested, you may join my Gula Legion. I can promise you a position as a commander. Gula boldly began recruiting, showing no regard for the Scions. Thank you, Lord Gula. Should an opportunity arise, I shall certainly join. The opponent feigned gratitude, unaware that Gula's demeanor shifted coldly upon hearing this. It seems my Gula Legion is beneath your notice, if that is the case. With that, Gula's fingertips glimmered with violet light, causing the opponent's face to blanch and cold sweat to pour down as he waved his hands in desperation. No, Lord Gula. I am willing to follow you. Faced with Gula's readiness to act at the slightest provocation, the opponent chose his life over his freedom. Very well, my dear subordinate. After you step down, you may cheer for me from the sidelines. Gula was pleased with the opponent's timely submission, casually flicking him off the stage. Chapter 97. Opponents of their own. A similar scene unfolded on other battle stages as Scions trained in their own arenas. Each combat venue essentially served as a training ground where staff verified the victor's information before reporting it, allowing the winners to select their next battleground. Throughout the competition, powerful figures like Gula, Ribrian, Broly, and Bardock found themselves swiftly eliminated upon entering the stage, for their opponents were simply too weak. Gula's notorious reputation had spread across the cosmos. Anyone with a combat power below 100 million was cowed by his formidable presence, forced into submission. Thus, for every match Gula won, more individuals flocked to his side. Due to careful arrangements, Gula encountered no Scions among his opponents, while the weaker Scions were pitted against the stronger, preventing any deliberate eradication of their kind. This was particularly puzzling for Bardock, who noted that Raditz had failed to include a no-killing clause in the competition's rules. In contrast, during the fourth round, Vegeta faced off against the aging Namekian, Shrag. With a combat power of only 70 million, Shrag was swiftly dispatched by Vegeta, who had reached 100 million. Vegeta not only defeated Shrag but also sealed him with a magical sealing wave, while the overseeing officials turned a blind eye and promptly declared Vegeta the victor. Bardock was fortunate to have a bye in the fourth and fifth rounds. In the sixth round, the top 16 faced off, with Tien battling Ribrian. Although Tien had made rapid advancements, achieving 400 million in combat power through the Kaioken technique, he was up against Ribrian, whose power had soared to 10 billion. To save time and seek stronger opponents, Ribrian offered no chances to Tien, efficiently dispatching him with a swift hand chop, securing victory and advancing to the top 16. Raditz squared off against Broly. They fought in their base forms. Broly, employing the 4 demon fists, pushed Raditz back relentlessly. One was a warrior trained in traditional Scion combat, while the other combined earth martial arts experience with Scion education, highlighting not just their power disparity, but also their differing combat experiences. With an enraged roar, Broly unleashed an invisible shockwave that sent Raditz flying, leaving Raditz fully convinced of his defeat. The erratic Kaisa faced Dales, who regarded her with resignation, aware of her significant growth over the past year. Without further ado, Dales transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, causing viewers across the universe to tremble at the sight of another Super Saiyan. Dales, I'm going in, Kaisa exclaimed, her speed akin to lightning. Yet, Dales couldn't sense her divine energy and relied solely on his combat experience to contend with her. Kaisa unleashed a barrage of unique techniques, many of which Dales had never encountered before. Struggling to defend, he felt a surge of frustration and, in a fit of rage, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. revealing hidden strength from his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. It seems you've been holding back, Dale's brother. I won't concede easily. Kaisa, invigorated by Dale's newfound power, launched a flurry of attacks. Dale's, fueled by rage, effortlessly countered Kaisa's flying kick while Kaisa unleashed energy blasts, calling out her signature technique. Double dragons emerge. Dale swiftly dodged, deflecting the energy blasts with the back of his hand, while Kaisa executed a sweeping kick aimed at Dale's legs, followed by another technique, Kamehameha, targeting him directly. An explosion erupted, creating a massive crater where the battleground once stood, rendering the stage unrecognizable. The referee was at a loss regarding the victor, as the arena itself had vanished. Yes, I understand, Lord Bardock. After consulting Bardock, the referee respectfully ended the communication. The victors are His Highness Dale's and Her Highness Kaisa. Lord Bardock requests your presence immediately. Upon hearing that she was not the victor, Kaisa stormed off, displeased, to confront Bardock. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced his destined rival, Goku, in the top 16. Thanks to the rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, coupled with the encouragement of his brothers and Kaisa, Goku had made immense progress. Mirroring the form of the Vegeta from the past, fueled by an indomitable spirit, Goku's base power had surged to match Vegeta's, reaching 200 million. And he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan using the technique of concentrating energy on his back. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Goku, you rascal. Have you entered the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta remarked, recognizing the striking similarities between them. Haha, Vegeta, you are astute. Indeed, my brothers and I have trained in the chamber. Now, I finally possess the strength to challenge you. Let us see your true power, Vegeta. Goku eagerly anticipated the clash, refraining from unleashing his full strength just yet. As you wish, Goku. Vegeta let out a chilling laugh, a cold snort escaping his lips as his aura transformed into a radiant gold. A tempest of energy swept across the arena, disrupting even the broadcast signals. How infuriating, yet another Super Saiyan. Gula, who was awaiting the next round of battle, noted the broadcast state. Upon seeing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, his expression darkened considerably. The frigid atmosphere sent shivers through the newly recruited aliens of Gula's forces, causing them to collapse on the ground in fear. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to transform into a Super Saiyan right from the start. Then I want to hold back. Goku shouted, unleashing a crimson aura that enveloped him. 40 times Kaioken, he proclaimed as he charged forward. Vegeta, dismissive, crossed his arms, exuding an air of arrogance as he effortlessly evaded Goku's attacks. In stark contrast, Goku was filled with exhilaration at the prospect of facing Vegeta. Despite each blow missing its mark, he exerted himself to the fullest. If your strength is merely this, Goku, it would be wise for you to vacate the stage, Vegeta declared, initially anticipating an unexpected turn of events, yet finding himself disappointed. He prepared to send Goku off the platform. But it's not over yet. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, dropping the Kaioken as he slightly bent his arms, gathering his energy at his back, his golden aura soaring into the heavens. Gula, watching the broadcast, felt his mood darken further, a chill emanating from his triangular eyes. How could there be so many Super Saiyans? Are they truly losing their value? Gula pondered, his resolve to eradicate the Saiyan race solidifying, seizing this opportunity to obliterate them entirely and reduce their existence to cosmic dust. Chapter 98, A Whimsical Battle. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, what a fateful confrontation. Observing the live broadcast, Bardock smiled knowingly, his opponent being Chai, who had never been fond of combat, playfully smiled at Bardock before leaping off the arena, leaving Bardock with a resigned grin. Reg's opponent was Maradona. Broly faced off against Jean, and Odo battled a Scion named Ryan, while other platforms were dominated by Saiyans. Due to their shared lineage, after a brief skirmish, they quickly discerned who among them was strong and weak. The weaker ones exited the stage voluntarily, while the stronger advanced to the top 8. As for Vegeta and Goku, one fought for his princely honor, while the other purely sought the thrill of battle against stronger foes, neither willing to yield. Completely oblivious to the notion that Saiyans should not harm one another. Consequently, as all battles concluded, only Vegeta and Goku remained locked in fierce combat. Truly the son of Lord Bardock. I remember when Prince Goku was born with a power level of merely 2. It is astonishing that he can now transform into a Super Saiyan, exclaimed one Scion. Indeed, compared to Prince Goku, we elder warriors have brought shame to the Saiyan race. Another lamented. It is indeed remarkable. Once, the Super Saiyan was merely a legend among us, and now there are 7 of them. All the Saiyans watched eagerly as the 2 youthful prodigies clashed, pointing and gasping in awe, until eventually, those of weaker strength could no longer discern the rapid exchanges and resorted to recording and playing the footage in slow motion for commentary. After Image Fist, Goku exclaimed, but Vegeta, sweeping his leg, found that the Goku before him was but a phantasm. Vegeta, you've fallen for my trick. Goku chuckled, appearing from behind and striking Vegeta's back with his elbow. Did you think such tricks were unique to you? Do not forget, I am a disciple of Mr. Bardock. As Goku's blow fell, it struck only Vegeta's afterimage, and Vegeta, appearing above, delivered a heavy punch aimed at Goku's head. What? Vegeta's face paled as he realized this attack also struck a mere illusion. Sensing the danger, he attempted to react. But it was too late. Goku's kick landed solidly against Vegeta's side. Vegeta staggered, clutching his waist, gliding several meters while casting a glance at the grinning Goku, whose carefree demeanor only fueled Vegeta's ire. Fourfold fist. Vegeta summoned 3 doppelgangers, encircling Goku from all sides. Goku, aware of the technique's limitations, maintained a vigilant stance. Goku. Vegeta suddenly shouted, prompting Goku to instinctively glance toward Vegeta's true form. Solar Flare. A blinding light erupted from Vegeta, temporarily blinding Goku. For Demon Fists. As the radiance faded, Goku found himself ensnared by Vegeta's 4 clones, immobilized as their arms unleashed a relentless assault upon him. The arena quaked as the 4 Vegetas pummeled Goku, creating a vast crater, with each strike driving Goku deeper into the ground. It's over, Goku. Vegeta declared, retracting his clones and channeling a powerful energy wave toward Goku, who lay defeated on the ground. With a resounding boom, a chasm opened, and Goku vanished from sight. Curse you, Vegeta. You've gone too far. Raditz seethed. His face twisted in fury as he watched the live feed. Goku, brother. Kaisa gasped, disbelief etched across her face as tears welled in her eyes. Glaring furiously at the proud Vegeta, whose arrogance only stoked her rage, her divine energy surging rapidly. Goku. Dales clenched his fists, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he observed the scene. I shall avenge you, Goku. Broly shot a cold glance at Vegeta, his emerald energy flickering ominously before being suppressed. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon him, Vegeta felt a chill down his spine. Recognizing Goku's identity, panic surged within him, yet he maintained an outward calm, as if he had not just engaged in battle. Oh, this kid. How fortunate. Bardock sensed a faint energy rapidly approaching, moving to restrain his wife and daughter, who were on the verge of exploding with rage. The victor is Vegeta. The referee began to announce, but before he could finish, a figure descended from the heavens, hurtling toward Vegeta. Sensing the impending threat, Vegeta sidestepped just in time, while a battered Goku crashed through the arena, barely clinging to life as he lay outside the ring. Seeing that Goku had survived, Vegeta exhaled in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Ahem, the victor is Vegeta. The referee initially anticipated a spectacular turnaround, yet the outcome was merely announced after a dry cough. Witnessing that their brother was unharmed, a subtle smile crept onto the faces of the onlookers. The fury of Ginyu and Kaisha transformed into joy. Following their victory, Vegeta hastily offered one of his precious senzu beans to Goku, who consumed it and, in the blink of an eye, stood revitalized, his battle power soaring by 2 million points. During the live broadcast, this scene captivated Gula, who grew intrigued by the green bean in Vegeta's possession that could swiftly mend injuries, a faint smile gracing his lips. Next came the round of 16. Where Gula faced Bedima, it was unclear who orchestrated this match. In a predictable turn of events, Gula swiftly dispatched Bedima with a precise chop to the neck, rendering him unconscious and tossing him off the stage. Gula's newly acquired subordinates hurriedly carried Bedima away, rummaging through his belongings to retrieve a bottle containing slag. This detestable individual had the audacity to seal away slag, an unforgivable act. Defeat was one thing, a result of inferior skill, but to seal him was a disgrace. Thus, Slag, disregarding the circumstances, prepared to exact vengeance upon Bedima, gathering energy at his fingertips to strike at his head. Old fool, he is my appointed subordinate. Do you seek death? Gula suddenly appeared before Slag, forcibly disarming him and casting him aside like refuse. Chapter 99. The quarterfinals. How infuriating, Slag seethed, clutching his severed arm, glaring at Gula. Ah, I relish your gaze. It reminds me of someone I dealt with not long ago. Gula mused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Ah yes. I believe I killed him. His tone shifted to one of chilling malevolence, causing the temperature around him to drop. Weaker subordinates trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. Had I not aged and my combat power diminished, the outcome would have been uncertain. Slag retorted fiercely. In truth, Gula, you only possess the advantage of youth. In my prime, you would stand no chance against me. Victory and defeat are determined by power. I ask you but one question. Do you choose death or servitude? Gula declared, energy gathering at his fingertips, his intent unmistakable. Very well, Gula, you are indeed formidable, Slag conceded, his severed arm regrowing as he gasped for breath. Even if I were to die, I would prefer to perish of old age. I, Slag, willingly submit. The surrounding subordinates of Gula assumed he intended a final confrontation, only to be met with this unexpected twist. Haha, welcome aboard, Slag. Gula chuckled, surprised by Slag's sudden change of heart, as he had anticipated obliterating him. Yes, Lord Gula. Slag promptly embraced his new role. Excellent, excellent. Gula found himself favorably impressed by the old man's demeanor. Lord Gula, I have an ungracious request. I hope you will grant it. Slag respectfully inquired, casting a glance at the unconscious Bedima. Oh, do tell. The Ice Demon clan traditionally welcomed talent, provided the conditions were reasonable. Yes, Lord Gula, as you can see, I am also a wandering Namekian. Upon seeing a fellow countryman, I wish to ascertain whether there are others of my kind. If so, I would return with all Namekians to serve you, for we possess many extraordinary abilities that, with proper training, could become the backbone of your forces. Slag feigns selflessness, stirring the emotions of those around him. Ha ha ha, very well. Once he awakens, you may inquire yourself. Gula, satisfied with Slag's timely awareness, readily agreed to this harmless request. No need, Lord Gula. I can directly access his memories. This way, his secrets will no longer be secrets, and even deception shall be impossible. Slag revealed an unimportant ability of his own. Oh, do as you wish. In the vast universe, numerous races possessed incredible abilities, and such memory-reading talents were hardly surprising. Thank you, Lord Gula. With a mindset of experimentation, Slag seized Bedima's head, swiftly extracting his memories. From Bedima's birth to his ascension as a deity on Gastan's star, every detail unfolded before Slag's mind. As the memories poured forth, Slag's excitement grew, an uncontrollable urge to laugh overwhelming him. 30 seconds later, Slag casually discarded Bedima and approached Gula with a beaming smile. Lord Gula, I now know the whereabouts of my kin. Once matters here are resolved, I shall seek my homeland, Namek. Slag suppressed his exhilaration and respectfully shared his findings, withholding any mention of the Dragon Balls. Well then, congratulations are in order, Slag. Gula, trusting Slag's words, encouraged him with a smile. The quarterfinals were set to commence in 3 hours, prompting Gula to plan meticulously for this journey to Gastan. By the way, Lord Gula, this Namekian has joined Gastan's star and is purportedly its deity. My apologies for neglecting to inform you of this crucial matter. Slag recalled Gula's intentions to recruit Bedima and slyly added a vital note. Oh, if that's the case, he cannot be spared. Joining the Scions makes him Gula's enemy. I won't be like Frieza. Stop. A figure named Otto, serving as a mediating force, appeared at full Super Saiyan power, standing between Gula and Bedima, effortlessly lifting him and ignoring Gula's icy glare, prompting Bedima to consume a sense of being. Scion, are you courting death? Gula retorted, unleashing a deadly beam of energy. Boom. Following the explosion, Otto remained unscathed, while the previously unconscious Bedima regained consciousness. After a brief glance at Otto, he was released, darting towards the deity's palace. As Slag's eyes gleamed with fervor, having gleaned from Bedima's memories that the Dragon Balls were located upon the altar in the center of the palace. Gula, do you wish to meet the same fate as Frieza and Cooled? Otto's aura surged, sending shockwaves through the area as he glared at Gula. Haha. Those two fools are dead. Their demise allows me to seize their assets, which is hardly a misfortune. Gula displayed indifference toward the deaths of his father and brother. You are mistaken. Frieza and King Cooled are not dead, but have become training tools for us Saiyans. Once this power tournament concludes, you shall see your brother again. For he now appears as the prize for third place in the eyes of many cosmic forces. Prepare to embrace this grand moment. Haha. To award the Frozen Demon as a prize to the third place is nothing short of the utmost insult to the dignity of the Frozen Demon clan, without exception. What? Gula's expression darkened. The death of two incompetent fools bore no consequence for him. However, if Frieza were to appear before everyone as a prize, it would not only tarnish Frieza's reputation but also that of the entire Bedima clan. An absolute betrayal of the heart. You heard me right. Perhaps you will be next, Gula. I look forward to our confrontation. Haha. Observing Gula's murderous intent brought a wave of satisfaction to Otto, who hummed a tune and departed after completing his task. Scions. Detestable Scions. Regardless of the depth of his hatred for the Scions, he had to endure, as he awaited the strongest warrior among them to make his move. Gula's subordinates dared not even breathe, fearing they might be swiftly eliminated by their own master. 3 hours later, the new list of the top 8 combatants was revealed. Gula versus Broly, a request from Bardock. Previously, Broly had vehemently insisted on battling Vegeta, but Bardock, aware of the boys' schemes, decided to pit Broly against Gula instead. Vegeta faced Reg, Otto battled Jean, Dale squared off against Ribfan, Otto contended with Raven. Maradona faced Zero, Draven fought Demacia, and Bardock clashed with Otron. Chapter 100, Dales vs. Ribfan. The first match featured Bardock against Otron, a subordinate of Raditz, ranked 37th among the earthly fiends. Unlike the battles of lower tiers, the competition among the top 8 was conducted one by one. As Bardock had previously had 2 buys, he was scheduled to fight first. Lord Bardock. After a respectful bow from Otron, he transformed into a Super Saiyan with a surge of energy. Even after witnessing countless wild monkeys transform into Super Saiyans, Gula felt a slight tremor at the sight of yet another Saiyan. He couldn't help but wonder if every Saiyan had the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. The thought that missing even one Saiyan could lead to endless retribution made Gula reconsider his plan to eradicate the Saiyans. Remarkable. I did not expect a Saiyan to achieve Super Saiyan status through sheer power. Bardock expressed his admiration. It was known that in his original world, it was exceptionally challenging for a Saiyan to attain Super Saiyan form without guidance, making Otron a rare gem indeed. Furthermore, through the all-seeing eye, it was revealed that Otron's combat power soared to 600 million points upon transformation, truly a talented individual. However, considering Otron's age of over 40, it was likely that his efforts would only lead him to the second level of Super Saiyan. Thank you for the praise, Lord Bardock, I shall not hold back. I will make my move. Otron's face gleamed with excitement, revealing his combative nature. Come forth. If you can compel me to transform into a Super Saiyan, then you shall be victorious. Bardock's base combat power stood at 25 billion points. Even without transforming, he surpassed Otron, thus rendering transformation unnecessary. Forgive me. I merely wish for your guidance, not expecting to draw forth your full strength. Otron declared, yet his attacks did not cease. After hurling an energy sphere, he swiftly closed the distance for close combat. Attacking with a weak energy sphere was a grave error. Bardock effortlessly obliterated the sphere, blocking Otron's flying knee with his elbow. When attacking from one position, you must not neglect others. Strategize your subsequent moves. Bardock began demonstrating, using his arm to catapult Otron away. He then gathered energy spheres in both hands, taking to the air and unleashing a barrage upon Otron below. Impressive. Otron dodged swiftly, yet in the next instant, Bardock appeared before him, delivering a left-handed hammer strike coupled with a right-handed energy sphere. Otron could only grasp Bardock's arms in a desperate attempt to defend. Unfortunately, he underestimated Bardock, who headbutted Otron, sending him flying off the stage, dazed by the impact. Haha, Lord Bardock, I concede with full admiration. Otron was merely knocked out of the ring, sustaining no injuries. He promptly rose to salute Bardock, acknowledging the vast gap between himself and the strongest scion. Indeed, I should seek guidance from Raditz. It seems I am ready for the next stage of training. Bardock firmly believed that those who work hard do not suffer from bad luck. If luck is poor, it merely indicates a lack of encounters with benefactors. Thank you, Lord Bardock. Although Otron did not fully grasp Bardock's words, he understood that conveying such a message to Raditz would undoubtedly be advantageous. Next came the battle between Draven and Demetia, both of whom transformed into Super Saiyans. Witnessing yet another pair of Super Saiyans, Gula's heart grew numb. Pushing away all thoughts of the matter, focusing instead on hastening the extinction of the Saiyans. Their battle lacked intrigue, consisting solely of brutal hand-to-hand combat and relentless exchanges. Ultimately, Draven secured a narrow victory in this clash. The third match featured Maradona against Zero, one with a base power of 400 million points, and the other only achieving 400 million as a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, Maradona was a wild card, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and overpowering Zero with sheer strength, knocking him out of the ring without any intention of offering guidance to his fellow clansmen, which aligned perfectly with Maradona's character. In the fourth bout, Otto faced Raven, a female scion. Otto refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan, opting to combat Raven in his normal state. After Raven transformed into a Super Saiyan, her power surged to 500 million points. However, she still lagged behind Otto's 600 million base power. Following a tedious battle marked by Otto's restrained efforts, the match concluded, leaving the spectators feeling unamused. The fifth match pitted Dales against Ribfan. Dales possessed a base power of 200 million and had not mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. He engaged Ribfan directly in combat. You are the second non-Scion to reach this level. It is hard to imagine how powerful you would be if you were a Scion. However, your journey ends here, Dales proclaimed confidently, lunging forward to attack Ribfan with his hand as if it were a blade. Is that so? Do you think you are the only one with hidden strength? Do not be too arrogant, Scion. Ribfan retorted with a thunderous shout, initiating his own assault, striking Raditz's fist with his foot, a defensive maneuver through offensive action, asserting, "This is my martial path." With that, he moved as swiftly as lightning, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a rainstorm. Dales, not to be outdone, engaged in a fierce exchange on the stage, appearing in every corner and delivering blows that resonated with explosive bursts of air. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of strikes, leaving weaker onlookers to rely on slow-motion replays, while stronger individuals occasionally offered commentary. Ribfan's martial prowess is impressive. Bardock watched the duel between the two with keen interest, while Kesha cheered loudly for Dales and Ribrice, completely devoid of any feminine demeanor. In contrast, Sun Wukong gazed excitedly at the battle, fists clenched, as if eager to join the fray, eliciting amused head shakes from onlookers. Chi Yuan slash. The two engaged in close combat, unable to determine a victor. Dales, growing impatient, was the first to unleash his skill, Chi Yuan slash. This skill is merely for chopping vegetables. Ribrice boasted, deftly stabilizing the Chi Yuan slash with his fingertips, twirling it like a delicate silk handkerchief. Take that, Scion. With a slight smile, he flicked it away. Dales, taken aback by the tenacity of his opponent, raised his head to grasp the incoming Chi Yuan slash and crushed it with sheer force. Experience my Rib family whirlwind. With that, Ribrice soared into the air, roaring in defiance. As he spun, a colossal tornado formed around him, instantly pulling Dales into its vortex. The fierce winds began to tear at Dales's body, rendering him immobile within the cyclone. Aya! Painful cries echoed from the arena, revealing Dales's immense suffering. No one can escape the might of my Rib family whirlwind, Scion. Surrender now, Ribrice declared, maintaining the whirlwind as he addressed the agonized Dales. Impossible. A Scion only meets defeat in battle, never surrenders, Dales stubbornly retorted. asserting that this was merely a transformation of the scion and concluding too early would be hasty. Suddenly, Rivalry's expression changed as Dales's power surged, expanding rapidly. With a mighty roar, Dales's overwhelming energy dispersed Rivalry's ultimate move. How is this possible? Rivalry gasped in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. If I didn't intend to defeat you in my Super Saiyan form, I wouldn't waste so much time on you. Dales, now resembling a beggar in his tattered clothes. There were numerous wounds on his face, arms, and back. Fine, since you can break my ultimate move with your energy, if you can counter this next attack, I will concede. Rivalry acknowledged that his opponent had yet to unleash his full strength, and he was not one to shy away from defeat. Let us see you try. Dales responded. Intrigued by Rivalry's remaining ultimate technique, the Rib family whirlwind had already inflicted considerable pain, and he wondered how powerful this next move could be. Be careful not to get killed. Having issued a warning, Rivalry drew a dragon with one hand and a rainbow with the other, then clenched his fists, which crackled with electricity, chanting, lightning. Light wave. A torrent of energy erupted, forming a fiery vortex that surged toward Dales. Boom. Dales's figure was swiftly engulfed by flames, and as the smoke cleared, half the arena lay in ruins. Huh. Rivalry gazed at Dales, who lay amidst the debris, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward him. Struck down and unable to rise, Dales expended his energy to maintain a protective shield. Realizing that a standard attack would not suffice, Rivalry wasted no time and struck with a fiery punch, shattering Dales' shield. With a triumphant smile, Rivalry unleashed the lightning light wave once more. Move. Move. Dales cursed, desperately willing his body to respond. Rivalry's attack seemed hypnotic, immobilizing Dales as he yearned to retaliate. Lightning. Light wave. This assault was even more ferocious than the last. Dales screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body marked by burns and injuries. Scion, you should unleash your full power, otherwise you will truly be defeated by me. The greatest respect for an opponent is to defeat them with your utmost strength. Rivalry's motivation for participating in this power tournament held by the Scions was twofold: to find a worthy rival and to witness the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess, while also striving to transcend his own limits, which he had lingered at for many years. I need not employ a stronger transformation against you. My father once said that if one cannot defeat an opponent of equal strength, it indicates a lack of mastery over combat skills. There are no flawless techniques, only those who continuously refine their abilities. I will undoubtedly decipher your moves. Dales exhibited rare determination. Humph, obstinate fool. In that case, I shall accept victory without hesitation. Rivalry, now harboring a newfound respect for Dales, prepared for another strike. As Rivalry launched the lightning light wave, Dales, seeing his actions, felt a surge of urgency to break free from the hypnotic grasp. Closing his eyes, he braced for defeat, but upon shutting them, he was astonished to find his body could move. Sensing the searing flames approaching, he swiftly dodged to safety above. The unexpected turn left Rivalry momentarily stunned, confused about how his opponent had evaded the attack. Solar Fist. Dales, backlit by sunlight, unleashed a blinding radiance that momentarily blinded the unguarded Rivalry. Rivalry clutched his abdomen, racked by intense pain, nearly losing consciousness. What? Instead of being propelled away by Dales's punch, Rivalry ensnared Dales's arm, executing a throw that left Dales sprawled on the ground. The assault did not cease. Rivalry clutched Dales's arm tightly, pummeling him into the arena floor, creating several deep craters. Once Dales lay disoriented, Rivalry regained his sight, forcefully flinging Dales toward the edge of the arena before unleashing his ultimate move, the lightning light wave. Ignoring his pain, Dales closed his eyes and, sensing Rivalry's energy, rapidly appeared before him. Caught off guard, Rivalry's eyes widened in disbelief as Dales landed a powerful uppercut, knocking him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Dales swiftly unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A wave of despair enveloped Rivalry, who could not evade the impending doom, helplessly witnessing himself being consumed by the overwhelming energy. With a thunderous explosion, Rivalry vanished, leaving only the panting Dales behind. In the fifth match of the quarterfinals, the victor is Prince Dales. The referee, indifferent to Rivalry's fate, promptly declared Dales the winner. Oh. Dales. The Scions, who had been nervously supporting Dales moments ago, erupted in cheers, creating a raucous atmosphere that eclipsed even Bardock's victory. The quality of this battle, with its twists and turns, had stirred the audience's emotions, and Dales's words further endeared him to the crowd. Scion, I look forward to our next duel. Rivalry called out cheerfully, emerging from the rubble. Likewise, Dales replied. Darius leaped off the stage, reaching out towards the Rivalry. The Rivalry was momentarily taken aback before clasping Darius's hand, thus forging a bond of friendship between them. Chapter 102, The Battle Among Brothers in the sixth match of the quarterfinals. General Otta faced off against Elder One. As Jian was perceived as dead by others, he had to register under a codename. Who are you? I sense a strange familiarity, yet I cannot recall who you are. You dare to call yourself Elder One? I ought to have yet to be acknowledged as an elder. Otta shouted defiantly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 in a fit of anger, his battle power soaring to an astounding 120 billion, leaving the spectators gasping for breath. Perhaps it's due to having fought together before. Jian, donning a mask, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as well, unleashing an explosive battle power of 80 billion, causing the arena's energy shielding mechanism to activate. Still, you are quite a formidable opponent. You can also transform into Super Saiyan 2. Quite mysterious indeed. Since you're masked, I shall knock you out and see who lies beneath. The disparity in their strengths caught Otto off guard. He never anticipated his defeat. He promptly threw a punch. General Otto, you were too hasty. Jian deftly dodged the attack, appearing behind Otto in an instant, launching an energy blast at his back. However, Otto's own energy was immensely powerful, rendering Jian's simple strike ineffective, leaving even his battle suit unscathed. Is that all? Then lie down quietly. Otto scoffed, throwing another punch. This time with increased speed, as he approached the battle with a playful mindset. Atomic bomb. Jian realized that comparing strength with the formidable Otto would only accelerate his downfall. He quickly distanced himself and unleashed an energy ball towards Otto. Useless. You shall succumb to my iron fist, you little brat. Otto caught Jian's ultimate move with one hand, forcefully countering it with his own energy. It has no effect. Damn it. How has Otto trained to attain such power? Jian cursed inwardly, hastily evading. Yet, in the next moment, Otto appeared before him, reaching out to remove his mask. You underestimate me too much, General Otto. Jian exclaimed, accelerating away. Otto chuckled, continuing his pursuit. Wherever Jian appeared, Otto followed suit. Jian found himself unable to escape Otto's relentless chase, his expression one of bitter resignation beneath the mask. While Otto reveled in the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game. Otto, hurry up, Bardock urged telepathically, exasperated by the prolonged chase. When would this childish game come to an end? Yes, yes. Hearing his leader's voice, Otto quickly acknowledged and intensified his offensive. Upon confronting Jian, he wasted no words and delivered a powerful blow to Jian's face. Otto, you bastard. Jian cursed vehemently as the mask shattered, revealing an unremarkable face that was certainly not the one he had previously possessed. He crashed heavily onto the arena, his face bearing bruises, blood streaming from his nose. I have never seen your face before, Otto remarked, dismissing it. Whatever, let us finish this quickly and get to dinner. Without a moment's hesitation, Otto unleashed a palm strike towards Jian. The immense wind pressure pinned Jian to the ground, rendering him immobile, before Otto dove down, gathering energy in both hands as if dropping bombs from an aircraft. Damn it, Otto, wait for me. Jian gritted his teeth, glaring at his opponent, and suddenly unleashed his fists to meet Otto's descending palms. Boom. The massive arena instantly transformed into a deep pit. Fortunately, the energy shield prevented their unleashed energies from causing collateral damage, and the live broadcast momentarily faltered before resuming. Fall down, brat. With a sharp crack, Jian's arms broke under the force, and he weakly swung down before being sent flying out of the pit by Otto's heavy punch, halted only by the energy shield. The victor is General Otto, the referee announced with utmost diligence. Suddenly, a member of the Heavenly Guard helped Jian to his feet, feeding him a magical bean. With its healing properties, Jian's injuries instantly mended. After expressing his gratitude and casting a glance at the chuckling Otto, he soared away from the arena towards the heavenly realm. That guy Otto, Bardock sighed in resignation. In the 7th match of the quarterfinals, Vegeta faced off against Reg due to the destruction of the arena. The match was relocated to arena number 7. Spectators interested in a closer view were invited to inform the staff who would guide them. Forget it. Indeed. I felt as if death itself beckoned me during those previous matches. Some responded, still shaken. I wanted to go. Watching the live broadcast is far more entertaining. Yes, it's much safer to watch the live stream. Thus, 99.9 chose to watch the broadcast, with only a handful opting to attend in person. This included King Gula, Bardock's family, and Ribrice, who sought to experience the match firsthand. The duel among brothers is quite intriguing, Bardock mused, arriving at Arena No. 7 with his family via instant transmission, a playful smile on his face as a clever thought crossed his mind. Bardock, did you arrange this on purpose? Kind teased, playfully pinching Bardock's waist. Ah, yes, yes, he gasped, quickly removing her hand from his side. Mom, I want to join, Kesha exclaimed, finding Bardock's reaction amusing and rushing to help. Oh, my little ancestor, please behave for a moment. Bardock lifted Kesha, preventing her mischief. Why does only Mom get to have fun? I want it too, Kesha protested, her stubbornness giving Bardock a headache. On the stage, competitors Reg and Vegeta ascended. Yet despite their familial ties, they regarded each other as bitter enemies. Vegeta would never forget the brutal treatment he received when he sought Reg out. Had it not been for the passing Scion guards, he might have perished. As for Reg, his resentment stemmed from being banished for years due to the narrow-mindedness of Vegeta King, enduring hardships that few could comprehend. All while this lesser-born warrior basked in the glory of being a Scion prince, jealousy and animosity festering within him. Chapter 103, Ruthless Reg, Gula, and Broly Reg. Let us settle our affairs today, Vegeta declared, fixing his cold gaze on Reg, who wore a devilish mask. Huh, do you possess the strength for that, my dear brother? I could easily break your bones again. Were it not for Gastan's decree forbidding scions from killing one another, I would have taken your life. Reg replied with a chilling smile, his thoughts shifting as he transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. 500 billion in battle power left Vegeta momentarily blinded. As he retreated several dozen meters, "This is impossible." Vegeta found it utterly intolerable to witness the formidable power of Reg, his forehead bulging with veins. An overwhelming aura swirling around him as golden energy surged upward toward the heavens. The scion energy poured forth uncontrollably, lacking the restraint and stability displayed by Reg. "Ah, not bad. At least you possess 1/5 of my current power. It seems Bardock has truly imparted valuable lessons to you." Reg's unexpectedly casual tone momentarily stunned Vegeta, only to ignite a fiery rage within him. "You bastard, Reg." The furious prince launched an onslaught, alternating between punches and kicks, while Reg effortlessly evaded the wrathful strikes. "Vegeta, your punches remain as feeble as ever, failing to graze even the hem of my garment. Pathetically weak." Reg continued to taunt Vegeta with biting words. Silence. Vegeta's emotions spiraled further out of control, resulting in a chaotic flurry of attacks. "What? Can't handle the truth. Very well, I shall remain silent." Reg feigned a sigh, skillfully dodging Vegeta's blows, and feeling that the humiliation was insufficient, extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting each of Vegeta's strikes. Vegeta's fury intensified, causing him to swell with muscle and elevate his energy as he hurled punches at Reg. "Ah, I didn't realize you had mastered this muscular form. Your strength is commendable, just enough to tickle me. Hurry, strike quicker. Your speed has diminished significantly. Increased power without speed is futile. Remember, even the mightiest blow is useless if it fails to connect." Reg casually caught Vegeta's furious punches with a single finger, then swiftly maneuvered, resulting in a sharp pain in Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach, saliva dribbling from his mouth. "Oh dear, my beloved brother. You truly are in a pitiful state. Past, present, or future, it remains the same." Reg stepped on Vegeta's head, crushing his pride and dignity beneath his heel. "Reg, you bastard. One day, I will settle the score with you." Vegeta, firmly pinned to the ground, seethed with impotent fury. "Ha! I have proclaimed that regardless of the time, past, present, or future, you shall always be beneath my heel, without hope of rising again. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise, Vegeta." Reg concentrated energy at his fingertips, unleashing piercing beams that penetrated Vegeta's limbs. "Curse you." Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Crack. Reg, finding Vegeta's upright posture bothersome, brutally crushed his spine beneath his foot. "I delight in the anguished cries of others, especially yours, Vegeta. Everything you relished, all that you did to me in the past, you shall repay in kind." With that, Reg shattered Vegeta's bones one by one, reducing him to a mere puddle of agony, yet with precise force to avoid damaging his vital organs. If the lungs were harmed, victory would be announced prematurely, and Vegeta would be finished. Reg, on the verge of unconsciousness, blood pooled beneath Vegeta, sweat and blood mingling on his forehead, his eyes glazed over, yet still he spat out Reg's name through gritted teeth. "Excellent. Even in the depths of unconsciousness, you remember my name. This brings me joy. The games are over. I shall send you down now." With a calculated kick, Reg sent Vegeta flying off the stage. The guards rushed to assist Vegeta, feeding him a senza bean and helping him to chew and swallow it. Moments later, Vegeta stirred back to consciousness, wiping the blood and sweat from his face, his eyes filled with venomous hatred toward Reg. "Ah, I almost forgot about those beans. Next time, I shall find a desolate place to break your limbs and spine, and relish in torturing you some more." Reg chuckled, dismissing Vegeta's glare. In the 7th match of the quarterfinals, Reg wins. The referee declared, as Vegeta, his face ashen, flew away, seeking solitude for reflection. "This fellow's behavior is reminiscent of my useless brother, Frieza, though it is a pity he is a scion. What a waste. If only he weren't a scion. Perhaps we could have forged an alliance." Cooler lamented, having witnessed the scion's rapid growth, resolved that no scion should be spared, for each one left behind posed an endless threat. Next, in the 8th match of the quarterfinals, Broly faced Cooler. "Please welcome the competitors to the stage." As the referee announced the fighters, Cooler and Broly stepped forward. The spectators, witnessing the Scion and the Frost Demon, felt a surge of anticipation. One, a former subordinate of Frieza now liberated from his control, and the other, the infamous Cooler, who once ruled half the planets in the universe before the Scions rose. Who would prevail remained uncertain. The Scions are glaringly obvious in their cheating. Can a mere child even reach the quarterfinals? Absurd. "Hey, kid, you're not Bardock's illegitimate son, are you? Riding on the coattails of the universe's strongest to elevate your status?" Cooler sneered provocatively. "Bardock is my master. You would do well to show some respect." Cooler. Broly, having spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, had significantly increased his battle power from 150 million to 1.5 billion, showing no fear in the face of Cooler. "You're just a little brat. Since you are Bardock's disciple, I shall collect interest on behalf of my father and brother." Without revealing his trump card, Cooler raised his finger and unleashed a purple energy beam towards Broly. "You underestimate me." Broly deflected Cooler's energy beam with ease, then swiftly delivered a punch to Cooler's face, causing significant deformation, sending him crashing to the ground. Cooler rolled several times before kneeling, incredulously gazing at Broly. How is this possible? You managed to withstand my attack without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Cooler's disbelief drew a slight smirk from Bardock in the audience. Cooler only had a vague sense of his current strength, unaware of how much stronger he had become, while Bardock could see through Cooler's hidden potential. Nothing is impossible. Previously, it was only Saiyans and other weaklings. This time, I shall not hold back, Cooler. The disparity of 500 million in their base power was not something that could be easily bridged. Broly, typically reticent, found the rage ignited by Vegeta's recent encounter with Goku now directed at Cooler. For Demon Fists, with a thunderous shout, Broly sprouted an additional set of arms, striking rapidly at Cooler, who could only use his tail as support against Broly's 3 arms. The sound of heavy collisions echoed across the arena as both combatants moved at high speed, each punch creating deep craters in the ground. Within mere seconds, the arena had transformed into a rugged landscape, barely resembling its original form. Energy explosion. Broly struck with both fists, sending Cooler flying. Behind him, an arm gathered energy, shooting towards Cooler in the sky. How infuriating. This wretched monkey is no match for me. Cooler glared, gritting his teeth at the still juvenile Scion. He crossed his arms to shield himself from Broly's energy explosion, barely managing to withstand the attack as his arms trembled, releasing a faint scent of charred flesh. With a swift motion, Broly was taken aback by Cooler's resilience. He soared into the air, conjuring 4 transparent swords with his 4 arms. Should Cooler dare to confront him head-on, he would be left severely injured. This detestable monkey must not underestimate me. Cooler realized that he was currently outmatched by Broly. And with a surge of rage, his aura transformed, taking on a golden hue, his power swelling immensely. In one swift motion, Cooler lashed out with his robust tail, striking Broly down towards the arena below. Boom. The arena was soon engulfed in smoke, obscuring the situation within. Go to hell and repent, Scion. Cooler, believing himself invincible, raised one hand to the heavens, rapidly condensing an enormous energy sphere, his eyes filled with madness. Let this wicked planet be annihilated alongside you. He cackled. With a single, sweeping motion, he hurled the massive purple energy sphere towards the arena below. Hurry, escape in the spacecraft. The Scion has gone mad, allowing that archenemy, the Ice Demon Clan, to participate in this power tournament. What a fool. This level of attack is meant to obliterate this planet. Panic ensued among the participants of the power tournament on Gastan Star. In an instant, a dozen figures appeared beneath Cooler's energy sphere, transforming into Super Saiyans, attempting to counter the impending assault. Stand down. Broly can handle this. Even if he cannot, I am here. What is there to fear? The newly arrived figures were the elite warriors, and upon seeing the collective effort to resist, Bardock immediately dismissed them. Yes, Lord Bardock. The elite warriors recognized their overzealous concern. The strongest Saiyans had yet to speak, and their anxiety was unwarranted. Akin to a eunuch fretting while the emperor remained calm. With a flash, the forms of the elite warriors vanished, and as the Super Saiyans reappeared, Cooler felt a chill in his heart. He did not allow the energy sphere to descend slowly. Instead, he accelerated its descent with his own power. Just as the colossal energy sphere, capable of destroying all of Gastan Star, was about to hit the ground, it halted midair. Cooler, refusing to accept defeat, intensified his energy output, yet the sphere remained immovable. With a thunderous rumble as Cooler urged the energy sphere to annihilate Gastan Star, it began to ascend instead, gradually approaching Cooler. From beneath the rising energy sphere, a figure enveloped in crimson flames emerged, effortlessly supporting the massive energy ball with one hand. Calmly, as if playing a game of football, he delivered a swift kick that sent the energy sphere hurtling away, with Cooler clinging to it, both propelled out of Gastan Star. A deafening explosion echoed through the cosmos, illuminating the void with a brilliant light, causing the panicked crowd searching for spacecraft to halt in their tracks. Bewildered by the sudden radiance. Attention, esteemed contestants. The crisis has been averted. The competition continues. Please remain calm. The Scion Diplomatic Corps soon broadcast this message through the communication devices. Ah, still alive. The Ice Demon truly makes for the best punching bag, Bardock mused, sensing Cooler's energy. Broly, too, could feel it and immediately soared into the cosmos in his Super Saiyan God form. The live broadcast robots linked to Broly's communication device, providing a first-person perspective. Bardock promptly informed the news media department, and the live feed switched to Broly's viewpoint, revealing the disheveled Cooler before him. Cooler's golden form possessed a divine first-level power, while Broly's Super Saiyan God form was slightly superior. Judging by their battle powers, Broly's Super Saiyan God form multiplied his base power of 1.5 billion by 700, resulting in an overwhelming combat power, while Cooler's golden form, increased by 1,000 times with a base power of 1 billion, reached a similar magnitude. The disparity in their battle powers was indeed minimal. Isn't it true that Saiyans only transform into golden-haired forms? What is the meaning of your red hair? This mysterious and noble appearance instilled a sense of trepidation in Cooler. Do you think I would divulge the secrets of the Saiyans to you? Perhaps I shall burn paper for you when you descend into hell. Without further ado, Broly advanced with a punch. Cooler extended his hand to catch Broly's fist, retaliating with a blow of his own, which Broly intercepted in kind. With a sly smile, Cooler swung his robust tail at Broly. Reflecting on the inadequacy of his own slender tail, Broly swiftly abandoned the idea of using his tail for assistance, opting instead to defend with his foot. However, he was ensnared by Cooler's tail around his ankle, causing him to lose his footing and be flung away by Cooler's powerful pull. Chapter 105. Cooler's Mutual Destruction, Planetary Obliteration. Cooler swiftly gathered an energy sphere and unleashed it upon Broly. Though struck, Broly remained unscathed, opting to unleash a green energy shield to withstand the barrage of energy blasts. Cooler attacked from various angles, but Broly's protective barrier absorbed every strike. Abandoning energy attacks, Cooler shifted to physical strikes, launching himself like a comet towards Broly, delivering a devastating blow to Broly's shield. Boom. The clash of their powers shook Gastan's star itself, sending tremors through the vicinity. Those still on the planet were filled with terror as nearby minor planets shattered into cosmic dust from the residual forces of their battle. With a crack, Broly's shield shattered, achieving the objective of Cooler's assault. As Cooler unleashed a flurry of rapid punches and kicks, Broly adeptly countered with the 4 Demon Fists technique. With 4 arms, Broly executed various attack maneuvers simultaneously, exploiting angles that even Cooler's genius could not anticipate. Drawing from the combat techniques of his past life, Bardock applied this knowledge to the 4 Demon Fists, allowing for short-range explosive bursts during close-quarters combat, compensating for the inability to release full power due to charging. Broly also grasped the essence of this technique, and given the illogical nature of the Dragon Ball universe, the unleashed power was even more formidable. Thus, in close combat, the 4 Demon Fists held an absolute advantage, eliminating the moments required for charging, thereby increasing the frequency of attacks. While Cooler charged a punch, Broly could simultaneously deliver 4 strikes from various angles. Given that their powers were only marginally different, even with Cooler's swift reflexes, he could not defend against all of Broly's fists at once. Bang! Bang! Broly unleashed a flurry of 4 punches from various angles. 2 of these strikes were intercepted by Frieza's hand and tail, while the other 2 landed heavily on Cooler's chest and temple. After absorbing the forceful blows, Cooler's eyes were bloodshot, and his face contorted in extreme agony. Seizing the moment, Broly relentlessly pursued his assault, alternating his feet to attack Cooler's lower body. While all 4 of his arms struck randomly yet simultaneously at Cooler's temple, throat, chest, and eyes. Under such an onslaught, Cooler found himself utterly defenseless. Even with the aid of his tail, he could not block the incoming attacks. Whenever he managed to defend one area, another would be struck fiercely, and his lower body was occasionally met with kicks. The tail could only provide limited assistance, its reaction speed lagging far behind the rapidity of Broly's strikes. Even if it kept pace, Cooler would still take at least 1 hit. When comparing the power of Broly's punches, if one were to quantify it numerically, Broly's full power strike would be represented as 100, while a punch delivered with explosive force would be 120. No matter how resilient Metal Cooler was, he could not withstand the pain inflicted by the explosive energy of each of Broly's blows. As the minutes passed, and after 30 minutes of relentless torment, Cooler remained steadfast. But the purple blood trickling from his mouth and his labored breathing revealed that he was gravely injured, with his stamina rapidly depleting. "It's over, Cooler," Broly declared coldly, gathering his energy into a Kamehameha wave directed at Cooler. "I am Cooler, the mightiest of the ice demons. How could I possibly lose to a mere scion?" Cooler charged forward, daringly colliding with Broly's Kamehameha wave. Once again, the familiar pattern emerged. As Cooler dove forward, he concentrated energy between his fists, mirroring the moment when he had previously breached Broly's protective barrier. "I will not be defeated. Together with your planet, you shall descend into oblivion." In a shocking display of determination, Cooler burst through Broly's Kamehameha wave, unleashing his final reserves of energy as he sped toward Planet Vegeta. This act was a desperate attempt to annihilate Planet Vegeta, ensuring that the Saiyans would vanish from the cosmos entirely. Fool. Broly recognized Cooler's intentions and made no effort to impede his advance. He muttered to himself, quietly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. What? Cooler intends to perish alongside the Scion planet. How infuriating. We must flee. The aliens, unable to escape the aftermath of the battle, were now horrified as they witnessed Cooler's suicidal charge and hurriedly activated their ships to escape into space. Damn it. Is Broly really going to stand by and watch Vegeta's demise? The bewildered Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, witnessing Broly's in action through the broadcast, began to voice their concerns and fear. Why are you afraid? Lord Bardock, Lord Raditz, and many warriors of the Earth's forces do not fear. Why should you? Some rational individuals began to counter the panic. Yet, the fear of death still loomed large in the hearts of most Saiyans. Suddenly, the broadcast switched perspectives, revealing an internal view of Planet Vegeta, where Cooler could be seen charging forward with a grotesque grin, his eyes filled with madness. "I've been anticipating your trick." Upon hearing a familiar voice, all the Saiyans erupted with excitement, their panic dissipating instantly. "It's Lord Bardock," they exclaimed. It became clear that Broly had remained passive because he had faith in Bardock's presence, and they realized they had misjudged him. Lord Bardock is invincible. He will surely obliterate Cooler. With Bardock's appearance before Cooler, the Scions cheered enthusiastically, rallying behind him. It's you again. This time, I will kill you. Cooler's sinister smile remained as he charged toward Bardock without losing any momentum. You chose to be a captive instead of facing death, and for that, I am pleased. Cooler, rest assured, I will soon ensure you experience the same fate as your brother and father. Bardock chuckled darkly, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. With a base power of 25 billion multiplied by 500 times, his strength soared to an astounding 937, 929, 266. The overwhelming energy radiated from him, instilling fear across the universe among all beings sensitive to energy. Is this truly the power of Lord Bardock? It is simply astounding. The intensity of his aura was like that of a sun, so blinding that merely gazing upon it sent shivers through the soul. Lord Kaioshin. I never anticipated that a mortal could cultivate to such formidable strength. Their aura even reaches the Kaioshin realm. The attendant Jebbet, beads of sweat forming on his brow, spoke with disbelief to Kaioshin Ashen. Jebbet, do not underestimate mortals. Some can indeed cultivate their power to rival that of the divine. What intrigues me most is how the Scion has managed to harness the energy of the gods. Kaioshin Ashen observed the situation below with keen interest. Having heard of the Scion tournament aimed at uncovering powerful warriors to combat the looming threats of Mage and Bu and the Demon King Beerus. As the scene shifted back to Bardock, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he charged directly toward Cooler. The sight of Bardock's new form sent an inexplicable chill through Cooler, but his energy reserves were insufficient to maintain his golden transformation. He gritted his teeth, preparing for a desperate struggle. Die, Scion! Cooler screamed in a frenzy, his once muted purple aura surged violently. Who bestowed upon you such courage? Young Jingru? Bardock scoffed, effortlessly catching Cooler's fist with his own. This is impossible. Cooler was astounded that his most powerful strike had been deflected with such ease. The shock within him was profound, but as he realized the limits of his golden form, it began to revert to its regular state. Bardock's grip crushed Cooler's fists, causing blood to flow freely as a wretched scream echoed across Planet Vegeta, his eyes bulging in agony. Oops, my apologies. I might have exerted a bit too much force. Bardock remarked nonchalantly, a hint of disdain on his face as he flicked the blood from his hands. Unable to rid himself of the gruesome substance, he concentrated energy, igniting a fiery blaze to evaporate the repulsive blood of the ice demon race. Damn it! Cooler's face twisted in pain as he glared fiercely at Bardock. In an instant, he vanished from Bardock's view, enveloped in a purple aura, plummeting toward the surface of Planet Vegeta. Indeed, the ice demon race is all of a kind. Bardock sighed, bracing himself as he used high-speed movement to appear before Cooler, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. In the face of overwhelming strength, all of Cooler's cunning schemes were rendered futile. Cooler, the king. Gula was sent flying like a football by Bardock, who then appeared behind him and delivered a powerful punch to the back of Gula's head. In an instant, Bardock reappeared in front of Gula, forming a peace sign with his fingers, and gouged out Gula's eyes. Blinded and in agony, Gula held in pain, covering his oozing purple blood with his arms, which were now useless. Do you think I am unprepared for this power tournament? Or do you believe you can master a new transformation and feel invincible? Bardock observed Gula's madness with keen interest, taunting him with a mocking tone. Those Scions, detestable Scions. It must be noted that the villains in the Dragon Ball universe exhibit a certain civility. Their insults are limited to terms like filthy monkey or bastard, lacking any sophisticated vocabulary. This may be attributed to the origins of the Frieza race, which does not employ high-level profanity that revolves around familial ties. With a swift motion, Gula, having determined Bardock's location through sound, unleashed energy waves from his mouth and feet, striking accurately towards Bardock. Intriguing, but that's all there is to it. Your appearance is merely a farce to me. I had intended to elevate you to the same status as Frieza, but considering your instability, I shall send you to hell instead. Be sure to send my regards to the King of Hell. Bardock effortlessly crushed the energy sphere Gula had sent forth and, with a rapid flash, delivered a punch that pierced through Gula's body. As Bardock withdrew his arm, a gaping wound appeared in Gula's abdomen. Following this, Bardock executed a devastating elbow strike to Gula's temple. With an explosive sound, Gula's head disintegrated into a mist of blood, his body lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Never to be seen again, Gula. With a single-handed energy wave, Bardock reduced Gula's body, now in free fall, to mere dust, ensuring he was as dead as one could be. Oh, Bardock is invincible. Bardock is the eternal god. Countless Scions were swept up in fervor, cheering loudly at the sight. With Gula's demise, Broly emerged victorious in this battle. All competitors would rest for the night, as tomorrow would commence the battle for the top 4 and the top 3 positions. Gula's interference had rendered the power tournament unable to proceed, necessitating a period of reassurance before resuming the competition. With Bardock's command, various factions expressed their sincerity by approaching Raditz to sign onto the Planetary Federation led by Gastan Star. Those planets already affiliated pledged to enhance trade relations with Gastan Star and contribute advanced technologies. A small faction of self-proclaimed rulers in the universe discreetly departed Gastan Star, as Gula's death naturally caused the disbandment of his former subordinates. However, Under Shigra's threat, some were coerced into joining Shigra's ranks, while the more powerful ones, unwilling to serve as Shigra's lackeys, departed with defiance. Ultimately, the most significant beneficiary of this power tournament turned out to be Shigra, who not only learned the locations of the Dragon Balls but also amassed a substantial number of underlings with combat powers exceeding 1 million, some nearing 10 million. This force was even more formidable than the special troops commanded by Frieza during their prime. After careful consideration, Shigra directed his focus towards the home planet of the Namekians, departing Gastan Star with his followers. Meanwhile, Bedma, having suffered under Gula's onslaught, felt a persistent unease upon awakening, constantly monitoring Gula's actions. This unease did not dissipate until Gula discreetly exited Gastan Star. "Dad, your transformation was so cool. Can Kesha learn it?" Upon Bardock's landing, Kesha rushed over, her face alight with eager admiration. "That's not impossible," reflecting on Kesha's inherent status as a Super Saiyan god. Bardock contemplated the transformation into a Super Saiyan god while in Great Ape form, then compressing the divine energy into the form of Super Saiyan God 4. He wondered if such augmentation would be effective for Kesha. Logically, as a Super Saiyan god, Kesha was perpetually in a divine state. If she transformed into a Great Ape and mastered a form akin to Super 4, the enhancement would merely be tenfold. However, this was merely Bardock's hypothesis. He was uncertain of the outcome. For ordinary Scions, transforming into Super Saiyan God 4 meant converting their Scion energy into divine energy, achieving a multiplication of their fighting power by 10, then an additional multiplication by 700, leading to an astounding 7,000 times increase in combat prowess. Alright. After this power tournament, I will teach you. However, whether you succeed remains uncertain, especially since you have yet to master the Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock cautioned. Wanting to prepare his daughter for the possibility of failure. "I will definitely become as cool and powerful as Dad," Kesha declared, shaking her little fists defiantly. "Indeed. You shall become exponentially stronger than your father." Bardock chuckled, appreciating his daughter's compliments on his handsomeness. As for Broly, after Bardock announced his victory, he did not return home but instead ventured to the sacred realm, withdrawing from the Super Saiyan God state with a hint of fatigue. Meditating there in silence for an entire day, undisturbed by anyone. The following day, the semifinals commenced, with the remaining competitors all being Saiyans. The other universe beings had no choice but to exit Gastan Star in silence, though the live broadcast continued. The only one remaining to witness the Saiyans battle was a solitary individual, savoring a rib meal. In the first match, Reg defeated Otto. In the second, Dales faced off against Maradona, with Maradona emerging victorious. In the third, Draven battled Otto, who again triumphed. In the fourth match, Bardock faced Broly but chose to forfeit, allowing Broly to advance. In the finals, Otto fought against Maradona, with Otto winning and Broly subsequently defeating Otto. Thus, Broly claimed first place, Otto second, and Maradona third. Prizes were distributed according to Bardock's arrangements. Broly expressed indifference towards the first place reward, as he currently had no desires to fulfill. Otto envied Maradona's prizes, while Maradona coveted Broly's. The defeated Reg desired Maradona's reward, but after Bardock's mediation, the third-place prize was duly awarded to Reg as he wished. All other rewards remained unchanged, with no private exchanges permitted. As for the Dragon Balls, Bardock had already prepared a wish list for Broly, considering that the Eternal Dragon might not grant certain wishes. Thus, he designed a variety of wishes suitable for Broly. The result of Broly's audacious maneuver nearly caused Bardock to injure his back. "Eternal Dragon, please grant the wishes on this list." Bardock was taken aback, never anticipating such an approach. However, he mused that the Eternal Dragon would likely deny it, only to be rendered speechless by the dragon's next response. "Your wishes can be granted, but it will require the expending of 2 wishes. Are you certain?" The dragon inquired once more. "Yes." Broly paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. "Your wish list has been fulfilled. Farewell." After the dragon's eyes turned red for half a minute, exhausted, he uttered a phrase, and the Dragon Balls transformed into stones scattered across Gastan Star. "Is this even possible?" Bardock pondered, feeling somewhat speechless. Had he known, he would have added some wishes for himself. "Master, I believe the first and second items on your wish list should be realizable with the dragon's power, which is why he could so easily comply. After all, the initial 2 wishes are merely a summary of the others." Broly articulated his speculation after examining the wish list. "Oh, my mind. Now it makes sense why this old fellow agreed so readily." Bardock slapped his forehead, realizing the essence of those wish lists was simply a series of diminishing demands. Essentially, there remained only 2 wishes, albeit at different levels of requirement. He had nearly been outwitted by the ancient dragon. "Master, when can I test the power of the Great Ape transformation? I also wish to master your Super Saiyan 4 transformation." Having witnessed Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 form, Broly, as a young boy, expressed that this form was far more impressive than the Super Saiyan God state. "Very well, but prior to that, I must take Raditz, Dales, Kesha, and Goku out for some training. During this time, you will temporarily handle the affairs of Gastan Star. You know well the issues these 4 youngsters face. Some lack combat skills, others grow too quickly, and some are innately blessed yet lack systematic training. I must guide them thoroughly." Bardock utilized the Dragon Ball's power to enable all Scions to transform into great apes while retaining their sanity. The second wish was to ensure Broly could maintain his rationality, not to be consumed by overwhelming power. Surprisingly, the old dragon granted these wishes with such ease that Bardock decided to take his entire family to an uninhabited planet for training. As for the Super Saiyan God 4, it was theoretically feasible. If one could transform into a Super Saiyan in great ape form, then one could also become a Super Saiyan God in that state. However, it remained to be seen if merely grasping the divine energy would suffice for such a transformation. Experimentation was necessary to find out. Oh, I see. Broly felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Bardock would not take him along. Yet, before we complete our training, you must diligently cultivate your divine energy. The Super Saiyan God state is not the beginning. I firmly believe with your intellect, you can undoubtedly develop a new transformation. Broly, when we return, I am confident you will have grown even stronger. Bardock clapped Broly on the shoulder, smiling. Given Broly's current reputation and strength, he could certainly deter any nefarious entities in the universe, allowing Bardock to rest easy. Moreover, with the increasing number of Super Saiyans, Raditz's combat prowess had become insufficient to command respect. The Scion monarchy required a towering presence, a pillar of strength. Understood, Master. I shall safeguard Gastan Star. You can depart with peace of mind. Despite feeling a slight pang of sadness, Broly acquiesced. Ah, truly my excellent disciple. Farewell, and keep a close watch on those fools. Do not let Frieza escape. Although Frieza is merely in mechanical form, remnants may advance the research on a biological restoration device, reviving his corporeal form. I would hate to return from training only to find my home plundered and myself wandered across the universe. Of course, I will ensure Bedma remains vigilant. Broly began to delegate tasks. After a week on Gastan Star, Bardock's family departed in their spaceship, the precise destination unknown. Within the first year of Bardock's absence, the combat strength of the Scions on Gastan Star multiplied exponentially, likely spurred by witnessing their kin transform into Super Saiyans, igniting their training zeal. By the second year, Broly issued a call to arms, assembling a Scion elite force based on warriors with a combat power of 500,000, totaling 1,000 members. Broly personally trained them, imparting new combat techniques based on their performance, effectively cultivating his own foundation while alleviating his boredom. In the third year, Broly's elite force completed initial training and was dispatched to enforce the inclusion of every advanced civilization into the Gastan Star Federation. The fourth year saw a qualitative breakthrough in the central database technology of Gastan Star, linking every Scion's communication device through secure channels. Each spaceship was equipped with an intelligent information system, allowing Scions to access 90% of the database's information records based on their privileges. This database continually expanded with the elite force's growth, accumulating new species information to enable Scions to quickly identify enemy species and counter their unique abilities. In the fifth year, Broly, feeling a lack of worthy opponents and growing bored with managing Gastan Star, declared his intention to retreat to the Temple of the Gods for seclusion, delegating responsibilities to Jean. Despite Jean's reluctance to manage the chaotic situation, he could not resist Broly's amicable persuasion. After 2 days of vigorous discussion, Jean begrudgingly accepted Broly's appointment, appearing battered and tearful. Broly then proceeded to the Temple of the Gods for profound training. By the 6th year, Broly made significant strides in the realm of Super Saiyan God, experimenting with transforming this state into a norm, facilitating smoother cultivation of divine energy. In the 7th year, Broly could maintain the Super Saiyan God form for extended periods, reminiscent of Kesha's innate Super Saiyan God state. In the 8th year, while meditating at the Temple of the Gods, Broly sensed a familiar and potent divine energy manifesting on the outskirts of Gastan Star. His expression brightened as he gazed intently at the spaceship descending toward the planet. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared before him in a flash. Indeed, it was Kesha, Goku, Raditz, and Dales, whom he had not seen for 8 years. Their energies had grown incomparably deeper, particularly Kesha, whose depth was now elusive to Broly. Brother Broly, long time no see, Kesha exclaimed with a playful giggle. Hey, Broly, want to spar? I've become much stronger during this time. It was evident who spoke, having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber and grown from a mere child to a young man. Goku had transformed from a boy of less than 5 feet into a strapping lad of nearly 6 feet. Broly, you all catch up. I'm going to check on Vegeta. Dales, now close friends with Vegeta, had a different demeanor. Wow, I didn't expect you all to become this strong. If it weren't for being on Gastan Star, I would definitely challenge you to a fight. Broly felt a surge of excitement after sensing their energies. I love a good brawl. Kesha, the fiery warrior, burst forth with her striking crimson hair. How about we fight, Brother Broly? I've grown stronger over these 8 years. Well, let's wait for Master to arrive first. Despite the eagerness to find a worthy opponent for a thrilling confrontation, the overwhelming strength of the crowd rendered such desires futile. Engaging in a battle of significant magnitude could jeopardize the entire universe. Once a certain level of power is attained, it is no longer a matter of simply desiring to engage in combat. Chapter 108. Normalization, however, one can still warm up. Broly smiled slightly, cracking his knuckles. But Kesha, you are not allowed to join in. Who knows if this little girl, caught up in the excitement, might inadvertently obliterate Gastan's star. Broly, having mastered the full power of Super Saiyan God, was acutely aware of the immense strength involved. Why not? Kesha pouted in dissatisfaction. Because you are unlike us. Your starting point resides in realms that ordinary mortals could never aspire to. How can we possibly engage in battle? To contend with you, one must transform. And transformation brings the peril of annihilation. What's the point in that? All right. The little girl understood Broly's meaning. Bardock had instilled in her, over the past 8 years, the wisdom of restraint in combat. Hige, Broly, let us spar. Over the years, I have mastered my father's instant transmission and learned numerous combat techniques. Goku was still fervently enthusiastic about fighting, unable to suppress his combative spirit in the presence of the enigmatic Broly. Very well. Let me witness the prowess you have developed over the years. The two stood in opposition, while Daylight and Kesha observed their impending duel. Raditz had initially intended to join Goku in challenging Broly, but upon recalling Goku's formidable combat talent, he decided it would be wiser to refrain, fearing he might hinder Goku's performance. I'm coming, Broly. Excitement sparkled in Goku's eyes. Bring it on, Goku. Broly too assumed a guarded stance, awaiting Goku's advance. The impatient Goku darted forward first, delivering an elbow strike, which Broly blocked with his forearm. Goku then lifted his knee, and Broly countered with a downward strike of his other arm. After a series of probing attacks, they retreated momentarily, both launching simultaneous assaults, their fingers intertwined. Engaging in a test of strength, Goku pushed with all his might, causing Broly to gradually yield ground. Broly, however, increased his resistance, slowing Goku's advance until, after several dozen meters, Goku could push no further. At that moment, Broly unleashed his power, propelling Goku swiftly to the edge of the Divine Temple, before sending him back to the center of the plaza with a powerful thrust. Ouch. Broly, you're as strong as ever, Goku said, shaking his slightly sore fingers with a grin. But I want to concede. With that, Goku leaped high into the air, aiming a downward strike at Broly's face. Broly blocked with one arm and swiftly retaliated with a kick, catching Goku off guard and sending him flying out of the Divine Temple. Moments later, Goku reappeared in front of Broly, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Broly elegantly evaded and blocked each blow. Goku, changing tactics, executed a sweeping kick, but Broly vanished, seemingly flickering in place. Goku's kick missed entirely, and he adjusted his approach, suddenly appearing behind Broly to deliver a knife hand strike. Broly, with his formidable physique, absorbed Goku's attack without flinching. Ouch, that hurts, Goku exclaimed, though the one who struck felt the pain more acutely. Raditz, why don't you join Goku? Broly isn't even using his full strength. He is merely defending himself the entire time. I'm nearly falling asleep watching this. Kesha was utterly uninterested in such a battle. Be patient, Goku isn't holding back either. Besides, do you think he would call for assistance while fighting? For him, challenging his limits through solitary combat is his true pursuit. True enough, Kesha nodded helplessly, watching the lackluster duel. Phantom Fist. Goku's figure split into several, striking various comical poses. Suddenly, one Goku charged directly at Broly, who raised his arm to block, only for the strike to miss entirely. Aha, you fell for it. Broly. Goku chuckled, his voice echoing from all directions. Broly, relying solely on his hearing and sight, struggled to discern which was the real Goku. Each phantom bore the same aura and intensity, which was puzzling, as he knew the Phantom Fist should not work this way. Simultaneously, the phantoms attacked from 4 directions. Unable to identify the genuine threat, Broly opted to confront 2 of the phantoms, but he was caught off guard by their coordinated strikes. His fist struck out, only to discover both phantoms were tangible, each delivering equal force. He found himself struck in the abdomen and back, though the impact was negligible. Interesting. Broly, fueled by his rage, forced Goku's phantoms and the real one apart, intrigued by the various forms Goku had taken. Eager to unravel the essence of this new Phantom Fist technique. Here I come, Broly. All the phantoms declared in unison, launching a simultaneous assault as though a multitude were ganging up on a single individual. Show me the secrets of this new Phantom Fist. Broly had initially found Goku's recent training unremarkable, but now was pleasantly surprised by this development. He did not transform into his 3-headed, 6-armed form, but kept his eyes sharply focused on everything around him. Goku was using the same trick again, for phantoms rushed in from all directions. A mischievous grin on Goku's face. Broly, however, was not without recourse. He spun rapidly in place, summoning a whirlwind that swept up all of Goku's phantoms into a vortex. As the phantoms vanished, 4 figures remained within the swirling tempest, becoming disoriented from the force of the cyclone. Oh, I see. It's a combination of the 4 bodies fist and the Phantom Fist. No wonder only 4 individuals are attacking. Broly discerned the essence of Goku's new Phantom Fist as he watched the swirling figures of his opponent. Is it possible to do it this way? Raditz was speechless, recalling how he had suffered at the hands of Goku's technique during their battle, ultimately having to utilize the 4 bodies fist to counter it. Even then, it took significant effort to barely overcome Goku's Phantom Fist. As for why he didn't employ the 3-headed, 6-armed form, Raditz simply lacked the aptitude to master such a technique. He had to settle for learning the four demons' fist and the four bodies' fist, thinking even Broly would need the three-headed, six-armed form to counter it. Yet, to his astonishment, Broly had effortlessly resolved it with a whirlwind technique. If it were me, I would directly use the three-headed, six-armed form to make Goku not even recognize Dad. Kesha remained unfazed. Goku's techniques held no significance for her. She felt that if she were to counter them, she would simply employ the most direct and forceful method. Wow. Goku, utterly disoriented, staggered as three of his phantoms vanished. He reappeared beside Raditz, seemingly tipsy, taking a few wobbly steps before retching. Goku, didn't I tell you to go all out against strong opponents from the outset and not to test the waters? Look at the result. Bardock appeared in the Divine Hall, observing the grandiose display of Sun Wukong with a silent expression, contemplating, you revel in your showmanship. But it seems you've met your match now. Broly, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength. Utilizing the all-knowing eye, Bardock perceived the fruits of Broly's years of training, a late-stage god-level first tier, with a foundational combat power of 35 billion. Mastering both the Super Saiyan transformation and the Super Saiyan God transformation. Intriguingly, the amplification from Broly's Super Saiyan transformation equaled that of his Super Saiyan God transformation, indicating that in the original narrative, Broly could easily overpower Sun Wukong and Vegeta merely by transforming into a Super Saiyan. His starting point was distinctly unparalleled. Bardock's aura had also become increasingly profound. Broly, grinning in response to his red-haired master, clearly recognized Bardock's attempt to normalize the Super Saiyan God form. Chapter 109, The Kaishin. Have you reached this conclusion as well? Bardock discerned that Broly's smile mirrored his own thoughts. Not at all, he replied, transforming into the Super Saiyan God state. Initially intending to surprise Bardock, he realized the master had already seen through his intentions, thus unleashing the full power of the Super Saiyan God transformation. The divine and formidable aura caught Bardock's attention. Very good. Bardock nodded in satisfaction. Compared to his own offspring, Broly was undoubtedly a top-tier talent, both in aptitude and resilience in training. Now that he had completely mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation, it was time to explore the dual transformation he had envisioned. Raditz, you, Wukong, and Kesha should head to Earth to find your mother. I wonder how she has fared over these 8 years. As her children, you should check on her. And Raditz, you're not a child anymore. Wukong, find yourself a daughter-in-law. Just as he was about to drag Broly into the room of spirit and time to experiment with the new transformation, he recalled that this matter pertained to his family's legacy. Father, this matter. Raditz felt somewhat awkward in the face of his father's matchmaking pressure. If I can get married, will you teach me the new transformations? Son Wukong, unfazed, curiously inquired of Bardock. As long as you can find a girl to marry, I will teach you the transformations of Super Saiyan 3 and 4. Bardock proposed an irresistible condition for Sun Wukong. No problem. Sun Wukong confidently patted his chest, then grabbed Raditz and Kesha to seek out Jine. Kesha, keep an eye on your brothers, and see if you can find a partner for those two troublesome lads. Broly and Dales. Considering Sun Wukong's unreliability, Bardock entrusted the task of oversight to his youngest daughter. I promise to complete the task, Dad. Kesha replied with a mischievous grin, before being whisked away by the impatient Sun Wukong through instant transmission. Come on, Broly, now that you've reached this level, it's time to initiate the transformation I've envisioned that combines divine power and the great ape power. Bardock declared as they made their way to the room of spirit and time. Master, are you going to use divine power in the Super 4 state? Broly inquired with curiosity. Indeed. However, I believe you've also noticed that the powers of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God cannot coexist. What we can do is merge the unique great ape transformation of the Scions with the Super Saiyan God transformation to give birth to an even stronger form. Bardock explained as they walked. Master, haven't you tried this over the years? Broly was aware that Bardock had grasped a hint of divine energy 8 years prior. I have. But the divine energy was insufficient. In the great ape state, I couldn't transform into Super Saiyan God. I have gradually adapted to the Super Saiyan God state during this time, although it's not very stable. However, seeing your condition, I believe you have a significant chance of mastering this formidable transformation. I will try as well. After all, my last experiment was 2 years ago. Bardock lamented, acknowledging that his own progress in cultivating divine energy lagged behind Broly's. He had only just touched the threshold of fully harnessing the Super Saiyan God's full power. Oh, if Master hasn't succeeded, I feel somewhat uncertain, Broly thought to himself. Creak. Opening the long-sealed room of spirit and time, the two entered in succession. To prevent their overwhelming auras from damaging the door, they flew deeper into the room, leaving behind a trace of their energy at the entrance. Broly. It's about to begin. Bardock produced an artificial moon, tossing it into the air. Both turned their gaze skyward, and instinctively their tails reacted. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into towering gorillas over 20 meters tall. Roar. The immense surge of energy reverberated throughout the room of spirit and time. However, a mere tenfold increase in strength was insufficient to breach the temporal barriers between the room and the outside world. The two great apes howled skyward, pounding their chests with their fists, releasing energy waves in a show of power before they finally stabilized. Broly, attempt to transform into Super Saiyan God in this state. Bardock instructed. Yes, master. The great ape Broly let out a mighty roar as his brown fur gradually transformed into a fiery red hue. The surrounding fear spread like a web, and as Broly's red fur increased, the speed of spatial fragmentation accelerated. Once the great ape Broly fully transformed, the fragments of space shattered, revealing the outside world of the Room of Spirit and Time. This divine energy is overwhelmingly potent. Bardock marveled, observing Broly's transformation. The all-knowing eye confirmed his expectations, revealing an amplification of 7,000 times, truly terrifying. Excellent, Broly. Try to compress your divine energy, internalize it, and fuse it with the great ape power. Bardock urged once more. Compared to the ferocity of Super Saiyan power, divine energy was milder and more controllable. Broly quickly grasped the essence, his body gradually shrinking until he achieved a form akin to Super Saiyan 4, albeit with red hair and eyes. His entire body resembling flames rather than fur, yet his physique bore no significant difference from that of Super Saiyan 4. Is this the new transformation you envisioned, master? This is simply beyond imagination. Broly marveled at his own form, feeling the immense power within, as if in a dream. My concept has proven correct. The fusion of divine power and great ape power has indeed birthed an even stronger transformation. The great ape Bardock laughed heartily as the space that Broly's immense power had initially shattered began to mend. However, the overwhelming divine energy emanating from him had already drawn the attention of deities across the universe, causing them to tremble in fear. I shall give it a try as well. Inspired by his disciple's success, Bardock was eager to follow suit. The roar of the great ape echoed throughout the Gastan star. As time passed, Bardock's divine energy spread only to his neck before it could advance any further. Ultimately, he had to concede, dissipating the artificial moon and reverting to his humanoid form, while Broly's Super Saiyan God 4 transformation also could not be sustained for long, reverting to his normal state. Our training is still insufficient, Broly. After a transformation lasting merely 3 seconds, and one that even the divine power coursing through the giant ape could not maintain, the notion of further engagement seems futile. Ultimately, this transformation's amplification is excessive, leading to a massive consumption of divine energy that the current strength cannot support. Indeed, master. Broly nodded in agreement. Observing the rapidly healing space-time wormhole, Bardock and Broly deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and departed the hyperbolic time chamber. However, upon their emergence in the heavenly temple, they encountered 2 uninvited guests, with the god of creation, Bedma, standing respectfully to the side. Greetings, Mr. Bardock, Mr. Broly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Supreme Kai, Asin. This is my attendant, Jebet. He maintained an exceptionally humble demeanor, leaving no room for criticism. My Lord Supreme Kai, these are merely humble mortals. There is no need to stoop so low, Jebet interjected, disgruntled. This gentleman is the greatest deity in the universe. The Supreme Kai, you should bow immediately. Annoyed, Bardock's initial favorable impression of the Supreme Kai dissipated due to Jebet's interference, causing his expression to turn icy. The aura of the Super Saiyan God erupted, and with a swift strike, Jebet vanished from sight. Chapter 110. The Supreme Kai's request you. The Supreme Kai's face paled upon witnessing Bardock's actions against Jebet, his demeanor darkening as he glared at the crimson-haired Bardock. Sir, that was rather excessive. Although Jebet is my attendant, he is ultimately still one of my own. The Supreme Kai, in uttering this, felt a twinge of defensiveness. Fear not, he is unharmed. I merely imparted a lesson. Do not presume that being a god grants one the right to belittle mortals. Some gods are born, while others can achieve divinity through sheer effort. Would you not agree, my Lord Supreme Kai? Bardock's smile, in the Supreme Kai's eyes, transformed into a visage of a demon. As the Supreme Kai contemplated Bardock's words, a chill crept over him, compounded by the divine energy radiating from Bardock in his Super Saiyan form, rendering him breathless. Bardock, you must not be disrespectful to the Supreme Kai, Bedma admonished sternly. I understand. I have done no harm, merely cautioned him against arrogance. He ought to manage his subordinates better. Underestimating mortals could lead to significant repercussions. Bardock explained with a smile, perceiving the Supreme Kai's data effortlessly. Supreme Kai Asin, a divine being birthed under the world's rules, with a combat strength of 500 billion points. To be frank, even in his Super Saiyan form, Bardock could easily defeat such power. However, the Supreme Kai's role is creation, not combat. Thus, a lower combat strength is inconsequential. Ahem, Mr. Bardock. I sincerely apologize for my attendant Jebet's earlier rudeness. The Supreme Kai humbly offered, a display of humility rarely seen from one of such stature. Very well. I suppose I can overlook it. Bardock waved his hand dismissively and shifted the topic. However, your sudden visit to the heavenly temple of Gastan suggests you have matters to discuss. Please, do share. I am quite busy. Bardock was aware of the Supreme Kai's intentions, but chose not to voice them. Indeed, let me recount the entire process of Majin Buu's birth to his sealing. The Supreme Kai began, but he was still in pursuit of Babiti's whereabouts. So what of it? Bardock replied, shrugging. Broly, listening in, found the conversation tedious. Such a level of adversary hardly piqued his interest. Perhaps only Dales and his ilk might find some amusement, should either he or his master intervene. They would likely annihilate the foe effortlessly. Thus, I seek your assistance, Mr. Bardock, and your disciple Broly, to eliminate Babidi, or, preferably, to destroy the egg sealing Majin Buu before Babidi can release him. The Supreme Kai bowed deeply, expressing his request fervently. Is that so? But don't you find the idea of releasing Majin Buu more entertaining? As a scion, I possess no interest in such a trivial opponent. I wonder, my Lord Supreme Kai, what is it that you fear? Rather than idling about, you would do better to train. After all, your own weakness breeds your fear of Majin Buu's strength. Bardock retorted, perplexed by the Supreme Kai's reliance on others. Mr. Bardock, you cannot fathom the terror of Majin Buu without first-hand experience. His terrifying learning and absorption abilities render him a nightmare across the cosmos. The most dreadful aspect is his capacity to absorb any being's strength and his near-immortal nature. He can revive as long as a single cell remains. Even if you are formidable, should he absorb you, our universe would face an unprecedented catastrophe. It might even lead to total annihilation. The Supreme Kai clutched his head, his face awash with fear as if recalling a dreadful memory. All right, you have a point. I concede. Bardock nodded reluctantly, recognizing the depth of the Supreme Kai's fear of Majin Buu, who seemed to be undermining his own stature. Broly, do you have any desire to engage? We could summon Shinron to locate Majin Buu's sealed lair and release him for some amusement. Bardock inquired, stroking his chin. Not interested. My sole focus is on transcending my current limits and maintaining that unparalleled transformation. Broly replied dismissively. From the Supreme Kai's words, I can gauge the opponent's strength. It is likely at Raditz's level. Of course, should Raditz transform into Super Saiyan 4, he could effortlessly crush the so-called Majin Buu. Even a foe like Cooler could easily eliminate Majin Buu. There is no need for it. However, if you wish to play, Master, I would not mind joining in. Broly expressed his disinterest, fixated solely on surpassing his current state. I am also disinterested. My Lord Supreme Kai, where is the egg of Majin Buu? Surely it is not on Gastan? Bardock feigned curiosity. It is on Earth, as I placed the egg there when life had yet to emerge. I never anticipated the emergence of life there now, the Supreme Kai explained, slightly taken aback by Bardock's near-accurate guess of Majin Buu's sealing location. Since it is on Earth, let Goku and the others handle it. If anything goes awry, Broly and I will intervene. If necessary, we can seal him directly. I possess some sealing techniques. And sealing Broly would be no trouble at all. To emphasize the strength of his sealing abilities, Bardock elaborated. What? Mr. Broly can seal even the most powerful entities. The Supreme Kai was astonished, realizing that he, as the Supreme Kai, had not mastered such sealing techniques, while a mere mortal had managed to wield such formidable powers. Indeed. My Lord Supreme Kai, would you care to give it a try? It's quite exhilarating. Bardock grinned mischievously. Haha, Mr. Bardock, you jest. If you guarantee it. I take your word for it. There is no need for me to attempt it. However, before we proceed, I must ask, Mr. Bardock, are you truly not considering intervening? Although your children possess remarkable strength, even surpassing my own, there is no need for concern. I merely intend to allow Goku and his companions to undergo some training. With my support, Lord Kaioshin, you need not worry. Of course, if you have any doubts, I can take them to the Kaioshin realm to instruct them and witness their most formidable transformations, ensuring your peace of mind. As I spoke, I patted the thin shoulder of Kaioshin. Chapter 111. The two who take advantage. How audacious. The Kaioshin realm is not a place for mere mortals like you to tread. No sooner had the words left my lips than a disgruntled voice echoed, belonging to Jebbet, who had just been sent flying by Bardock. He had returned rather swiftly, evidently utilizing instant transmission. Jebbet. Before Bardock could act, Kaioshin shot a cold glare at him, clearly unimpressed by his lack of awareness regarding his own limitations. Why provoke these two formidable warriors? Lord Kaioshin. Noticing the discoloration on Kaioshin's face, Jebbet broke into a cold sweat. From now on, this will be a lesson. Please exhibit more courtesy when addressing Mr. Bardock and Mr. Broly. Kaioshin warned Jebbet icily. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Jebbet responded, knowing better than to argue against Kaioshin's admonition. By the way, Mr. Bardock, if you and Mr. Broly wish to visit the Kaioshin realm, I would be delighted to host you. Realizing he lacked anything of value to offer, and hearing Bardock express such intentions, he readily extended the invitation. Oh, I appreciate your kindness, Lord Kaioshin. I will surely return when time permits. However, prior to that, it would be wise for you to remain in the Kaioshin realm to cultivate your strength. If Majin Buu were to break free, you would possess the means to protect yourself. If you don't mind. I have some insights into training that I would be happy to share, which I believe could yield significant improvements in just a few years. Bardock, in turn, offered this information, not wishing for Jebbet to face dire consequences due to his own actions. Thank you, Mr. Bardock. Though Kaioshin was not wholly satisfied with the responses, lacking the strength to physically persuade, he opted to maintain amicable relations with Bardock. Not at all. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Bardock directly indicated it was time for Jebet to depart, and Kaioshin, understanding the cue, vanished from Gastan Star using instant transmission. After years of travel and training, returning to Gastan Star naturally involved changing attire, indulging in food and rest, while also gathering the Tiansho and Dishayai to assess their training outcomes. Meanwhile, while Bardock was still occupied with matters on Gastan Star, Goku, under the guidance of Jin, began his matchmaking endeavors on Earth, with Bulma's mother hiring someone to oversee the process for the three brothers. Raditz felt somewhat bashful, while Dallas remained indifferent, causing many young women to flee in fright. As for Goku, his conversation was filled with laughter, lacking seriousness, and ultimately revolved around food and training, leading to no further contact after a meal. In this era, martial artists hardly earned a living. Furthermore, Goku remained oblivious to his family's financial standing on Earth, and the concept of money was as foreign to him as ever. This contrast delineates the difference between his current self and his portrayal in the original narrative. Oh dear, finding a girlfriend is such a hassle. I thought it would be easy. Goku, with his voracious appetite and undisclosed wealth, found himself lacking in popularity. Raditz and Dallas experienced a similar predicament, where either one was interested in the other, or the interest was unreciprocated. In short, the path to romance was fraught with challenges. However, 2 months after the group returned to Earth for matchmaking, Tia and Shinon unexpectedly arrived, carrying an invitation adorned with a large character for happiness, signifying a wedding. At 28, marriage was quite normal. Yet, instead of witnessing his son's wedding, Bardock found himself attending Tian's ceremony, while Jin intensified the matchmaking arrangements for the three. After 8 years of honing his skills, Tian's combat power reached an impressive 100 million. This was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the Scion lineage. On the day of the wedding, Bardock also attended as a witness, but when he saw Tian's bride, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman was none other than Launch, the character possessing a dual personality from the original story. Bardock could only marvel at the serendipity of fate, where a regret in one world found resolution in another. Truly a beautiful conclusion. The three, pressured by the urgency of marriage, whispered to Tien after a few drinks. However, while their spirits were high, the expression on Raditz's face turned grave. He likely inquired about secrets to wooing women, but received unsatisfactory answers. After Tien's wedding, Bardock returned Raditz to attend to his affairs, intending to rest on Earth. Yet, while visiting Dr. Brief's home with Jin, he was astonished to see Bulma holding a small child aloft. Is this your child, Bulma? Bardock had envisioned Bulma as Goku's future wife, yet upon returning after 8 years, she had a child. Indeed, Uncle Bardock, she exclaimed, lifting the child to Bardock's view. This is Trunks, a boy. Isn't he adorable? The joy on her face caused Bardock's mouth to twitch, sparking an urge to reprimand. Is this Vegeta's child? Bardock gritted his teeth, incredulous, as if Vegeta had stolen his daughter-in-law. Absolutely. You guessed it right, Uncle Bardock. Unlike Goku, Dallas, and Raditz, those three fools who couldn't figure it out. Bulma chattered on about Bardock's three foolish sons, while Bardock sensed the presence of Reg and Vegeta in Bulma's house. Trunks, that's a fine name. Bardock managed to smile, playfully engaging with the small child, only for Trunks to inadvertently spray him with water. Trunks, why did you do that again? Bulma feigned anger while shaking the child. Wow. Trunks babbled in baby talk, capturing the attention of Jin and Bulma, who burst into laughter. Vegeta. For the first time, Bardock felt the urge to confront Vegeta, who had taken advantage of his absence. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared beside Vegeta, only to find Reg present as well, alongside a golden-haired child of about 5 years. At first glance, one might mistake him for a Super Saiyan. Master. Vegeta was about to strike the uninvited guest when he recognized Bardock and immediately bowed. Ah, Bardock. Welcome back after 8 years of training. Allow me to introduce my son, Hyufen. Reg, having changed considerably over the years, gestured towards the child. This is Bardock. Just call him Uncle. Hello, Uncle Bardock. The small child greeted, prompting Bardock to smile faintly as he utilized his omniscient eye to assess the child's data. Hyufen, a half-Scion, was